transported into the world of Naruto. I have become Uzumaki Naruto. Yet, my homeroom teacher is Mizuki. Iruka Yumino had perished 12 years ago during the Ninetales incident. Without Iruka, Naruto has remained enveloped in darkness, devoid of a sense of belonging to Konoha. This has led Danzo to expedite his plan to control the Ninetales. Realizing that he is being targeted by Danzo, and understanding he would only exist as a weapon for the village, Naruto relinquished his fervent aspiration to become Hokage and resolved to become a rogue ninja. If Uchiha can be rogue ninjas, why can't I, Uzumaki? Chapter 1. We are all rogue ninjas. Does it matter who becomes one? Ino, keep your distance from Sasuke. Stop pretending that you and Sasuke are close. Sakura, with your broad forehead, Sasuke wouldn't fancy you. The clamor of girls arguing resonated loudly, echoing into the corridor beyond the classroom. The morning bustle in the school feels remarkably similar across any realm. With that thought, Naruto pushed open the classroom door. In the last row of the tiered classroom, the rivalry between Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura was momentarily distracted by the sound of the door. Upon realizing that the newcomer was merely Naruto, they resumed glaring at each other. Unfazed by their disregard, Naruto strode past them and settled into the innermost seat by the window. The boy surrounded by Ino and Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, regarded Naruto for a moment. Just as Naruto took his seat, the bell signaling the start of class rang through the black speaker mounted on the wall. Students hastily returned to their seats as the bell faded. With the sound of the bell concluding, the homeroom teacher approached the podium, outlining the day's classroom agenda. Tomorrow, you will take the graduation exam from the Ninja Academy, so let's use today to review and prepare. Yes, Mizuki-sensei. The students responded loudly to their teacher's words. Naruto was among those who replied, but his gaze lingered on Mizuki. Noticing Naruto's stare, Mizuki offered him a gentle smile. Naruto, taken aback by the unexpected kindness, averted his eyes, turning his attention to the playground outside the classroom window. However, he was not genuinely admiring the landscape. Instead, he pondered Mizuki's earlier smile. But it seemed that, just as in the original story, Mizuki had begun to involve him in the scheme to steal the sealing scroll. Naruto's thoughts flickered. Finally, he had recalled a matter of significance. It has been 2 years since I crossed into the Naruto world. He still vividly remembers the shock of discovering that his homeroom teacher was Mizuki, not Iruka Yumino, upon entering the Konoha Ninja Academy. Unlike the original narrative, in this world, Iruka and his parents had perished alongside the Ninetales incident 12 years ago. In the original tale, Iruka was the only one who offered kindness to Naruto during his childhood. With Iruka's absence, Naruto's heart has grown darker, and his relationships with those around him have deteriorated. This has resulted in Naruto being deemed untrustworthy in the eyes of Konoha's higher-ups, intensifying their wariness of him. While it may be referred to as Konoha's leadership, it primarily reflects Danzo Shimura's extreme hawkish perspective. In the original storyline, Danzo did not begin to plot the imprisonment and control of Naruto, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, until Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, fell into a coma during Pain's invasion, allowing him to finally ascend to the role of Hokage. Yet, without Iruka, the original Naruto had plunged into darkness, feeling a profound alienation from the village, which unexpectedly prompted Danzo to accelerate his control plan. Over the Ninetales, the execution of this plan took place 2 years ago. 2 years ago, Danzo attempted to use Uchiha Shirsue's eyes to manipulate Naruto, transforming him into a weapon devoid of personality, merely a tool to follow orders. However, an unforeseen event occurred. Perhaps he was unable to control the cells of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, or maybe his mastery of the Sharingan was insufficient. Regardless, the original Naruto perished 2 years prior. At the moment the original Naruto died, the reincarnated Naruto emerged as a new Uzumaki Naruto. Rescued by the 3rd Hokage, who arrived too late to stop Danzo, it was the reincarnated Naruto who was saved in his previous life. Many claimed that Sarutobi Hiruzen was indecisive, and Naruto can now personally attest to this. Danzo's actions went unpunished, merely receiving a reprimand from the 3rd Hokage forbidding any further attacks on Naruto. This led Naruto to ponder that if he were merely an ordinary Jinchuriki without any background, rather than the orphan of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, perhaps Sarutobi in his old age, would not have even issued such a command to Danzo. Thus, Naruto harbors no trust in the indecisive elder, always wary of Danzo's possible machinations. The third Hokage is incapable of providing Naruto with substantial protection, and given Danzo's methods, having already targeted Naruto, he would undoubtedly not let him escape, especially after the Akatsuki organization began capturing Jinchuriki en masse, disrupting the balance of power among the 5 great ninja villages. The hawkish Danzo would surely seek to tighten his grip on the Nine Tails to seize benefits for Konoha amid this power imbalance. With some time remaining before class ends, let's conduct another mock exam. Even those who pass the last one must participate. Mizuki's sudden announcement shattered Naruto's train of thought. Ugh! The students groaned in unison. Your discontent is of no consequence. Line up at the front of the classroom according to your student numbers and prepare for the exam. Mizuki asserted his authority as the homeroom teacher, holding a scoring board and awaiting the students' assembly. Reluctantly, the students vacated their seats, lining up for the mock exam. Naruto joined the line, but an odd phenomenon unfolded at that moment. In the long queue. Students huddled closely together, while those in front and behind Naruto instinctively maintained a 2-space distance from him. The isolation of Naruto was glaringly evident. This was a situation that would never occur in the original narrative. Even if the adults in the village ostracized him, the children in the school, at the ages of 11 or 12, despite their reluctance to associate with Naruto, would never engage in blatant ostracism akin to bullying. Noticing his predicament, Naruto let out a slight sigh. This situation is partly a reflection of the original Naruto, who, without Iruka, harbored a significantly darker personality. Given the current state of his interpersonal relationships, it is already a considerable improvement, a result of his efforts over the past 2 years since his crossing. If he were still the original Naruto at this moment, he would not merely be isolated, it would be far worse. How stifling, Naruto mused. The higher-ups of the village desire to utilize him as a weapon devoid of personality. The villagers, too, have ostracized him due to the rumors stemming from the Nine Tails incident 12 years ago. After 2 years of such existence, Naruto, as a reincarnator, finds it increasingly difficult to endure. However, lowering his head, feigning disappointment at the ostracism from his classmates, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Soon, he would escape this life. Once he successfully becomes a ninja, he can use missions as a pretext to defect from the village. Naruto lifted his gaze towards Uchiha Sasuke ahead in the line. If Uchiha can be rogue ninjas, why can't I, Uzumaki? Chapter 2. My dream is also to become Hokage. Sakura Haruno, begin the exam. Sakura Haruno, with her long pink hair, formed hand seals with both hands. A sudden plume of smoke enveloped her, obscuring her figure. In the next instant, the smoke dissipated entirely, revealing 4 identical copies of herself. This was the technique of shadow clones, one of the 3 fundamental ninjutsu alongside transformation and substitution techniques, collectively known as the 3-body techniques. Mizuki observed Sakura's clones, noting that they were indistinguishable from her in size, demeanor, and movement. He recorded her score on the scoreboard. Next, Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke stepped out of the examination line with his hands in his pockets. Wearing a cold expression, he remained silent, directly forming hand seals to execute the shadow clone technique, exhibiting a speed that surpassed Sakura's. Before Mizuki could speak again, Sasuke dispelled his clones and returned to his seat. His aloof demeanor elicited gasps of admiration from the girls present. Following Sasuke, Mizuki called several more students to take their turns. Naruto waited quietly for his examination to arrive, the shadow clone technique. Naruto recalled that in the original story, Iruka's test before the official exam focused on transformation. However, under Mizuki's supervision, the emphasis had shifted to shadow clones. Over the 2 years since his arrival, Naruto had continued to feign his ineptitude in ninjutsu, with his shadow clone technique being even less proficient than in the original. Narrative.it was evident that Mizuki intended to use the graduation exam's outcome as leverage to coax Naruto into seizing the Forbidden Scroll. Both Mizuki and Naruto seemed equally eager to lay their hands on the Scroll of Seals. However, Naruto's pretense of being incompetent in ninjutsu served a dual purpose. Not only to mislead Mizuki into revealing information regarding the scroll, but also to deceive Danzo, portraying himself as someone incapable of mastering ninjutsu ensured that Naruto appeared easily controllable in the eyes of the higher dash-ups. In fact, rather than inciting Danzo's suspicion as a genius ninja, Naruto's original negative attitude towards the village might lead Danzo to reconsider his plans, prompting him to act prematurely. Thus, it was more advantageous for Naruto to masquerade as a complete underachiever, biding his time for growth. Navigating through the complexities of hidden agendas was challenging, yet the guise of incompetence allowed Naruto to engage in diligent practice of the shadow clone technique. Although the teachers at the Ninja Academy only taught basic ninjutsu that required minimal chakra and did not necessitate changes in chakra nature, such as the essential three body techniques, the school did not obstruct students from enhancing their skills. After all, some students hailed from ninja clans in Konoha, benefiting from family support that elevated their abilities above those of regular students. To ensure equitable access to fundamental educational resources, the Academy opened its library to all students, allowing those with talent to pursue self-study. However, in most cases, the average students primarily learned the three body techniques, which explained why the graduation exam focused solely on them. The library housed a variety of ninjutsu across three categories: ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. It even contained techniques requiring mastery of chakra nature changes, allowing students to grasp the logic behind utilizing such techniques and prepare for their future application. Additionally, there were analyses of foundational sealing techniques accessible to the general populace, akin to those found in ninja tool scrolls. Naruto found it unsurprising that one of the previous year's graduates, 1010, excelled in summoning tools for combat. Yet, despite the multitude of techniques available, they remained low-level and lacking in uniqueness. This was understandable. Advanced techniques were beyond the grasp of those who could not even be considered true ninjas. Unique techniques were typically clan secrets or self-created jutsu, learned only through familial or mentor guidance. As for the shadow clone technique that Naruto sought, it was indeed available in the library, conveniently located right next to the basic clone technique. This accessibility underscored its versatility. Unlike the advanced shadow clone technique, which was classified as forbidden and had an A-rank difficulty, the basic shadow clone technique was not a secret ninjutsu. Almost all ninjas with sufficient chakra sought to learn it, as it allowed them to gather intelligence while keeping their real bodies safe, significantly enhancing their survival. Right during reconnaissance missions, Naruto's plan to defect from Konoha began to take shape after he mastered the shadow clone technique. The shadow clone technique, developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was a B-rank ninjutsu. The ordinary clone technique taught at the academy only created visual illusions. In contrast, shadow clones possessed physical substance, awareness, and the ability to engage enemies with a degree of durability. Upon dispelling the shadow clones, their memories and experiences would return to the original. The unique properties of the shadow clone technique facilitated espionage, leading to its widespread adoption in the shinobi world despite being created by the second Hokage. Therefore, when Naruto learned the basic clone technique, he could effortlessly access the more advanced shadow clone technique. Moreover, to others, Naruto appeared utterly incapable of performing even the basic clone technique, so how could he possibly know the method for mastering the more advanced shadow clone technique? In the 2 years he secretly mastered the shadow clone technique, Naruto utilized its ability to enhance the original's experience while privately practicing how to control the Nine-Tails chakra. With the assistance of the 8-trigram seal, which aided Jinchuriki in harnessing excess tailed beast chakra, Naruto successfully gained control over the Nine-Tails chakra and began attempting to master natural energy, thereby enabling himself to enter Sage mode. Even without the guidance of the oil from Mount Myaboku or the experience of Fukusaku, Naruto had recently achieved Sage mode after 2 years of absorbing natural energy. However, despite employing the meditative method from Mount Myaboku, the results seemed different. Initially, when absorbing natural energy, Naruto cautiously took in a minuscule amount. Yet, even then, he experienced failures in natural energy absorption. When shadow clones returned to the original, Naruto felt an unbearable pain. He presumed this to be an indication of beginning to transform into a frog, as his method of absorbing natural energy mirrored the training described in the original tale. Nonetheless, Naruto dismissed this notion. The minimal failure in absorbing natural energy would not lead to severe transformation into a frog, nor would it turn him to stone. However, after enduring the agony of failed absorption, Naruto realized that no part of his body had transformed into a frog, nor did he harbor any inclination to consume insects. Instead, he found himself unable to gather chakra for several days, during which he could not absorb natural energy. Fortune and misfortune coexisted. Naruto's facade of being an underachiever became increasingly convincing. After several bouts of failed natural energy absorption, which merely left him temporarily unable to gather chakra, Naruto grew bolder in practicing Sage Mode. Yet, these were secrets known only to Naruto himself. To prevent Danzo's root organization from monitoring him, or the third Hokage from discovering these secrets through telescopic techniques, Naruto confined his practice of shadow clones to the school. He had discerned this pattern. Neither Danzo nor the third Hokage would surveil him while he was at the academy. Before he formally employed shadow clones for practice, Naruto had a lengthy period of playing truant that he would indeed skip classes in the village for a period, allowing the Umbu and Danzo's route to discern his whereabouts, which were consistent with his actions. Subsequently, he would time his return to school meticulously, practicing the basic ninjutsu he had gleaned from the library with his true self. Ordinarily, a student need not conceal their studies of ninjutsu. Should the third Hokage and Danzo discover his peculiar behavior, they would likely harbor deeper suspicions due to his status as a Jinchuriki. Although Naruto prepared several justifications for his clandestine training, he remained uncertain whether they would suffice to convince the cunning Danzo and the seasoned third. The third Hokage, while indecisive, was certainly not foolish. Danzo, on the other hand, might seize upon Naruto's actions to wrest control of the Nine Tails from the third once again. Naruto was taking a significant gamble in this endeavor, one whose failure would come at a cost too great to bear. Fortunately, he emerged victorious. With this victory, there was no longer any need to dwell on the possibilities of failure that would no longer come to pass. It was akin to a gambler hitting the jackpot, with the prize now undeniably before him. Would one still argue about the chance of not winning? Regardless of the debate, the winnings were a tangible reality. Returning to the main point, Naruto first confirmed that Danzo would not surveil the Ninja Academy. The educational nature of the academy was a bastion of the Hokage's will to spread the fire of hope. Students from various clans received their education there, and to avoid accusations of meddling in the Hokage's affairs, Danzo would not infiltrate the institution. As for the third Hokage, in the original narrative, he had employed a technique to use a telescope, allowing the Jonin instructors to observe the behaviors of the graduating students awaiting in the classroom. Naruto felt a twinge of apprehension regarding this. However, he soon deduced the third's logic behind using the telescope technique. As long as Naruto remained in the village, and no rumors regarding him reached the third's ears, the third would almost never proactively surveil him. The third was not the conspiracy-minded elder that Naruto had read about online. His only flaw was his indecisiveness, which had grown with age. This led to numerous tragedies that could have been averted, all preempted by the decisive actions of Danzo. Even so, Naruto utilized shadow clones in the privacy of the school restroom stalls, practicing during class hours. Once the lunch break arrived, he would dispel the shadow clones to prevent any exposure of his training. Thus, the time he spent training in secret was not extensive, yet his stealthy practice yielded remarkable growth. During these moments, Naruto couldn't help but marvel at why so many mocked Naruto as a tale of bloodline superiority. The lineage of the Uzumaki clan and the benefits of being the reincarnation of Ashura emerged in full force. This accumulation of training was all aimed at fortifying himself with the strength to defect from Konoha before Danzo could strike at any moment. However, the key to enhancing his power lay in the Book of Seals. Whether it was the forbidden technique of multiple shadow clones or the 8-trigram seal to contain the 9 tails, such techniques were contained within the Book of Seals. If possible, Naruto wished to seize the Book of Seals entirely, rather than being content with merely learning the multiple shadow clones technique. With Danzo's gaze fixed upon him, defection was the only means of survival. Yet, before undertaking such a drastic step, Naruto aimed to maximize the benefits of his defection. To achieve this, the first step was to make full use of Mizuki. Next, Uzumaki Naruto. Mizuki called out, "At long last." It was Naruto's turn for the simulated exam. He stepped out of line and stood before Mizuki, hands forming the necessary seals. "Oh," Mizuki observed attentively as Naruto earnestly performed the hand seals. "Shadow clone technique," Naruto shouted, and a cloud of smoke appeared and dissipated. The spirited Naruto conjured only a single limp clone that lay on the ground, barely alive. In light of this spectacle, the other students in the classroom erupted into ridicule over Naruto's feeble shadow clone. Mizuki, looking at him with a mix of disappointment and resignation, remarked, "Naruto, if you continue like this, you won't graduate tomorrow." With his face flushed, Naruto found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Observing Naruto's dismay, Mizuki squinted and continued, "Haven't you always claimed you would become Hokage? Yet, how can someone who can't even graduate from the Ninja Academy aspire to become Hokage?" While this was a statement of fact, a closer examination revealed a layer of veiled sarcasm in Mizuki's tone, which was unbecoming of a teacher. Naruto's inability to disguise his lack of proficiency in ninjutsu had provided Mizuki with an opportunity. It was time to reel him in, the shadow clone technique. I can learn it immediately if I put my mind to it," Naruto shouted defiantly at Mizuki. Yet, the louder he grew, the more it sounded to others like empty bravado. The previous laughter that Mizuki had stifled erupted again, fueled by Naruto's own absurd claims. In a moment of frustration, Naruto turned to the students mocking him and declared, "One day, I will become the greatest Hokage in the village." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he dashed out of the classroom, unwilling to linger for even a moment longer. Chapter 3. The Sealed Book. Naruto, having dashed out of the classroom, found himself at Hokage Rock, where the faces of the past Hokages were carved into the cliff. At that moment, he reclined atop the stone visage of the third Hokage. The afternoon sun bathed the area in a warm glow, the temperature was pleasantly mild, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Lost in thought, while gazing at the expansive white clouds above, Naruto was suddenly interrupted by a figure blocking his view. Shuemu had arrived at Hokage Rock and stood beside the reclining Naruto. "There you are, Naruto. I've been searching for you for quite some time." Naruto sat up and glanced at Shuemu. "I apologize for my earlier words. They were excessively harsh." Noticing Naruto's silence, Shuemu scratched his nose, clarifying his intentions. His demeanor resembled that of a well-meaning teacher acknowledging his mistakes. Yet, this was merely a subtle manipulation by Shuemu to lead Naruto on. "Naruto, do you truly believe I cannot become a ninja?" He feigned a sorrowful expression. In response to Naruto's inquiry, Shuemu unexpectedly cast a glance at the red-painted building beneath Hokage Rock, which housed the Hokage's office. "I have a secret to share with you, one that could empower you to become a formidable ninja." Upon hearing this, a flicker of keen insight flashed in Naruto's eyes. However, he quickly adopted a naive expression, patiently awaiting Shuemu to unveil the so-called secret. While Shuemu was enticing Naruto, Naruto too was subtly guiding Shuemu. Shuemu's glance towards the Hokage's office was due to the fact that the sealed book was hidden within. Naruto's choice to dawdle at Hokage Rock was deliberate, as the Hokage's office lay just below. He was well aware that his presence would undoubtedly attract the attention of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage likely had been using a crystal ball enhanced with a telescopic technique to observe Naruto for quite some time. As Shuemu drew Naruto, the Jinchuriki, into his scheme, he too became an object of scrutiny by the third Hokage. The online debates among fans regarding how Naruto, an inexperienced Ninja Academy student still struggling with basic techniques, could effortlessly pilfer the sealed book from the watchful eyes of elite ninjas had persisted for ages. One of the most plausible theories suggested that the third Hokage was employing Shuemu's plot to assess Naruto's character and his sense of belonging to the village. It is critical to note that the sealed book contained the unsealing technique for the Nine Tails. A misstep could lead to another catastrophe. However, rather than alerting the ninjas to search for Naruto after locating him through the telescope technique, the third Hokage chose to return to his office, clutching the crystal ball, and observe Naruto's actions as if he were an outsider. The third Hokage's leniency benefited Naruto, as long as he could access the sealed book. With the support of forbidden techniques, his plans to defect from Konoha could transition from mere thoughts to tangible action. That night, within the Hokage's office, Naruto discovered the sealed book, which had been safeguarded by the previous Hokages. The scroll, detailing a series of powerful forbidden techniques of the Leaf Village, lay carelessly in the bottom corner of a bookshelf. Upon slightly opening the sealed book, the first forbidden technique recorded was the multiple shadow clone technique, aligning perfectly with Naruto's recollections from his previous life. Confirming the authenticity of the sealed book, Naruto resecured it behind his back and exited the Hokage's office. Remarkably, he encountered no Ombu guards, who should have been stationed at such a critical administrative unit, and the scroll bore no protective barrier ninjutsu. Thus, Naruto obtained the sealed book with remarkable ease, further solidifying his belief that the third Hokage had intentionally allowed him to take it. The third Hokage was likely hidden somewhere, tinkering with his crystal ball, keenly observing Naruto's every move. With the sealed book on his back, Naruto raced towards the forest in the village. The prearranged meeting place with Shuemu after successfully acquiring the book. Upon arriving at the agreed location, Naruto found no sign of Shuemu. However, he was not surprised. Shuemu was likely performing the act of deception before the third Hokage. Soon, Shuemu would divert the attention of the ninjas searching the forest, without interference from other ninjas. It would be exceedingly simple for Shuemu to retrieve the sealed book from a student who struggled with even the most basic techniques. In this manner, Shuemu's actions not only bought time for himself, but inadvertently afforded Naruto time as well. Fully unfurling the scroll on the grass, Naruto's eyes absorbed the myriad forbidden techniques inscribed within. After glancing at the description of the multiple shadow clone technique, Naruto, having mastered the shadow clone technique and honed it for 2 years, was confident in his ability to employ the multiple shadow clone technique with ease. How unfortunate that the first technique is one I am least proficient in, he lamented, feigning frustration, fully aware that the third Hokage was likely monitoring him with the telescope technique. Standing before the scroll, he pretended to diligently study the multiple shadow clone technique. In truth, his gaze wandered to the other forbidden techniques documented within the sealed book. Mastering all forbidden techniques in one go was implausible. Naruto's genuine goal was to learn the space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, inscribed within the sealed book. His intention was to fully possess the sealed book. But with the third Hokage observing him, such aspirations seemed far-fetched. However, if he mastered Flying Thunder God, Naruto could mark the sealed book with its seal. When the time to defect from Konoha arrived, he could use the Flying Thunder God technique to reclaim the sealed book and truly possess it. Additionally, Naruto believed that Flying Thunder God, much like the multiple shadow clone technique, was a ninjutsu he could quickly learn due to his innate talent. In the original narrative, Naruto was depicted as someone who had yet to grasp any techniques, yet he managed to learn the challenging multiple shadow clone technique in a single night. Now, over the past 2 years of his journey, he had been preparing for the Flying Thunder God technique. Naruto was acutely aware of his potential for space-time ninjutsu. After all, aside from the multiple shadow clone technique and the Rasengan, the original Naruto's signature technique was the summoning jutsu that called forth toads. Hours passed, and the night deepened. As Naruto examined the sealed book, he noticed what appeared to be hastily scrawled black markings of the Flying Thunder God seal. Sensing the faint chakra within the seal, Naruto realized that he had preliminarily grasped the Flying Thunder God technique. Alas, the current circumstances did not permit him to utilize the Flying Thunder God. Alright. Suppressing his genuine excitement, Naruto carefully rolled up the sealed book and secured it on his back. He then clasped his hands together, initiating the hand seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. In the next moment, an astonishing number of shadow clones filled the space around him. Yes, I did it. As he dispelled the multiple shadow clone technique, Naruto exclaimed joyfully. He then pretended to falter, acting as if he were overwhelmed and collapsing to the ground from the sudden drain of chakra from his first use of the technique. At that moment, several shurikens seized the opportunity, shooting forth from the depths of the shadowy forest, aimed at the vital points of Naruto's body. The weakened Naruto gazed in terror at the oncoming shurikens, mustering all his strength to evade them. However, due to the depletion of his chakra, his movements were significantly slower than usual, and the shurikens still pierced his flesh. The only solace was that his last-minute maneuver allowed him to avoid the intended fatal strikes. The pain was excruciating. Tears welled up in Naruto's eyes as he helplessly looked towards the direction from which the shurikens had come. Emerging before him was Mizuki, carrying a large shuriken on his back. No longer the gentle teacher, Mizuki glared at Naruto with a sinister expression, taunting. I never expected you could actually master the shadow clone jutsu, Naruto. Why, Mizuki-sensei? Naruto exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Although he appeared flustered on the surface, internally he remained remarkably composed. Next, Mizuki would perform a spectacle for the third Hokage, who was currently watching with his telescope, as a Jinchuriki aspired to become Hokage. Chapter 4. Kakashi Hitaki. In the late hours, within the Hokage's office, the aged third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat at his desk, despite it being a time meant for rest. With a pipe clenched between his teeth, he scrutinized the crystal ball that lay upon his desk. Originally transparent, the crystal ball now displayed a clear image under the telescope technique. Suddenly, the third Hokage diverted his gaze from the crystal ball, looking towards the office door. In the next moment, the tightly shut door swung open, revealing a visitor. The newcomer had his forehead and the right side of his face wrapped in bandages, with a cross-shaped scar on his chin. His neatly trimmed black hair framed a face that bore a somber expression, marked by deep wrinkles, indicating he was no longer young. Much like the third Hokage, dressed in a white kimono, his entire right arm was enveloped by a black haori. It was Danzo. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" The third Hokage inquired, his tone familiar. "I heard that the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails has stolen the sealing book." Danzo did not respond to the third Hokage's question, instead retorting with a tone of certainty. His gaze shifted from the third Hokage's face to the crystal ball before him. Within it, Naruto Uzumaki's figure was visible, the enormous scroll on his back unmistakably the sealing book. The sealing book contained the unsealing formula that could release the Nine-Tails seal. Should the Jinchuriki unleash the Nine Tails, the village would be plunged into chaos once more. Danzo's narrow eyes bore into the third Hokage, cunning and profound. "Hiruzen, I have long warned you that the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails harbors an indelible hatred for the village. The best course of action would have been to imprison him, utilizing him as a strategic weapon to deter other great nations. Yet you, under the pretense of the fourth Hokage's legacy, allowed the Jinchuriki to run rampant within the village. The consequences of your negligence are now before us. His hatred for the village has driven him to seize the sealing book and retaliate against Konoha." Danzo, also a high-ranking member of Konoha, did not shy away from openly criticizing the third Hokage. The third Hokage removed the pipe from his lips, exhaling a plume of white smoke. "Danzo, if you've merely come to cast blame, you could have done so during the day. There was no need to rush here at night. I have come to rectify your erroneous decision. There is still a chance to recapture the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and place him under my watch," Danzo declared, revealing his true intent. Before Danzo could finish his proposal, the third Hokage interrupted. "I have already stated, do not lay a hand on Naruto." Their gazes met, the third Hokage's eyes serving as both a reminder and a warning to Danzo not to overstep. "You should be aware that Naruto has changed significantly over these past 2 years. You have been monitoring him, have you not?" Danzo's expression hardened, and he remained silent in the face of the third Hokage's inquiry. "Since you covertly acted against Naruto, he has gradually begun to integrate into the village, attempting to connect with others and understanding the essence of the will of fire." After delivering a pointed rebuke, the third Hokage returned the pipe to his mouth. His attention shifted back to the crystal ball, which now displayed a new scene. In a certain part of the Konoha ninja village's forest, Naruto looked on with a bewildered expression at Mizuki, who stood atop a tree. "Mizuki-sensei, what is going on?" Mizuki gazed down at Naruto with a look of utter disdain, mocking, "Naruto, you truly are foolish. Do you still not grasp the situation?" "What situation, Mizuki-sensei? You told me that the techniques in the scroll would make me a powerful ninja. You said I was your acknowledged student," Naruto shouted, his voice filled with the anguish of betrayal. In response to Naruto's questioning, Mizuki scoffed. "Fine, I'll demonstrate some rare benevolence and clarify things for you, my foolish student." Jumping down from the tree, Mizuki positioned himself at a distance from Naruto, from which he could attack unilaterally, and continued, "Naruto, I never acknowledged you. Although you managed to execute the shadow clone jutsu just now, it was merely luck. To me, you are nothing but a waste, incapable of mastering even the basic transformation technique." Mizuki's harsh words pierced Naruto's heart like a knife, leaving him breathless. "Then why did you choose me?" Naruto persisted, unwilling to give in. Observing Naruto's labored breathing, Mizuki remained indifferent to his emotional turmoil and replied, "Let me reveal the truth. You are aware of the events 12 years ago regarding the sealing of the Nine Tails, correct? Since then, the village has instituted a decree that you must never learn of." Naruto listened in silence, his expression unchanged, yet his mind raced with thoughts. Everything was proceeding according to plan. He feigned ignorance to elicit Mizuki's revelation about the Nine Tails. When the moment came, he would pretend to be enraged, unleashing the Nine Tails chakra around him, and, like in the original story, would use the shadow clone jutsu to defeat Mizuki once more. Mizuki was merely a regular Chunin. Had it not been for the need to make the act convincing, the shurikens he had thrown would never have struck Naruto. "What decree? Why am I the only one who cannot know?" "That decree is an absolute prohibition against mentioning that you are the very Nine-Tails fox that destroyed the village 12 years ago." Naruto stared at Mizuki in disbelief. "Naruto, did you not frequently claim that your greatest idol was the fourth Hokage, who sealed the Nine Tails? You said you wished to become like him. Yet, you are the one who caused his death. The villagers despise you. No one will ever acknowledge you. That scroll is meant to seal you. Mizuki shouted, unveiling the entire truth. Naruto, that is why I chose you. Even if I kill you, no one will care. I will merely need to disguise myself as you and escape with the sealing book. Now, go ahead and descend into hell, Mizuki declared, removing the large shuriken from his back and, channeling chakra, hurled it at Naruto with tremendous speed. This time, the giant shuriken accurately struck Naruto's vital point, piercing through his heart and causing an uncontrollable torrent of blood to erupt. Yet, in the next moment, a cloud of smoke enveloped Naruto. Mizuki's expression of excitement froze in an instant. As the smoke dissipated, it became evident that the shuriken had not struck Naruto, but rather a wooden log. A mere substitution technique. The multiple shadow clone technique. As Mizuki searched for Naruto's true form, he heard Naruto's voice. Countless Narutos suddenly materialized before Mizuki, surrounding him. Each shadow clone was entwined with the red chakra, representing the nine tails. Mizuki-sensei, it seems my successful use of the multiple shadow clone technique is not merely a stroke of luck. In the midst of Mizuki's astonishment, all of Naruto's clones charged forward. No ninjutsu was required, nor even taijutsu. 1,000 tangible shadow clones each delivered a simple punch toward Mizuki, far beyond what a mere Chunin like him could withstand. Witnessing his own clones knock him to the ground, his face swollen like a pig's, Mizuki was taken aback as Naruto dispelled the multiple shadow clone technique and approached him. "Ah!" Mizuki exclaimed in terror, scrambling backward with all his limbs. But how could he possibly outpace Naruto? "I am not the Nine Tails." Naruto stood before Mizuki and declared, "I am Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha, destined to become Hokage." With utmost sincerity, Naruto made his oath. He was not merely addressing Mizuki, but rather making a vow to the third Hokage, who observed everything through the telescope technique. "I will earn the recognition of the villagers. I will certainly gain Mizuki-sensei's approval as well." As he spoke, Naruto extended his hand toward Mizuki, expressing his friendly intent. Mizuki stared at Naruto's outstretched hand for a moment before lifting his own. "Naruto." Mizuki grasped Naruto's hand, as if awakening to a realization. However, Mizuki's expression swiftly transformed into one of monstrous ferocity. Clenching Naruto's hand tightly to prevent his escape, Mizuki's concealed kunai finally found an opportunity to strike. "You truly are a fool." Mizuki revealed his triumphant excitement once more. Yet, at the very moment the kunai was about to pierce Naruto's heart, a third hand, neither Naruto's nor Mizuki's, seized Mizuki's wrist, halting the attack. The figure that intruded between Naruto and Mizuki possessed long silver hair, a black mask covering their face, and a Konoha ninja forehead protector worn as an eye patch over their left eye. Clad in black tactical attire, they also donned a green ninja vest. Naruto had intentionally allowed himself to be captured by Mizuki to ascertain whether the third Hokage had dispatched someone to follow him or Mizuki. If so, Mizuki's sudden aggression would naturally be dealt with by the arriving ninja. And indeed, as Naruto had suspected, the third Hokage had been observing Mizuki's plot all along, using the situation to test Naruto's perspective on the village. However, Naruto was taken aback to discover that the ninja sent to follow him and Mizuki in order to prevent any unforeseen circumstances was none other than Kakashi Hitaki. Chapter 5. Too busy to defect, not free to love. Regarding the incident of the sealing book being stolen by Naruto Uzumaki, it did not stir a significant uproar within the village. This farce was, after all, a scheme orchestrated by the third Hokage. The situation concluded as he had envisioned. And after Kakashi returned Mizuki and Naruto, that very night, the third Hokage imposed a gag order on all those in the know. Many awoke the next day unaware that the Hidden Leaf Village had narrowly escaped another Nine-Tails calamity. Thus, when the third Hokage, in a paternal manner, dismissed Naruto's theft of the sealing book as a mere prank of a reckless youth, Naruto understood that after 2 years of clandestine maneuvering, whether by feigning ignorance or adjusting his attitude toward the village, he had finally achieved results following the sealing book incident. His aspiration to become Hokage had garnered the third Hokage's recognition. The punishment bestowed upon Naruto amounted to little more than a verbal reprimand, and the matter of the sealing book seemed to settle into the past. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Naruto replaced the goggles he had worn on his forehead with the forehead protector of Konoha. Just 2 days prior, on the day following the sealing book incident, Naruto successfully passed his graduation examination, earning his ninja qualifications. After various formalities and arrangements, Today marked the long-awaited graduation briefing for the newly qualified ninjas. In other words, at the tender age of 11 or 12, akin to starting middle school in his previous life, Naruto was to begin his working life in the world of ninjas. However, such early responsibility was not uncommon in the realm of Naruto, where the history of ninjas was synonymous with the history of war. In the original series, the events of Shippuden unfolded with the ninja world only experiencing a superficial peace for a mere decade before Uchiha Obito instigated the Fourth Great Ninja War. The persistent state of conflict had caused the inhabitants of the Naruto world to mature far more rapidly. As usual, Naruto entered the classroom through the back door. The graduates in the classroom were all familiar faces. Aside from the third team, led by Might Guy, who had graduated the previous year, the future 12 ninja strong of Konoha were all present. Naruto, this is the graduate briefing. Nara Shikamaru, with his hair styled in a pineapple, kindly reminded him as he entered. Of course, I graduated too. Look, Naruto grinned, pointing at the forehead protector atop his head. I see, congratulations on your graduation. Shikamaru glanced at Naruto's forehead protector, waved his hand dismissively, and interrupted the conversation. Shikamaru spoke in a lethargic tone, his eyes half-lidded, exhibiting a rather apathetic demeanor. To those unfamiliar with him, it might seem he was being dismissive, but this was simply Shikamaru's character. The fact that he could extend congratulations to Naruto indicated that their relationship had improved. Hee. Naruto responded with a silly grin. Having traversed into this world, he had not made a conscious effort to engage with Shikamaru, merely tempering the brashness that once defined him. This had led to a relationship that had evolved from one where they scarcely exchanged words to one where they occasionally conversed, neither particularly close nor distant. Yet, this level of rapport sufficed, as it would reflect positively on Shikamaru's father, Nara Shikaku. In Konoha, Shikaku functioned as a strategist of sorts. Although it remained unclear how much effort Shikaku had invested in assisting the third Hokage in safeguarding Naruto from Danzo's covetous gaze, his inclination to support Naruto would greatly influence the Hokage's decisions. Such a figure was irreplaceable for the currently indecisive third Hokage, effectively preventing Danzo from swaying him against Naruto. After concluding his conversation with Shikamaru, Naruto began surveying the classroom. Although the graduates had all arrived at the usual time for class, the teachers of the Ninja Academy would not commence the briefing until around 10 o'clock. The wait proved rather dull, prompting Naruto to select a seat that would offer him some comfort. In Naruto-kun, just as he settled down, a soft whisper floated into Naruto's ears. The voice was quite faint, drowned out by the chatter of excited graduates. If it were not for Naruto's deliberate attention to the owner of the voice, he might not have heard the call at all. It was Hinata. Naruto had chosen a spot right beside Hinata Hyuga, the girl before him. With her short black hair and uniquely pure white eyes devoid of pupils, was shyly fidgeting with her fingers. Congratulations on your graduation, Naruto-kun. Under Naruto's gaze, Hinata, already shy, spoke even softer. She withdrew her neck, her eyes fixated on her hands, too timid to glance at Naruto. Oh, thank you. However, Naruto took the initiative to lean closer, placing his face within her line of sight. No need to thank me. Upon seeing Naruto's face, Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson, her ears turning a rosy hue as well. She felt as though if she continued to gaze at Naruto's face, she might faint. Sensing the moment, Naruto decided to stop teasing Hinata. His playful antics were merely a fleeting whim. As long as he remained in Konoha, Naruto would continue to masquerade as this harmless figure. His interest in Hinata was not genuine at present. Even though he was aware that the female members of the 12 Konoha elite would blossom into graceful young women in the future, they were still just little girls now. Naruto's inclinations were entirely normal, viewing Hinata more as an adult might see a child. Any deeper feelings for Hinata would only manifest in the future. However, whether he would have any further interactions with Hinata in that future remained uncertain. After all, Naruto's mind was currently consumed with executing his escape plan. His plan had just begun to take shape, leaving him no time to engage in the frivolities of romance. Romance was a carefree affair. His gaze shifted to Sasuke Uchiha on the other side of the classroom. This time, Naruto did not act foolishly as in the original storyline, competing for Sakura's attention and feeling envious of Sasuke. Thus, the situation on Sasuke's side was rather amusing. Sakura and Ino had flanked him, effectively cornering him in his seat as he protested loudly. Such matters of love were better left to these two carefree girls. Yet, both Ino and Sakura were still naive children, not yet understanding the essence of romance. They clung to Sasuke, simply enamored by his cool, stoic visage. "I prefer quiet girls like you, Hinata." Naruto diverted his attention back to Hinata, teasing her once more. Compared to the commotion surrounding Sasuke, remaining beside the tranquil Hinata allowed Naruto to contemplate the myriad plans related to his escape. Hinata, still blushing from earlier, was suddenly struck by Naruto's words. Her previously fading flush surged to an even deeper hue. Overwhelmed, Hinata buried her face into her arms on the desk. It seemed she would not lift her head again before the official meeting commenced. Chapter 6. Rejecting Sakura. The meeting regarding the division of graduating students into ninja squads unfolded just as Naruto had known from his previous life. Team 7 consisted of Naruto, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha. Team 8 comprised Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. Team 10 included Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi. Additionally, there was the third team, which had graduated a year earlier, Neji Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Tenten. The 12 Konoha elite had taken shape. Naruto silently pondered the unique characteristics and backgrounds of the other ninja squads, marveling at the third Hokage's efforts to diversify the ninja system in Konoha. Team 3 was focused on physical enhancement, Team 8 on sensory enhancement, and Team 10 on tactical enhancement. Notably, Teams 8 and 10 were composed entirely of members from prestigious clans, each possessing unique secret techniques that kept them from deeply engaging with Konoha's educational framework. Even the Hokage could not arbitrarily place them among ordinary ninjas. Instead, the third Hokage had cleverly paired these elite clan members based on their bloodline limits or special techniques, forming specialized enhancement teams. However, among the 4 ninja squads comprising the 12 Konoha elite, Team 7 seemed to be the only one not entirely formed based on enhancement logic. The Ninetales incident 12 years prior had left the public unaware, yet the higher-ups in Konoha understood that the chaos was instigated by the Ninetales being controlled by the Sharingan. Extending this logic further, it followed that Naruto, as the host of the Ninetales, would naturally be assigned to Kakashi's team, known for its connection to the Sharingan. Sasuke, as the last of the Uchiha clan, could only rely on Kakashi, who possessed a single Sharingan, for guidance. The third Hokage likely considered that Sasuke might control the Ninetales should it ever go berserk again, preventing a repeat of the Ninetales incident. Kakashi, a non-Uchiha, could not possibly manage such a feat. Only a matured Sasuke, the rightful heir of the Uchiha, could. The fourth Hokage's legacy, the Ninetales host, the orphaned Uchiha, the legitimate possessor of the Sharingan. One held a poor reputation among the public, the other among the higher-ups. Placing Naruto and Sasuke in the same squad necessitated careful consideration for the third member. Firstly, it was absolutely impossible to include a member from one of Konoha's ninja clans. Thus, they could only seek an ordinary ninja without a strong background, regardless of Naruto's Uzumaki lineage or Sasuke's formidable bloodline limit. Both possessed immense potential for growth. Therefore, even if the third member hailed from an ordinary background, they needed to possess a particular skill. Sakura, who had aced the theoretical exams, emerged as the best candidate. Achieving full marks in the written test indicated that she was a diligent learner. If she could successfully develop her abilities, even though she might not be suited for frontline combat, she would ultimately become an indispensable asset in logistics. In the original story, Sakura was well aware of her strengths and weaknesses, leading her to choose to learn medical ninjutsu under Tsunade. However, to Naruto, Sakura currently appeared to be just a naive girl, pampered in a mundane family, with her thoughts dominated by her admiration for Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto. After the meeting concluded, the official division into squads would not occur until the afternoon when they met with their supervising jonin. There was a 2-hour break in between. After lunch, there would be little time left to rest. However, Naruto knew that Kakashi, responsible for Team 7, would be several hours late. He had no intention of waiting foolishly in the classroom. Following the sealing book incident, Naruto had successfully brought the shadow clone technique into the open. Since his arrival in this world, it was the first time he could train so openly. In the past few days, he had been so absorbed in practicing with the shadow clones that he lost track of time. The fatigue accumulated after dismissing the clones left him feeling weary. So Naruto intended to return home for a good rest. Just then, Sakura called out to him. Naruto paused, turning back to see Sakura holding a lunchbox in her hands. It dawned on him that, according to the original plot, Sakura should be looking for Sasuke to eat lunch together. The subsequent remarks from the orphan cast a disparaging shadow over more than half of Konoha's populace. Thus, it could be said that Haruno Sakura, an ordinary girl born into the ninja world, existed in a realm apart. It was only prior to her maturation that she appeared so unappealing. I am unaware of Sasuke's whereabouts. Before Sakura could inquire further, Naruto, with a temperate demeanor, preemptively responded. After speaking, he resumed his stride, disregarding Sakura entirely. He was fatigued and lacked the inclination to engage with her. Naruto harbored no animosity towards Sakura. He simply found her presence tiresome. After all, despite Naruto's woeful origins in the original narrative, the higher-ups had prohibited discussions regarding his background. Lacking context, the 11 or 12-year-old Sakura perceived Naruto as nothing more than a brazen troublemaker. He exhibited a lack of decorum, even defacing the revered Hokage rock, and perpetually misread the atmosphere surrounding her. In truth, both Naruto and Sakura lacked emotional intelligence in the early stages of the original story. Neither could be faulted for their shortcomings. Sakura's primary grievance against Naruto stemmed from her belief that he constantly impeded her romantic pursuits with Sasuke. However, in this world where Iruka tragically perished during the Nine Tails incident, neither the original Naruto nor the present incarnation held any interest in her. Their interactions were minimal. In fact, Naruto was more familiar with Hinata Hyuga than with Sakura. Moreover, Iruka's demise cast a shadow over the original Naruto, enveloping him in a somber and menacing aura that left Sakura apprehensive for an extended period. "No, I am here to find you, Naruto." Seeing him about to depart, Sakura hurriedly called out. Her words startled Naruto, prompting him to scrutinize her anew. Perhaps the formidable aura he once exuded had left a lasting impression on her. Under his gaze, Sakura appeared somewhat reserved. "You wish to find me? Why?" Naruto inquired, intrigued. Why was this girl, who ought to be pursuing Uchiha Sasuke, seeking him out instead? "We are in the same class now, so we will be spending considerable time together." Sakura raised her lunchbox. "Thus, I thought we might share a meal in Team 7 to get to know each other better. I couldn't find Sasuke, only you." Although disappointed by the absence of Sasuke, she acknowledged her unfamiliarity with Naruto, having hardly interacted with him at school. "So how about we have lunch together and learn about one another first? We can talk about Sasuke when we meet him next time." After a prolonged silence, Sakura hesitantly probed, "Is that all right?" "No," Naruto replied curtly. This time, he was resolute in his decision to ignore Sakura. Having endured her persistent attempts to engage, the weariness he had been suppressing surged to the forefront. Furthermore, according to his plans, he intended to defect from Konoha after the Chunin exams, rendering any efforts to familiarize themselves with one another futile. Watching Naruto walk away, Sakura lowered her hand that held the lunchbox. The boy she admired, Sasuke, had shown her no interest whatsoever. And now, having mustered her courage to speak to Naruto once her fear of him had somewhat dissipated, she faced outright rejection. Am I truly so unappealing? Sakura found herself engulfed in self-doubt. Chapter 7. The formation of Team 7. By the time Naruto awoke, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Once one regains consciousness, hunger inevitably follows. Having skipped lunch, he had collapsed into sleep as soon as he returned home. He purchased a box of sweet dumplings from a food stall, leisurely consuming them as he ambled toward the ninja academy. Upon entering the classroom, he found that, as anticipated, Kakashi Hitaki had yet to arrive. The other graduates had long since been taken away by their respective Jonin instructors, leaving only Sakura and Sasuke in the once bustling classroom. Upon hearing the door creak open, both Sakura and Sasuke turned to look. Naruto. Humph. It was not their expected Jonin teacher entering, which made Sakura and Sasuke's reactions quite amusing. Sakura greeted him softly, perhaps deterred by Naruto's earlier rejection, as she lowered her gaze and avoided eye contact. Sasuke, on the other hand, merely emitted a cool grunt. "Oh, good afternoon." Naruto returned the greeting. There were precisely 2 dumplings left in the box, which he first offered to Sasuke. Sasuke glanced at the dumplings and then back at Naruto. "I don't eat sweets." Naruto recalled that this was indeed the case. He shrugged and presented the box to Sakura. "Sakura, would you like one?" "Sakura?" Haruno Sakura was taken aback by Naruto's address. "You don't like me calling you that? Then I shall call you Haruno." No. It's just surprising that you would refer to me like that," Sakura quickly interjected, reaching for a dumpling. She had thought their relationship was not particularly good. Such is the nature of young girls. After Naruto declined her invitation for team bonding, her mind began to spiral into unfounded anxieties. That being said, among the trio of Team 7, Only Sakura was of a suitable age. There was no need to mention Naruto, though Sasuke was somewhat melodramatic at this age. The tragic events in his life were undeniably real. Naruto stuffed the last dumpling into his mouth, contemplating that next time, a half-box would suffice. Sasuke's inquiry broke the silence. "Why are you late?" His gaze was fixed intently on Naruto. Unhurriedly swallowing the dumpling, Naruto replied with a hint of levity. "Our Jonin instructor hasn't arrived yet. You sound as if you're certain the Jonin will be late. What if they arrive on time? Then what will you do? You two shouldn't argue." Sakura stood up anxiously, striving to mediate the peculiar tension between Naruto and Sasuke. They exchanged glances, and after a brief silence, Naruto spoke up. "I apologize, it won't happen again." He was not inclined to argue with children, having enjoyed a long nap from midday to afternoon. He saw no harm in offering an apology, for it bore no weight. Hearing Naruto's apology, both Sakura and Sasuke were momentarily taken aback. The typically brooding, menacing Naruto, who always seemed unapproachable, had seemingly vanished. Perhaps this transformation occurred 2 years prior. "You have changed significantly, Naruto." Sasuke could not help but voice his thoughts. Sakura, too, shared this sentiment. Naruto merely smiled, saying nothing. Sasuke's current behavior indicated that, despite harboring pain and resentment within, he remained optimistic and hopeful for the future. While he might dismiss his teammates as burdens, genuine concern still resided in him. Sasuke's transformation would become evident during the subsequent Chunin exams, where he would face formidable foes of his own age, realizing he was not the singular genius he believed himself to be. Naruto's rapid growth would prompt Sasuke to first question the pace of his own development. Once again, Uchiha Itachi's appearance in Konoha intensified Sasuke's painful realization of his harsh reality, prompting him to leave the village. Had Naruto begun guiding him down a sunnier path from this moment, the inherently kind Sasuke might not have been so easily swayed by Orochimaru upon encountering Itachi. After all, in the original narrative, Kakashi's mere words caused Sasuke to ponder for an entire day while perched on a tree, nearly abandoning his vengeful ambitions. However, Naruto had no intention of undertaking such a role. Following the Chunin exams, Sasuke was abducted by the Sound Four, a scenario meticulously orchestrated within Naruto's own defection plan. Recognizing it as the optimal moment for betrayal, why leave Sasuke in the village if Danzo would not be eliminated? Would they merely allow him to be blinded? It would be far more prudent to let Sasuke follow the trajectory of the original tale. Perhaps even Danzo could be dealt with without Naruto's direct intervention. Naruto had already witnessed Uchiha Shirsue's Sharingan 2 years prior, and for the time being, he lacked the means to counter it. He entrusted the confrontation to Sasuke, as the most effective method of countering the Sharingan was indeed with another Sharingan. "My apologies. On my way here, I encountered a pregnant cat and assisted with its delivery." In the classroom, the three were enveloped in silence until a fourth voice broke through. Clad in a green vest of Konoha's ninja, with silver hair, a black mask, and an eye concealed by a forehead protector, a ninja in his 20s entered. This was Hatake Kakashi, considered an elite among Konoha's Jonin. Naruto had already met him on the night of the sealing book incident. However, Kakashi's opening remark did not elicit a response from Naruto, Sakura, or Sasuke. Kakashi, stroking his chin, remarked on his first impression of the trio, "You all seem quite unpleasant." This comment left a latecomer feeling as though he had suffered a silent defeat. On the rooftop of the Ninja Academy, Kakashi sat on the railing, beginning a long overdue introduction session with Team 7. "Let's have a simple self-introduction so I can get to know you," he said. "Things you like, things you dislike, interests, and dreams. Allow me to demonstrate." Kakashi gazed at the three sitting before him, spreading his hands. "My name is Hatake Kakashi." With that, he fell silent. After a brief pause, Sakura inquired, Kakashi-sensei, what about the rest of the introductions?" "I don't wish to share," came his reply. "All right, it's your turn to introduce yourselves. I'll go first." Naruto spoke up. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I don't really dislike anything, so I like most things. I have many interests, but my dream—" Naruto lifted his gaze to meet Kakashi's, "is to become Hokage, surpassing all my predecessors." This fib had been repeated by Naruto for 2 years, even in Kakashi's presence. He felt no pressure to lie. Sakura and Sasuke's responses were largely in line with Naruto's recollections from his previous life. With one notable exception, Sakura's answer regarding her dislikes had shifted from disliking Naruto to resenting being treated like a child by her parents. Chapter 8. Survival Exercise. Very well. I now have a preliminary understanding of the three of you, Kakashi stated after the introductions concluded, glancing at the sky. Starting tomorrow, we shall commence our missions. However, although they are termed missions, they are essentially examinations. Hearing Kakashi's words, Sakura and Sasuke appeared puzzled, while Naruto understood exactly what Kakashi meant by examinations. Exam? But why do we have to take exams after graduating? Sakura asked. You're referring to the graduation exam from the Ninja Academy, correct? That is merely a means of selection. Kakashi explained, meeting Sakura's bewildered gaze. In other words, 27 students are filtered through the graduation exam based on their potential to become ninjas. But only 9 of those graduates will be officially granted the title of Genin. At this point, Sakura and Sasuke grasped the implications of Kakashi's statements. The excitement of having graduated swiftly dissipated under Kakashi's nonchalant delivery. This upcoming exam would see 18 students eliminated, yielding a staggering 66 failure rate, an exceedingly challenging test. Yet, Kakashi continued to stoke their anxiety, his tone laced with intimidation. Those who fail will have their ranks diminished, but if you choose to withdraw, you will merely return to the academy for a year of remediation. Think carefully about your ability to pass the test arranged by the Jonin. If you wish to withdraw, now is the time to inform me. Kakashi's gaze remained fixed on Sakura, having already discerned the personalities of Team 7. Among Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, she appeared the most likely to succumb to anxiety and withdraw from the exam. Kakashi-sensei, what will the exam entail tomorrow? As Sakura hesitated under Kakashi's scrutiny, Naruto raised his hand, redirecting Kakashi's attention. Field survival exercise. Hey, we've done this numerous times at school. Kakashi clarified. This time, your opponent will not be fellow students, but me, a Jonin. If you're scared, Naruto, consider withdrawing, Kakashi hinted. I worked too hard to graduate. I won't back down. Naruto cheerfully rejected Kakashi's suggestion, turning to Sakura with a smile. Let's work hard together, Sakura. Interrupted from her anxious thoughts, Sakura's mood lightened at Naruto's words. Yes, of course. And you too, Sasuke. Naruto added. Sasuke's response remained characteristically aloof, a mere grunt. Kakashi observed Naruto and then cast a glance at Sakura, who had nearly voiced her desire to withdraw, only for Naruto to intervene at the critical moment, successfully comforting her in just a few words. Then, we will meet at the training ground at 5 in the morning tomorrow. Bring your ninja tools. With no further purpose in stirring their emotions, Kakashi departed from the railing, revealing the location for the next day's task. There's nothing more for today. You're all dismissed. Kakashi waved his hand, then paused briefly as if recalling something. Oh, don't eat breakfast. The intensity of the exam is quite high, and you might throw up. Having said this, Kakashi vanished from the rooftop using the body flicker technique, leaving Team 7 in a state of bewilderment. Naruto gazed at the spot where Kakashi had disappeared. I never expected Kakashi would resort to fabricating such a lie about ranked emotion to instill fear. I'm heading back, Naruto declared, having no further reason to remain. Wait, Naruto. Sasuke suddenly called out to him. Turning to face Sasuke, Naruto was unsure why he had been summoned. Don't be late tomorrow. You should tell that to Kakashi. Naruto replied, acknowledging Sasuke's words. The next day, at 5 in the morning, at the Konoha ninja training ground, Naruto bit into his rice ball, gazing at Sakura and Sasuke, who had just joined him. You two are late, he remarked. There are still 10 minutes until 5. You arrived too early, Sakura yawned, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Sasuke, however, seemed as alert as Naruto, showing no signs of morning fatigue. He noticed the rice ball in Naruto's hand. Weren't you told not to eat breakfast? I don't have a habit of going hungry, Naruto replied, disregarding Kakashi's instructions about breakfast. The notoriously tardy Kakashi had stated that they were to gather at 5. Yet he wouldn't show up until after 10, well past lunchtime. Do you want to eat? I have 2 rice balls left, Naruto inquired as he continued to munch. Sasuke remained silent, his hands tucked away in his pockets, indicating his disinterest. Sakura shook her head, setting her backpack on the grass, and leaned against it to catch a few more minutes of sleep. Naruto chose not to press further and continued to eat. In the vastness of the world, nothing was more important than a meal. The sun ascended, dispersing the morning mist, and the coolness of dawn gave way to the glaring brightness of the morning. Apologies for my tardiness. The cat I helped deliver yesterday came to repay me today. Kakashi finally arrived around 10:30. The 3 members of Team 7 simultaneously thought. So that was it. Clearing his throat, Kakashi announced, let us begin the exam. He set aside his earlier embarrassment about his humor and took out a small alarm clock, placing it on a wooden stump. From now until the alarm rings at noon, you must complete the tasks I assign. He held up 2 silver bells and gently shook them, their chime ringing clear in the air. Your mission is to seize these bells from my hands before noon. Those who fail to acquire a bell will not be permitted to eat lunch. Sakura and Sasuke were taken aback by this revelation. So that was the reason behind skipping breakfast. They instinctively glanced at Naruto. What's wrong? Kakashi, noticing their unusual demeanor, inquired with curiosity. But, Kakashi-sensei, you only have 2 bells, Naruto pointed out, redirecting the focus of Sakura and Sasuke. I didn't expect you to be so astute, Naruto, Kakashi acknowledged. Dismissing the interruption and returning to the main topic. He narrowed his eyes. Despite half his face being concealed by a mask, the trio could sense the mischievous smile behind it. I must ensure that at least one of you goes without food in the best-case scenario, Kakashi stated cheerfully. Though the words were laced with malice, his expression shifted to seriousness. This exam is not designed for all of you to pass. I will eliminate one of you. The challenges set forth by a Jonin were on an entirely different level compared to the gentle school assessments. While teachers in the Ninja Academy aimed to see every student succeed, Kakashi adhered to the harsh laws of survival in the ninja world. Sakura and Sasuke felt the weight of pressure for the first time, realizing the burden of living life as a ninja. But as I mentioned, this is the best-case scenario. I have no intention of allowing the remaining 2 to succeed either, so I will do my utmost to prevent you from seizing the bells. By noon, the 3 of you might just hold hands and head back to the academy, he said, scrutinizing Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto. The trio bore expressions of grave seriousness, which seemed quite fitting. You may use any ninja tools or jutsu against me without restriction. Although this is an exam, it is also a genuine mission. One cannot succeed without the resolve to eliminate the enemy. Do you understand? As Kakashi posed the question, both Sakura and Sasuke instinctively swallowed hard. Naruto's reaction was slightly better. Yet his expression suggested he had not fully grasped the situation, lacking a sense of urgency. I rather like your expressions right now, since you've understood my words. Let the exercise commence. With that, Kakashi secured the bells to his waist, leaving only him in the expansive training ground. Chapter 9. Exam Failure Indeed, Naruto. As Kakashi had surmised, felt no sense of impending danger regarding this exercise. However, this was not due to a lack of understanding. Rather, it was his awareness of the exercise's true nature that rendered him unperturbed. You 3 have surprisingly hidden yourselves well. I will award you extra points, Kakashi said with a mock seriousness. But if you stay hidden, noon will arrive sooner than you expect. Kakashi remained stationary, despite claiming he would put forth his utmost effort. He had already begun to ease up. If he truly intended to eliminate Naruto and the others, he could simply hide as well. With his stealth skills, those who had graduated from the academy less than a week ago would struggle to find him before noon, let alone attempt to seize the bells afterward. Perhaps a slight sense of urgency could provoke them, yet the 3 hidden individuals remained quiet. Still composed, Kakashi mused as he reached for his ninja tool pouch. Sakura and Sasuke, concealed in the shadows, focused intently on Kakashi's movements, wary of what he might produce. What is that? At the moment Kakashi withdrew his hand from the pouch, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, scrutinizing closely. Was it ninja tools? Or perhaps a jutsu scroll? Sakura pondered what method this Jonin would employ against them. Naruto, however, stifled a silent yawn, displaying no interest in Kakashi's pouch contents. Just like in the original story, Kakashi produced a book, prominently displaying a for adults only label on its cover, Make Out Paradise. Kakashi opened the book with one hand and began to read. Clearly, he held Naruto and the others in low regard. After approximately a minute of reading, having perused the contents, he prepared to turn the page with his other hand. Now, Sasuke seized the rare opportunity, launching several shuriken at high speed towards Kakashi, targeting his vital areas. In the next moment, Kakashi, struck by the shuriken, transformed into a wooden log. This tactic mirrored the original story strategy. Observing everything, Naruto concluded that Kakashi had intentionally exposed a flaw, knowing that the exercise had a strict time limit, thus providing an opportunity for them to capitalize on. Sasuke's judgment was not flawed. The longer they delayed, the more unfavorable the situation became for the trio. As a prodigy, Sasuke indeed possesses remarkable combat talent. However, combat experience cannot simply be compensated for by innate ability. His opponent, also renowned as a genius, is none other than Kakashi Hatake, who possesses both combat aptitude and experience, having long since proven himself capable of standing alone. A student facing a jonin, one can easily deduce Kakashi's exam intentions with a slight effort of the mind. Yet, the harsh essence of the ninja world leaves the members of Team 7 uncertain whether Kakashi's assertion of needing to eliminate one of them is entirely fabricated. With their bonds still unformed, Team 7 is incapable of sacrificing their own interests for the sake of allowing the other two to obtain the bells. Naruto's gaze shifted from the wooden log embedded with kunai to Sakura, who leaped from the bushes not far away. After a failed offensive, Sasuke decisively chose to change his hiding spot. Meanwhile, Sakura, fearing for Sasuke's safety, unwittingly exposed herself in her concern for him. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto, the only one remaining undetected, chose to follow Sakura. They had hidden until noon, and then he shouted that while the rules were important, camaraderie was even more so. Although this would allow them to easily pass the exercise, such behavior, hiding away and not contributing, was utterly at odds with the persona Naruto had crafted over the past 2 years. Sasuke, where are you? Sakura anxiously searched the forest for Sasuke, completely unaware that Naruto was trailing her at a distance. Suddenly, the leaves in the forest began to swirl without the influence of wind, enveloping Sakura. Realizing her predicament, Naruto rushed forward, shouting, "Watch out, Sakura!" Before she could react to Naruto's warning, he collided with her, propelling her out of the leafy confinement while he himself became ensnared within it. The suddenly agitated leaves returned to the ground, and Sakura noticed the dazed expression on Naruto's face. Having excelled in theoretical studies at the Ninja Academy, Sakura quickly deduced that Naruto had fallen victim to a jinjutsu. She hurried forward, intent on pulling him out of the illusion. However, while it is correct to assist a comrade ensnared in a jinjutsu, one must also be wary of the enemy lurking in the shadows casting the spell. Kakashi's voice suddenly resonated from behind Sakura. Startled, she turned to glimpse the outline of Kakashi's head before feeling a sharp pain at her neck. In the next instant, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Kakashi gently supported the fainted Sakura with one hand, laying her down on the ground, then cast a glance at Naruto, who lay beside her, ensnared by the jinjutsu. Now, only one remained. He formed hand seals, and smoke billowed from his body. In the next moment, Kakashi's figure vanished into the forest along with the smoke. It was merely Kakashi's shadow clone that had dealt with both Naruto and Sakura. Once Kakashi dispelled the shadow clone, the Naruto who should have been trapped in the jinjutsu opened his eyes. Previously, he had been gathering a trace of Ninetales chakra within himself, which had been struck by Kakashi's jinjutsu. The chakra, once under precise control during Naruto's consciousness, now scattered chaotically, allowing him to free himself from the illusion. Rising from the ground, Naruto glanced at the fainted Sakura. This was acceptable. He had saved his comrade and participated in the exercise without having to shout about the significance of their bonds, avoiding the entanglement that would have wasted their time. Naruto's gaze turned toward the exit of the woods. Calculating the time, he figured that by the time Kakashi dealt with Sasuke, it would be nearly noon. Perhaps he could afford to sleep a little longer. With this thought, Naruto delayed waking Sakura. The moment the preset alarm rang, Kakashi silenced it. What replaced the alarm was the crisp sound of 2 bells jingling at Kakashi's waist as they clashed against one another. "You 3 have all failed," Kakashi declared as he regarded the trio before him, announcing the results of the exercise. "You might as well not return to school. You 3 should abandon any notions of being ninjas and live out your lives as ordinary people." His tone was grave, filled with disappointment and dissatisfaction toward the 3. In response to Kakashi's severe reprimand, Sakura was the first to voice her protest. "What do you mean, don't be ninjas? Although we didn't get the bells, you don't have to be so harsh on us, sensei. After all, we just graduated from the academy and are not even close to being a match for a jonin." Chapter 10. The ninja career officially begins. Kakashi fixed his gaze on Sakura, his voice deepening. "So, are you suggesting that the failure of your mission is solely due to the enemy being too strong?" Kakashi typically projected an approachable demeanor, often making absurd excuses for his tardiness. However, when he grew serious, Sakura found herself unable to withstand his imposing aura. "Sakura, do you really believe being a ninja is a mere childish game? In your self-introduction yesterday, you incessantly mentioned Sasuke. Do you naively think that by choosing to become a ninja like him, he will join you in playing this game?" Sakura intended to retort, but faced with Kakashi's penetrating gaze, which seemed to see through her immaturity, she ultimately chose silence. Have you never pondered why graduates from the Ninja Academy are grouped into teams led by Jonin? And why, upon finally graduating from school, you must participate in an exercise that requires starting over upon failure? Kakashi's eyes swept over Naruto and Sasuke before settling back on Sakura. You mentioned that the three of you are merely recent graduates, not true opponents for a Jonin like myself. In light of an exam that is bound to end in failure from the outset, can you not discern its true purpose? Purpose? Sakura echoed in confusion, mirroring Kakashi's inquiry. It is teamwork. Kakashi generously revealed the answer to them. This exercise is ultimately just an exam. If the three of you had worked together, at the very least, you could have secured one bell from me. Sakura's expression shifted to one of bewilderment as she replied, but there are only 2 bells. You expect us 3 to work together to seize one? That would only lead to infighting. That is the true examination, Kakashi responded. The outcome of the bell contest is inconsequential. What matters is the process. When ninjas undertake real missions, they often face the choice of sacrificing themselves or their team to protect, abandon, or sacrifice for one another. Sakura, you have already made such a choice in an imperceptible manner. Sakura was momentarily taken aback, and before she could fully comprehend, Kakashi articulated the answer for her. You chose to abandon Naruto, yet your decision did not lead to mission success. Kakashi's tone shifted from instructive to accusatory. Sakura, you never considered Naruto's position. After Sasuke's failed attack, your thoughts were solely on the Sasuke whose whereabouts you were unaware of, even to the extent of exposing yourself in the process. Although you sought to rectify your mistake after Naruto saved you, it was ultimately futile. He did not solely direct his criticism at Sakura. His gaze shifted to Naruto. And Naruto, you two were only concerned with being the hero who saves the damsel. In a moment when I was oblivious to your presence, you could have seized the opportunity to rescue Sakura, ensnared in an illusionary trap, yet you chose to succumb to the same illusion, rendering me, your adversary, free from concern. After reprimanding Naruto, Kakashi's gaze settled firmly on Sasuke. As for you, Sasuke, have you ever considered Naruto and Sakura? You treat them as burdens, and your every action during the exercise is predicated on the assumption that you alone are opposing me. Kakashi's incisive critique plunged the trio into silence. I shall grant you another chance. Rest for an hour, and we shall resume the exercise at 1 o'clock. Observing the trio's demeanor, Kakashi's tone softened slightly. Nevertheless, the punishment for the morning's exercise remained unchanged. Sasuke was forbidden from eating. Among the trio, only his actions were devoid of teamwork. Neither of you is allowed to share your lunch with him. Anyone who contravenes this rule will be disqualified from the afternoon exercise, receiving no opportunity for argument or plea. Kakashi concluded his monologue and vanished in an instant, having garnered sufficient authority as the leader of the team through his earlier admonitions. Despite Kakashi's departure, Sasuke and Sakura remained motionless. Naruto, however, seemed unfazed, for he alone possessed the answer to the exercise from beginning to end. Thus, he was not intimidated by Kakashi's earlier remarks. The moment Kakashi vanished, Naruto promptly rummaged through his lunch. After a prolonged silence, Sasuke finally turned to Sakura. Sakura, you should go eat. However, I may lack strength for the afternoon exercise, so you and Naruto must eat well at noon. I will take on the role of bait in the afternoon. At the very least, we must secure one bell from Kakashi. Sasuke shook his head, silencing Sakura's intended words, and rationally analyzed the situation. I understand, Sakura replied, stifling the tears that threatened to spill as she rubbed her eyes and slowly opened her bento. Seeing Sakura convinced by his reasoning, Sasuke turned his attention to Naruto. Naruto, he called, Sakura's taijutsu is somewhat lacking, but her ninjutsu is commendable. You are quite the opposite. You two should cooperate and complement each other. While you and Sakura eat, pay close attention to my plan. Well, you say you don't like sweets. So which do you prefer, savory or sour? Oh, I want spicy, so you can't choose that. Yet Naruto disregarded Sasuke entirely. His bento contained 3 colored rice balls, spicy wasabi rice ball, salty fish rice ball, and sour plum rice ball. Hey, Naruto, stop fooling around and listen to me. Sasuke glared at Naruto, his voice rising involuntarily. Don't argue. Sakura, who had just picked up her chopsticks, hurriedly interjected to ease the tension. But Naruto ignored both Sasuke and Sakura. He hesitated between the fish rice ball and the plum rice ball, recalling what Sasuke had once mentioned he liked. Unable to remember, Naruto ultimately chose one based on his own preference. He took out the fish rice ball and, to Sasuke's astonishment, stuffed it into his mouth. Cough cough. Swallowing such a large rice ball in one go left Sasuke feeling as though he was choking. Here, Naruto casually handed Sasuke a cup of cool tea to aid in swallowing. Sasuke, now unable to consider anything else, grabbed the tea and downed the rice ball entirely. Realizing what had happened, Sasuke froze. Naruto, what have you done? You violated the rules. Sakura said anxiously. But aren't we partners in the same team? Rules matter little in comparison to comradeship. Naruto smiled at Sakura. For him, this exercise was akin to an open book test. He calmly recapped the tea. About time, he muttered. And sure enough, Kakashi reappeared with a sudden flash. You lot. Kakashi shouted angrily at the three. In the next breath, his demeanor transformed to one of immense joy and gentleness. You have passed. Chapter 11, the crucial C-rank mission. Time flew, and it was now May. The survival exercise of Team 7 had taken place 2 months prior. During these 2 months, Team 7 had been executing tasks commissioned by the village, gradually learning to cooperate. Under Kakashi's guidance, Team 7 had begun to exhibit a semblance of seamless collaboration. During this time, Naruto had his own reflections. The most immediate realization was that ninjas earned money far too quickly. Comprising a group of newly minted genin, Team 7 was limited to accepting D-rank ninja tasks. These assignments involved mundane activities like locating lost pets or assisting with farming, tasks devoid of the ninja world-esque characteristic flair. Yet, these D-rank missions offered a staggering commission ranging from 5,000 to 50,000 Ryo. Even though the actual earnings would be subject to village taxation before being distributed among the team members, it still amounted to a significant income. Occasionally, affluent individuals, like the wife of the Fire Country's daimyo, would issue D-rank tasks such as locating a cat, yet elevate the commission to the maximum of 50,000 Ryo. Thus, Naruto had managed to accumulate a fair amount of money over these 2 months. He could hardly believe that in his previous life, he had toiled endlessly without earning a dime. Yet in this life, after merely 2 months as a ninja, he was already on the brink of financial freedom. However, Naruto understood that his ease in earning as a genin, while related to the high commissions for ninja tasks, was also a consequence of being under the protective shade of Konoha. As the most powerful of the 5 great nations, the reputation of the Hidden Leaf Village attracted countless locals and foreigners alike to entrust their commissions to its ninjas. In times of peace, such ease for genin was likely unique to Konoha. Other great nations did not share the same fortune. The Land of Earth had resorted to using the Akatsuki's combat prowess due to reduced military capabilities and lost commissions. The Land of Water's blood mist policies had led to years of isolation. The Sand Village of the Land of Wind had even resolved to launch attacks on Konoha to sustain its operations. The Land of Lightning continued to expand its military might with an extremely aggressive approach. In truth, merely shifting one's gaze beyond Konoha to the broader ninja world reveals that the shadows of the Third Great Ninja War had yet to dissipate. The so-called peace had merely endured for a brief decade or so. Konoha had maintained its status as a dominant force, allowing the village to appear to recover rapidly. Yet the underlying decay bore no distinction from the other 4 great nations. To defect from Konoha, one must grasp that its current peace does not reflect the entirety of the ninja world. Conflict remains the predominant theme within the ninja realm. Naruto silently admonished himself. Should one fail to make accurate judgments, the impending danger would become overwhelming. And so concludes Team 7's mission to locate the lost kitten, Tiger, intone the 3rd Hokage. Breaking Naruto's reverie. The intricate thoughts swirling in his mind passed unnoticed by others. The brief moment of distraction did not draw anyone's attention. In the very center of the mission assignment counter at the Hidden Leaf Village, the 3rd Hokage marked one section of the mission form with a brush, signifying the completion of the task. With a pipe clenched between his teeth, his gaze wandered over the members of Team 7, ultimately resting on Kakashi. Among the graduating ninjas of your cohort, Kakashi, your Team 7 has completed the most missions. Hearing the praise embedded in the 3rd Hokage's words, Kakashi humbly scratched his head, responding, "You flatter me, Lord Hokage, it is merely the truth." The 3rd Hokage took a deep drag from his pipe. There were 3 teams that successfully graduated as genin this year, Teams 7, 8, and 10. Based on the completion rates of their tasks over the past 2 months and reports from their jonin leaders, It was evident that Team 7 displayed the highest degree of synergy. The reason for this, the third Hokage noted, lay in Naruto. At that moment, Naruto was fixated on a cat desperately struggling in the arms of Lady Tsunade. Naruto's contributions to the team's cohesion had surpassed even Kakashi's. He adeptly navigated the personalities of his two teammates, Sasuke and Sakura, fostering a harmonious interaction among them. Over the past 2 months, while other teams frequently quarreled, Team 7 remained unscathed by such discord, largely due to Naruto's skillful mediation of any arising conflicts. The third Hokage suddenly recalled Naruto's dream of becoming Hokage, which had been ignited during the sealing scroll incident. It seemed that Naruto was diligently progressing toward his aspirations. Feeling a sense of reassurance, the third Hokage removed his pipe from his mouth, exhaling a dense plume of smoke, and closed the mission form, having reached a decision. Team 7's next task will be to protect an individual, classified as a C-rank mission. The third Hokage's proclamation caused Naruto's expression to sharpen. As Naruto was lost in thought regarding the cat, Lady Tsunade, cradling the feline, passed by another individual who had just entered the assignment room. This newcomer was a disheveled old man, tipsy and wearing reading glasses, holding a bottle of alcohol. The client had arrived. Not only Naruto noticed the man. The third Hokage timely confirmed the individual's identity. Team 7's C-rank mission involved escorting Mr. Dazna, a bridge-building expert, back to the Land of Waves and ensuring his safety until the completion of the bridges within the country. Indeed, it is Dazna. Unlike in the original narrative, Naruto did not share a close rapport with the third Hokage, and his previous attempts to solicit a C-rank mission in a roundabout manner were inappropriate. While fixating on the cat, Naruto had contemplated how to extricate Team 7 from the quagmire of D-rank missions. Without having formulated a plan, he was surprised when the third Hokage proactively offered Team 7 a C-rank task. In Naruto's escape plan, the upcoming Chunin exam was pivotal. He was not the Naruto from the original story and could not use verbal deception to manipulate the Nine Tails, though the sealing jutsu remained effective. The overflow of the Nine Tails chakra was increasingly problematic. Thus, he needed to ensure that Karen, who would be attending the Chunin exam, became his ally. Karen possessed sealing techniques akin to those of Kushina Uzumaki, which could assist him in suppressing the Nine Tails. Moreover, she held no allegiance to the Grass Village, which had caused her mother's demise. Following the Chunin exam, Naruto felt confident he could win Karen over to his side. However, the Chunin exam, commencing shortly, was typically not an event in which newly graduated genin like Naruto and his team could participate. Naruto had contemplated why Kakashi allowed the freshly graduated Team 7 to enter the exam. The most reasonable explanation lay in the incident in the Land of Waves. Initially classified as a C-rank mission, which had effectively been a B-rank task, the trials in the Land of Waves had catalyzed Team 7's rapid growth, leading Kakashi to conclude they were adequately prepared for the Chunin exam. Yet, with the tragic precedent of Iruka's death during the Nine Tails incident, Naruto was uncertain about the exact timeline of Dazna's commission to Konoha. He had almost resigned to the idea of not encountering Dazna, as depicted in the original work. Therefore, Naruto had put in considerable effort over the past 2 months to strengthen Team 7's cohesion, hoping they could manage to undertake a couple of genuine C-rank missions. If Kakashi witnessed their cooperation, he could then encourage Sasuke, who longed to grow stronger, to persuade him to allow Team 7 to participate in the Chunin exam. If that plan failed, Naruto had less effective backup strategies in mind, such as directly approaching Karen, who was headed to Konoha for the exam. However, without the identity of a Chunin exam participant, such an encounter with a ninja from another village would likely draw the attention of Danzo once again. Moreover, Karen was not the type to easily trust strangers. In the original story, Sasuke had inadvertently gained her favor. Thus, this backup plan was fraught with danger and inefficacy. Consequently, Naruto was continually devising various strategies. Yet now, gazing at the figure of Dazna before him, he mused that some encounters, regardless of changes, were destined to happen. Just like how Team 7 had taken on Dazna's commission, all the worries that had previously plagued Naruto dissipated in an instant. Chapter 12. The Wind's Caress technique. An hour had passed since the third Hokage assigned Team 7 the C-rank mission to protect the bridge expert, Dazna. The team departed from the Hidden Leaf Village precisely at 10 in the morning, expecting to reach the Land of Fire's port by noon, from where they would take a boat to the Land of Waves. If all went as planned, they would escort Dazna back to his homeland by that afternoon. They would then remain in the Land of Waves for approximately 2 weeks, fulfilling their protective duty for the bridge builder. As the client, Dasna had reported a non-combat C-rank mission to Konoha. Even in the event of conflict, C-rank adversaries typically comprised ordinary civilians or armed groups, posing little challenge to seasoned ninjas. Therefore, Kakashi, as the Jonin leader, did not impose a protective formation upon the 3 genin. Besides walking alongside Dasna, he remained vigilant of their surroundings. While Naruto and his teammates strolled leisurely through the leaf forest, their demeanor more akin to a casual outing than a mission. However, Dasna, who had conveyed false information to Konoha, was acutely aware of the perilous nature of his situation. Concern began to gnaw at him regarding whether these young ninjas could truly safeguard him. "Are you sure this is all right?" Dasna questioned Kakashi, openly expressing his dissatisfaction. Sasuke remained as aloof as ever, hands stuffed in the pockets of his white shorts, responding to Sakura's incessant chatter with stony silence. Dasna observed this dynamic, perceiving Sasuke as a brooding child and Sakura as a lovesick girl. As for Naruto, Dasna found him short and dim-witted, lacking the semblance of a proper ninja. Merely a common child. What's the worry? With me, an experienced Jonin, here, everything will be just fine, Kakashi reassured Dasna with a smile. As Kakashi's probing questions momentarily silenced him, Dazuna found himself at a loss for words. After all, on the surface, this was merely a C-rank mission with little inherent danger. It better be so. I've already paid for this, he thought. Yet, before long, Dazuna resumed his blustering at Kakashi, who, in turn, continued to respond with gentle reassurances and a smile. Naruto glanced at Sasuke and Sakura, then at Dazuna and Kakashi, choosing not to align himself with either group, but instead focusing his attention on the forest. Since leaving Konoha, Naruto had been continuously employing his sensory ninjutsu. This technique, reminiscent of the powerful perception he attained in Sage Mode, was a sensory ninjutsu he crafted based on the profound awareness he had cultivated during that state, Wind Caress Technique. This technique functioned similarly to the Rain Tiger Freedom Technique employed by Pain, which utilized chakra infused into raindrops to perceive everything beneath the curtain of rain. In contrast, Naruto's Wind Caress Technique infused chakra into the air, creating an invisible breeze that allowed him to perceive everything within its domain as if he were caressing it. The intangible wind was often more surprising than tangible rain. Though entering Sage Mode inherently granted Naruto considerable sensory capabilities, the act of reinventing a sensory ninjutsu might seem superfluous. However, given the time constraints of Sage Mode and the vigilant eyes of Danzo and the third Hokage upon him, Naruto, without a mentor to teach him Sage Mode, had no choice but to refrain from using it openly. Thus, the Wind Caress Technique, which utilized his Wind Affinity Chakra, emerged as the most suitable sensory ninjutsu for him in his non-Sage Mode state. Sage Mode and the Flying Thunder God Technique remained hidden trump cards for Naruto. He had nearly mastered Sage Mode during his time at the Ninja Academy. More importantly, he had only begun learning the Flying Thunder God Technique just over 2 months ago, necessitating substantial practice to solidify his grasp of it. During his private training, maintaining secrecy was paramount, and the Wind Caress Technique played an indispensable role in this endeavor. After mastering the Wind Caress Technique, Naruto used it to counter the root ninjas who surveilled him from the shadows of the village. On the night of the Sealing Scroll incident, it was through this technique that he sensed someone tailing Mizuki, prompting him to allow himself to be captured. As he had surmised, this led to Kakashi being drawn out from the shadows. In such a perilous situation, the third Hokage placed greater trust in Naruto's display of the will of fire. At this moment, the ghostly brothers from the Mist Village lay outside Naruto's sensory range. However, Naruto was not focused on them, but rather on the members of Root. To his surprise, he discovered that Root had not been monitoring him. After several confirmations of his unobserved state, he ceased using the Wind Caress Technique. Naruto felt perplexed by the absence of surveillance. The fact that the Jinchuriki had left the village should have been unacceptable to Danzo. Yet, it soon dawned on him that the primary reason for Root's lack of surveillance was Kakashi. Reflecting on the past 2 months since becoming a ninja, it was evident that Danzo continued to keep tabs on him, albeit with significantly reduced frequency and fewer personnel. During Team 7's missions, the Watchers had even vanished altogether. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto unraveled the underlying reasoning. Following the Sealing Scroll incident, the third Hokage had evidently intervened in Danzo's cautious handling of Naruto. Kakashi, Being a ninja of the Hokage faction and a cornerstone of the village was a statement of the Third's authority and a compromise from Danzo. This was not merely a concession regarding Naruto, the Jinchuriki, but also a gesture towards the last scion of the Uchiha clan. The political chess game between the Third and Danzo showed the Third gaining a slight edge. This was a positive development. Naruto quickly concluded. According to the original narrative, Danzo's current compromise would persist until Orochimaru invaded Konoha and killed the Third, coinciding with the timing of the Chunin exams. Danzo's forced leniency in monitoring Naruto would significantly enhance Naruto's prospects of successfully defecting from Konoha after the exams. What would Danzo do when the Third perished? By then, Naruto would have long since fled from Konoha. The mere thought of the Third alleviating the pressure from Danzo brought a smile to Naruto's lips. Naruto, what are you smiling about? Sakura's voice suddenly broke through his reverie, jolting him from his deep contemplation. He hastily suppressed his elation and turned to face the puzzled gaze of Sakura. Just then, the sound of splashing water reached his ears. Naruto's senses sharpened. While Sakura was distracted by Naruto, she unwittingly stepped into a puddle on the road. The absence of rain for several days and the bright sunshine meant that there should not have been a puddle there at all. With no time to issue a warning, Naruto lunged forward to catch Sakura, wrapping her tightly in his embrace. Chapter 13. Initial victory. The timing of Naruto's embrace of Sakura could only be described as a hair's breadth away from disaster. As he held her, he leaped back, narrowly evading an attack from one of the ghostly brothers, who had emerged from the puddle. The elder brother, Yato, whose forehead protector bore an iron horn, was equally taken aback that his clawed strike had missed its mark. However, as experienced rogue ninjas, the ghostly brothers quickly launched their next assault to rectify their earlier failure. Unlike the elder Yato, the younger brother, Mato, sprang forth from the black cloak shrouding them. Mato extended his massive iron claw, launching a chain of sharp barbs. But this time, the target was not Naruto and Sakura, but rather Kakashi, the leader of Team 7, the most formidable threat. As soon as Mato's chains made contact with Kakashi's body, Yato's chains immediately coiled around him as well, binding Kakashi tightly. The two ghostly brothers ensnared Kakashi, and before anyone could react, the chains constricted in an instant, dismembering him. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura watched in disbelief as the scene unfolded, perhaps still processing the rapidity of the events that had just transpired. Naruto, however, could not afford to attend to Sakura's distress, although he had anticipated the ghostly brothers' ambush. The reality of life and death combat was an entirely different matter. Even understanding that this battle marked Team 7's true initiation, Kakashi's abrupt demise sent Sakura into a panic. Yet, in the chaos of battle, one could not afford to falter. Immediate mental fortitude and counteraction were essential to avoid falling victim to the enemy's grasp. Naruto pushed the now burdensome Sakura in front of Sasuke. There was no need for excessive words, under Naruto's deliberate guidance. Team 7 was not as fraught with contradictions and lacking in cooperation as depicted in the original narrative. Sasuke quickly noticed Sakura's predicament. He immediately drew a kunai and positioned himself protectively between her and Dasna, prioritizing the safety of the client above all else. With two members of Team 7 incapacitated, the remaining two had to coordinate their tasks, one for protection, the other for offense. As soon as Naruto pushed Sakura aside, the Ghost brothers utilized body flicker technique to appear behind him. Their derogatory treatment of Naruto revealed their disdain for lower-ranked ninjas. The clattering of chains was jarring. Naruto had no time to react before he was ensnared. Was he destined to meet the same fate as Kakashi? The Ghost brothers exclaimed in shock as the constricting chains did not sever flesh, but rather a stout log. Substitution technique. When had that occurred, the Ghost brothers were bewildered. Seizing the opportunity of their astonishment, Sasuke, who was guarding nearby, decisively hurled his kunai. It struck true, pinning the Ghost brothers' chains to a tree trunk. Despite their attempts to retract the chains, they found them firmly anchored and immovable. Their hesitation to abandon the chains sealed their fate. Earth release, decapitation technique. For hands emerged from the soil beneath the Ghost brothers, grasping their feet and pulling with all their might. In the next instant, only their heads remained above ground, their bodies ensnared by the earth. Standing in their place were two Narutos. Well done, Sasuke. A third Naruto appeared beside Sasuke, returning the kunai he had just thrown. Is this your true form? Sasuke inquired, glancing at the two Narutos still by the Ghost brothers' heads, all mere shadow clones. Indeed. Your timely kunai allowed me to execute the decapitation technique smoothly. Naruto expressed his gratitude unreservedly. Sasuke merely huffed, reverting to his typical aloof demeanor. Noting Sasuke's abrupt end to the conversation, Naruto shrugged it off and merged his hands to dispel the shadow clones, causing the two Narutos beside the ghost brothers to dissipate in a swirl of white mist. You all did splendidly. As the shadow clone technique was dispelled, Kakashi, who should have perished, appeared before them. The expressions of Team 7 varied upon Kakashi's arrival. Naruto looked nonchalant. Sasuke maintained his impassive countenance, while Sakura beamed with joy. "Kakashi-sensei," she exclaimed excitedly upon seeing him unharmed. "At least there's one girl who cares about her teacher's safety," Kakashi thought, feeling a sense of comfort. However, Dasna was perplexed by Kakashi's survival. He stared at Kakashi for a long moment, unable to discern whether he was a ghost or a man. "Aren't you dead?" he asked. "That was a substitution technique," Kakashi explained. Dasna's gaze shifted to the spot where Kakashi had supposedly died, now littered with logs of varying sizes instead of gruesomely strewn bodies. Having clarified Dasna's confusion, Kakashi turned his attention to the three members of Team 7. "First, I must apologize for not engaging in battle earlier. I wanted to test how you would respond in a real combat situation." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto and Sasuke exhibited little reaction, while Sakura discreetly cast her eyes downward. Observing their responses, Kakashi continued, "Both of you did exceptionally well. Frankly, your performance in battle exceeded my expectations." He recalled how Naruto, during a survival exercise to save Sakura, had fallen prey to Genjutsu, and contrasted that with Naruto's strategic maneuvers against the Ghost Brothers in this unexpected skirmish. "Naruto, your actions this time differed significantly from the exercise. You've truly matured. You not only rescued Sakura, but also adeptly utilized shadow clones to bide your time for victory after I was incapacitated." Kakashi then turned his gaze to Sasuke. "You too. Initially viewing Naruto and Sakura as burdens, you not only protected Sakura, but also demonstrated an unspoken synergy with Naruto, seamlessly coordinating your efforts. Such collaboration is rare, even among seasoned ninjas, and it is commendable." Kakashi's praise for Naruto and Sasuke only caused Sakura to lower her head further. "Kakashi-sensei, she hesitated, recognizing that she hadn't contributed significantly and had even become a liability. Yet, she summoned her courage to speak. Kakashi interrupted her, smiling at Sakura. "Though you may not have performed as well as Naruto and Sasuke, you were still impressive. In fact, your reaction is quite typical for a first-time combatant. Faced with unforeseen conflict and the loss of your strongest Jonin teacher, it's natural to panic. However, when you realized you needed to fight, you rose to the occasion, offering assistance to the best of your ability." Kakashi observed the kunai still clutched in Sakura's hand. Although she did not immediately adjust her emotions like Naruto and Sasuke did after my death, she quickly prepared for battle. Recognizing her limitations and assuming the task of protecting Dasna, it was precisely because Sakura fulfilled her responsibilities that Sasuke could focus on the protective work, allowing him to launch his kunai, which enabled Naruto to successfully execute the decisive technique. This illustrated that the members of Team 7 had grasped the essence of teamwork. Kakashi, as a mentor, gently patted Sakura's head. "Neither Naruto nor Sasuke considered you a hindrance, so there's no need for self-deprecation. One must learn from experience to grow. I believe that next time, you will not repeat the mistakes of this battle and will undoubtedly become stronger." Hearing Kakashi's comforting words, Sakura raised her gaze to Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke, with his hands in his pockets and his usual stoic expression, slightly nodded at Sakura in response to her tentative glance. Naruto, on the other hand, smiled at her. It was a reminder for Sakura of the time when Naruto, much like Sasuke, was reluctant to express his emotions. After joining Team 7 alongside Naruto, Sakura had the opportunity to interact with him directly. She discovered that Naruto occasionally displayed a smile, and whenever he did, it inexplicably brought her a sense of comfort. On the rooftop of the Ninja Academy, it was Naruto's smile that motivated Sakura to participate in the survival exercise, despite her initial desire to give up due to Kakashi's intimidating words. During the survival exercise, although Kakashi declared them to have failed, it was ultimately Naruto's smile and disregard for the rules that enabled Team 7 to successfully become ninjas. This remained true even now. "Naruto, thank you for saving me just now," Sakura expressed, her gratitude heartfelt. She then turned to Kakashi, reaffirming her earlier resolution that had been interrupted. "Kakashi-sensei, I want to do that again. I trust you. Kakashi's smile deepened as he pulled Sakura from her self-reproach and glanced at the harmonious trio of Team 7. He then withdrew his smile and addressed Dazna with seriousness. Mr. Dazna, I have matters I wish to discuss with you. Chapter 14. The mission continues. Let us clarify the ranking of ninja missions. The tasks performed by ninjas are categorized into 5 levels based on the ranks of Genin, Chunin, and Jonin. The difficulty is classified from A to D, in descending order, with an S rank above A. D rank missions require little explanation. For the 2 months since Team 7 became ninjas, they have consistently undertaken such tasks. Although D rank missions are indeed ninja assignments, they are tasks that an ordinary person could accomplish, albeit more efficiently with a ninja's assistance. For instance, if Mrs. Yoshizumi often loses her pet cat, an ordinary person might struggle to retrieve it if it were hiding on a rooftop. However, a ninja could simply leap up and reach the rooftop with ease. Thus, D-rank missions pose no danger to ninjas, consisting of trivial tasks like babysitting, pet finding, or assisting with farm work. C-rank missions are somewhat more aligned with the essence of ninjas, as they may involve violence. However, the targets of violence in C-rank missions are typically ordinary individuals who pose a physical threat. Using ninjutsu against these individuals is akin to an adult bullying a child. Mr. Dazna, when you commissioned Konoha, you should have been informed about the ranking system for ninja missions by the staff responsible for your request, correct? Kakashi inquired. Observing the fidgeting Dazna, Naruto had imprisoned the 2 brothers using a technique he had mastered, sparing their lives. Yet, as they were rogue ninjas who had attacked them, Kakashi could not allow them to remain alive. Having obtained the necessary information from the brothers, Kakashi disposed of them on sight. This is the norm in the ninja world, the cycle of killing and being killed. Even in the most peaceful of the 5 great nations, the village hidden in the leaves, this survival principle is steadfastly upheld. With the information acquired, Kakashi shifted from his previously relaxed demeanor to a more interrogative tone, confronting Dazna. Dazna remained silent, seemingly believing that by adopting an ambiguous stance, he could obfuscate Kakashi's inquiries. Mr. Dazna, I understand you may have your reasons for not speaking. However, it was due to your report to Konoha that we established our contract for a C-rank mission. Kakashi continued after a glance at Naruto and the others. By mission rank, the village assigns ninjas of corresponding strength. My subordinates have only recently graduated from the Ninja Academy. It was because your mission was classified as C rank that the Hokage assigned my team to it. You have concealed the mission's true difficulty, which has reached B rank. If a C rank ninja mission can still be assigned to Genin, a B rank mission requires Chunin level ninjas to undertake. The commission limit for D rank missions is 50,000 Ryo. The minimum commission for C rank missions is 30,000 Ryo, while B rank missions range from 80,000 to 200,000 Ryo. However, it is rare for a B-rank mission to be available at the minimum commission rate. Given the commission prices for ninja ranks, Dazna's misrepresentation of the mission's level becomes evident. The fee Dazna paid to Konoha lies ambiguously between the high price of a D rank and the low price of a C rank. He is employing ninjas to conduct a B-rank mission under such unclear pricing. This matter extends beyond just the commission. Misreporting information could lead us, as ninjas, to make erroneous judgments. Your request has already surpassed my team's capabilities. Kakashi classified Dazna's actions as extremely egregious, the severity of which requires no further elaboration. Regardless of Dazna's hidden reasons or attempts to embellish his actions, this drunken old man essentially pushed children into the fire. Dazna clearly understood how irresponsible his actions were, both towards the ninjas protecting him and towards himself. If his earlier silence was intentional, he now found himself truly at a loss for words. Noticing Dazna's reluctance to engage in discussion, Kakashi ceased to concern himself with the feelings of this client. His attention returned to the trio of Team 7. This mission is premature for you. We should return to the village. I will report the details to the Hokage. Naruto had no objections. The battle against the brothers had already qualified them for consideration for the upcoming Chunin exam. As long as Kakashi harbored such intentions, Naruto was confident that in the time leading up to the Chunin exam, he could persuade Kakashi to formalize their participation. Although Naruto felt a pang of temptation at the thought of experiencing a month of unmonitored freedom in the Land of Waves, akin to the original storyline, he ultimately preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Deep down, Naruto harbored no sense of responsibility or honor associated with a ninja's duty to complete missions. With his anti-surveillance capabilities, he felt more at ease in the familiar environment of the village. Therefore, whether to proceed to the Land of Waves or return home at that moment was acceptable to him. After considering this, Naruto decided to remain silent. To his surprise, Sasuke also refrained from voicing an opinion. He had expected Sasuke, who harbored deep-seated hatred, to eagerly seek every opportunity to grow stronger. However, upon reflection, he recalled that in the original story, Sasuke had also remained silent when Kakashi proposed to terminate the mission and return. It seemed that before the reappearance of Itachi Uchiha in Konoha, Sasuke maintained a sense of rationality. It was only upon encountering Itachi again that he became consumed by obsession, recklessly pursuing strength. Conversely, the original Naruto failed to grasp the true nature of his own abilities and the dangers of a B-rank mission. Even neglecting to blame Dazna for complicating matters through misinformation, loudly insisting on continuing the mission. Had it not been for the fact that White was a man who, throughout his long life of betrayal and endurance, never extinguished his innate kindness, the original Naruto would have had to bear the grave responsibility for the death of Uchiha Sasuke, due to his own arrogance and foolishness. Since Sasuke raised no objections and, like Naruto, entrusted the decision of whether to continue protecting Tazuna to Kakashi, it was likely that Kakashi, who valued his comrades in the village, would promptly decide to abandon the mission. Yet, as is often the case, unexpected events arise. This statement holds true in every circumstance. In the original work, Sakura, who had clearly advocated for returning to the village, unexpectedly voiced her opinion at this critical juncture. Kakashi-sensei, I believe we should continue the mission. To everyone's surprise, it was Sakura who wished to proceed with the task, despite Naruto and Sasuke's lack of dissent regarding its termination. Chapter 15. Zabuza Momochi. The maritime climate cannot be deduced from experiences on land. The land of fire and may can be described as sunny and temperate. However, close to the borders of the island nation of the Land of Waves, a cold, damp fog enveloped the entire sea surface, an unsettling deviation from typical May weather. Amidst this thick mist, a small boat cautiously navigated its way forward. Aboard were Tazuna, the bridge-building expert, and the members of Team 7, tasked with his protection. Naruto sat at the bow, gazing into the obscured distance, where the fog rendered visibility nearly impossible. The weather of the Land of Waves mirrored the uncertain future of this country. Comprising numerous scattered islands of varying sizes, the Land of Waves had, a year prior, fallen under the control of the wealthy businessman, Gaara, who monopolized transportation rights. This illicit acquisition of national resources plunged the Land of Waves into dire poverty. Violence, darkness, and chaos reigned as Gaara's mercenary organization, composed of rogue ninjas and wandering warriors, oppressed the land. Once Tazuna completed the construction of the cross-sea bridge, Gaara would lose everything in the Land of Waves, which elucidates the reason behind the assassination attempts on Tazuna. Struggling under the weight of poverty, Tazuna could barely afford to finance the bridge's construction, let alone pay ninjas' fees, thus leading to the misleading information he provided after Team 7 confirmed their continuation of the mission. On the surface, this appeared to be a mere instance of oppression. However, without the Third Great Ninja War over a decade prior, Gaara would never have been able to hire such a multitude of rogue ninjas and wandering warriors capable of subjugating an entire nation. Gaara is but one of many such figures in the ninja world. Since the Third Great Ninja War, and dating back to the Warring States period, hatred and upheaval have consistently been the prevailing themes in the ninja realm, lingering like a curse surrounding everyone. Time slipped away until the boat finally reached the shore. I'll take you no further, the boatman murmured, seemingly wary of the ominous depths of the fog. Naruto scanned the area where the boatman had docked. This was not a typical landing point, but rather a secluded path known only to seasoned boatmen familiar with the waters of the Land of Waves. It was far from the originally agreed-upon stop. Thank you for your efforts, Tazuna expressed, not chastising the boatman for his breach of contract. He disembarked first, waiting for the members of Team 7 to follow suit. Upon reaching the Land of Waves, Tazuna was not merely the target of Team 7's protection. He also served as their guide in this unfamiliar territory. When Kakashi approached him, Tazuna adjusted his spectacles and expressed his gratitude. I truly appreciate your willingness to continue with the mission. Kakashi casually acknowledged Tazuna's words, yet the underlying annoyance he felt was easily discernible, even through his mask. Ninjas accept missions with the intent to fulfill them, as the public trust of the ninja village hinges upon such commitments. Nonetheless, if the rationale is sound, and the ninjas reach a consensus, they can unilaterally terminate the mission. Tazuna's request was one that could indeed be halted by the ninjas within the stipulated time frame. Should Team 7 unite in their opinion, Kakashi would lead Tazuna back to the Hidden Leaf Village. Upon returning, Tazuna would choose to cancel the request or downgrade its difficulty back to its original B-rank status. Thus, by that time, the matter would no longer concern Team 7. Kakashi had initially anticipated that if any dissent were to arise within Team 7, it would likely come from either Sasuke, driven by the desire to grow stronger, or Naruto, who aspired to become Hokage and seek the village's recognition. He expected that either one or both would oppose the mission's termination, given Naruto and Sasuke's natures. Such a decision would not have surprised Kakashi. However, he did not foresee that it would be Sakura who wished to continue the task. Kakashi surmised the reasoning behind Sakura's choice. Prior to the attack by the Demon Brothers, she had been engaging Sasuke in conversation as per usual. Yet, after deciding to proceed to the Land of Waves, Sakura had remained silent. It seemed that the confrontation with the Demon Brothers had illuminated the disparity between herself, Naruto, and Sasuke, leaving her feeling pressured. Thus, she could not relinquish this rare opportunity for personal growth. As Kakashi remained vigilant, safeguarding Tazuna while observing the dynamics of Team 7, he began strategizing countermeasures against potential adversaries, given the current circumstances. The enemy had already dispatched 2 Chunin while Tazuna was still within the borders of the Land of Fire. Now, having entered the enemy's stronghold, the next assailants would undoubtedly be of Jonin caliber. Team 7's previous encounter with the Demon Brothers had proven their capability to protect their charge. Although the forthcoming Jonin-level adversaries would pose a significant challenge, those foes would not be able to target Tazuna while Kakashi remained vigilant. Kakashi hoped that the journey ashore would proceed without incident. Regrettably, the course of events often defies expectations. A peculiar sound emanated from the forest, so faint that it was barely perceptible, even beneath Kakashi's own breath. Yet, his instincts sensed danger immediately. Everyone down, Kakashi commanded, his acute battle instincts prompting an instant response. At his directive, Sakura and Sasuke, though initially perplexed, promptly obeyed. Dropping to the ground, Tazuna, slower to react, was pressed down by Naruto's hand on his head. This distinction illustrates the fundamental difference between ninjas and ordinary individuals. In combat, unwavering trust in the leader's commands is paramount, alongside maintaining one's own judgment. In that fleeting moment when the 3 members of Team 7 and their charge lay flat, a terrifying whistling sound pierced the air. A massive sword, spinning at high velocity, hurtled toward the very spot where they had stood moments before. Had Kakashi not issued the warning in time, the blade would have surely cleaved them in two, failing to strike its intended target. The sword ultimately embedded itself into a tree trunk before them. As the weapon lodged into the tree, a man appeared, straddling the hilt of the sword. It was indeed the man who unleashed an assault upon the multitude. His bare torso was slung with a strap designed to secure a formidable sword. His raven hair framed a face partially obscured by layers of white bandages. A forehead protector was worn askew, its wave-like patterns indicating his identity, a mist ninja, akin to the 2 ghost brothers from before. To his astonishment, Kakashi recognized him as the notorious rogue ninja, Zabuza, a defector from the hidden mist of the Land of Water. With a sharp focus, Kakashi warned his comrades of Team 7, who had assumed battle stances behind him. This individual is beyond your capacity to handle. Form a defensive formation and protect Mr. Tazuna. With those words, Kakashi lifted the forehead protector that served as an eye mask over his left eye, revealing a long-concealed gaze. The left eye, framed by a vertical scar, housed a strikingly vivid red eye, within which 3 black tomos spiraled in a mesmerizing dance. It was unexpected that the protector of the elderly Tazuna would be none other than the renowned copy ninja, Kakashi Hitaki, famed for his Sharingan. Zabuza, with an air of familiarity, acknowledged Kakashi's prowess. Kakashi Hitaki, you are a conspicuous presence on the assassination lists of the ninja underworld. He regarded Kakashi with a nod of respect. Given the enemy you face, the failure of the Ghost Brothers was inevitable. Kakashi's gaze remained fixed on Zabuza. Although he anticipated the arrival of a Jonin after the Ghost Brothers, he had not expected it to be the legendary Zabuza, a formidable adversary not to be trifled with. The situation had grown dire. Kakashi was tasked not only with safeguarding Tazuna, but also with preventing Zabuza from shifting his focus to the other 3 members of Team 7. This necessity was the very reason Kakashi had opted to employ his Sharingan. While Naruto and his companions were indeed exceptional among the genin, their involvement in a conflict between jonin would render them liabilities. Those two are not my concern. They are to be dealt with by my subordinates. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Kakashi responded to Zabuza. Oh. Zabuza's curiosity was piqued by Kakashi's words. His gaze briefly flicked towards the trio of Team 7, who were diligently protecting Tazuna, as if to assess the veracity of the information regarding the genin's ability to contend with the jonin. Zabuza's subtle shift in focus was nearly imperceptible to the ordinary eye. However, Kakashi's Sharingan, with its acute observational prowess, detected even the slightest shifts in chakra flow and motion. As Zabuza's attention wavered slightly towards Team 7, Kakashi seized the fleeting opportunity born from Zabuza's momentary distraction. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing thunderclap resonated behind Zabuza. His pupils constricted. Kakashi remained within his line of sight. Shadow clone. The thought materialized instantly. Zabuza swiftly turned, prepared to counter Kakashi's impending ambush, but his gaze inadvertently met the vivid red of Kakashi's Sharingan. The Sharingan not only served as an observing eye, but also possessed hypnotic qualities. Kakashi's Jinjutsu, executed through his Sharingan, momentarily stunned Zabuza, granting Kakashi a critical second. In that pivotal moment, Zabuza, who could have evaded Kakashi's assault, was struck directly by a bolt of blue lightning emanating from Kakashi's hand, piercing through his chest. In an instant, the confrontation between the two jonin reached its climax. What kind of jutsu is this? Sasuke stared incredulously at the lightning in Kakashi's hand. Never before having witnessed such a formidable technique. I've never encountered a ninjutsu of such power in any textbook. Is Kakashi-sensei truly that strong? Sakura could hardly contain her astonishment. Naruto's reaction, though less pronounced than Sasuke's or Sakura's, was nonetheless significant. With memories of his past life, he recognized that the sharp, crackling blue lightning was Kakashi's original S-rank technique, Raikiri. Yet, Naruto furrowed his brow, not out of awe for Kakashi's strength, but rather due to the troubling reality that Zabuza had not perished. From the moment they set foot on the land of water, Naruto had maintained the use of his wind release technique. However, upon Kakashi's activation of the Sharingan, Naruto ceased its use to avoid detection of his chakra. Nevertheless, prior to this, Naruto had sensed that the Zabuza before them was not the true Zabuza. Kakashi had merely dispatched a clone, while the genuine Zabuza and his partner Haku lay concealed in the shadows. Damn it! Kakashi observed the erratic currents of electricity coursing through Zabuza's wounded form and recognized the truth. In the next moment, Zabuza's body transformed into water, cascading to the ground. Indeed, it was a water clone. The true Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi, who had just unleashed Raikiri, and with a mocking tone declared, "You've expended considerable chakra on that last attack, Kakashi Hitaki." Zabuza loomed above Kakashi, who now lay prone, his large sword poised to strike. "What a pity," Zabuza remarked, his attention now solely fixed on Kakashi, disregarding the 3 members of Team 7 and Tazuna. "To eliminate that old fool, I must first deal with you." With that conclusion, Zabuza vanished from the tree using the body flicker technique, his massive sword disappearing alongside him. When Zabuza reappeared, he had reslung his great sword across his back, standing upon the surface of the water not far away. One hand raised skyward, the other resting against his chest, Zabuza began forming hand seals. Mist concealment technique. A thick white fog enveloped Zabuza in an instant, the wind sweeping through to expand its reach. In mere moments, the mist shrouded Kakashi and his team. The Zabuza who had stood upon the water was now nowhere to be seen. No, such a description would be inadequate. Zabuza had melded with the mist itself, becoming one with it. Listen carefully. Kakashi fixed his gaze upon the spot where Zabuza had vanished, addressing Naruto and the others. This is the silent assassination technique that Zabuza excels in. You 3 must concentrate and remain ever vigilant. A moment's lapse could lead to your demise at his hands. Hidden somewhere within the fog. As Kakashi warned them, the mist thickened further. "You know my techniques well, Kakashi," Zabuza's voice echoed from within the fog, fluctuating in distance, as though it emanated from all directions at once. "If that is the case, you must also anticipate the nature of my next assault. Heart, throat, neck, lungs. In the midst of a dense fog, Zabuza exerted an overwhelming pressure on the crowd with his terrifying words. Just as he began to articulate his thoughts, his voice suddenly faltered. The oppressive atmosphere returned to a serene calm, heightening everyone's tension to its peak. Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, while Naruto shouted, "Sasuke, Sakura, pay attention. Let us start with you little brats." Zabuza's voice resonated with alarming clarity. Sasuke and Sakura were taken aback to discover Zabuza had stealthily approached from behind. His gigantic blade was raised high, poised to strike down the trio of Team 7. Not a chance. Kakashi appeared before Zabuza, seizing his arm wielding the sword, and plunged a kunai into Zabuza's kidney. However, instead of blood, water gushed forth from the wound. This Zabuza was merely a water clone. The true Zabuza materialized behind Kakashi. Chapter 17. Naruto's Decision. Kakashi, I have triumphed. Zabuza proclaimed loudly, raising his sword to strike at Kakashi. Scalding blood splattered onto the faces of Team 7 as they witnessed Kakashi's demise up close. The blade was stained crimson with Kakashi's blood, and the white bandages covering his face were now drenched in red. "Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura could hardly believe her eyes, softly calling out to him. Yet, Kakashi lay motionless in a pool of blood, offering no response. This was not a mere substitution jutsu. Kakashi seemed genuinely dead. Damn it! Sasuke snapped out of his shock, gripping his kunai and adopting a defensive stance against Zabuza. Only Naruto remained transfixed, staring at Kakashi's lifeless body, feeling an uncanny sense of déjà vu. Was this yet another instance of a substitution jutsu? Yet, Team 7 was not facing mere Chunin like the Ghost Brothers. Their adversary was Zabuza, a jonin of equal caliber to Kakashi himself. Team 7, unable to contend with Zabuza, found themselves ensnared in an extreme predicament. Kakashi was faced with a dire choice. Naruto pondered but could find no suitable answer. He turned his gaze back to Zabuza, realizing that to Zabuza, they were likely no more than inconsequential genin. Zabuza, far from hasty to eliminate them, savored the fear emanating from Sasuke and Sakura. Yet, something felt profoundly amiss to Naruto. The enemy's mere existence was a threat, particularly for a rogue ninja like Zabuza, who should understand this truth. In the midst of Zabuza's sinister laughter, Naruto suddenly had an epiphany. He immediately channeled a minuscule amount of Nine-Tails chakra into his chakra network, relinquishing control over it. The unruly chakra surged through him like a wild stallion, disrupting the flow of his chakra. Regaining control, he re-established the flow of chakra within his body. The unsettling feeling dissipated. The once ominous laughter that had echoed in his ears ceased. Zabuza had never actually laughed. Naruto's focus returned to Zabuza. "Zabuza, I am victorious." Kakashi's low voice reverberated in Naruto's mind. The mist of the hidden mist technique had dissipated, and Kakashi held his kunai against Zabuza's throat. A slight tilt of the blade would sever Zabuza's carotid artery. Indeed, it was an illusion. Kakashi had cleverly utilized Zabuza's own mist technique to construct this genjutsu. Meanwhile, Zabuza struggled as multiple nin dogs of varying sizes clamped down on his limbs, severely restricting his movements. How audacious to use my own jutsu against me. Zabuza's anger was palpable as he glared at Kakashi. Are you not concerned I might discern your intent and turn it against you? The truth was that he had not realized it, and now he was the one on the verge of death. Kakashi pressed the kunai deeper into Zabuza's neck. A mere scratch would unleash a torrent of blood. The only distinction was the size of the wound, which would dictate the speed of Zabuza's demise. Using a kunai? Why not employ the lightning technique you initially prepared to end me? Facing his imminent death, Zabuza seemed more intrigued by the method Kakashi had chosen to kill him. Kakashi remained silent, yet Zabuza appeared to intuit the reason. Simply using the Sharingan had already drained a significant amount of Kakashi's chakra, and the lightning technique required an even greater reserve. How pitiful it was for someone labeled the copy ninja, who had replicated thousands of jutsu with his Sharingan, to find himself with so few techniques available in battle. Even obscured by bandages, Zabuza's menacing visage was unmistakable. Abruptly, he began to struggle, heedless of the fact that his thrashing only exacerbated the wounds inflicted by the dogs clinging to him. I still have plenty of chakra left. Kakashi. Zabuza's desperate resistance was cut short as too long. Needle-like shuriken shot forth from above, piercing through Zabuza's neck. Zabuza's eyes widened in fury, yet he remained unblinking in death. The sudden turn of events alerted Kakashi, who became instantly vigilant. Do not worry, I mean you no harm. From a nearby tree branch, A masked boy assured Kakashi of his benign intentions. Kakashi scrutinized the mask on the boy's face. You are a member of the Umbu from the Hidden Mist? Indeed. I am part of the Umbu, a member of the rogue ninja hunting team, the masked youth replied, bowing slightly in gratitude. I have been seeking an opportunity to eliminate the rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi. However, things have not gone smoothly. Your timely arrival has resolved a significant issue for me, and I hope you will accept my gratitude. Faced with the boy's identity and his apparent goodwill, Kakashi paused before retracting his kunai into his tool pouch. I need to verify that Zabuza is truly dead. Please, proceed. The masked boy remained still atop the tree, making no further movements. Kakashi crouched down to examine Zabuza's body, checking for a pulse, heartbeat, and the state of his pupils. All signs indicated that Zabuza had indeed been killed by the masked boy. Confirming this, Kakashi released the summoning of the Nin dogs, along with the Genjutsu that had ensnared Team 7 and Tazuna. After all, Kakashi had infused his chakra into Zabuza's chakra. His tactical judgment, stemming from extensive battle experience, had allowed him to cleverly manipulate the mist to his advantage. To prevent Zabuza from detecting any anomalies, Kakashi had no choice but to ensnare him in a Genjutsu at the swiftest speed, neglecting the control range of the illusion. What was happening? Sasuke found himself in a state of bewilderment, having just been on guard against Zabuza. Kakashi-sensei is still alive. Sakura had noticed that Kakashi was indeed alive, and she finally exhaled in relief, though she was momentarily at a loss for what had transpired. It was a Genjutsu. Naruto feigned a demeanor of having just awakened from the illusion alongside the others, providing an explanation for the two. Now he could openly observe the masked boy, Zabuza's companion. Haku, perched in the tree. He couldn't help but admire Zabuza's cunning strategy. Upon realizing that the protector of Tazuna was Kakashi, Zabuza had instructed Haku to conceal himself. The ideal scenario would have been to eliminate Kakashi directly, yet Zabuza, well aware of Kakashi's formidable Sharingan from his years in the Mist Umbu, understood the challenge he posed. Thus, this encounter was more of a test. Should Zabuza find himself at a disadvantage in combat with Kakashi, Haku would reveal himself as a member of the Mist's Umbu to orchestrate Zabuza's demise. Zabuza's inquiry before death was the true objective. This battle had already yielded him ample intelligence regarding Kakashi. In their next confrontation, Kakashi would find it difficult to maintain the upper hand, and unknown to Kakashi, Zabuza still had Haku, a bloodline limit user of ice release. What is it? Noticing Naruto's gaze, Haku tilted his head in curiosity. Who are you? Naruto continued to act as if he had just awakened from the Genjutsu, feigning ignorance. However, he was consumed by a different train of thought. Being targeted by Zabuza was a troublesome predicament. After this battle, Kakashi would lose a significant amount of his combat strength. Moreover, it was a rare opportunity to operate without Danzo's surveillance in the Land of Waves. During this time, Naruto could unabashedly display his true power. Seizing this chance, he contemplated secretly eliminating both Haku and Zabuza. Chapter 18. Instant kill with Flying Thunder God Naruto. He is not an enemy. Kakashi rose from beside Zabuza's lifeless body, confirming his death before stepping away. Kakashi's actions conveyed to the masked boy that he bore no hostility towards him. Approaching Team 7, Kakashi felt a slight relief upon confirming that Naruto, along with Tazuna, was unharmed. Zabuza, did you kill him? Sasuke inquired, fixating on Zabuza's corpse. It was that boy who did it. Kakashi replied. What? Upon hearing this unexpected response, disbelief etched itself across Sasuke's face. If it had been Kakashi who dispatched Zabuza, Sasuke might not have been overly concerned, considering they were both Jonin. The earlier battle had made Sasuke acutely aware of the vast chasm between himself, a novice ninja, and the seasoned Jonin, which required extensive combat experience to bridge. However, the fact that Zabuza was bested by a boy of similar age was indeed remarkable. But Sasuke, there is no need for anxiety. You possess an extraordinary talent beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Kakashi merely glanced at Sasuke, discerning his thoughts. What you lack is growth. Kakashi's words plunged Sasuke into a contemplative silence. Though unwilling, he recognized that despite being hailed as a genius, he was still too immature. Sasuke suddenly felt grateful for Sakura's decision to continue the mission in the Land of Waves. Was this the reality of an A-rank mission? Witnessing Kakashi's battle with Zabuza and realizing that among his peers, there were others, like the masked boy, who possessed strength capable of contending with Zabuza, Sasuke relaxed his furrowed brow, Everything he experienced during the mission had greatly benefited him. His gaze involuntarily shifted towards Naruto. Naruto, what thoughts occupy your mind during this battle? Sasuke, momentarily engulfed in frustration, soon felt a surge of competitive spirit. What astonishing growth, noted Kakashi, astonished by Sasuke's rapid progress. At that moment, the masked boy utilized the body flicker technique, appearing beside Zabuza's corpse. It seems you have all conversed enough, so please allow me to take Zabuza's body. It contains vital intelligence that requires my careful attention. Speaking thus, the masked boy turned his gaze to Naruto. If possible, I would appreciate the return of that decapitating blade. Naruto held tightly to the sword that rightfully belonged to Zabuza. The blade size was less apparent in Zabuza's hands, but in the grasp of 12-year-old Naruto. Its enormity was conspicuous. Why? Kakashi-sensei, shouldn't this be considered our trophy? When Kakashi had subdued Zabuza with his ninja hounds, the decapitating blade had been kicked aside. Naruto had just picked it up. Well, typically, upon an enemy's demise, their ninja tools, scrolls, and even their very bodies become spoils for the victor. Kakashi did not dispute Naruto's logic of victory. Rather, he seized the opportunity to impart a lesson to the members of Team 7. However, there are exceptional circumstances such as this. All eyes turned to Kakashi. He elaborated. In the highly intelligence-sensitive world of ninjas, a ninja is an invaluable source of information, village secrets, chakra properties, and the composition of forbidden medicines. My Sharingan is something that can be taken. If it falls into enemy hands and is analyzed, it could be used against my comrades in Konoha. Thus, rogue ninjas are pursued by their respective villages' assassination squads to safeguard village intelligence. If an assassination squad is monitoring the battle, even if we emerge victorious, we should return the spoils. However, this is not mandatory, often rooted in political considerations. After all, we are in an era of peace, where the 5 great nations strive to avoid actions that could incite conflict. Kakashi cast a glance at the still-waiting masked boy. Although he could confront the masked boy if a conflict arose, Kakashi's chakra had already been significantly depleted during the battle with Zabuza. The remaining chakra he possessed was insufficient to allow him to focus on protecting Team 7 and Tazuna simultaneously. Ensuring the safety of Team 7 should take precedence, as well as the task of safeguarding Tazuna. Naruto, return the sword. The decapitating blade in Zabuza's possession is one of the legendary swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist and holds immense significance for the Mist Village. Kakashi, in his capacity as the leader of Team 7, issued a command to Naruto. Concerned that his command might sound overly stern, Kakashi quickly softened his tone. If you wish to wield a sword, I can help you find a suitable substitute once we return to the village. Don't let my demeanor fool you. I have some understanding of sword techniques and might even teach you a few skills. A slight understanding, indeed, Naruto thought to himself, acknowledging Kakashi's modesty. I understand. Naruto was more than willing to accept Kakashi's orders, which left no room for refusal. He held no interest in the decapitating sword. The sole reason for retrieving it was to inscribe the Flying Thunder God seal upon its hilt. At that moment, the seal had been concealed, only to become visible once Naruto activated the technique. Well then, I shall take my leave, he said, slinging the sword across his back, as the masked boy bid farewell to Kakashi while carrying Zabuza's lifeless body. With that, a gust of wind surged beneath the masked boy's feet, enveloping him and Zabuza within its embrace. When the wind subsided, both figures vanished from sight. Kakashi then adjusted his forehead protector, covering his Sharingan once more. We should not anticipate any more ninja attacks, Mr. Tazuna. Please, lead us to your home swiftly, Kakashi addressed Tazuna. Understood. Ha ha ha. You must have had quite the ordeal. We shall reach my home shortly, and then you can savor my daughter's culinary skills. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated, and Tazuna's spirits lifted. The exhilaration of surviving the encounter prompted Tazuna to clap Kakashi on the shoulder. Unexpectedly, Kakashi stumbled and fell to the ground. Kakashi-sensei. The unforeseen incident startled everyone. Kakashi-sensei has fainted, Naruto exclaimed as he helped Kakashi to his feet and carried him on his back. It must be the exhaustion from the earlier battle that depleted too much chakra. Sasuke, Sakura, we cannot afford to be complacent just yet. We must leave this place quickly. Upon hearing Naruto's words, both Sasuke and Sakura nodded in agreement. Naruto then turned to Tazuna, urging, please, lead the way. Right, Tazuna replied, regaining his composure as he took the lead once more. In just a short time, they departed from the location where 2 Jonin had just fought. Once they confirmed everyone had left, another Naruto emerged from the bushes, sensing the chakra in the wind. Naruto directed his gaze toward the opposite direction of Team 7's departure, the path that led to Haku and Zabuza. Before Kakashi awakens and discovers that I am merely a shadow clone carrying him, I must resolve this matter, Naruto thought. Raising a hand and forming the hand seal for the body flicker technique, utilizing the wind to pursue Haku. It was not until the original Naruto had departed that the forest returned to its former tranquility. Once assured of no pursuers, Haku finally ceased his acrobatic leaps among the trees. He gently laid Zabuza's body on the ground, taking care to place it flat. Now, to tend to the wounds, Haku said as he opened his medical ninja tool kit and drew out a small dissection knife. Then, he reached for the decapitating sword strapped to his back. However, the moment he touched the hilt, he suddenly froze. Blood trickled from his mask, running down his chin. What? His voice grew muffled as his throat filled with his own blood. Lowering his gaze to his chest, he found it pierced completely through. A hand belonging to a boy of similar age emerged from his back, protruding through his hollow chest. In that hand was a rapidly spinning sphere of chakra. It was this formidable chakra sphere that had pierced Haku's chest. The Umbu mask fell from Haku's face, revealing a delicate countenance that leaned more toward femininity than masculinity. In that moment, his expression was one of confusion about his impending demise. Yet, in his final moments, Haku did not turn to see the face of his killer. His gaze settled instead upon Zabuza. In the end, I have not become the tool you wished for, Mr. Zabuza. The powerful Haku, who had not even the chance to utilize his bloodline limit, fell easily to death. Naruto withdrew his hand from Haku's chest. Without Naruto's support, Haku's lifeless body fell heavily to the ground. Naruto did not even spare a glance at Haku. His focus remained on the still feigning Zabuza. The Rasengan that had claimed Haku's life now surged towards Zabuza, ensuring his true demise. Chapter 19. Feigning kindness is an art. As Naruto pushed open the door to Tezuna's home, Sasuke awaited him at the entrance. Naruto, did you notice anything unusual? Sasuke observed Naruto's countenance and attire, deducing that Naruto had encountered no danger while patrolling near Tezuna's residence. Closing the door behind him, Naruto shook his head. No issues. I detected no signs of enemies. For now, we should be safe. The unconscious Kakashi had left Team 7 with a significant deficiency in combat strength. If they were to encounter enemies at this juncture, particularly if another Jonin like Zabuza appeared, they would lack sufficient means to respond. Consequently, after discussion, Naruto's shadow clones, along with Sasuke and Sakura, decided that the three would take turns patrolling the area around Tezuna's home. Should they detect any enemies, they would return to report. If the patrolling individual failed to return on time, the remaining two would evacuate with Tezuna and Kakashi immediately. Naruto was the first assigned to patrol. Naturally, it was a shadow clone that undertook this duty, and during the patrol, the clone dispelled itself. The information acquired by the shadow clone was instantly relayed back to the original Naruto. Upon returning from his patrol, it was now the original Naruto who stood before them. Understood. I will now take my turn, Sasuke nodded, preparing to assume Naruto's watch. Just then, Sakura rushed over, calling out to Sasuke, who was about to leave. Wait, Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei has awakened. He has something to discuss with us. Upon hearing Sakura's message, Sasuke and Naruto exchanged glances before all three of Team 7 made their way to Kakashi's room. It appears your method of patrolling was quite prudent, Kakashi remarked as Team 7 gathered before him, listening to Naruto recount the events that transpired while he was unconscious. However, I have awakened now. Though I remain quite weak and of limited use, you need not continue dispersing your strength like this. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi made his decision. During his unconsciousness, the patrols conducted by Naruto and the others had been a necessity. Now that Kakashi had regained consciousness, dispersing Team 7 again would pose greater risks than remaining together. Kakashi had indeed exhausted his chakra through the overuse of his Sharingan and would remain in a weakened state for the coming week. However, as a Jonin, there were still tasks he could perform that surpassed what Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura could manage as Genin. If necessary, Kakashi could still engage in battle, but he would be unable to assist comrades in peril during patrols. By consolidating Team 7 and their charge, Tezuna, Kakashi would find it easier to protect them. Thus, concentrating their combat strength was the most effective strategy in the face of danger. But what if another Jonin like Zabuza appears during this time? Sakura inquired. Despite her impressive academic achievements, She remains a young girl lacking in practical experience, and her understanding of many matters is far from comprehensive. A rogue ninja of the Jonin level is not easily recruited. The only one under Kato's command is likely Zabuza Momochi. As the instructor of Team 7, Kakashi patiently elucidated Sakura's doubts. Our forthcoming adversaries will likely consist only of Chunin-level foes akin to the Ghost Brothers, along with a greater number of wandering warriors. If our enemies are merely Chunin, the three of us can manage them without issue. Sasuke interjected, observing Kakashi, who seemed somewhat fatigued, and remarked, Kakashi, you should rest well. The Zabuza you need to confront is already dead. No, the reason I called you here is to discuss this very matter, Kakashi mused, covering his mouth in contemplation. Zabuza may still be alive. The expressions of both Sasuke and Sakura turned to one of astonishment, taken aback by Kakashi's sudden, weighty revelation. Kakashi-sensei, why do you believe Zabuza might still be alive? Naruto inquired, casting a glance at Sasuke and Sakura. Typically, the bodies of rogue ninjas are promptly dealt with by the pursuit teams, and the weapon wielded by the masked boy to slay Zabuza was not the common ninja tools such as shuriken, kunai, or the long needles known as senbon. Among these three types of tools, senbon possesses the least lethality. In the hands of a medical ninja, senbon may even be repurposed as acupuncture instruments. Generally, senbon is employed to incapacitate an enemy rather than to kill. Given that the masked boy was a member of the Umbu from the Hidden Mist Village, tasked with eliminating the rogue ninja Zabuza Momochi, it would be more logical for him to use shuriken or kunai, which are far more effective. Yet, he ultimately opted for the least lethal senbon, targeting Zabuza's neck. Listening to Kakashi's narrative tone, Sakura was the first to sense the anomaly. Kakashi-sensei, did you notice something was amiss from the beginning? Kakashi looked up at Sakura, and with a gentle nod in response to her probing gaze, he confirmed. That masked boy was likely Zabuza's ally. However, I was also struggling at the time. He chose not to continue his assault on us, and instead took Zabuza away, which was fortunate for us. Kakashi had detected the signs early on, but the situation had rendered further combat impossible. Thus, he took a gamble, and it seemed fortune smiled upon him. Kakashi's gaze shifted among the members of Team 7, observing their expressions. Upon hearing that Zabuza might still be alive, both Sasuke and Sakura exhibited concern, fearing that Zabuza might strike again while Kakashi was in a weakened state. However, unlike Sakura's complete anxiety, Sasuke's worry was tinged with rational contemplation, likely pondering how to respond should Zabuza launch another attack, especially if the masked boy were to accompany him. Sakura and Sasuke's reactions fell within Kakashi's expectations. He was more intrigued by Naruto's current demeanor. Naruto exhibited no signs of worry, merely standing quietly to the side. Noticing Kakashi's gaze, Naruto met his eyes. Naruto, are you not concerned about Zabuza's potential return? Kakashi queried. Well, neither are you. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto replied, prompting Kakashi to widen his eyes in surprise, while Sasuke and Sakura belatedly noted Kakashi's reaction. How perceptive. Kakashi attributed Naruto's insight to his innate sensitivity, as this had been his impression of Naruto since their initial survival exercise, questioning the number of bells, rescuing Sakura from the Ghost Brothers, and now interpreting Kakashi's emotions. Perhaps Naruto could develop towards becoming a sensory-type ninja. Kakashi never fathomed that Naruto's seemingly intuitive responses were all a deliberate act. The mission in the Land of Waves had escalated from a C rank to a B rank, potentially nearing an A rank escort mission. Upon completion, Kakashi would meticulously report to the third Hokage, and his report would inevitably fall into Danzo's hands. If Naruto did not guide Kakashi's thoughts astray, any anomalies in his mission report would be detected by Danzo. However, if Kakashi's reasoning were to skew, being already aligned with the Hokage's faction, a slight deviation in Kakashi's subjective portrayal of Naruto's actions in the Land of Waves would prevent Danzo from harboring suspicions about him, even if Danzo remained skeptical. The report, influenced by Naruto's guidance, would craft an image of Naruto that aligned with the Third's preferences, ensuring his continued protection. Kakashi-sensei, do you have any preparations for dealing with Zabuza? Sakura's inquiry jolted Kakashi from his reverie. If Zabuza is indeed alive, he wouldn't appear during this period. I have confirmed Zabuza's death. Even if it was a feigned death, it would severely deplete his physical capabilities, requiring him to recuperate just as I must restore my own condition. Therefore, There is no need to worry about Zabuza. I will handle him when the time comes. Chapter 20. The Chunin exam arc begins. Naruto had once contemplated whether to recruit Haku as an ally, knowing that once he became a rogue ninja, the protection afforded by Konoha would vanish. With dangers lurking in the shinobi world, his status as a Jinchuriki would undoubtedly attract the Akatsuki's relentless pursuit. Having an additional ally would be advantageous. Yet, he swiftly abandoned this impractical notion. Haku, despite his inherently kind nature, was not naive. He had thoroughly brainwashed himself into becoming Zabuza's tool, and their protection of Tazuna rendered them enemies. Utilizing his knowledge of the original plot to eliminate Haku and Zabuza with strategic precision was the most prudent choice. Kakashi's incapacitation presented Naruto with the ideal opportunity to deal with both. He need not fear Kakashi discovering his disguise, and he only needed to eliminate Haku. As for Zabuza, a transition from feigned death to true death would significantly alleviate the pressure of confrontation. In contrast to Haku, a bloodline user who had already chosen Zabuza and could easily be replaced. Naruto was acutely aware of the critical objective of the Land of Waves incident, to enable Kakashi to assess Team 7's capabilities as sufficient for participation in the Chunin exams. This would allow Naruto to reasonably interact with Karen, who could aid him in controlling the Nine Tails and had a high probability of becoming his companion in his rogue ninja journey. She was the most valued and irreplaceable presence for Naruto at this moment. This goal had long been achieved. A brief consideration of the stakes would lead any rational person to discern the necessary sacrifices. Naruto promptly dismissed the absurd notion of recruiting Haku. The attempt to ally with Haku might result in minor losses that would preclude him from ever connecting with Karen. Moreover, during the process of trying to recruit Haku, he could inadvertently expose the disguise he had maintained over the past 2 years. Conversely, opting to eliminate Haku and Zabuza was considerably simpler than attempting to recruit. The aforementioned potential issues will swiftly dissipate. There is no longer a need to harbor concerns about the return of Zabuza, who might unexpectedly emerge from the mist alongside Haku. After all, no one would expend energy worrying about the dead, not even Kakashi. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, Zabuza and Haku had already been discreetly dealt with by Naruto. A week later, Kakashi had fully recovered, yet Zabuza's presence remained absent even as Kato personally led a group of warriors to assault the bridge workers. Kakashi's vigilance against Zabuza's resurgence ultimately proved unnecessary. As for Kato, the architect of poverty in the Land of Waves, he was also handled by Kakashi during the attack. With the demise of the financier behind the violence, the wandering samurai scattered like birds. Consequently, the mission to protect Tazuna transitioned from a B rank to a C rank, the latter being the initial classification he reported to the village when he commissioned the Leaf Ninjas. The news of Kato's demise at the hands of the Leaf Ninjas swiftly permeated the Land of Waves. Freed from the oppressor's yoke, Tazuna's goodwill, cultivated over time, began to manifest. The cross-sea bridge connecting the islands of the Land of Waves was completed ahead of schedule, although Naruto felt a tinge of regret as his rare, unobstructed life in the Land of Waves came to an end. There were benefits to be had. Following Kato's death, the workers who came to aid in the bridge construction were filled with hope for the Land of Waves' bright future, most working without compensation. This allowed Tazuna to save a considerable sum on bridge construction costs. Although the commission for this ninja mission was officially recorded as C rank, the amount settled was calculated at B rank standards. The specific pricing was discussed between Kakashi and Tazuna, as Kakashi, being a seasoned jonin, naturally provided a reasonable quote. Nevertheless, the completion of the cross-sea bridge in the Land of Waves stretched into mid-June, with only a few days remaining before the joint Chunin exams commencing in July. Team 7 returned to the Hidden Leaf Village after concluding their mission in the Land of Waves. On June 24th, in Konoha, Naruto gazed at the calendar by his window, lost in thought. A week had passed since their return from the Land of Waves, and Kakashi had disbanded Team 7 on the day they returned to the village, allowing the trio to pursue their own activities. Naruto speculated that Kakashi must have reported their experiences in the Land of Waves to the third Hokage, given the true difficulty of the mission was B rank. Although the mission in the Land of Waves concluded on a positive note, the requisite protocols following the mission would remain unchanged. Furthermore, with the presence of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and the last Uchiha from Konoha within Team 7, Kakashi's reporting process would inevitably become more complex and time-consuming than that of a regular ninja squad. Just as Naruto had surmised, after granting Team 7 their freedom, It was not until the following day that Kakashi gathered them once more. Following this assembly, Naruto employed the wind scythe technique to scout for any members of the root organization monitoring him in the village. The absence of reinforcements from Danzo indicated that Naruto's preventative measures taken in the Land of Waves had proven effective. Subsequently, Team 7 resumed their daily routine akin to their activities prior to their mission in the Land of Waves, now undertaking D-rank missions. The ordinary and monotonous morning of June 24th greeted them. However, Naruto was acutely aware that this day would be anything but mundane. He recalled that in the original Naruto series, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had explicitly revealed the start date of the Chunin exams, July 1st. Today marked the arrival of foreign ninjas for the joint Chunin exams, hosted by the Hidden Leaf Village. The day of defection from Konoha drew ever closer. Contemplating this, Naruto reminded himself that during critical moments, one must remain vigilant. Since his arrival, Naruto had been preparing for his eventual defection from Konoha. The outcome of this Chunin exam would culminate in the deaths of the third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage, involving forces such as Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Danzo, and the Akatsuki, who would emerge shortly after the exams. Should Naruto falter even slightly, all his preparations could evaporate in an instant, resulting in failure. Yet, danger and opportunity are often intertwined. It is precisely amidst this intricate crisis that Naruto might finally break free from Konoha's shackles. Opportunities have always been concealed within peril. Resolutely, Naruto donned the forehead protector that symbolized his identity as a leaf ninja and stepped out of his home. On the same day, at noon, in the Hokage's office. Though the Hokage's daily duties were demanding, he managed to complete them with remarkable efficiency. Rarely did occasions arise, as on this day, when a gathering of Chunin, especially Jonin, congregated in the office. The village's ninjas had assembled at the behest of the Hokage's summons. It appeared that everyone had arrived. The third Hokage adjusted his hat, casting a brief glance over the assembly before him. The ninjas of Konoha, summoned with such urgency, exhibited no signs of anxiety or concern. Given your expressions, I assume you are already aware of the reason for my summons, the third Hokage inquired. In response to his question, the ninjas gathered in the Hokage's office. Ranked from high to low, elected a representative from the front ranks of Jonin to respond. A Jonin with silver hair, his left eye obscured by the leaf headband and half of his face concealed by a black mask, stepped forward. It pertains to the Chunin exams, does it not? After all, many daimyo have recently arrived in the village, presumably at your invitation, Kakashi replied, though a question lingered. When exactly is the exam scheduled? A week from now? On July 1st, the Chunin exams will officially commence in Konoha. The third Hokage's words left the gathered ninjas momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated such promptness. Among the Jonin, a man with a distinctive watermelon-shaped hairstyle and prominent eyebrows, clad in a peculiar green jumpsuit, expressed his astonishment at the proximity of the exam date. Guy? Beside this uniquely dressed Jonin, another Konoha Jonin, sporting a scruffy beard and a cigarette dangling from his mouth, cautioned him against his inappropriate remarks. No worries, Asuma. The third Hokage interjected, dismissing the concern. Guy's inquiries are entirely reasonable. I had anticipated the exams would occur in another month or so. The third Hokage shared his perspective. In that case, Lord Third Hokage, why are we holding the exams sooner? The inquiry came from a female Jonin standing beside Asuma. Her long black hair framing captivating red eyes, her lips adorned with lipstick. It is at the request of the fourth Kazekage. The third Hokage clarified the reasoning behind the decision. With that, he turned his gaze upon the four Jonin who had just spoken. So, do you four have any thoughts regarding this upcoming Chunin exam? According to regulations, as long as the Jonin complete a sufficient number of missions as their supervising Jonin, you may recommend them for the Chunin exams. Among the four, the Jonin in the green jumpsuit spoke first. I, Mike Guy, leading Team 3, will recommend Niji Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Tenten to participate in this Chunin exam. Kai's choice did not come as a surprise to the crowd. The three Jonin he led had already graduated from the Ninja Academy last year and were long qualified to participate in the Chunin exams. However, the remaining three, under his guidance, had only graduated from the academy in March of this year. Just when everyone thought that Kai would solely allow his own team to participate in the exams, Kakashi also chose to have his team take part. I, Kakashi Hitaki, leader of Team 7, will recommend Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno for this Chunin exam. Following this, Asuma Sarutobi, the leader of Team 10, recommended his own genin, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka. Chapter 21. The Ino Shikicho Trio. Honestly, Kakashi-sensei just vanished after saying he had urgent business. He clearly promised to treat us to dinner after today's mission. Sakura complained about Kakashi's sudden absence as they walked through the streets of Konoha. Perhaps Kakashi-sensei is worried about us seeing his face beneath the mask, Naruto remarked, gazing up at the sky in a nonchalant tone. Why? From what little we can see, he should be quite handsome. Anyone wearing a mask gives off a decent impression. Maybe Kakashi-sensei has buck teeth or big lips, Naruto mused, turning his gaze back to Sakura with a slight smile, sharing his thoughts. Earlier, Naruto had been looking at the sky in search of a messenger hawk. If a hawk was circling low, it signified the transmission of significant information. Kakashi's abrupt departure likely meant he had been summoned by a hawk dispatched by the third Hokage. Indeed, the Chunin exams were about to commence. Observant individuals could easily notice the unusual influx of people in Konoha over the past few days. Unfamiliar faces had suddenly become common, and the village's ninjas were increasingly encountered on the streets. This was only the visible aspect of the village's defenses. The number of ninjas lurking in the shadows was likely even greater. One wondered if Karen had already arrived in Konoha, preparing to participate in the Chunin exams. Identifying Karen would be a simple task, as the Uzumaki clan possessed a chakra level superior to that of regular ninjas. By employing the wind manipulation technique, Naruto could sense her presence among the ninjas from the grass village if she had indeed come to Konoha. Nevertheless, he suppressed his desire to use his sensing abilities. This Chunin exam was not merely an internal assessment for Konoha, but a collaborative examination involving the great ninja villages of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, along with several smaller nations. During this period of heightened activity, multiple factions were converging on Konoha, prompting the village to implement the highest level of security. Naruto did not wish to attract the attention of Konoha ninjas who were equally adept at sensing techniques by carelessly using his abilities. Aside from the day he returned to the village, after Kakashi submitted the mission report from the Land of Waves, Naruto had only used the wind manipulation technique sparingly to gauge Danzo's stance regarding the members of Root. Since then, he had refrained from employing the technique. All possible unforeseen circumstances needed to be eliminated before the Chunin exams officially began. Since Kakashi-sensei doesn't want to treat us, how about I take you all out for a meal? Naruto suggested, maintaining his usual camaraderie with Team 7. I'll pass. I've completed today's mission and plan to train now. Sasuke declined Naruto's offer without waiting for him to persuade him to stay, swiftly using the body flicker technique to depart. Ever since returning from the Land of Waves, Sasuke had been consumed by his training, diligently honing his ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. Once Kakashi disbanded Team 7 after their mission, Sasuke would vanish to train alone, likely in the Uchiha clan's territory. Although the Uchiha clan had been exterminated, the third Hokage had retained the clan's land. The Uchiha territory, situated in a corner of the village near Konoha prison, was not in a prime location, making it challenging to repurpose the land. When the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, established the Konoha Guard, the Uchiha clan settled there. Following the Ninetales incident 12 years ago, the higher-ups of Konoha further restricted their activities. Over time, that land became synonymous with the Uchiha clan. Thus, the third Hokage granted Sasuke, along with the rogue Itachi Uchiha, a favor by preserving the Uchiha's land within Konoha. This was indeed a characteristic act of indecisiveness typical of the third Hokage. As he aged, his political methods became increasingly naive. He seemed to have forgotten the powerful political maneuvers he employed in the wake of the second Hokage's death, leading Konoha from decline to prosperity. It was as if he believed that as long as he felt justified, the world would remain at peace. What about you, Sakura? Are you going to train too? Naruto inquired, indifferent to Sasuke's departure, turning his attention to Sakura and asking about her plans. Me? I don't have anything in particular to do, but... Sakura glanced at Naruto, hesitating internally. If it's inconvenient for you, we can discuss it another time. No, that is not what I'm hesitating about. Sakura quickly clarified, feeling the need to explain herself amidst Naruto's misunderstanding. I mean Naruto. Sakura suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, calling out Naruto's name loudly. Her unexpected solemnity left Naruto somewhat bewildered. Then, he heard Sakura state, I hope you can help me with my training in the future. Sakura looked at Naruto with hopeful eyes, awaiting his response. Yet, Naruto merely stared at her, speechless for a moment. I know I'm a ninja without any distinctive traits or strengths. Back in the land of waves, you and Sasuke were both incredibly strong, and I felt utterly useless. Sakura earnestly reflected on herself. In the original narrative at this point, Sakura's ninjutsu had already lagged behind Naruto and Sasuke, yet she had previously taken pride in her academy grades. Now, however, even her sole area of theoretical strength did not surpass Naruto's capabilities. Naruto, who had a darker persona in this world, was no fool, while his school performance was unremarkable. It was adequate. Unlike the original Naruto, who was merely a prankster, this incarnation of Naruto had no interest in emulating that foolish behavior. The original Naruto's abrasive disposition would not suit the more cunning portrayal of Naruto, who had arrived here. Hence, he had masked his previous negative attitude towards the village with a facade of friendliness. This transformation had taken months of grappling with various emotions: hostility, detachment, confusion, enlightenment, and acceptance, before he could present himself as the amicable individual others perceived him to be. Subsequently, he made it a point to vocalize his aspirations of becoming Hokage, demonstrating that he had reformed and would only be a benign presence in the village. Looking at Sakura, Naruto felt an inclination to decline her request due to the inconvenience it posed. Yet, he also recognized that such a refusal would be unreasonable. Of course, we are teammates after all. Let us invite Sasuke along next time. Naruto replied with a smile, acquiescing to Sakura's request. Let us first verbally agree, and we can casually deal with the subsequent training until the time of defection arrives. So what shall we eat next? After acquiescing to Sakura's request, Naruto promptly redirected the conversation with a rhetorical question. It occurred to him that despite having traversed this world for over 2 years, he had yet to savor the renowned Ichiraku ramen. Let us have Ichiraku ramen, he decisively proclaimed. For he was not on a date with Sakura and had no obligation to consider her preferences. His earlier inquiry had merely served as a conversational diversion, lest their meal be interrupted by Sakura's detailed discussions about training. Before he could voice his thought, a familiar female voice interjected. Isn't that Sakura? What's the matter? You're in the same class as Sasuke, yet you still can't win his affection. You truly lack charm. The girl, sporting a light golden ponytail with bangs that brushed her collarbone, approached them, accompanied by 2 boys, one stout and one slender. All 3 were familiar faces from Naruto and Sakura's past, classmates from the Ninja Academy and fellow genin. The girl, Ino Yamanaka, was Sakura's rival in love, vying for Sasuke's heart. The slender boy was Shikamaru Nara, who had once initiated a conversation with Naruto during a graduation presentation, while the stout boy, Choji Akimichi, was Shikamaru's close friend. The trio currently served as genin under Asuma Sarutobi in Team 10. Ino was taken aback by the presence of Team 10, despite her usual taunts. Sakura felt oddly lethargic and unmotivated to retaliate. In the past, such remarks would have ignited her fury, leading to a dispute with Ino over Sasuke. Ino, too, was surprised by Sakura's nonchalant response. According to her previous jibes, it should have been a verbal triumph for Ino. Yet, she did not feel the exhilaration she expected. Her eyes scrutinized Sakura, then shifted to Naruto, bearing a peculiar expression. Noticing Ino's odd gaze, Shikamaru sensed trouble. Hey, Ino, he cautioned, but it was too late. What? Have you already captured Naruto's heart? Your taste is as poor as your charm. Ino derisively exclaimed. Naruto, are you threatening Sakura? This brooding fellow must feel inferior to the exceptional Sasuke, and is thus coercing Sakura into being your girlfriend. Ino, stop spreading nonsense. Sakura attempted to quell Ino's fabrications. However, Naruto interposed. This is precisely why immature girls are often loathed. Ino, reflect on your recent accusations. Does your logic even add up? How could I feel twisted jealousy towards Sasuke and simultaneously threaten Sakura to be my girlfriend? What connection do these 2 matters hold? Naruto narrowed his eyes at Ino, his expression inscrutable. This demeanor instinctively caused Sakura to retract slightly. Shikamaru, the most perceptive of the group, bore a look of concern. Ino, facing Naruto's inscrutable expression, felt her own color drain. It had been 2 years since anyone had witnessed Naruto's unsettling countenance. Time had allowed them to forget many things, but the sudden recollection of past memories could evoke a profound impact. They now recalled the irritable Naruto, who had long been ostracized, devoid of parental support, and had cloaked his vulnerabilities behind a facade of bitterness, isolating himself from the village. While Sasuke's solitude was a rejection of all kindness, Naruto's was a violent retaliation against the malice he encountered. Yet, Naruto rarely displayed his aggression, as he had never approached anyone during his darkest times, except for Ino, who was an exception. Chapter 22. The terrified Ino's current reaction indicated that she had begun to recall Naruto's past actions. Naruto, too, vividly remembered the events. Shortly after his arrival in this world, he needed an opportunity to reshape his attitude towards the village, and Ino inadvertently became a catalyst. The conflict between Naruto and Ino had stemmed from Sakura, who had confessed her feelings to Sasuke once more, only to face rejection, much like her first confession years prior. Naruto, fortuitously present as a witness, had also gained an additional observer in Ino. However, Ino had not grasped the entire situation and merely assumed that Naruto had caused Sakura's tears. Despite their rivalry over Sasuke, both girls understood that their friendship was not easily severed. Consequently, Ino confronted Naruto with fury, hurling harsh words at him. At that time, Naruto was at a loss for how to change the higher-ups' perception of him, and Ino's emotional outburst inadvertently aided him. It was through her that he learned to transform his animosity towards the village into indifference, gradually evolving into the person he was today. As for what Naruto had done to her, it was nothing more than delivering a slap to the unruly Ino. The slap left a mark on Ino's face, prompting her father, Inoichi Yamanaka, to visit the school the following day. This led to their homeroom teacher, Mizuki, discussing the incident with Sakura to clarify the truth. Perhaps unwilling to accept the slap without retaliation, Ino, emboldened by her father's support, continued to pester Naruto. In front of Inoichi, Naruto delivered yet another slap to Ino. This time intentionally. He had not anticipated Inoichi's presence at the school, and seizing the moment, he reaffirmed his stance. This unexpected encounter with Inoichi, despite being spurred by his daughter's grievances, allowed Naruto to convey his desire for redemption, revealing his true emotions. Although the initial interaction stemmed from Ino's complaints, Inoichi's understanding and composure facilitated a shift in the third Hokage's perception of Naruto. Upon reflection, it became evident that Ino had played a pivotal role in Naruto receiving the subtle support he needed to mitigate Danzo's schemes against him. In light of this, Naruto felt a sense of gratitude towards Ino. He returned to the present, observing her current expression. It was sufficient to instill fear in her. Just as he intended to defuse the situation and beckon Sakura to depart, Ino, still attempting to mask her fear, issued a defiant statement. With the Chunin exams approaching, Naruto had little inclination to engage with Ino further. Her threats held no weight, merely falling on deaf ears. He aimed to avoid any complications, as he had previously considered all potential unforeseen circumstances that should be resolved before the official commencement of the Chunin exams. However, Ino's harsh words, quite ironically, left Naruto in a position where he could not ignore them. It perplexed him how someone who was once clumsy with even the basic transformation jutsu could suddenly ascend to the rank of a genin. A character like you, becoming a ninja, will inevitably lead to becoming a rogue ninja one day. Ino's remarks were not rooted in any profound consideration or genuine belief. She simply felt that harsh words needed to be spoken with conviction. Thus, she uttered the most severe words she could conceive, inadvertently escalating the situation. Naruto, who had initially intended to walk away, now approached Ino with an expression devoid of emotion, gazing at her face, so close that she could not forget the expression she had once seen and would remember for a lifetime. Ino's artificially bolstered courage crumbled in an instant. Trembling, she dropped her assertive demeanor, adopting a vulnerable posture, unsure of how to proceed. Ino, Shikamaru interjected, frowning at Naruto. Ignoring Shikamaru, Naruto extended his hand towards Ino. Noticing Naruto's familiar gesture, Ino forgot that even if she dared not resist him, she still had the option to flee. In a rush of fear, she instinctively closed her eyes, bracing for whatever action Naruto might take against her. However, the anticipated pain did not materialize. Instead, Naruto's hand rested gently on her left cheek. Her cold skin, rendered numb by fear, could now feel the warmth emanating from his palm. Tentatively, Ino opened her eyes, only to find herself locked in Naruto's gaze. His expression remained indifferent. She found herself unable to turn her face away, allowing him to touch her without resistance. So, Ino, I have a question. I hope you can answer me truthfully. What is your team, the 10th, currently planning to do? There was neither threat nor desperation in Naruto's inquiry. His tone was calm, prompting Ino to respond without reservation. Originally, Asuma-sensei said he would take us out for barbecue, but he suddenly left due to an urgent matter. Now we're preparing to go for barbecue ourselves. How fortuitous. Sakura and I were just discussing what to have for lunch, Naruto remarked, turning his attention to Choji, who was munching on chips. Could you bring Sakura and me along? I'll cover the barbecue expenses, and Choji can eat to his heart's content. Really? That would be fantastic. Choji exclaimed, unable to resist the lure of food. What do you think, Shikamaru? Naruto inquired, seeking Shikamaru's opinion. Hey, Choji, can't you see the situation? Shikamaru expressed his dissatisfaction with Choji's ease of bribery. Yet, perhaps finding it too troublesome, Choji remained oblivious to the tension between Ino and Naruto. Shikamaru ultimately refrained from voicing his discontent. With a weary gaze, he glanced at Ino, who was tightly ensnared by Naruto, then turned to Naruto. Naruto, Ino means no harm. Neither do I. As you said, you bear no ill will towards Ino. Your actions are merely intended to intimidate her. The invitation to treat Team 10 to barbecue serves to prolong the intimidation, ensuring she does not share her earlier comments equating you to a rogue ninja with anyone else. At least not before the Chunin exams. This is troublesome. Had I known it would become such a hassle, I would have stopped Ino from speaking out earlier. Well then, Shikamaru, what is your opinion? I have no objections. After all, this was Ino's careless remark, and it's only right for her to remember why you once made her cry. We are all genin now. We are no longer the reckless children we were at the academy, Shikamaru agreed. Finally, Naruto's attention returned to Ino. Chapter 23, The Bonds of the New Generation. Naruto stared at Ino but hesitated to speak. Although Ino's earlier comment about him being a rogue ninja was thoughtless, it reflected the unease many in Konoha felt about the third Hokage's decision to allow Naruto to become a ninja. Ino had a history of conflict with him, which made their relationship somewhat more distant compared to the other 7 in their cohort. Even though her father, Yamanaka Inoichi, knew the truth about Naruto, the third Hokage's prohibition against discussing Naruto's background led Ino to form her perception of him based on rumors. Moreover, countless ninjas and villagers in Konoha also constructed their image of Naruto through hearsay. Logically, any discomfort regarding Naruto's existence should have been gradually quelled by the third Hokage over the past 2 years. Naruto's graduation and subsequent inclusion in Kakashi's team were indicative of the Hokage's endorsement of him. If the third Hokage had already resolved to allow Naruto to utilize the Nine-Tails power as a ninja, why would he perpetuate the spread of animosity and discontent towards Naruto? Could it be Danzo? This was the only reason Naruto could conceive. Although Danzo was under the third Hokage's watchful eye and could not overtly act against Naruto without permission, Naruto was aware of the underhanded schemes Danzo employed behind the scenes. After the sealing book incident, the third Hokage ceased allowing the umbu or the telescope technique to monitor Naruto. Yet, Danzo's rude organization had not completely stopped surveilling Naruto. Being constantly watched by such a treacherous serpent was truly unbearable. Naruto. Sakura's call snapped him back to reality. She forcefully pulled Naruto's hand away from Ino's face. Ino doesn't like this. Sakura's tone bore a hint of anger, an expression of emotion she had not previously shown towards Naruto. Previously, Sakura had been cautious around Naruto due to his darker tendencies, but as a member of Team 7, she was no longer afraid of him. Yet, feeling inferior to Naruto and Sasuke, she had adjusted her demeanor accordingly. This time, however, she glared at Naruto on Ino's behalf. Do you think I enjoy being slandered by her? Naruto retorted, meeting Sakura's gaze. In their exchange, a flicker of fear crossed Sakura's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Sakura embraced Ino, who was still trembling, clearly shaken by Naruto's earlier intimidation. Ino is just like the old me. She is misled by others' rumors due to her lack of understanding of you. I want Ino to realize that you are not what everyone says. And I am not sheltering Ino. I simply hope you can forgive her this once. I know Ino is a good person, someone who can recognize her mistakes. Sakura gently shook Ino's shoulders. After a moment of clarity, Ino gazed at Sakura, who was defending her, before finally turning her attention to Naruto. I'm sorry, Naruto. I apologize for my earlier thoughtless words. Her tone was sincere. So, Naruto, I also apologize. You were defending yourself while looking out for me. Yet I still sided with Ino. Can you forgive her for this slip of the tongue? After Ino admitted her fault, Sakura also conveyed her apologies to Naruto. Had it not been for Ino's unexpected remarks linking him to a rogue ninja, Naruto would have paid little heed to Ino's words. He assumed this would conclude the matter. Yet after a moment's hesitation, Sakura called out to him again. You must apologize to Ino as well. This left Naruto bewildered. However, rather than feeling anger, he was predominantly curious about Sakura's reasoning. Why should I apologize? He unabashedly expressed his intrigue. Because we are ultimately comrades from the same village. If we are to bury the hatchet, it must be done thoroughly. There should be no lingering resentment. While the rationale was sound, it seemed Sakura overlooked the feelings of the parties involved. Naruto remained silent, merely gazing at Sakura, though she still possessed a youthful naivety and lacked comprehensive consideration. Her growth had certainly accelerated compared to the original narrative. Naruto found this rather amusing. Facing Naruto's scrutinizing gaze, Sakura's initial anger dissipated significantly. As the saying goes, momentum wanes with repetition. Now calmer, she realized that her previous insistence on siding with Ino, despite her well-meaning words, had not taken Naruto's feelings into account. Just as Sakura felt anxious, Naruto finally spoke. I understand. I may have overstepped earlier. Please forgive me, Ino. Had Ino not hastily labeled him a rogue ninja, Naruto would not have bothered to engage with her at all. Naruto's future choices dictated that he and the new generation of Konoha would diverge paths. Rather than wasting time being upset with Ino, he deemed it more prudent to contemplate how to maximize his interests before any potential defection. For instance, should he eliminate Kabuto during the upcoming Chunin exams? In the original series, apart from Kagaya and Obito, Kabuto was among the most culpable in the Fourth Great Ninja War. However, Naruto's consideration of Kabuto's fate was not born of a sense of justice. It stemmed from the belief that he and Kabuto would inevitably become irreconcilable adversaries. Naruto did not wish to be a weapon stripped of his will, manipulated by Danzo, whereas Kabuto was one who would willingly forsake his own agency. Reflecting post-Orochimaru's demise, Kabuto's first inclination was to deny his own will, aspiring instead to become a new version of Orochimaru. Furthermore, in the original narrative, after Orochimaru's defeat at the hands of Sasuke, Kabuto acquired a plethora of forbidden techniques and mastered Sage Mode from the Ryuchi Cave. By that time, dealing with Kabuto would become exceedingly complicated. Presently, Kabuto's troublesome medical and intelligence-gathering capabilities aside, he could be inferred to possess combat prowess equivalent to that of a standard Kakashi. This was not to belittle Kabuto. During the Chunin exams, he was around 19 or 20 years old, competing against Kakashi, who had a well-established reputation and impressive proficiency with the Sharingan. Such remarkable ninja as Kakashi were few and far between within the ninja world. Upon reflection, it was indeed a matter worth contemplating whether to eliminate Kabuto during the Chunin exams, as it could lead to unforeseen complications in Naruto's defection plan. However, from a long-term perspective, should Naruto manage to withstand any resulting uncontrollable factors after dealing with Kabuto, the benefits gained would be immense. Thus, the decision of whether to eliminate Kabuto during the Chunin exams warranted careful deliberation of its pros and cons. As for forgiving Ino, Naruto merely went with the flow. Fixating on not forgiving her would be a sheer waste of time. Since Sakura unexpectedly offered Naruto a way to defuse the situation, why not seize the opportunity? Rather than engaging in futile arguments, it was imperative to ensure Ino kept her mouth shut and refrained from calling Naruto a rogue ninja, a matter of utmost urgency. Naturally, Sakura and Ino were unaware of Naruto's thoughts. They did not anticipate his newfound willingness to communicate. Both wore expressions of confusion. Girls could indeed be troublesome. Observing their expressions, Shikamaru interjected. He was adept at discerning the opportune moments for dialogue, and his input indicated that the conflict between Naruto and Ino had now concluded. Shikamaru's words finally put Sakura and Ino at ease. How much longer do we have to stay here? I'm already hungry, Chuji remarked, opening another bag of chips. You, huh? Shikamaru looked at Chuji with exasperation, hesitating to respond. Naruto silently observed everyone present. The third Hokage, who had grown indecisive in his later years, had undoubtedly executed one resolute policy: to keep the new generation of ninjas away from the ravages of war, allowing them to truly experience peace. Even if this peace remained but a cycle of conflict within the ninja world. When considering the entire ninja realm, it was the new generation of Konoha ninjas who had genuinely experienced peace and chose to relinquish the hatred that had persisted since the Warring States period. If possible, Naruto would gladly cherish the bonds formed among Konoha's new generation. Those foolish higher-ups in Konoha were ultimately relics of the past, their futures inconsequential to the new generation. Yet, at present, Konoha remained under the control of these antiquated figures ensnared in cycles of conflict. Naruto's current circumstances diverged from those in the original narrative. Though these differences were subtle, they held significant implications for him. Since Danzo had previously employed the Kodoame Tsukumi on Naruto, he would not relent. Danzo's current inaction towards Naruto was merely a result of the third Hokage's pressure. Once the third Hokage passed, would Danzo continue to endure in silence until Tsunade's ascendancy? Would Naruto have enough time to mature? Naruto would never entrust his fate to such uncertain futures. If the future were indeed predetermined, the world would not have lost Iruka Hyane 12 years prior. Presently, Naruto could not contend against Danzo, who wielded the Kodoame Tsukumi, until his strength fully matured. His only chance for survival lay in defecting from Konoha. Chapter 24. A dramatic first encounter. Now, let us dig in. At a barbecue restaurant offering charcoal grilled meat. As the pork belly began to emit its enticing aroma, Chuji eagerly reached for his chopsticks and placed a piece in his mouth. You should wait for it to cool a bit before eating, Shikamaru cautioned, handing Chuji a cup of iced tea to prevent any mishaps from his voracious appetite. But Shikamaru, the best way to enjoy barbecue is to eat it right off the grill while it's hot, Chuji exclaimed, sharing his culinary wisdom as he popped another piece of grilled meat into his mouth, seemingly oblivious to the heat. You truly have an iron stomach. Naruto marveled at Chuji's hearty appetite. You'll get used to it, Shikamaru remarked, leisurely placing his own grilled meat onto his plate. By the way, Naruto, do you have enough money? Chuji has quite an appetite. He certainly wasn't as unafraid of scalding as Dingji. Before the piping hot grilled meat could cool down enough to be palatable, Shikamaru's gaze shifted towards Naruto. In fact, our Team 7 recently undertook a C-rank mission and earned quite a sum. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern for the expense of treating others. C-rank? That's impressive, he exclaimed. We're still stuck doing D-rank missions. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Shikamaru couldn't help but express his astonishment. It's nothing special. After all, we have Sasuke, the top graduate from the Ninja Academy, in our team. Naruto chuckled, attributing the accomplishment of handling C-rank missions entirely to Sasuke. Indeed, that guy was quite exceptional even during his time at the academy. Shikamaru nodded in agreement with Naruto. Meanwhile, Sakura, who was quietly sitting beside Shikamaru and Naruto, cast a glance at Naruto before placing new pieces of grilled meat on the already empty iron plate that Dingji had cleared. Speaking of which, while Shikamaru and Naruto were chatting, Ino, sitting with Sakura, whispered, "Where has Sasuke gone?" "Training," Sakura replied softly. Ino spoke cautiously, mindful of not drawing Naruto's attention. Naruto could be quite intimidating when angry, and Ino had a particularly vivid memory of that experience. No wonder Sasuke is so impressive. He works incredibly hard, Ino remarked, casting a furtive glance at Naruto. Unlike some people who only know how to eat grilled meat, the little girl harbored grudges, even if she was the one who instigated the conflict. Sakura noticed Ino's mood and picked up her chopsticks, swiftly grabbing a piece of premium grilled meat from the iron plate, placing it in Ino's bowl. "Ino, you really have no right to complain about Naruto right now," Sakura reminded her. I know. I didn't mean anything bad," Ino retorted, avoiding Sakura's gaze as she popped the grilled meat into her mouth. However, Ino had forgotten that the meat had just left the scorching iron plate. The sizzling fat in her mouth caught her off guard, and unlike Dingji, she immediately clutched her mouth in pain. Ugh, with tears welling in her eyes. Ino sought a way to cool down her burning mouth when a hand holding a cup of iced tea appeared before her. She quickly accepted the cup, taking a refreshing sip that alleviated the heat from her mouth. "It seems this restaurant's grilled meat suits your taste," Naruto smiled at Ino, who realized that he was the one who had offered her the tea. Ino's initial fear quickly transformed into a smile as she thanked Naruto, saying, "The tea is indeed delightful. Next time, please treat us again, Dingji." "What do you think?" Dingji, still oblivious to the situation, exclaimed, "Oh, you're treating again next time? Is that really okay, Naruto?" "Of course," Naruto replied, refilling Ino's cup with iced tea. "Next time, I might just become a rogue ninja. I hope to treat you all before that happens." Ino stared blankly at the freshly filled cup in her hands, Naruto's words leaving her momentarily speechless. At that moment, Sakura discreetly poked Ino under the table. "Naruto, I truly acknowledge my mistakes. I won't say anything foolish again." Ino bit her lip, looking directly at Naruto. "Please, forgive me this once, just this once, and I promise I won't err again. I shouldn't have made a mistake in the first place." "Really?" Naruto met Ino's gaze. Really? I believe you. Naruto smiled, redirecting his attention to the grilled meat on the iron plate. With this, Ino should be less likely to speak out of turn. Now that the matter was resolved, it was time to enjoy the grilled meat. After all, one couldn't treat others and then leave without a satisfying meal. Setting her cup down, Ino lowered her head, her enthusiasm evidently diminished. Ino, just let it go. Don't always feel like you're at a disadvantage. You were in the wrong first, Sakura gently consoled her. I truly know I was wrong. I'm sorry, Sakura. I also said some hurtful things to you before. Ino looked at Sakura and apologized. I don't mind. We used to say hurtful things to each other, right? You apologized to me, and I should apologize to you too. I'm sorry, Ino, but we're friends, and these little matters aren't worth getting upset over. We are still friends. Always have been, Ino reflected, feeling ashamed of her immaturity. Indeed, we have always been friends. The conflict between them was merely trivial squabbles that would eventually resolve themselves at the right moment. It just so happened that Naruto's presence had accelerated this reconciliation. After a brief pause, Sakura added, and not just Sasuke, Naruto is quite impressive as well. Sakura's remark aimed to clarify Ino's prior misunderstanding regarding Naruto while discussing Sasuke. Upon hearing Sakura's words, Ino's gaze faltered, and she looked at Sakura without speaking. What's wrong? Sakura felt uneasy under Ino's intense stare. Sakura, you wouldn't tea. Actually, before Ino could finish her sentence, a loud argument erupted in the grilled meat restaurant. What's happening? The sudden commotion momentarily distracted Denji, who had been engrossed in enjoying his meal. Naruto was taken aback as well. He hadn't anticipated that the restaurant, which he had come to ensure Ino wouldn't speak out of turn, would bring him such unexpected excitement. He watched as a bewildered girl stood at the center of the dispute. She wore black glasses, had striking red hair, and her forehead protector indicated her status as a ninja. However, the symbol on her protector did not represent Konoha, but rather the grass village. The girl was none other than Karen, a member of the Uzumaki clan who had fled to the grass village. Naruto couldn't help but feel a sense of drama at this unexpected encounter. Chapter 25. Kakashi brings good news that forehead protector. They aren't ninjas from Konoha. Shikamaru also noticed Karen at the center of the argument and recognized her as a ninja from the grass village. Grass village? I recall it being a ninja village in the land of grass, a small country neighboring the land of fire and the land of earth. What brings them to Konoha? Sakura, prompted by Shikamaru's observation, expressed her confusion about the grass village ninjas appearing in Konoha. Perhaps it's due to the Chunin exams. Naruto speculated in response to Sakura's inquiry. Konoha has recently seen an influx of unfamiliar faces. You must have noticed it too, Sakura. I think I even spotted someone resembling a feudal lord. The only reason a feudal lord would suddenly visit Konoha would be for the Chunin exams. As he spoke, Naruto's gaze turned towards Shikamaru. Shikamaru nodded thoughtfully, recalling Asuma's earlier mention of the topic. He had heard that this Chunin exam would be a joint event involving not only the Hidden Leaf and Hidden Sand villages from the Fire and Wind countries, but also other friendly nations nearby. This indicated that they had come to the Leaf for the sole purpose of participating in the Chunin exam. Ino, too, directed her attention towards the grass ninjas, puzzled by their bickering despite being comrades. The commotion in the barbecue restaurant was evident, and a mere tilt of the ear revealed the unfolding conflict. A red-haired female grass ninja was being berated by her two male companions. The absurdity of the situation lay in the trivial nature of their dispute, which revolved around disagreements regarding the allocation of funds within their team. Hey, Karen, what do you mean by not wanting to eat lunch here? The two male grass ninjas exclaimed angrily. The girl, referred to as Karen, appeared timid in the face of their fury but defended her stance. This place is too expensive. If we eat here, we won't have enough money left for ninja tools and supplies. Thus, the trio of grass ninjas found themselves embroiled in a severe confrontation over such a trivial matter. The argument swiftly reached a conclusion. Then we'll just deduct the cost from your share for the ninja tools and supplies, since you're just a burden anyway. With that, the two male grass ninjas callously pushed Karen aside, selfishly choosing to satisfy their own appetites. These two grass ninjas appeared to be around the same age as Naruto and his friends, approximately 12 or 13 years old. While they could be considered children by ordinary standards, their status as ninjas rendered their behavior rather juvenile, drawing disdain from onlookers. Did they truly possess the strength to participate in the Chunin exam? Ino clearly harbored dissatisfaction towards the two male grass ninjas. Merely participating in the Chunin exam did not guarantee that one would become a Chunin. Moreover, The smaller nations were often lacking in talent. They simply sent a multitude of genin who met the basic requirements to take the exam, and if even one succeeded in becoming a Chunin, it would be a windfall for them. Naruto, in a rare display of good spirits, took the opportunity to enlighten Ino about the smaller nations within the ninja world. Encountering Karen here was sufficient confirmation for Naruto that she would indeed participate in this Chunin exam. However, he had no intention of intervening in her current predicament, nor did the timing seem appropriate. They were in the Leaf, and the ninjas tasked with monitoring foreign ninjas were undoubtedly nearby. Even disregarding that factor, there were more witnesses to the grass ninja conflict than just Naruto. Sakura and the rest of Team 10 were also present. Acting rashly would only invite unnecessary trouble. Once the Chunin exam commenced, Naruto would have ample opportunities to interact with Karen. Ino, don't even think about helping. We know nothing of those grass ninjas' backgrounds, Shikamaru interjected. Aware of Ino's thoughts as a fellow member of Team 10, he reminded her in a tone that suggested his reluctance to deal with complications. Cheap goodwill often brings no benefits. It can lead to a plethora of troublesome issues. We are ninjas now. You should understand this. Ino shot a glare at Shikamaru, but he remained unyielding. I understand. Ino replied curtly, though she absorbed Shikamaru's words. Yet, she was unwilling to let those infuriating grass ninjas occupy her field of vision any longer. Rising from the barbecue table, she declared, I'm full. Without waiting for Shikamaru and Choji, she exited the restaurant alone. What a hassle, Shikamaru sighed in resignation, nudging Choji to signal the end of their gathering. He then turned to Naruto and said, Naruto, that's just how Ino is. I apologize for this. Next time, let me treat you. Naruto smiled, indicating that he was unbothered, and Shikamaru said no more, joining Choji in pursuit of Ino. Thus, this barbecue gathering commenced in a rather unpleasant atmosphere and concluded similarly. However, Naruto deemed it a perfect outing. He had achieved his objective. Ino would no longer voice her concerns about his status as a rogue ninja. He even received the unexpected joy of confirming Karen's participation in the Chunin exam. The only slight disappointment was the unexpectedly high bill, a testament to the Akimichi clan's penchant for extravagant prices. It was fortunate that their meal had ended prematurely. Choji had barely eaten his fill. Had he indulged, Naruto dared not imagine the consequences. After settling the bill, Naruto and Sakura emerged from the barbecue restaurant. As Naruto glanced upwards at the sky, contemplating parting ways with Sakura, Kakashi unexpectedly appeared before them, accompanied by Sasuke, who should have been training. You two have already had lunch? Kakashi remarked, noticing the bustling barbecue restaurant. I had planned to treat you. Kakashi-sensei, saying that now, regardless of your intentions, comes across as rather insincere, Sakura retorted, harboring lingering resentment over Kakashi's earlier absence. I genuinely intended to treat you. Kakashi quickly defended himself. Yet, the three of them wore expressions of disbelief, which only served to frustrate Kakashi further. Kakashi-sensei, don't you have urgent matters to attend to? Have you resolved them? Naruto inquired, steering the disheartened Kakashi back to the topic at hand, as he could surmise the reason for Kakashi's sudden appearance. Of course, this matter also concerns the three of you. Kakashi suppressed his disappointment at being disbelieved and produced 3 application forms, handing them to the trio. The forms bore a prominent character denoting that they were Chunin exam applications. Although I didn't consult you beforehand, it's not too late to say this now. I recommend the 3 of you to participate in this Chunin exam. Naruto lowered his gaze to the Chunin exam application form in his hands. Kakashi had delivered the news he had been eagerly anticipating. Everything was proceeding as smoothly as he had hoped. Chapter 26. The quiet beginning. In order to ensure that Team 7 possessed ample energy to tackle the Chunin exam, Kakashi temporarily suspended their missions a week prior to the official examination. June, already fleeting, quickly passed, and the genin awaited the commencement of the Chunin exam on July 1st. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Hidden Leaf Ninja Academy was bustling with activity. On a weekend when no students were typically present, the academy was now filled with an overwhelming number of individuals. Among them were children around Naruto's age, as well as teenagers and young adults in their late teens to early 30s. Despite the vast age differences, they shared a common characteristic. Naruto's gaze swept across the gathering, noting the headbands adorning many foreheads. These were all ninjas present to participate in the Chunin exam. The assembly included not only ninjas from the Leaf, but also those from the Grass, Rain, Waterfall, Sound, and the Sand Village of the Wind Country. one of the 5 great nations alongside the Fire Country's Leaf Village. What a crowd! Sakura exclaimed, taken aback by the sea of people before her. Approximately 100 individuals, perhaps even more, are gathered on the playground as ninjas, while the teaching building surely harbors more. Sasuke cast a cursory glance around, estimating the number of participants in the exam. I have heard that the Chunin exams are exceedingly rigorous, and the likelihood of successfully advancing to Chunin is quite low. We must compete against so many people. Sakura spoke with a hint of concern in her voice. Moreover, there are adults participating in the exam. They undoubtedly possess considerable experience, whereas we have barely been ninjas for half a year. Upon hearing Sakura's pessimistic words, Naruto furrowed his brow. He was aware that in the original storyline, Sakura felt insecure about participating in the Chunin exams. However, he did not expect that Sakura in the present would not only mirror her original self-doubt, but that this insecurity would be even more pronounced now. This was a consequence of the unparalleled growth rate of Naruto and Sasuke, which cast a shadow on Sakura. Naruto was unwilling to enter the examination arena, while Sakura contemplated withdrawing from the test. The Chunin exam consists of a written test in the Konoha Ninja Academy as the first stage, followed by a survival exercise in the Forest of Death for the second stage. Both stages must be completed in a team of 3 ninjas. Should even one member be absent, the remaining 2 would be deemed to have failed, regardless of their performance in the exams. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, who should have been the one to notice Sakura's unusual demeanor and offer her comfort. However, at that moment, Sasuke was entirely absorbed in observing the other participants, eager to encounter formidable opponents to validate his own strength. Reluctantly, Naruto took it upon himself. Sakura, there is no need for such unwarranted self-deprecation, Naruto began, directing her attention towards him. As I mentioned before, participating in the Chunin exams does not imply that all the ninjas possess Chunin-level capabilities. The formidable older genin you worry about serve as the best evidence. Those in their 20s and 30s still stuck in the genin ranks clearly demonstrate their unworthiness to be ninjas. They are merely parasites unwilling to relinquish the benefits of their ninja identity. Naruto did not conceal his disdain for those older genin. The ninja world operates in such a manner, and it is fortunate that the current era is one of peace, devoid of war. In times of conflict, these individuals would not even qualify to survive into their 20s or 30s. I am certain you are stronger than they are, and it is quite uncharacteristic of the Sakura I know to fear the exam, especially considering your numerous top rankings surpassing even Sasuke's. This statement served as both reassurance and a genuine belief from Naruto. Sakura, lacking a ninja family background, currently ranked the lowest among the Konoha 12. While her potential may not measure up to that of the heirs of prestigious clans, she could still easily surpass the majority of ordinary ninjas. In the original narrative, her ascent to Chunin at the age of 14 or 15 had already proven her ninja aptitude. Sakura gazed at Naruto with a momentary daze. He responded with a smile. Thank you for believing in me, Naruto. Her expression began to solidify with determination. We are comrades, of course I believe in you. Now that you have dispelled your unfounded worries, let us hasten to the examination hall. The time is drawing near. Sakura's moment of self-doubt was merely a minor interlude. With that resolved, the 3 members of Team 7 proceeded to the teaching building. Kakashi had mentioned that the examination would take place in Classroom 301 of the Ninja Academy. Naruto recalled it being considerably more spacious than the other classrooms. Indeed, Classroom 301 was quite roomy, yet accommodating 100 or 200 candidates might still prove somewhat insufficient. As they walked along the corridor of the teaching building, Sakura expressed her thoughts. However, her assessment of the number of candidates participating in this Chunin exam was evidently flawed. Suddenly, the 3 members of Team 7 found themselves unable to advance, as the entrance to Classroom 301 was congested with numerous candidates. What is going on? Why are we all stuck in the corridor and not entering the classroom? Sakura tiptoed to see over the crowd, noting 2 young ninjas adorned with the Konoha headband blocking the doorway to Classroom 301. Why won't you let us through? The candidates trapped outside the classroom attempted to force their way in, only to be swiftly subdued by the 2 ninjas at the door. We are doing this for your own good. After all, you little brats have no chance of passing the exam and will surely abandon it at the outset. Since your fate is already sealed, is it not reasonable for us to clear you out beforehand? It is utterly infuriating. We are all candidates. Who are you 2 to stop us from taking the exam? Indeed, let us all charge at them. There are only 2 of them. The arrogant words of the blocking ninjas incited the crowd's fury, and chaos erupted in an instant. Naruto observed the scene with interest, fully aware that the first stage of the exam had commenced. The two young ninjas blocking Classroom 301 were actually Chunin exam proctors disguised as youths using transformation jutsu. This was not Classroom 301. Naruto's gaze returned from the classroom plaque. This feels like an illusion. Sakura finally recognized the issue. Naruto raised a hand to silence her, then turned to Sasuke. Their eyes met in silent understanding, and Sasuke nodded. It seemed he had grasped the situation. "Let us proceed," Naruto declared. He promptly grasped Sakura's hand, pulling her away from the tumultuous corridor of Classroom 301. Once they were clear of the ruckus, Naruto released Sakura's hand and addressed both her and Sasuke. "You have noticed the problem as well, haven't you? It is an illusion," Sasuke confirmed, while Sakura nodded in agreement. "This is not the third floor. Those two blocking the door are the ones casting the illusion. Their appearance also bears traces of transformation jutsu. They are likely exam proctors, and the exam has already begun." Naruto regarded the two with determination. "Let us take a different route to the real Classroom 301. As for those who cannot even see through the illusion, we need not concern ourselves with them. Fewer competitors will only benefit us." Chapter 27. Kabuto Yakushi. Here lies the true Classroom 301. Sakura surveyed the spacious corridor on the third floor of the teaching building, repeatedly confirming the number on the classroom plaque. It appeared that the illusion set on the second floor had eliminated a substantial number of candidates. Sasuke's focus was on the actual number of participants in the Chunin exam. "It is almost time. Let us enter," Naruto calmly reminded them. With that, he pushed open the door to Classroom 301. The three members of Team 7 stepped into the examination hall, where the once spacious classroom was now filled to capacity. "There are so many people," Sakura exclaimed, astonished by the number of genin present in the examination room. The illusion on the second floor had already eliminated many candidates, and Naruto had assumed that those who could see through the illusion to find the true examination venue would not be numerous. Yet, in Classroom 301, there still remained over 100 candidates. Indeed, the presence of these individuals indicated their ability to see through the illusion on the second floor. Sasuke's gaze swept over the crowd in the examination hall, struggling to contain his excitement. They are all individuals of certain strength. Naruto did not respond to Sakura's musings or Sasuke's excitement. His gaze, however, mirrored theirs as it scanned the candidates within the examination hall. In a corner towards the front of the room, 6 grass shinobi, identifiable by their forehead protectors, huddled together, one of whom was a striking figure clad in red. Utilizing Karen's sensory abilities, discerning the illusion and arriving at the true examination venue was not particularly challenging. Nevertheless, Naruto's focus was not on Karen. Instead, his attention shifted to a tall, slender man beside her, also donning a grass forehead protector and a straw hat. Indeed, Orochimaru had infiltrated the exam. Naruto feigned nonchalance, briefly allowing his gaze to sweep over the disguised Orochimaru before promptly averting his eyes. Given Orochimaru's perceptive capabilities, excessive scrutiny would surely draw his attention. The presence of such a troublesome individual at the exam was concerning, yet Naruto held little wariness towards Orochimaru. It was likely that Orochimaru had already discerned Karen's unique nature. However, at present, Orochimaru's sole focus was on Sasuke. In Orochimaru's eyes, Sasuke's significance far surpassed that of Karen. Thus, Orochimaru would not impede Naruto's plans regarding Karen. Having untangled these intricate threads, Naruto understood that he and Orochimaru shared no direct conflict of interest, at least during the Chunin exams. Rather, he found himself more concerned about Kabuto. The pale-haired, bespectacled Kabuto, with a tuft of braids at the back of his head, was also present in the examination hall. Kabuto posed an even greater challenge than Orochimaru. He possessed mastery over all of Orochimaru's forbidden techniques, capable of refinement, and could even flawlessly utilize Sage Mode, something Orochimaru was unable to do. While these were merely potential future events, they were sufficient to warrant Naruto's vigilance towards Kabuto. In many ways, Kabuto resembled White, a being devoid of purpose, mistaking the wrong individual as his savior. His thoughts and beliefs had been entirely tamed, transforming him into a mere vessel for another's will. White viewed himself as a tool for Zabuza, while Kabuto blindly emulated Orochimaru, spiraling into madness as he sought to become a new incarnation of Orochimaru. Kabuto and Naruto could only be adversaries. Perhaps during the Chunin exams, Naruto could preemptively eradicate this future threat. Kabuto was indeed formidable. Yet the true challenge lay in his mastery of all of Orochimaru's forbidden techniques and his perfect sage mode. Despite Kabuto's current strength as a Jonin, if Naruto truly wished to eliminate him, it would not pose a significant challenge. For now, it would be prudent to observe, concealing his thoughts. Naruto anticipated ample opportunities to turn his intentions into reality during the second practical examination in the Forest of Death. It was wise to reserve a backup plan. Making a decision, Naruto's gaze fell upon the 6 approaching figures. "Did you all partake in this Chunin exam as well?" Nara Shikamaru inquired, glancing at Naruto's Team 7 before turning to greet the similarly approaching Team 8. This marked the first occasion since becoming ninjas that they had all gathered together. "Isn't that right, Akamaru?" The boy named Inuzuka Kiba, with red markings on his cheeks resembling canine fangs, greeted them boisterously, clad in a thick jacket even in July. With a fluffy hood adorning his head, his white dog, Akamaru, barked in response. "It's been ages." Beside Kiba, Hinata Hyuga, also from Team 8, softly greeted the group. As for the third member of Team 8, the boy known as Aburame Shino, dressed in a high-neck jacket and round black sunglasses, remained silent, merely nodding to acknowledge everyone in a friendly manner. "So, all 9 new recruits this year are participating in the Chunin exam. Sasuke, how long do you think you can last?" Kiba directed his gaze at Sasuke, who had harbored thoughts of surpassing him since their time in the academy. Over the past few months as ninjas, this ambition had only intensified. "Humph, it's not just you who's growing," Sasuke retorted indifferently to Kiba's provocation. "It's rather bothersome how everyone remains the same as before," Shikamaru muttered. "Before you criticize others, perhaps reflect on yourself." Ino voiced her discontent at Shikamaru's current demeanor, shooting a glare at Choji, who was munching on chips. "Choji, that includes you too." "Ino's as troublesome as ever," Shikamaru thought to himself, stifling a sigh. Just as Ino was vocally chastising Shikamaru and Choji, she suddenly noticed Naruto's gaze fixed upon her. "What are you staring at?" Ino instinctively recoiled under Naruto's scrutiny. "You're too conspicuous, Ino," Naruto remarked, then shifted his attention to Kabuto, who was approaching at that moment. Much like in the original tale, Kabuto had yet to fully emulate Orochimaru's existence, still harboring remnants of the teachings instilled by his adoptive mother, Yakushi Nono. The clash of old and new ideologies. The stark contrast in their life meanings had left Kabuto in a state of confusion, prompting him to defy Orochimaru's orders by actively engaging with Sasuke during the Chunin exams. In search of clarity, "Naruto's right. You're far too conspicuous," Kabuto chimed in, adopting a familiar tone as he criticized Ino. "Suddenly appearing and commenting on strangers isn't a good habit." "Who are you?" Nara Shikamaru stepped forward to confront Kabuto, blocking his path. "The Leaf Village forehead protector signifies that we are Leaf Shinobi just like you," Sakura pointed out, noticing Kabuto's forehead protector. "How do you know Naruto's name?" Sasuke glowered at Kabuto, his eyes brimming with wariness. "Honestly, I'm just being kind. Look around you, newcomers." Kabuto's reminder caused the group to finally realize that the attention of all the ninjas in the examination hall was fixated upon them. With the exam imminent, tension was palpable, and their chatter was likely to disturb others, inviting trouble. Kabuto adjusted his glasses perched on his nose. "Is it my fault? Ino had been the loudest just moments ago. Now you should understand that I mean no harm. My name is Kabuto Yakushi, and consider me your senior. Think of this as a piece of advice from a senior. Every year, there are newcomers like you. Be cautious, as the Chunin exams can be quite brutal." With the realization dawning upon them, the group's hostility towards Kabuto began to ease. Yet Sasuke remained undeterred. "You still haven't answered me. How do you know Naruto's name?" Kabuto met Sasuke's gaze. "All right, let me impart more wisdom to you juniors." With that, Kabuto produced a stack of cards from his ninja tool pouch. Chapter 28, The Life of Information. It's somewhat embarrassing to admit, but this is my 7th time participating in the Chunin exams. Kabuto crouched down, pulling a card from the stack and placing it on the ground. 7 times. The Chunin exams are that brutal? Hearing Kabuto's count of attempts, even Shikamaru, who typically approached matters with a laid-back attitude, exhibited a look of astonishment. However, I have been earnestly reflecting on the reasons for my failure in the examination, diligently gathering intelligence on the candidates to prepare for the test. Gathering intelligence on candidates. Is that the reason you are familiar with Naruto's name? Sasuke sought key information within the words of Kabuto. Indeed, I have expended considerable effort to collect intelligence for this Chunin exam, which is what I now present to you in the form of these cards. Kabuto extended his fingers, pressing them against the cards on the ground, channeling his chakra into them. The previously blank cards suddenly revealed a wealth of illustrated information. Naruto silently gazed at the contents of the card. It displayed a map of the ninja world, highlighting the two of the 5 great nations, the land of fire and the land of wind, along with the neighboring countries of the land of rice, the land of waterfall, the land of grass, and the land of rain, making a total of 6 nations, all vividly colored. The countries marked were the reference nations for this joint Chunin exam. Kabuto elaborated for the group, pointing to the numbers beside each ninja village. Over 400 candidates enrolled in this Chunin exam. And you must have noticed the illusions on the second floor of the teaching building. The majority of candidates failed to pass the preliminary qualification tests. The actual numbers I recorded indicate the number of successful ninja from each village currently present in Classroom 301. Land of Fire, Konoha, 87. Land of Wind, Sunagakure, 30. Land of Rain, Amigakure, 21. Land of Grass, Husagakure, 6. Land of Waterfall, Takigakure, 6. Land of Rice, Otogakure, 3 in total. There are 51 teams composed of 3 ninjas each, amounting to 153 individuals. Following this, I will share the intelligence I have gathered on the candidates. Kabuto produced another card and performed the chakra infusion as before. In an instant, Naruto's information was displayed on the card. The intelligence Kabuto collected regarding Naruto accurately depicted his appearance, the composition of his ninja team, the number of tasks he had completed at various ranks, his strength metrics, and his proficiency in jutsu, including the shadow clone technique and the earth release, decapitation technique. Observing his own adept techniques, Naruto was astonished by Kabuto's ability to gather information. The shadow clone technique, Naruto's primary offensive method, was unsurprising for Kabuto to discover. The decapitation technique, however, was something he had sought to learn from Kakashi, intentionally revealing his earth affinity chakra nature, yet he had only employed it during training and not in real missions. Except for a singular instance against the ghost brothers from the mist outside of Konoha. For Kabuto to obtain such information was indeed unusual. Aside from monitoring Naruto around the clock, the remaining source of information could only be accessed through the confidential ninja files held by the higher-ups in Konoha, where Naruto's use of the decapitation technique had been documented. However, upon further reflection, despite Kabuto's current facade as a Konoha genin, he was still covertly acting as a subordinate of Danzo. It seemed that Kabuto's participation in this Chunin exam was not only under Orochimaru's directive, but also carried Danzo's orders. After all, this examination featured the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, whom Danzo was particularly concerned about, as well as the last survivor of the Uchiha clan. With a trio of spies like Danzo, Orochimaru, and Sasori, gathering intelligence was exceedingly effortless for Kabuto. Fortunately, Naruto had been concealing his true strength since his arrival in this world, which would render Kabuto's accurate information about Naruto inaccurate. For a ninja, intelligence is life. The correctness and completeness of information can determine the fate of individuals, organizations, and even nations. If Kabuto regarded Naruto merely as an ordinary genin, perhaps only considering him as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, deliberately omitting any mention of his growth, he would be far from being Naruto's match due to his unwavering belief in erroneous information. Having witnessed Kabuto's intelligence-gathering prowess firsthand, Naruto's resolve to deal with him during the Chunin exam intensified. Given their current strengths and the information disparity, the Forest of Death's extended survival exercise presented Naruto with the perfect opportunity to strike. Do you have intelligence on all of us? Naruto displayed an expression of disbelief. Feeling exposed by Kabuto's knowledge of him, he had to feign surprise at the display of his own information by a senior he had just met. Naturally, Kabuto's tone brimmed with confidence in his intelligence-gathering capabilities. Hearing Kabuto's words, Sasuke remained silent for a moment before stepping forward. So, you also possess intelligence on the formidable individuals in this exam? Kabuto glanced at Sasuke, readily acknowledging the wealth of information at his disposal. Indeed, I have their intelligence. Can I take a look? After a brief hesitation, Sasuke cautiously sought Kabuto's assistance. After all, such intelligence was hard-earned by Kabuto. For a ninja, accurate information serves as both a weapon and a second life. No one would easily divulge intelligence to others. Kabuto adjusted the position of his glasses. Very well. Consider it a small gesture of assistance from me, your senior, to you newcomers participating in the exam for the first time. When I was a newcomer, I too hoped for someone to offer me assistance. Seeing you all reminds me of my past self. This statement was, of course, a facade. In truth, Kabuto's actions were designed to deliberately expose intelligence. Even though Gaara, as a friend of Orochimaru, was key to Konoha's destruction plan, Kabuto would still reveal Gaara's information before Sasuke. This was to encourage Sasuke to consider team dynamics and avoid Gaara, preventing any unforeseen incidents before Orochimaru could reach him. To make Gaara's intelligence revelation less jarring, Kabuto intertwined it with information about 3 other individuals. From the personal intelligence I've gathered, there are 4 candidates to be particularly cautious of in this Chunin exam. Kabuto produced 4 blank cards, placing them on the ground. After infusing them with chakra, the information was revealed. Among the 4 candidates requiring special attention, one was none other than Uchiha Sasuke himself. Removing yourself from consideration, there are 3 individuals whose strength stands out in this exam. Kabuto indicated the remaining 3 cards, which displayed photographs of 3 young boys. Firstly, there is Rock Lee from Konoha's 3rd squad, led by Jonin Might Guy, a genin skilled in taijutsu. Rock Lee dons a peculiar green jumpsuit, sports a black bowl-cut hairstyle, and possesses large, round eyes beneath his thick eyebrows. Secondly, there is Niji Hyuga, also from the 3rd squad, whose strength surpasses that of Rock Lee, hailing from the Byakugan clan of Konoha. He is a boy with eyes identical to Hinata's. Upon hearing Kabuto's introduction of Niji, Hinata nervously fidgeted with her fingers. Finally, there is Gaara from Sunagakure, with red hair, no eyebrows, and the kanji for love inscribed upon his forehead in the same red hue. Among the 3, Kabuto's intel on Gaara was insufficiently detailed, consisting only of the number of tasks he had performed. Yet, even the task grades were enough to indicate Gaara's formidable strength. 1 B-rank mission. A mere genin is said to have successfully completed a B-rank mission without sustaining a single scratch. Iroha not only accomplished the task, but emerged entirely unscathed. Yakushi Kabuto supplemented the information not displayed on the card. A B-rank mission without a scratch? Upon hearing Kabuto's words, Sasuke's eyes flickered. There was no record of B-rank missions on his and Naruto's information cards, only a single C-rank mission recorded. This was a commission from the Land of Waves, officially classified as C-rank, yet recognized by the Jonin Kakashi as having the actual difficulty of a B-rank mission. A B-rank task is one that even a Jonin like Kakashi may not complete unscathed. Studying Iroha's information, Sasuke felt no fear of his strength. Instead, he was eager for a challenge. Sakura was also paying attention to Iroha's intelligence, but her gaze lingered more on his photograph. The eyes of Iroha in the image conveyed fury, malice, and solitude, much like Naruto in his earlier days. Kabuto-senpai, do you have detailed information about the Sound Village? I don't recall hearing about this ninja village before, Naruto interjected, sensing the conversation might deviate from expectations and attempting to steer it back on course. I'm not entirely sure. I only know it's a recently established small ninja village. Unlike the revelation of Iroha's information, Kabuto, given his dual identities, would not disclose any information about the Sound Village founded by Orochimaru. However, as a deeply embedded double agent, the trio from the Sound Village was genuinely unaware of Kabuto's true identity. As Kabuto's assessment of the Sound Village concluded, Naruto's eyes briefly flashed with a sharp glint before disappearing in an instant. The unfolding situation was aligning perfectly with Naruto's expectations. In the next moment, a Sound Ninja boy, his head completely wrapped in white bandages save for his left eye, suddenly appeared before Kabuto, launching a punch at him. Chapter 29. The neighboring seat caught off guard by the sudden attack in the examination room. Kabuto was astonished but barely managed to evade the incoming punch at the last moment. However, despite dodging the assault, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. A small ninja village? The ninjas of Konoha truly are arrogant, remarked the bandaged Sound Ninja, expressing dissatisfaction with Kabuto's comments about the Sound Village. Just then, 2 companions joined him, a boy adorned with a large kanji for death on his clothing and a girl with flowing black hair. Kabuto-senpai. Naruto rushed to Kabuto's side, kneeling beside him as Kabuto coughed up blood mixed with shards of broken glass from his glasses. Are you all right? Naruto grasped Kabuto's arm, helping him to his feet while expressing concern for his well-being. Cough, cough. Kabuto sputtered, finally regaining his composure to respond. I'm fine, thank you, Naruto. Humph. No wonder you've participated in so many Chunin exams, yet remain a genin. Pathetically weak. Daring to speak so boldly against the Sound Village simply because you are a Konoha ninja, sneered the bandaged sound ninja. Update your outdated intelligence. Remember the trio of the sound, Tosu, Saku, and Kodo. All of them easily became Chunin in your destined 7th failure of the Chunin exams. Tosu raised his hand again, revealing a gauntlet with holes, clearly indicating that he had no intention of letting Kabuto off easily. His companions, Saku and Kodo, stood by, smirking. Damn it. Sasuke drew a kunai, unconcerned for Kabuto's fate but apprehensive that Tosu's next attack might indiscriminately target Naruto as well. Yet, Naruto maintained a calm demeanor. The hidden examiners would not allow the conflict among the candidates to escalate. Violence was part of the second exam's content. Everyone, cease this at once. With a thunderous shout, thick smoke suddenly enveloped the podium of classroom 301. As the smoke dissipated, a group of Chunin exam proctors clad in cement gray uniforms appeared before the crowd. Leading this assembly of Chunin examiners was the scarred face of the head of the Konoha interrogation unit, a special jonin, Marino Ibiki, the chief examiner for the first round of the Chunin exams. He introduced himself briefly to the candidates in the examination room. Ibiki's gaze fell upon the trio from the sound. Do you wish to have your qualification for the exam revoked? This is merely normal ninja interaction. Isn't the purpose of the Chunin exams to assess the strength of ninjas from various nations? Tosu replied, his words laced with barbs, yet his tone softened before Ibiki. Oh, you see things clearly, Ibiki said, no longer elaborating further, signaling for a Chunin to step forward. The Chunin proctor, his nose wrapped in bandages, carried a cardboard box. You have 5 minutes to draw your seat numbers. With Ibiki's command, the candidates lined up obediently to retrieve slips of paper inscribed with their seat numbers from the box. The bandaged proctor and his companion bore a striking resemblance to the two individuals who had blocked the doorway on the second floor, didn't they? In the line. Sakura whispered her observations to Naruto, who stood behind her. The chakra feels similar, it can't be mistaken. Naruto glanced at the now unmasked Kozo and Kamizuki Izumi, but didn't dwell on them. He quickly returned his focus to Kabuto, contemplating whether his previous act of assisting Kabuto might have felt out of place given the circumstances. He concluded it was quite reasonable. Kabuto had approached Naruto and the others with good intentions, and it was his own description of the Sound Village that had provoked Tosu's ire, leading to the attack. In truth, both Naruto and Kabuto were playing their roles. Kabuto's performance aimed to reinforce his image as a feeble ninja unable to pass the Chunin exams, thereby crafting a facade of a harmless Konoha ninja senior. This was Kabuto's strategy to facilitate deeper interaction with Uchiha Sasuke in the Forest of Death, seeking answers to his own confusion that might reside within Sasuke. Meanwhile, Naruto merely added his own subplot to Kabuto's act. During the earlier moment of assisting Kabuto, Naruto had already prepared a contingency plan, namely, the Flying Thunder God technique. In the lethal Forest of Death, during the second Chunin exam, Naruto would legally eliminate Kabuto, a looming threat for the future. Next, the proctor Kozo called out. Naruto stepped forward to the podium, his hand reaching into the box to randomly select a slip of paper. Next, Kozo repeated his call. Naruto, sensing the moment, left the podium, glanced at the number on the slip, and proceeded to his designated seat. He passed by Hinata, who was already seated. Naruto displayed a flicker of surprise. To his astonishment, he was not seated next to Hinata for this examination. He made his way toward the back of the classroom, ultimately halting in front of Ino. What are you doing? Ino was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's sudden appearance. A smirk crossed Naruto's face as he found amusement in Ino's expression, akin to that of a mouse confronted by a cat. What are you laughing at? Ino finally registered her instinctive tendency to diminish her demeanor in Naruto's presence. This was not her usual character. She believed she should be the one in control. With that thought, Ino shot a fierce glare at Naruto. However, the aura she attempted to project was far from intimidating. It was merely a facade. You're quite amusing, Naruto remarked, offering his assessment of Ino before continuing past her. It then dawned on Ino that Naruto's seat was not adjacent to hers. Initially, she had expressed her apprehension when she saw him approaching, prompting Naruto to tease her. How insufferable! Ino grumbled inwardly, reflecting on Naruto's previously icy demeanor. Despite his newfound annoyance, she found herself more inclined to engage with the current version of Naruto. Naruto, lacking the sensory abilities of the Yamanaka clan, remained oblivious to Ino's thoughts. His earlier pause before her was merely a reaction to his surprise at his assigned seat. To mask his astonishment, he chose to provoke Ino, creating the illusion that his halt was due to her presence. Finally, he settled into his seat, where his neighbor was Temari. Chapter 30. The plan for the destruction of Konoha. Temari sported a mane of golden hair, styled into 4 short braids that seemed rather cumbersome. The ninja forehead protector adorning her forehead served as a dividing line for her hairstyle. 2 of the braids rested upon the ties of the protector, while the other 2 aligned level with her ears. Naruto had not anticipated that his seatmate would be Temari. As the eldest daughter of the 4th Kazekage, she, alongside her brothers Kankuro and Gaara, formed the vanguard of Tsunagekyu's team for the upcoming Chunin exams, which were part of their plan to obliterate Konoha. The 4th Kazekage's strategy was rather straightforward. From his position toward the back of the examination hall, Naruto glanced at Gaara, who occupied a central seat. Knowing Gaara's identity as a Jinchuriki made it easy to surmise the 4th Kazekage's original intentions. During the final selection for the Chunin exams, Gaara was expected to unleash Shikaku, one of the tailed beasts, in front of the gathered dignitaries, thereby shattering Konoha's long-held formidable reputation. This, perhaps, was the true ambition of the 4th Kazekage. Given Tsunagekyu's current capabilities, it was impossible for them to confront Konoha head-on. The invasion was not intended to escalate into full-scale war. Rather, the goal was to achieve a strategic victory that would enlighten the foolish daimyo of the Wind Country, who sought to abandon their own strength in favor of Konoha's might, about the realities of national politics. Following the Third Shinobi World War, the Wind Country had formed an alliance with the Fire Country. The Wind Country's power was severely diminished in the aftermath of the war, and its arid geography hampered the recovery of its economy and agriculture. Consequently, the Wind Country's daimyo bypassed Tsunagekure for ninja assignments, increasingly delegating tasks to Konoha, which led to Tsunagekyu's gradual decline. The daimyo even contemplated further diminishing Tsunagekyu's influence. As one of the 5 great shinobi countries, the Wind Country had enjoyed merely a decade of fleeting peace, yet its daimyo was prepared to sever his own country's military strength while bolstering the already strong Fire Country. Without the power to defend their nation, the kindness of others could swiftly turn into the most brutal violence. Tragically, the Wind Country's daimyo seemed incapable of grasping such simple truths. This predicament compelled the 4th Kazekage to ally with the newly established Otogekure from the land of rice. Plotting against Konoha, seeking collaboration with Otogekure was a clever move. Compared to the smaller nations surrounding the Fire Country, which had long been under Konoha's surveillance, the nascent Otogekure had yet to fall under Konoha's control. The 4th Kazekage could more easily forge an alliance with Otogekure. While this partnership might appear inconsequential for the powerful Tsunagekure, it was, in fact, the essence of the 4th Kazekage's strategic machinations against Konoha. By employing Otogekure's sound nin as the primary force against Konoha, Tsunagekure could preserve its own combat strength. Once the strategic objectives of Tsunagekure were achieved, the 4th Kazekage could subsequently abandon Otogekure, framing their actions as a deception perpetrated by a minor nation. This would allow Tsunagekure to deflect blame onto Otogekure, diverting attention from the conflicts between the 2 great nations of wind and fire. The only price Tsunagekure would pay was the label of being outsmarted by a small country. The benefits for Tsunagekure would far outweigh this cost. The 4th Kazekage's strategic aims were astutely measured, ensuring that Konoha and Tsunagekure would not entirely sever ties, avoiding the transformation from allies to enemies. After achieving tangible strategic victories, the 4th Kazekage would merely need to feign humility in subsequent political negotiations. If Konoha retained even a modicum of rationality, they would strive alongside Tsunagekure to suppress the potential for an all-out war between their nations, preventing the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning from benefiting from their conflict. At present, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who held sway over Konoha, would likely swallow this bitter pill. His indecisiveness in his twilight years was no secret to those with discerning eyes. The 4th Kazekage's scheme was, in essence, a direct read on the 3rd Hokage, provided that future political discussions proceeded favorably. The collaboration between Tsunagekure and Otogekure could be transformed into a prearranged strategy between Konoha and Tsunagekure, portraying Tsunagekure as aiding Konoha in justifying their intervention in the uncertain Otogekure. It was a classic yet effective maneuver in the realm of international politics, with the smaller nation bearing the burden. Unfortunately for the 4th Kazekage, luck was not on his side. Who would have guessed that the leader of Otogekure was none other than Orochimaru, a defector from Konoha and one of the legendary Sannin? Orochimaru turned the tables on the fourth Kazekage, disrupting the strategic objectives he had initially sought to accomplish. Through Sunagakure, Orochimaru commenced the execution of his extreme plan to annihilate Konoha. Amidst the brewing turmoil, victory belonged to the cunning. This was the true face of the shinobi world. Naruto fixated on Gaara's retreating figure, contemplating the motives behind the destruction of Konoha plan. As he reflected on the ruthless nature of ninja politics, Temari's voice cut through his thoughts. Don't harbor any unnecessary thoughts about Gaara. It could cost you your life. Noticing Naruto's gaze upon Gaara, Temari abruptly warned him. Naruto turned in astonishment to face Temari, surprised by her willingness to engage him. However, he quickly composed himself, tempering his emotions. Shikamaru's unexpected actions prompted Naruto to realize that this was an opportunity. You are Gaara's companion, right? In the intelligence report from Kabuto regarding Gaara's team, there is a photo of you, Shikamaru. Shikamaru had evidently misunderstood Naruto's earlier gaze directed at Gaara, thinking that Naruto wished to challenge him to test his own strength. Boys around the age of 12 or 13 often seek to prove themselves, and as an older sister with 2 younger brothers and years of ninja experience, it was not surprising that Shikamaru would perceive Naruto in such a light. In the original storyline, Naruto and Sasuke at this age were indeed as Shikamaru envisioned. However, the Naruto of the present was quite different. He did not refute Shikamaru's assumption, but instead played along, displaying an inquisitive expression without an actual confrontation. How could one ascertain who is stronger? Observing Naruto's eager demeanor, Shikamaru furrowed her brow. She intended to issue a friendly warning, but her primary concern was for Gaara. She did not want Gaara to become overly reckless in his violence, which could unleash the monstrous entity hidden within him. Yet, Naruto seemed impervious to her counsel. After all, that fellow, Kabuto, had mentioned that Gaara was among the most outstanding candidates in this Chunin exam. He was undoubtedly the strongest. Shikamaru continued to implore him. Yet despite her intentions, her expression was shrouded in gloom. Her thoughts drifted back to a recent B-rank mission she had executed with Kankuro and Gaara. Recalling the bloody methods Gaara had employed during the task, Shikamaru fell into her own reflections. Chapter 31. Shikamaru. Naruto glanced at the silent Shikamaru and deliberately remarked, "You seem quite afraid of him. That guy does have a rather intimidating expression. Could he be of a particularly malevolent nature? If that is the case, it must be quite a challenge for you as his partner." Faced with Naruto's well-meaning yet naive comfort, Shikamaru quickly retorted, "Gaara is not as you perceive him. He simply struggles with social interactions. He lives a very lonely life." As she spoke the last words, a hint of unnoticeable guilt colored her tone. Naruto regarded Shikamaru intently. It was no wonder that in the original Chunin exam, Gaara, engulfed in loneliness and suffering, could be restrained to a degree by Shikamaru. Kind-hearted, resolute, and valuing familial bonds. This was how Naruto defined Shikamaru after their brief conversation. It was natural for anyone to fear the dark and fierce Gaara. Such feelings were universal. Yet, Shikamaru's fear stemmed solely from apprehension and did not betray any malice toward Gaara. As an elder sister, she possessed a delicate sensitivity and had never regarded Gaara as a monster, unlike Kankuro, who harbored resentment for Gaara's role in their mother's death. All 3 siblings had lost their mother, yet Shikamaru had never entertained the selfish thought that it was Gaara, the youngest brother, who had caused their mother's demise. She understood the pain of losing a mother and thus empathized with Gaara's solitude. If Naruto in the original story was redeemed by Iruka, then Shikamaru, through her unwavering support for Gaara and her sincere affection as a surrogate mother figure, was his salvation. In the original narrative, Naruto's role was simply to serve as a fellow Jinchuriki, helping Gaara recognize Shikamaru's affection for him, enabling him to understand that he was not truly alone and that, as a Jinchuriki, he too was deserving of love. Loneliness, then allow me to be your friend. Faced with Naruto's sudden declaration, Shikamaru scrutinized him, observing the slightly foolish smile on his face. Do you not believe it? Noticing Shikamaru's gaze, Naruto extended his right hand, fingers curled into a fist, facing her. Then let us make a pact. My ninja way is to follow through on my word. Why would you do something like this? We have only just met. Shikamaru expressed curiosity regarding Naruto's reasoning behind such a choice. Naruto, maintaining his innocent demeanor, did not disclose his true feelings, for his ninja way did not include such straightforwardness. After all, Konoha and Sunagakure were allies. Mutual assistance should be expected, right? With an unwavering smile, he declared, I will definitely become Hokage in the future. Upon hearing Naruto's response, Shikamaru's eyelids fluttered, her mood visibly darkening, just as she suspected. Observing Shikamaru's reaction, Naruto began to comprehend the reason behind her initial approach. At 15, Shikamaru exhibited a level of maturity that surpassed the younger generation of Konoha's elite. Yet, she still remained a girl, limited by her youthful perspective. Her innocent thoughts had not been dulled. She continued to simplify complex matters. Among the siblings, Kankuro, Gaara, and Shikamaru, only Shikamaru held an opposing view toward their father's plan to destroy Konoha. Deep down, she still subconsciously regarded Konoha as an ally. And indeed, as Naruto had surmised, Shikamaru quickly adjusted her mood, gazing at the fist extended before her. In her view, the stable alliance between Konoha and Tsunagakure was crucial for the present state of the Wind Country, which had been severely weakened by war. Its geographical disadvantages compared to the other four great nations made stability even more essential, allowing time to heal the wounds inflicted by conflict. Yet, Shikamaru was also a competent ninja. Even though her kind nature urged her to dissuade Naruto from pursuing Gaara, she would still adhere to her identity as a ninja, accepting missions for the sake of her village and country, even if it meant bloodshed, while refraining from unnecessary cruelty. "What is your name?" Shikamaru inquired. "Uzumaki Naruto." "Uzumaki Naruto. With your disposition, you won't last long in the ninja world," Shikamaru pointedly criticized, deeming Naruto's kindness futile. Nonetheless, she extended her hand, fingers intertwining, and met his fist with her own. Their fists collided, sealing their pact. "Still, thank you." Retrieving her hand, Shikamaru offered Naruto a slight smile. "This is the first time I've heard someone express a desire to be friends with Gaara." For a moment, she set aside her rationality, revealing her emotions to Naruto. As Gaara's elder sister, his words had genuinely delighted her. Naruto responded with a smile, recognizing the purity of her sentiment. He discreetly glanced at Shikamaru's withdrawn hand. Sometimes, engaging with others in the manner of the original Naruto yielded unexpected results. Perhaps it was the influence of Ashura's chakra at play, for after all, the two sons of the Sage of Six Paths represented contrasting forces, Indra embodying the fearsome power of possibilities, while Ashura possessed the formidable ability to gain recognition through love. However, Naruto's declaration of wanting to befriend Gaara was not merely an attempt to win Shikamaru's favor. The event itself was initiated by Shori, who took the initiative to engage Naruto in conversation, leading to Naruto's spontaneous decision. Naruto merely drew upon memories from his previous life to accurately deduce Shori's character, subsequently utilizing this insight to his advantage. Currently, Gaara is engulfed in darkness, a complete madman with a thirst for blood. Yet, he holds a deep regard for Shori and Kankuro, the last remnants of familial ties. Although Gaara may not fully comprehend why they are so significant to him at this moment, should Naruto find himself in a confrontation with Gaara, he could potentially harness Shori's influence to restrain Gaara's actions to some degree. The contingency plan Naruto had set up with Kabuto was a deliberate move on his part. His serendipitous arrangement with Shori, however, was purely coincidental. There exists no conflict of interest between Naruto and Gaara. However, Gaara is ultimately a Jinchuriki, which necessitates Naruto's caution regarding Gaara's reckless behavior during the Chunin exams and its potential impact on Naruto's plans to defect from Konoha, with Shori reaching out to him. Naruto was unperturbed to mark Shori with the Flying Thunder God technique to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances that may arise. Fully prepared, Naruto concentrated on the present. His conversation with Shori did not consume much time, yet it was sufficient to unconsciously pass the 5 minutes allocated for drawing seat numbers. The Chunin exam proctors had already taken their places along the wall of the examination room, ready for monitoring. Silence. Only the head examiner, Marino Ibiki, remained standing at the podium, surveying the entire examination hall. All candidates were seated according to their designated numbers, originally grouped in threes. The ninja teams were randomly assigned to different seats amidst unfamiliar faces. Ibiki retrieved a piece of white chalk and inscribed the rules of the first exam on the blackboard. I will now explain the rules for the first exam. Chapter 32. The variety of the examination room. The written exam operates on a point deduction system, with each participant starting with a perfect score of 10 points. The paper comprises 10 questions, with 1 point deducted for each incorrect answer. If the proctor detects cheating or any behavior deemed as such, 2 points will be deducted immediately upon each instance. The written exam's qualification is determined by the total team score of the three-member ninja team, 30 points in total. Should all questions be answered incorrectly, or if there are 5 instances of cheating, one participant's score will be reduced to 0, resulting in disqualification for the entire team. The duration of the exam is 60 minutes. The rules for the first exam were clearly written in white chalk against the blackboard. Now, please turn your examination papers over to the answer side. Placing the chalk back into the box, Ibiki glanced at the clock mounted on the wall of the examination room. It was precisely 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The exam begins. Ibiki signaled the commencement of the formal examination. Naruto cast a glance at the rules written on the blackboard before shifting his focus to the paper before him. The first question was a code-breaking task, identical to what he remembered. Losing interest in the subsequent 8 questions, Naruto's gaze fixated on the final question. The exam has reached the 45-minute mark, and the head examiner will personally pose a question. Please provide the correct answer within 15 minutes. It appeared the essence of this written exam had not changed. After all, how could Ibiki have anticipated that he would employ interrogation techniques in the exam, having meticulously prepared the questions? For Naruto, this was akin to an open-book test. With a clear understanding of Ibiki's intent for the first exam, Naruto's anxiety dissipated. Moreover, seated towards the back, he found himself intrigued by the reactions of others. Noticing that no one had begun writing, he observed that all candidates seemed to have tacitly agreed to first review the questions, prioritizing those they felt confident about answering. However, the previously announced 9 questions had been intentionally made more challenging by Ibiki. Yet, these questions were not so obscure that candidates could not comprehend them. Ibiki's chosen topics were strategically designed, allowing candidates to understand the questions while rendering them incapable of providing correct answers. Furthermore, it would become apparent to candidates that relying on luck to guess would yield no accurate results. The questions on the paper were far beyond the capabilities of lower-ranked ninjas. The review period would not extend much longer, yet the examination hall remained devoid of written responses, indicating an underlying issue. Surprisingly, even the Chunin hidden among the candidates remained silent, leaving Naruto perplexed. Had Ibiki not arranged for knowledgeable Chunin to infiltrate the candidates as he had in the original narrative? As this doubt flickered in his mind, Naruto quickly dismissed it. Those 2 Chunin disguised as candidates must have been instructed by Ibiki not to answer immediately. With 60 minutes allocated for the exam, the escalating tension of not knowing the correct answers would soon transform into agitation and oppression. As time dwindled, candidates unable to answer would lose their composure, failing to grasp the true purpose of the exam, leading to reckless behavior that would not involve the cunning of a ninja, but rather the foolishness of blatant cheating. Those candidates lacking any ninja aptitude were Ibiki's primary targets for elimination. In addition to this category, there were also candidates who could not answer a single question, oblivious to the exam's intent, and even hesitant to cheat. They would pin their hopes on the impromptu questioning after 45 minutes. Yet, much of Ibiki's preparation for the examination revolved around the final question. Candidates who had managed to answer the previous 9 would find it difficult to bear the consequences of answering incorrectly on the last question. Those who had already failed to secure points would only succumb to despair more rapidly when faced with Ibiki's live questioning. However, there were exceptions. Naruto observed the pink-haired figure seated in front of him, centrally positioned in the examination hall. After the review period concluded, Sakura had begun to write. She was the first candidate to put pen to paper in the entire examination room, outpacing even the Chunin who had disguised themselves as participants. Perhaps unexpectedly, Sakura's exceptional knowledge for a lower-ranked ninja allowed her to approach the exam with a level of competence. Ibiki took a keen interest in her as she began answering on her paper. With Sakura's initiation, the sounds of pencils gliding across paper began to emerge throughout the hall. The second candidate to start writing surprised Naruto. It was Karen. The speed with which Karen manipulated her pencil did not appear to be random scribbling. In stark contrast to her 2 companions from the same ninja team, who were scratching their heads in confusion, Karen's theoretical knowledge was evidently on par with Sakura's. Upon reflection, it made sense. Both Sakura and Karen were destined to become formidable medical ninjas with exceptional healing techniques, necessitating a corresponding level of extraordinary talent. However, talent is merely the stepping stone to becoming a medical ninja. It is the vast reservoir of theoretical knowledge that truly enables the adept application of medical ninjutsu. Naruto observed the various behaviors of the candidates with great enthusiasm, as 15 minutes of the examination had already elapsed. The two disguised Chunin finally began to answer questions. By carefully scrutinizing the disguised Chunin, it was not difficult to deduce their identities. There were two Chunin masquerading as candidates. Firstly, in terms of numbers, Ibiki did not allow the disguised Chunin to participate in the exam as a ninja class. Those with keen insight might have noticed that the number of candidates, which should have been divisible by 3, was suddenly reduced by 1, or conversely, 2 appeared. The next step was to identify who the extra candidates were. Naruto's gaze shifted to Gaara, To's, Niji Hyuga, and Shino Aburame, who had all noticed the anomaly in the number of examinees from the very beginning. As the two Chunin began to write, the 4 of them resorted to ninjutsu to cheat on the exam. Engaging in this unconventional ninja test, Naruto found the myriad of behaviors in the examination room quite fascinating. Regrettably, despite being aware of the exam's true purpose, he currently lacked the means to cheat. He could only patiently wait for the 10th question, which Ibiki would announce after 45 minutes of testing. Another 30 minutes would pass before the final question was unveiled. Enduring such a lengthy wait was undeniably excruciating. Naruto grew weary of the various antics displayed by the other candidates in the examination hall. He stifled a yawn, a wave of fatigue suddenly washing over him, regardless of whether in this life or the last. Entering an examination room without being able to answer questions always made him drowsy. Naruto, you must have noticed, right? At this moment, Hanabi, as before, initiated a conversation with Naruto. However, this time her voice was notably soft, likely to avoid drawing the attention of the proctoring Chunin who might deem it as cheating. What? Naruto was momentarily baffled by Hanabi's abrupt and cryptic question. The difficulty of the questions on this test is quite abnormal, Hanabi continued in a hushed tone. It was uncertain whether her hint would lead Naruto to grasp the true objective of this examination. Upon hearing Hanabi's reminder, Naruto cast a glance at her pristine test paper, which mirrored his own. I know, he thought, as he glanced back down at his own paper. Fortunately, after observing Hanabi's paper, he realized he had forgotten to write his name. Watching as Naruto suddenly began to write, Hanabi understood that he had deduced the correct method of cheating for this examination. She turned her gaze to Kenkaro, recognizing that among the trio of siblings in the ninja class, only she lacked a means to cheat. Even with an understanding of the exam's purpose, Hanabi felt powerless. I'm counting on you, Kenkaro, she silently murmured. All right, I'm done. Naruto's voice drew Hanabi's attention back to him. She noticed him shaking his still blank test paper. Done? But you haven't written a single word, Hanabi thought, perplexed about what Naruto meant by done. Then she observed Naruto folding the paper to the side, placing his hands atop one another, and resting his head on the table to sleep. Chapter 33. The 10th question. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Naruto felt something nudging his foot. Disturbed from his pleasant slumber, he had no choice but to sit up from the table once more. With sleepy eyes, he glanced at the clock hanging above the blackboard on the podium. 40 minutes had passed in the examination. There were still 5 minutes remaining before Ibiki would announce the final question. Confirming the time, Naruto turned to Hanabi. It was she who had kicked him moments ago. What is up? Naruto inquired, casting a puzzled look at Hanabi. Was it possible to annoy her even while sleeping? Hanabi did not respond to Naruto's inquiry, but merely cast a sidelong glance at the pencil resting on his test paper. Unable to glean an answer from her, Naruto followed her gaze. He noticed a small paper ball, no larger than his pinky nail, lying next to his pencil. This object looked familiar. Naruto paused, quickly realizing that the crumpled paper in the examination room served only one purpose. His gaze shifted back to Hanabi. While he had been asleep, her once blank test paper was now filled with answers. Don't dawdle, there's no time left. Seeing Naruto still appearing indifferent, Hanabi urgently reminded him in a hushed tone. Only then did Naruto pick up the paper ball. He hadn't expected the words he had previously spoken to Hanabi about befriending Gaara to have such a significant impact, prompting her to prepare the answers for him. As he unfolded the paper, he found that, despite its small size, it contained all 9 questions' answers. However, more than the content of the answers, Naruto was intrigued by the material of the paper itself. The texture was not the typical roughness. It resembled silk threads, infused with a faint chakra. Naruto immediately understood the paper's origin. Kenkaro. It was made from the chakra threads he manipulated for his puppets. Yet the answers inscribed on the paper bore a different chakra, and upon vigorous rubbing, a gritty sensation could be felt. Thus, the answers had been provided by Gaara, and Kenkaro had relayed them to Hanabi. This was fortuitous. Naruto had initially feared that submitting a blank paper would draw too much attention. With Hanabi's answers, he could complete the first exam just like the other candidates. As he transcribed the answers into his test paper, the final character was inscribed just as Ibiki spoke up. Now, I will announce the 10th question. Naruto glanced at the clock. He had taken precisely 5 minutes to copy the answers. Ibiki surveyed the examination room, where, after 45 minutes, a substantial number of seats that were once filled had now become vacant. The reason for these empty seats was due to candidates who had been caught cheating by the Chunin proctors 5 times during the 45 minutes and were thus disqualified along with their entire class. Those who managed to endure the 45 minutes awaited Ibiki's announcement of the 10th question with bated breath. Would the final question be simple? Or would it present even greater challenges than the preceding 9? Most of the remaining candidates exhibited this sentiment. As the captain of the interrogation force, Ibiki could easily discern their thoughts. Yet, amidst the anxious anticipation of the candidates, Ibiki merely emitted a chilling snort. What was he suddenly amused about? Faced with Ibiki's theatrics, Hanabi felt a sense of confusion. I don't know. Although Hanabi did not look at him, Naruto could glean from her tone that she was engaged in conversation with him. Hanabi ceased speaking, her brow furrowing as she fixed her gaze on Ibiki, wary of what new tricks this fearsome proctor might employ. Naruto, meanwhile, focused his attention on the clock, as only 15 minutes remained in the exam. Yet, it felt even more agonizing than the previous 45. This may well be a manifestation of a desperate mindset, akin to a failing student who has resigned to their fate. However, the current Naruto perceives the passage of time as exceedingly slow, primarily due to his awareness of Ibiki's tactics concerning the 10th question. After all, it is the unknown interrogations that truly intimidate individuals. It seems that Ibiki believes the atmosphere of the examination room has sufficiently warmed up. As he finally speaks again, before I announce the final question, I must add some rules to the examination. Additional examination rules? Why implement them now? Sakura inquires, her voice rising amidst the tension. This is my examination. I can add rules as I see fit, Ibiki retorts, locking eyes with Sakura with a frigid gaze. If you are dissatisfied, you may choose not to answer the final question, but be aware that you and your companions will be immediately disqualified. Faced with Ibiki's domineering demeanor, Sakura reluctantly falls silent. What I just mentioned constitutes the first additional rule. Before I reveal the 10th question, you must decide whether to answer it or not. Those who choose not to answer will have their scores reset to 0 and will be eliminated alongside their 2 companions. This first additional rule, upon initial hearing, seems akin to a mandatory single-choice question. Given such a stipulation, we are left with no option but to respond to the 10th question. Indeed, he is correct. Should one person opt out, the other 2 will be disqualified as well, who would choose to face the ire of their companions. Consequently, some candidates began to express their dissatisfaction and ridicule towards Ibiki's additional rules. However, Ibiki pays no heed to the uproar. He continues to outline the second additional rule. For those who opt to answer the 10th question, should any one of the 3 in a team answer incorrectly, the entire team's score will reset to 0, and you shall forever lose the right to participate in the Chunin exams, remaining a genin for life. Upon hearing this second additional rule, the previously raucous examination room falls into an eerie silence. How is this possible? I have participated in numerous exams and have never encountered such a situation. A trembling voice from a 30-something genin questions Ibiki's rules. Unfortunately, this year's head examiner is me. Since you have participated in these examinations before, you should understand that each Chunin exam's rules are sanctioned by the Hokage and remain in effect, even if the head examiner changes in the future. Ibiki's harsh words drive the 30-something genin to despair. Then what if I choose not to answer the 10th question? That would result in a standard disqualification. You may reattempt the exam next year or the year after. Ibiki regards the older genin, disregarding his evident anxiety. I will not answer the 10th question. His selfish declaration, dismissing the opinions of his 2 companions, prompts the Chunin examiners to immediately call out the numbers of his teammates, expelling all 3 from the examination room. With the coward leading the way, others with wavering minds quickly made their choices. In a mere 10 minutes, the number of disqualified candidates surpassed those eliminated in the previous 45 minutes. With 5 minutes remaining in the first exam, Ibiki still refrains from announcing the 10th question, waiting for those candidates still contemplating withdrawal. Another simple yet insidious trap of time for 5 minutes provides no opportunity to answer. Ibuki's silence regarding the question speaks volumes. Yet, the fear of their impending failure prevents most from seeing the situation's true nature. Those who are of no concern to Naruto may as well withdraw. His gaze is fixed on Sakura. As if sensing Naruto's attention, Sakura suddenly glances back at him. Her eyes reflecting not the terror of failing to answer, but the fear of whether to participate. Naruto meets her gaze with unwavering determination. His reassuring look gradually dispels the fear in Sakura's eyes. She no longer appears lost. It seems she will not give up at this critical juncture. Naruto's attention then shifts to Sasuke, who, naturally, will not choose to abstain. Lastly, Naruto focuses on Karen and his companions. The only uncertainty now lies with Karen and her team. If they exhibit timidity, Naruto feels powerless to intervene, likely resorting to causing a ruckus to stall the last 5 minutes, just as in the original narrative. However, Karen surprisingly remains composed. While her 2 grass ninja companions still appear hesitant, the 2 frequently glance at Karen, seemingly irked that she has yet to raise her hand to opt out of the 10th question. Truly, they are 2 foolish individuals overly concerned with their pride. A rare expression of disdain crosses Naruto's face. Chapter 34. The first exam concludes. The second exam commences 57 seconds, 58 seconds, 59 seconds. The second hand of the clock completes a full minute, while the minute hand shifts, pulling the hour hand along with it. The final 5 minutes of the first exam have elapsed. The time reaches 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Therefore, I announce the results of the first exam, Ibuki declares, leaving everyone perplexed. What about the final question? Wait, shouldn't the 10th question be revealed? A candidate urgently inquires. The choices you made earlier constituted the 10th question, Ibuki responds. You should have noticed that the purpose of this written examination was not merely to answer questions and submit papers. The true intent behind the first 9 questions was to assess your individual capabilities, specifically, your ability to locate the Chunin I placed within the examination room and obtain accurate information from them. The 10th question was designed to test your leadership skills. As ninjas, you are aware that there are 4 ranks, Genin, Chunin, Special Jonin, and Jonin. From the rank of Chunin onward, a ninja must possess the qualifications to lead a team. Throughout a ninja's life, one will encounter various tasks that are unreasonable, unavoidable, and often fatal, scenarios you will inevitably face in the future. As a Chunin captain, your responsibility is to find a glimmer of hope in dire circumstances, much like the choice presented in this examination's 10th question. Those who opt to forfeit answering at a critical moment and place their hopes on an uncontrollable future deserve to remain Genin for life. They are unworthy of continuing their existence as ninjas. Having clarified the doubts of the victors of the first exam, Ibuki's face contorts into a sinister smile. Those present here have the potential to become Chunin. The first Chunin exam concludes successfully. Congratulations on passing. With Ibuki's proclamation marking the end of the exam, a shadow suddenly shatters the window of room 301. Glass shards cascade into the examination room, while the source of the chaos is pinned to the podium by a kunai, transforming into a large black banner. The head examiner for the second Chunin exam, Mitarashi Anko. The black banner bears this message in white paint. The figure responsible for the first exam, Ibuki, is obscured by the banner, and in his stead stands a striking young woman. I am Mitarashi Anko, the head examiner for the second exam. Those who succeeded in the first exam should prepare for the second. Anko's demeanor is decidedly bold and commanding. Compared to the astonishment expressed by others at the sudden appearance of Mitarashi Anko, Naruto found himself profoundly captivated by her attire. With her hair styled in fluffy braids and draped in a loose, earthy-toned coat, glimpses of the black fishnet armor beneath were evident. This armor enveloped her upper body and the skin of her thighs, while beneath the coat she wore only a short skirt, allowing Naruto to easily admire her curvaceous figure. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, the visual impact of her ensemble remained as striking as the first time he laid eyes on her. In the world of ninjas, fishnet armor serves a purpose akin to chainmail, providing decent protection without the cumbersome weight of traditional armor. Both men and women can don it, making it a common choice among ninjas. Indeed, Temari, seated beside Naruto, also wore fishnet armor beneath her clothing, though it is generally regarded as undergarments. Anko's unconventional style, however, reflected her bold personality, often described as a tomboy who preferred camaraderie with boys over engaging in typical girlish games. Unbeknownst to her, Naruto mused about her in his thoughts. Her gaze swept across the exam hall, confirming the number of candidates who had successfully passed the first round. With a hint of dissatisfaction, she remarked, 60 still remain. While not an overwhelming number, it's not insignificant either. Ibiki, you didn't go easy on them during the proctoring, did you? I feel like the number of those who passed is roughly what I expected. Ibiki raised his hand to pull aside the banner obstructing his view. Reappearing before the group with an air of resignation, Anko, could you please enter through the front door next time? I'll have to discuss the broken glass with the instructors at the Ninja Academy, but I'll leave that to you. With a wave of his hand, he transformed Classroom 301 into Anko's domain. You have half an hour to gather at Training Ground 44. The details of the exam will be explained at the venue, and any latecomers will be considered to have forfeited their exam. Anko's instructions were succinct and decisive. With that, she vanished from the room. As soon as Anko disappeared, Naruto rose from his seat and addressed Temari. Well, I'm off to meet my ninja team. I need to gather with Gaara and the others too, Temari replied. Standing up, the candidates who passed the first round were now assembling with their respective teams, preparing to head to the aforementioned Training Ground 44. As they gathered, Naruto took note of those who had successfully passed the first exam and made his way to join Sasuke and Sakura. The three exchanged greetings and exited the exam hall together. At this hour, with the second round commencing in the evening, could it be that they were to engage in a nighttime exercise? Walking through the corridors of the school building, Sakura speculated about the content of the second exam. Regardless of what it entails, we must remain vigilant. The elimination rate in the first exam was alarmingly high, given the tone of that female examiner. The elimination rate in the second exam will likely be even greater. Sasuke, too, contemplated strategies for tackling the second exam. Naruto trailed behind Sasuke and Sakura, not participating in their conversation, yet he wholeheartedly agreed with Sasuke's sentiments. Constant vigilance was imperative. The second exam was fraught with peril, especially with unpredictable entities like Orochimaru and Gaara lurking. He had already observed the candidates who passed the first round. Although the number was 6 teams fewer than in the original tale, the changes were minimal. The 12 young ninjas from his class had all passed without issue. Kabuto's group, along with Karen and Orochimaru's team from Grass, had also succeeded in the first round. Additionally, Tosu's team from Sound and Gaara's group from Sand were present. Just as in the original narrative, the 2 teams from Rain Village, who had attacked Naruto's team, and those who encountered Gaara, had also successfully passed. Naruto, what do you think the second exam will involve? Sakura suddenly inquired. I've heard that Training Ground 44 is also known as the Forest of Death, he began, but was interrupted by an unexpected voice. Wait a moment. A boy of similar age blocked the path of Team 7. With a watermelon-shaped head, thick eyebrows, and large round eyes, he donned an unusual green bodysuit. His ninja forehead protector tied around his waist, marking him as a Leaf Village ninja. Behind him stood a boy with pure white eyes devoid of pupils and a girl with twin buns. This is the Rock Lee that Kabuto mentioned, Sasuke recognized, along with the Hyuga Neji and Tenten who stood behind him. Why is he suddenly stopping us? Sakura wondered, feeling uneasy after their recent encounter with the Sound Ninja. Naruto simply observed the flushed expression of Lee, who had turned red at the sight of Sakura. He had previously been puzzled as to why he had not seen Team 3 on the second floor of the school. It turned out they had been waiting here all along. Hey Lee, we don't have time to waste. It's quite a distance to Training Ground 44. Sakura admonished as she and Sasuke remained on guard against Lee's interruption. Neji, with his long black hair tied in a ponytail, cautioned Lee. You heard the proctor of the second exam. We have only half an hour to assemble. If we're late, we risk losing our chance to take the exam. Clearly, Lee's action was not a collective decision of Team 3, but rather his own initiative. I know. I won't waste much time, Lee assured Neji, then turned his gaze back to Sakura, his cheeks reddening once more. Honestly, Tenten sighed, shaking her head in exasperation, as if accustomed to Lee's antics. After calming his companion, Lee nervously approached Sakura, clearly conflicted about his intentions. As a master of taijutsu, his demeanor became stiff with anxiety. Sasuke, ever vigilant, positioned himself protectively in front of Sakura. What do you want? He questioned Lee. You are the top graduate of this year's Ninja Academy, Uchiha Sasuke, Lee stated, meeting Sasuke's gaze. Please don't worry. I mean no harm. I'm here to ask Sakura out. You're asking me? Sakura felt utterly bewildered, searching her memory for any prior interaction with Lee. Yes. Allow me to introduce myself, Lee exclaimed, raising his thumb and flashing a radiant smile at Sakura. My name is Rock Lee. Sakura, would you go out with me? I will protect you with all my strength. No, thank you. Sakura promptly declined. Sasuke gazed in bewilderment at the farcical scene unfolding before him, confirming that Lee harbored no ill intentions. Silently, he stepped away from Sakura, realizing he had been shielding her from the encounter. He faced Lee, who had just flashed a soul-stirring smile. Naruto patted Sasuke on the shoulder, expressing sympathy for his predicament. With his other hand, he gestured to Sakura, urging her to move on. Let us go, Sakura. We can't waste time on foolishness. Wait for me, Naruto. Sakura hurriedly maneuvered around Lee to catch up with the two boys. However, just as Team 7 passed by Neji and Tenten, Lee called out to them once more. What do you want now? Sasuke frowned, directing his gaze at Lee. Sasuke, would you care to have a brief spar with me? Lee proposed. Lee, Neji interjected, attempting to dissuade his teammate from this sudden notion. Don't worry, I'll keep it light. If we hurry, we can reach training ground 44 in under 15 minutes. Lee turned to Sasuke. This could benefit you as well. I can see the desire for a challenge in your eyes. Even if you were to lose to me now, it wouldn't affect your exam, and you could gather valuable information for your comrades, couldn't you? Why do you speak to me as if I am certain to lose? Sasuke fixed his crimson gaze on Lee, his dark eyes transforming into the Sharingan, adorned with a single tomo. Unexpectedly, Sasuke has chosen to accept the challenge despite the time constraints, Sakura thought, eager to intervene, but Naruto held her back, preventing her from interrupting Sasuke. Naruto? Sakura looked at him in confusion. Sasuke has made up his mind, Naruto explained, causing Sakura to pause. She fell silent, retreating to stand beside Naruto, both of them intently observing Sasuke as he prepared to battle Lee. Noticing Naruto and Sakura's actions, Lee remarked, You have two remarkable companions. Sasuke, I am well aware of that, and I do not require your reminders, Sasuke replied, his crimson eyes fixed on Lee's movements. Naruto observed the exchange between Sasuke and Lee. In the original narrative, Sasuke had acquired a single-eyed Sharingan during his battle in the Land of Waves, and through rigorous training prior to the Chunin exams, he had awakened the full double tomo. However, now that Haku and Zabuza had been dealt with by Naruto, Sasuke had missed a rare opportunity for growth. In the original story, even with double tomo, Sasuke would have struggled against Lee. Thus, with only a single tomo at his disposal now, the odds were even more unfavorable. Then I shall make the first move, Lee announced, adopting a defensive stance. He stood erect, one hand behind his back, while the other extended forward, palm aligned with his chest. Lee's movements were not particularly swift, allowing Sasuke's Sharingan to capture every detail of his actions. Is this the opening stance for a taijutsu technique? Sasuke speculated, feeling a hint of overconfidence. Among the three ninja arts, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, taijutsu was the most susceptible to the observational prowess of the Sharingan. As Sasuke adjusted his focus, Lee suddenly vanished from his view. What? Sasuke exclaimed, alarmed that the Sharingan had failed to discern how Lee had disappeared. It was as if Lee had truly ceased to exist. Is it jinjutsu? Sakura pondered, equally perplexed. Lee's disappearance was swifter than any ordinary body flicker technique, leading Sakura to suspect he had employed some form of illusion. Nonetheless, the technique that caused Lee to vanish still fell under the definition of body flicker. The definition states, utilizing one's chakra to achieve rapid movement, making it appear as though one has vanished into thin air. Techniques such as Doton, high-speed taijutsu, and space-time ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God could all be categorized as body flicker techniques. Lee's disappearance was a result of high-speed taijutsu, and his remarkable speed created the illusion that he had used jinjutsu. Naruto remained silent, focusing his gaze behind Sasuke. Just as Naruto's attention shifted, Lee reappeared behind Sasuke in the blink of an eye. In a flash, crouching behind Sasuke, Lee lifted a foot and delivered a kick. Leaf Hurricane. Unable to withstand the immense force of the kick, Sasuke was propelled into the air. Damn it! Now airborne, Sasuke had abandoned any notion of underestimating his opponent. He turned to look back at Lee, but once again, Lee had vanished. The Sharingan proved inadequate in tracking Lee's movements. Fire style. Sasuke swiftly resolved to forsake the tactic of using his Sharingan to anticipate Lee's next move. Lee's disappearance would inevitably precede another attack. Sasuke raised his hands, preparing to form the seals for a fire style technique, relying solely on his instincts to strike where he anticipated Lee would reappear. Time was running out. Naruto's voice rang out. Sasuke, There's not enough time left before the second exam. What? Only this little time remains. Lee responded, shocked by the rapid passage of time. Sasuke's eyes widened as Lee's south voice echoed close behind him. Enough, Lee. Don't let the small things cost you the exam. Neji intervened in the fray. Lee twisted midair, landing gracefully beside Neji and Tenten. Sasuke, too, tumbled back to the ground, somewhat unsteady. Lee noticed the hand seals Sasuke had begun to form. It seems we have not reached a conclusion, Sasuke. Lee's gaze flickered momentarily towards Sakura before returning to Sasuke. I've heard rumors that Sakura has someone she likes. Next time, I will surely defeat you to prove myself to her. If your eyesight is poor, perhaps you should wear glasses. You will only win her favor when you truly understand. Sasuke retorted, closing his Sharingan, his eyes reverting to their usual black. He could not be bothered to clarify the misunderstanding with Lee. Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at Naruto, who seemed oblivious to Sakura's change in demeanor since the Land of Waves. Sometimes, Sasuke felt a sense of urgency watching him. Let us go, Lee, Tenten urged, reiterating the urgency of their time constraints. Apologies, Neji, Tenten, for making you accompany me. Lee expressed his regrets to his companions. The 3 members of Team Guy utilized body flicker technique to depart, leaving only Team 7 behind. All right, let us not squander any more time, Naruto addressed Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke's gaze scrutinized Naruto, who must have discerned the outcome of his battle with Lee, prompting him to call for a halt. I lost just now, Sasuke suddenly declared after a moment of silence. What are you talking about, Sasuke? The fight didn't have a clear victor, Sakura exclaimed, unable to believe Sasuke's words. Sasuke merely shook his head, offering no reply as he fixed his eyes on Naruto. Naruto, this Chunin exam is proving to be far more intriguing than I had anticipated. There are many formidable opponents, and I eagerly await our subsequent encounters. Naruto, staring at Sasuke, felt no surprise at his declaration. This was indeed the Uchiha Sasuke, never weaker than anyone else. A fleeting defeat would only serve to fuel his determination to grow stronger. Yeah, Naruto responded. Sasuke fell silent again, only to speak once more after a lengthy pause. Naruto, I also wish to engage in battle with you. Huh. Naruto was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 36, Riding the Wind Konoha, Training Ground Number 44, The Forest of Death. The flora and fauna within the Forest of Death were of an immense scale, dwarfing those outside by dozens of times. Towering trees could even swallow the sunlight, rendering the surroundings pitch black. It seemed to foretell that any ninja venturing inside would ultimately be consumed by darkness. Outside the iron-barred perimeter of the Forest of Death, the chief examiner for the second exam, Mitarashi Anko, gazed at Team 7. You are quite fortunate. I was just about to revoke your eligibility for the exam. Anko surveyed the 60 assembled candidates before her, all present. I will now elucidate the rules for the second exam. With a flick of her wrist, Anko brandished a stack of papers. While I explain the rules, please pass around the consent forms and sign your names. Naruto received the consent form from another candidate, scanning its contents briefly. Although the document was lengthy, its essence was clear. Any injury or death incurred during the second exam would be the sole responsibility of the candidate. Surprisingly, there's compensation, Naruto mused. He took a pencil from Sakura and inscribed his name on the consent form. After all, this was a multinational joint examination. If a ninja from a friendly nation perished in Konoha, they would need a means to return home. Konoha, not being a destitute village, was naturally willing to allocate some compensation to mitigate potential inter-country conflicts. Naruto, that's not funny, Sakura remarked as she reclaimed the pencil from him and passed it to Sasuke. It seems you all have signed your names. Anko pointed towards a small cabin shrouded in black cloth, obscuring its interior. Those who have signed the consent forms should proceed in teams of 3 to the exchange point to trade your forms for examination scrolls. However, before exchanging for scrolls, listen to my explanation of the exam. Anko produced a map of the Forest of Death and displayed it for all to see. The Forest of Death spans a diameter of 20 kilometers, serving as both a training ground and an ecological sanctuary. The second exam involves a survival exercise. Candidates will be assigned to one of the 44 entrances of the training ground to commence the formal examination. However, there are additional requirements. Firstly, candidates must advance to the tower located at the center of the training ground, which lies 10 kilometers from the forest's radius. Secondly, the exam will consist of team battles between ninja squads. Thirdly, prior to the formal examination, The Chunin examiners will use the signed consent forms to allocate either the Heaven or Earth Scroll to each team, dividing the 60 candidates into 20 ninja squads, with 10 squads receiving the Heaven Scroll and 10 receiving the Earth Scroll. Fourthly, all 3 members of the same squad must gather both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls and enter the central tower to be deemed successful. Fifthly, there are no restrictions on the methods candidates may employ to obtain the scrolls, nor on their lethal actions. Sixthly, once the exam begins, candidates cannot withdraw in any form. The examination will last for 5 days, commencing at 6 p.m. tonight and concluding at 6 p.m. on the 5th day. Any squad that fails to retrieve both scrolls and enter the tower within the allotted time opens their scroll before entering the tower, or has any member perish or unable to continue during the exam will be declared unsuccessful. Anko reiterated the elimination rules to the crowd. Anko-sensei, time is running short. Another Chunin examiner interjected. I am aware, Anko retorted, turning back to the candidates. Now we await the call of our examiners to proceed to the exchange point in your ninja squads to collect your scrolls. Then choose your respective entrances. The examiners waiting at the entrances will open them for you promptly at 6. Anko then delegated the upcoming tasks to the other Chunin examiners. Konoha, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura. A voice called from within the tightly covered cabin. To their surprise, Team 7, the last to arrive at the examination site, became the first to collect their scrolls. Let us go, Naruto said, glancing at the other candidates, signaling for Sasuke and Sakura to follow him towards the cabin. In the Forest of Death, entrance number 14, Team 7 awaited the commencement of the formal examination in silence. Time passed. Suddenly, the Chunin examiner responsible for opening the training ground spoke. As the entrance door swung open, Team 7 dashed into the training ground. Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto leaped among the towering trees in a sequence of front, middle, and rear. At 6 in the evening during summer, the sun was still visible. Yet the dense growth of trees in the Forest of Death rendered it perpetually dark. They could not rely on light to gauge the time, risking the possibility of unknowingly exceeding the 5-day exam duration. Upon entering the Forest of Death, Sasuke quickly identified the first pressing issue. We must locate a team possessing the Earth Scroll that corresponds to our Heaven Scroll as swiftly as possible. Sakura responded, right. Sasuke glanced back at Sakura. There's no need to rush just yet. As we discussed before entering the training ground, tonight we should primarily search for a suitable location to set up a base. If we encounter other ninja squads along the way, we will assess the situation and decide whether to engage. Then, turning to Naruto, Sasuke instructed, once we find a resting point, Naruto can use shadow clones to confirm the safety of the surrounding area. We should strive to avoid conflict on the first night. Everyone is at their most energetic upon entering the training ground. If we cannot swiftly conclude a battle, it may attract others. I understand, Naruto replied, indicating his comprehension. However, his thoughts were not solely on the conversation with Sasuke. Upon entering the Forest of Death, Naruto activated the wind manipulation technique. A powerful chakra seemed to be aware of Team 7's path, heading directly towards them. Naruto knew all too well who the owner of this chakra was. Orochimaru is indeed impatient, he thought. Danger. Sasuke finally sensed the anomaly and immediately warned Naruto and Sakura loudly. However, in the next moment, a fierce hurricane swept towards Team 7. This tempest was powerful enough to uproot the towering trees of the Forest of Death. Damn it, Sasuke cursed under his breath. As the storm separated him from Naruto and Sakura, Naruto gazed at the entrance number 14 of the training ground. With the perception granted by the wind caress technique, he was already aware that the Chunin examiner responsible for opening the door had locked it again and departed. Just like in the original story, Orochimaru's attack on Team 7 was still a formidable wind release technique. This spared Naruto the trouble of concocting a troublesome backup plan. He reached out to erase the flying Thunder God seal on the iron bars. Once again, he utilized the wind caress technique to sense the positions of Sasuke and Sakura. Orochimaru was near Sasuke, but Sakura was at a greater distance. The insatiable Orochimaru would not kill Sasuke, but regardless of where Sasuke was in the Forest of Death, Orochimaru would undoubtedly seek him out. However, the same could not be said for Sakura. Currently, Sasuke possessed only a single Tomo Sharingan, and Orochimaru, who had researched the Sharingan, might resort to harming Sakura in order to force Sasuke's Sharingan to evolve into a double or even triple Tomo. Thus, as long as Naruto could distance Sakura from Orochimaru, the latter would not waste time on her. Therefore, Naruto had previously marked Sakura with the Flying Thunder God technique, and, taking advantage of Orochimaru's hurricane, created the illusion that Sakura was blown away by the wind, drawing her out of the conflict between Sasuke and Orochimaru, confirming that he no longer had any concerns. Naruto sensed another chakra. It seemed that those three had yet to escape the fate of being killed by Gaara. In that case, it was time to deal with Kabuto. Chapter 37. The three from the rain. A loud noise from a distance caused Kabuto to halt his advance. That location must be near the entrance number 14 of the training ground. Kabuto quickly deduced the source of the commotion in the Forest of Death. If he remembered correctly, the ninja team Sasuke belonged to had chosen entrance number 14 to enter the forest. Could it be Lord Orochimaru? Kabuto speculated inwardly. Such a significant disturbance could not have been caused by the genin participating in the Chunin exam. Hey Kabuto, why did you suddenly stop? Kabuto's companion, Kinmei, whose face was partially obscured by a black mask and round glasses, questioned his abrupt cessation. Continue with the exam as planned. I have matters to attend to. Kabuto replied curtly, ignoring Kinmei's bewilderment. His demeanor towards Kinmei was less that of a teammate and more akin to a superior issuing commands. Stop using that commanding tone. Just because you've recently surpassed us in strength and caught the attention of that esteemed individual doesn't mean you can act like you're someone important. Kabuto's second companion, Chiku, who also wore a black mask but sported round sunglasses, expressed his dissatisfaction with Kabuto's attitude. Just slightly, Kabuto dismissed Chiku's words. After all, he considered himself an experienced spy. If his true abilities could be perceived by someone like Kinmei and Chiku, he would indeed be the subject of ridicule. Chiku, everything I do is for that esteemed individual. You should understand that, right? Kabuto responded, dividing a portion of his attention to Chiku. However, he immediately refocused, sensing an approaching chakra. The chakra appeared behind Kabuto, and an attack was imminent. What a swift body flicker technique. Kabuto realized he had missed his opportunity. There was no time left for retaliation or evasion. He chose instead to endure the attack from behind. A kunai pierced through Kabuto's body. Yet, he remained unfazed by his injury. He even intended to use his body as bait, leveraging the attacker's aggression to ensnare them in return. The assailant, keenly aware of Kabuto's intentions, promptly leapt away, maintaining a safe distance. However, Kabuto's two companions were not so fortunate. Both Kinmei and Chiku met their demise. The three assailants revealed themselves from the shadows. I know you. The three from the reign of Amigakure, Shigure, Meiyu, and Shoyu. Kabuto recognized them instantly upon seeing their faces. The trio bore multiple oil paper umbrellas on their backs, their Amigakure forehead protectors embedded in the conical hats they wore. The tall figure was Shigure, who possessed only one eye, the other having been clawed out by a beast, scars still visible around the eye socket. It was Shigure who had just ambushed Kabuto. The stout figure was Meiyu, while the slender one was Shoyu. Kabuto extracted the kunai embedded in his back, showing no signs of organ damage. Had Shigure been able to witness Kabuto removing the kunai, he would have seen that the wound had already healed. Shadow healing. This was an advanced medical ninjutsu mastered by Kabuto. By employing precise insight, he could predict the enemy's targeted body part and begin healing himself before sustaining injury, minimizing the damage taken. The instantaneous recovery of shadow healing could even allow Kabuto to withstand a Rasengan with his flesh. 3 from Amigakure. Shall we make a deal? My companions have already been killed by you, which signifies my failure in this survival exercise. I will hand over the scroll to you, in hopes that you might spare my life. Kabuto glanced at the lifeless bodies of Kinmei and Chiku. With the loss of 2 team members, he was effectively eliminated from the exam. Yet, passing the Chunin exam had never been Kabuto's true objective. He felt no fear in facing the trio from Amigakure. He simply had lost even the superficial reason for battling over the scroll in the exam. He was disinclined to waste time fighting the Amigakure ninjas before him. What concerned Kabuto more was Uchiha Sasuke. Had Lord Orochimaru successfully implanted the cursed seal on his Sasuke? What transformation of thought would Sasuke undergo upon gaining the cursed seal's power? Could Sasuke's change help him emerge from his own confusion? These were the matters that truly occupied Kabuto's mind. Kabuto raised his hands to indicate he bore no intention of resistance. He approached Kinmei's corpse and retrieved a black earth scroll from his ninja tool pouch. The scroll of Kabuto's team was originally kept by Kinmei. Unfortunately, Kabuto's hopes of avoiding combat were dashed once more. Having already killed 2, what would one more matter? Shigure reached for the 2 oil paper umbrellas on his back and hurled them into the air. The closed umbrellas opened midair, spinning rapidly like blossoming flowers. Ninjutsu, Rainfall 1,000 Needles. The 1,000 sunbon hidden within the oil paper umbrellas were propelled by Shigure's chakra, raining down densely. However, the 1,000 sunbon did not aim for Kabuto. Instead, they targeted Kinmei's corpse. Faced with such an unexpected situation, Kabuto hurriedly bent down, shielding Kinmei's body with his own. A living person, yet he spared no effort to protect a dead one. Yaoshida managed to deflect a significant portion of the attacks from Shiyu's sunbon. By the time the onslaught of projectiles ceased, his body was a patchwork of injuries. The sunbon had marred his face, revealing his true identity, Jian Meicheng. I never anticipated you could see through my Reaper's technique. Jian Meicheng, who should have perished, pushed aside the now lifeless body that had been pierced beyond recognition. He stood before Shiyu, peeling away his own skin to unveil Yaoshida's visage. So you truly swapped yourself with the corpse while handling the scroll. Shiyu scrutinized Yaoshida with a frown. I am allied with him. Is it not natural to request his assistance? Yaoshida adjusted his glasses, oblivious to any wrongdoing in his actions. Since you are such close companions, allow me to hasten your reunion with them. Meiyu, Zhouyu. Shiyu called upon his comrades. Meiyu and Zhouyu swiftly positioned themselves on either side of Yaoshida. The 3 shared a silent understanding, simultaneously forming the hand signs for the water release technique. Water release, hidden mist jutsu. The trio exhaled a dense mist, enveloping Yaoshida within. Despite the obscured vision, Yaoshida remained unperturbed, sensing the chakra of the 3 from Yuin. However, to his astonishment, their chakra suddenly vanished. This situation mirrored the earlier moment when Shiyu had unexpectedly appeared behind him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yaoshida struggled to ascertain when and how the Yuin trio would strike. In haste, he invoked his potent healing jutsu. In healing, evisceration. Yet he found himself unable to channel chakra through his network. This mist is problematic. Chapter 38. Defeat. The chakra released within the dense mist by the Yuin trio possessed an extraordinary vitality and aggressiveness. Through respiration, Yaoshida inhaled this chakra, which obstructed his own chakra pathways. He continued to attempt to gather chakra, and through the sensations flowing within his body, he gradually acclimated to his current condition. He regained control over part of his chakra network. I must expel this foreign chakra as swiftly as possible. Contemplating this, Yaoshida began to forcefully expel the foreign chakra from his body. If he could eliminate this aberrant chakra entirely, he would be able to resume using healing, evisceration. I will not allow you to succeed. Shiyu's voice echoed in Yaoshida's ears. He swung his kunai towards Yaoshida. But Yaoshida promptly drew his own kunai to block the attack. How are you employing this complete invisibility technique? Yaoshida questioned, but then dismissed his own assertion. No. Is this truly a teleportation technique? Upon hearing Yaoshida's inquiry, Shiyu fixed his gaze intently upon him. Almost immediately, Shiyu vanished before Yaoshida's astonished eyes, only to reappear behind him. The mist continued to disrupt Yaoshida's chakra network, preventing him from utilizing healing, evisceration. He sensed the shadow of death looming closer. In the final moments before losing consciousness, he beheld a highly compressed, rapidly spinning sphere of chakra imbued with wind properties. Then, that chakra sphere severed half of Yaoshida's head. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. As the mist dissipated, Shiyu gazed down at the body of Yaoshida, now reduced to a mere remnant, with only a small portion of his jaw still attached to his neck. He released the transformation technique that had cloaked him. The once formidable Yuin shinobi transformed into a youthful boy with yellow hair, no older than 12 or 13. Naruto. Naruto retrieved a scroll from his ninja tools and unfurled it over Yaoshida's corpse. The scroll was filled with black ink inscribed with secret writings. At its center, within a white circle devoid of inscriptions, lay a prominent character for corpse. This was a common sealing scroll. A scroll inscribed with tool was used to store ninja tools. A scroll inscribed with technique was for storing jutsu. Naturally, Naruto's scroll inscribed with corpse was intended for the storage of bodies. Naruto spread his fingers wide, channeling chakra as his palm pressed against the character for corpse. In an instant, Yaoshida's body was sealed within the scroll. There was no need to utilize a sealing scroll for the bodies of Jian Meicheng and Katanjia. Naruto disposed of them on the spot. He then carefully rolled up the scroll containing Yaoshida's sealed body and returned it to his tool pouch. Only then did he find a moment to collect his thoughts. Naruto had not anticipated Yaoshido's keen intuition. His ruse of disguising himself and his shadow clone as the Chunin trio, who had supposedly perished at Gaara's hands, was motivated by a wariness of Orochimaru's mastery of the impure world reincarnation technique. When Naruto resolved to eliminate Yaoshido, he had carefully considered the complexity of Yaoshido's identity. Yaoshido served as a messenger between the Sound and Sand villages within the plan to obliterate Konoha, while simultaneously functioning as a spy for Orochimaru within the Akatsuki, and was one of Orochimaru's most esteemed talents aside from Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha. At a critical juncture in the plan to destroy Konoha, his sudden demise would undoubtedly raise Orochimaru's suspicions. Initially, Naruto had intended to kill Yaoshido through deception, believing that even if Orochimaru had doubts, he would not suspect Naruto. In truth, Naruto was unlikely to be among Orochimaru's suspects. To everyone else, he was merely a lowly genin who had only recently begun his journey as a ninja. Orochimaru would instead suspect the Sand Village, Danzo, the third Hokage, and even Jiraiya. Yet, in the end, Yaoshido had discerned that Naruto was not utilizing a teleportation technique to prevent Yaoshido from discovering any discrepancies. Naruto had even employed the hidden mist technique to mislead him, only to find that this had backfired. Yaoshido could not fully comprehend that the technique Naruto used to appear beside him was the Flying Thunder God technique. However, Orochimaru, who had also studied the sealing techniques, would undoubtedly recognize it. As Naruto reflected on the battle with Yaoshido, he recalled that the mist, infused with the chakra of the Nine Tails, was meant to obstruct Yaoshido's chakra network, preventing him from utilizing Yin healing, evisceration. After all, in the guise of Yin, Naruto's options for jutsu were severely limited. With Yaoshido possessing Yin healing, evisceration, he could easily prolong the fight, which was detrimental to Naruto's disguise. However, the jutsu that was supposed to serve as a bridge for his strategy had ultimately exposed yet another flaw. Orochimaru could deduce the Flying Thunder God technique and would certainly surmise the presence of Nine Tails chakra. Truly, one misstep led to another. Naruto murmured softly. It was precisely Yaoshido's acute intuition that compelled Naruto to abandon his disguise. Since Naruto's ruse had already failed, Orochimaru was destined to uncover his existence. Naruto must ensure that he eliminates Kabuto with absolute certainty. The Death Forest serves as the most favorable ground for dealing with Kabuto, and even now, Naruto remains steadfast in this conviction. He even feels a sense of relief for having developed the intention to kill Kabuto after their encounter, and for taking action on that impulse. Kabuto, with his keen intuition, has caused Naruto considerable trouble. Should Kabuto continue to grow in accordance with the original narrative, he would become an even greater obstacle for Naruto in the future. Thus, Naruto harbors no regrets about his decision to end Kabuto's life. However, he is troubled by the fact that he did not execute the plan as meticulously as intended, leading to various uncontrollable consequences. Nevertheless, Naruto quickly reassures himself, thinking that Orochimaru might not utilize Edo Tensei to resurrect Kabuto for inquiries about his demise. If that were the case, then his concerns would be unfounded. To hope for the enemy's folly is the true folly. Just as Naruto's hopeful fantasies were beginning to take shape, he extinguished them entirely. Orochimaru undoubtedly possesses Kabuto's DNA. Having devoted extensive efforts to resurrect the first and second Hokage, he certainly does not lack for suitable sacrifices for Edo Tensei. And reviving Kabuto would be a trivial task for him. One must proceed step by step. Naruto contemplates how a confrontation with Orochimaru would affect his plans regarding the latter's defection from Konoha. The conclusion is that the impact would be substantial. Orochimaru is an enigma, making it nearly impossible for Naruto to execute his original plans without alteration. Yet, there still exist avenues for remediation. For instance, Naruto could preemptively resurrect Kabuto using Edo Tensei. The sealing book contains Naruto's marked Flying Thunder God seal. However, Naruto is acutely aware that mastering Edo Tensei is not something he can achieve in a short span. Additionally, the selection of sacrifices poses its own complications. No, calm reflection reveals that there is no need to rush. Naruto's gaze flickers. Before the second exam concludes, Orochimaru will remain unaware that Kabuto has encountered trouble. After all, Kabuto currently exists merely as an ordinary participant in the Chunin exams. Naruto must focus on Sasuke and Sakura, whom he left behind in the Death Forest. With the unpredictable variable of Orochimaru now in play, it is imperative that neither Sasuke nor Sakura encounters any misfortune. If anything were to befall a companion from their ninja team, Naruto would face scrutiny from Konoha's higher-ups regarding his qualifications as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. At that point, he would have to confront the pressures imposed by Orochimaru, Danzo, and the third Hokage all at once. After careful consideration, Naruto senses Sasuke and Sakura. Sakura remains in the place where Naruto had teleported her using the Flying Thunder God technique, her position unchanged. Orochimaru's chakra has vanished from near Sasuke, confirming their situations. Naruto employs the Flying Thunder God technique once more. Chapter 39. Deception. The towering trees of the Death Forest grow densely together. In their quest to compete for resources to sustain themselves, these colossal trees have roots that extend above the ground. These exposed roots intertwine, forming a natural subterranean hollow. Outside the hollow, a sprawling expanse of low grass provides a clear view, allowing for the immediate detection of enemies. Naruto peers from the hollow, glancing at the grayish hue of dawn filtering through the dense foliage. The seventh squad has endured their first night in the Death Forest and is now on the brink of a new day. Naruto retracts his head and turns to observe Sasuke, who lies beside him. With the night receding, Sasuke has finally ceased his prolonged murmuring in his dreams. This indicates that he has managed to suppress the power of the cursed seal. Naruto curiously watches the three black tomo-like patterns of the cursed seal on Sasuke's right shoulder. The tomo's rounded heads are inward, while their tails extend outward, forming a non-standard circle without an outer ring on Sasuke's shoulder. Sensing the faint natural energy emanating from the cursed seal, Naruto is astonished by Sasuke's innate talent, having grasped the natural energy after just one night. Despite lacking any foundational training or instruction, raising his gaze, Naruto locks eyes with Sakura, who lies beside Sasuke. Sakura? Having awakened from her stupor, Sakura instinctively calls Naruto's name. Her expression one of confusion as she struggles to comprehend her surroundings and the events that transpired, merely staring blankly at the disheveled Naruto. You're finally awake. Naruto breathes a sigh of relief, grateful for Sakura's recovery, and inquires about her physical state. Do you feel nauseous or anything else? Sakura shakes her head, propping herself up only to be hit by a sudden, intense headache. Ugh, my head hurts. As she speaks, Sakura gently presses the back of her head, identifying the source of her pain. I was swept away by a sudden gust of wind and must have bumped my head, then lost consciousness. Sakura recalls fragmented memories, piecing together the cause of her condition. Are there any other injuries? Prompted by Naruto, Sakura searches her body once more. None. That's good. Your awakening suggests you're mostly fine. But Sasuke? Naruto gazes down at the still sleeping Sasuke, averting his gaze from Sakura. It seems Sakura remains unaware that she was under a Jinjutsu. To ensure that Sakura would not discover the traces of his use of the Flying Thunder God technique, and to protect her from Orochimaru, Naruto had preemptively cast a Jinjutsu on her. This caused her to fall into a dream state under specific circumstances, rendering her unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. Thus, Sakura's fragmented memories are the true reason for her confusion. Judging by her current reaction, she likely believes she was blown away by a hurricane and hit her head on something, causing her memory loss. Sasuke? Sakura observes the injured Sasuke. Naruto, what on earth happened? Sakura struggles to recall her memories, but the last clear recollection she has is of the sudden whirlwind that scattered the seventh squad. I don't know. Naruto replies, his tone slightly tinged with bitterness in response to Sakura's inquiry. Let us first organize the information we have, he suggests. Sakura nods, recognizing the necessity of a coherent plan. To start, let me inform you of the current time. We have survived our first night in the Death Forest. It is now dawn of the second day, and daylight is approaching. Naruto's words leave Sakura speechless. She had been unconscious for such an extended period. We entered the Death Forest not long ago, when we were struck by a fierce gust of wind that scattered us. Naruto looks at Sakura. You were blown away by the wind, hit something, and then lost consciousness. Yes, Sakura confirms Naruto's summary. And I was also blown away by that gust of wind. As he speaks, Naruto suddenly reaches for his ninja tool pouch. Sakura's gaze follows his hand, and when it reappears, he holds a black earth scroll. Sakura had not anticipated that Naruto would produce the earth scroll. She gazed at the scroll before her, utterly astonished. The earth scroll was something that Sakura still found hard to believe. The criterion for passing the second exam required all members of Team 7 to gather both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls and reach the central tower of the Forest of Death within the allotted time. Barely a day had passed, yet Team 7 had already accomplished their first objective. This is what I wanted to convey. After being swept away by the hurricane, I encountered the enemy. Naruto carefully stowed the scroll away and continued, "It's a complete trio from the Hidden Ring. Sakura, you should recall those three. They all wore oxygen masks. I remember them. Their names should be Oboro, Go, and Mugen." At Naruto's prompting, Sakura also recalled the three rain ninjas with their conspicuous masks. Among them, Oboro had sat directly in front of Sakura during the first exam. Suddenly, Sakura realized something and turned to Naruto, questioning, "Naruto, did you encounter all three of them by yourself?" "Indeed," Naruto replied, his tone unwavering. This was, of course, a lie. However, it wasn't entirely false. Naruto had indeed faced the trio from the Hidden Ring. Oboro was the first enemy Team 7 had encountered in the original story, disguising himself as Naruto to approach Sasuke and Sakura. However, Naruto's encounter with the three was not as he had previously described it. It was not passive, but rather active. The tree hollow where Team 7 was currently hiding was not merely a place Naruto found. It was something he seized from Oboro, Go, and Mugen under the influence of his wind release technique. Naruto had simply rearranged the sequence of his encounter with the trio. After all, he had been blown away from Sasuke and Sakura by the hurricane. He had to face some unexpected delays to justify his late arrival, ensuring that by the time he returned to Team 7, everything had already settled. I spent a considerable amount of time barely overcoming those three. By the time I found Sasuke, he was already battered and unconscious, surrounded by extensive environmental destruction, with traces of fire from fire release burning trees and land, as well as a massive serpent slain by shuriken. Naruto added some details of the battle. "My shadow clone found you, and after that, my shadow clone and I brought you, still unconscious, to this tree hollow, remaining there until dawn." As Sakura listened to Naruto recount the entire ordeal, her gaze shifted between him and Sasuke. She lowered her eyelids, concealing the emotions in her eyes from Naruto. I was utterly useless while Naruto and Sasuke faced danger. Sleeping obliviously. Chapter 40. The Sound Ninja Strikes Sakura. "Sakura." Naruto's voice grew increasingly urgent. Only then did Sakura lift her head. "What is it?" In response to Naruto's call, Sakura offered him a gentle smile. Yet, she was acutely aware that she had not entirely masked her emotions. The smile she presented to Naruto was undoubtedly a strained facade. Realizing this truth, Sakura quickly turned her head away, her pink locks cascading to obscure her expression. Sakura understood that Naruto, being as observant as he was, would certainly notice her clumsy attempt at concealment. "I'm fine. By the way, Naruto, were you about to tell me something?" Sakura hastily shook her head, awkwardly shifting the topic. However, Naruto did not respond to her counter-question immediately. The sudden silence made Sakura, who had tilted her head away from him, feel increasingly uncomfortable. Just as her anxious emotions intensified, Naruto resumed speaking as he usually did, following her lead. "We still don't know what Sasuke encountered alone. It would be too dangerous to recklessly continue the exam under these circumstances. It's safer to stay here and keep watch until Sasuke awakens. After all, we have already gathered the scrolls. Once Sasuke regains consciousness, we can proceed directly to the central tower of the Forest of Death to pass the second exam." Sakura was about to respond to Naruto's suggestion when an unexpected voice interjected, taking her chance to reply. She quickly turned to the source of the voice. The three sound ninjas, with whom they had had a confrontation during the first exam, appeared on the low grass outside the tree hollow. "We believe there's no problem here. The visibility is excellent for combat." The speaker was Toast Susan, whose head was wrapped in bandages, revealing only one eye. "After the battle, this could even serve as your graves." Toast Susan mocked Sakura and Naruto, while his companions, Sak and Kin, echoed with similar unpleasant laughter, clearly dismissing the weakened state of Team 7. "You annoying pests." Sakura could no longer tolerate the sound ninja's disdain for Naruto and Sasuke. She drew her kunai, ready to fight. Naruto reached out to stop her. "Sakura, take care of Sasuke." His meaning was clear. He intended to confront the three sound ninjas alone. But Sakura wanted to say something more, but Naruto cut her off. "Sasuke is still unconscious. Someone must stay behind to protect him, and that person must be you. I cannot stand by and watch you fight." Naruto fixed his unwavering gaze upon Sakura, leaving no room for refusal. "I can offer you another choice. Wake Sasuke up, and dealing with you two will be a secondary matter. Our target is Sasuke. Tosuzan proposed with a tone of feigned generosity. However, his suggestion was met with Naruto's fierce glare. Your target is Sasuke? So it was you who attacked us last night and left Sasuke in this condition? Sakura then heard Naruto demand, tell me what you did to Sasuke. What is that scar on his neck that resembles a tomo? A tomo-like scar? It was only then that Sakura noticed the 3 peculiar tomo-shaped scars on Sasuke's body. The 3 sound ninjas also reacted knowingly to the scar. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly silent? Weren't you quite talkative just now? Naruto observed the speechless Tosuzan, convinced that the sound ninjas were aware of something. Tosuzan, take care of these 2 annoying pests first, Sack suggested to Tosuzan, feeling irritated by Naruto's demeanor. You're right. Let us eliminate these 2 weaklings first, then wake up Sasuke and let him witness the corpses of his comrades. I look forward to seeing the despair on his face. As soon as Tosuzan finished speaking, he leaped forward, charging at Naruto and Sakura. Faced with both Naruto and Sakura, he chose to engage in battle alone. His companion tacitly endorsed this audacious decision. Naruto immediately formed hand seals, summoning 2 shadow clones that appeared before the tree hollow to shield Sakura and Sasuke. Meanwhile, Naruto himself charged towards the oncoming TOS. Die! TOS shouted, extending his armored hand and swinging his fist at Naruto. The holes in his helmet began to overflow with chakra. That's it. Sakura realized that his current attack mirrored the technique he had used against Kabuto in Classroom 301. Naruto quickly grasped the situation as well. Just before his fist struck, he bent down and pressed his hands against the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. A massive earthen wall erupted from the ground, standing between Naruto and TOS. Boom. His fist crashed against the wall, and in the next moment, a piercing sound echoed as the wall shattered into fragments. Witnessing Tu's method of attack once more, Sakura deduced its principle. Naruto. He attacks using sound. She shouted, warning him. Unfazed by having his strategy uncovered, TOS retorted. So what if you know? Sound is invisible. You might evade the first strike, but can you guarantee you'll dodge the second? TOS intensified the chakra flowing into his helmet. The holes produced a shrill wail, and this time, the range of his sonic attack expanded further. Even from a considerable distance behind the shattered wall, Naruto was accurately struck by 2 sound waves. It seems you can't evade my second attack, TOS declared, watching Naruto fall. He was confident that no one could remain unscathed after such a sonic assault. However, his confident demeanor suddenly froze. The fallen Naruto transformed into a cloud of smoke, mocking T's arrogant assurance. Shadow clone, TOS exclaimed in disbelief. This guy didn't create the earth flow wall to block my sonic attack. He used it to obscure my vision while hiding his true self with shadow clones. TOS swiftly comprehended Naruto's purpose for using the earth flow wall. But where had Naruto gone? TOS scanned his surroundings, only to suddenly realize that the 2 shadow clones stationed before the tree hollow had vanished. Zack, Chin, stay alert. TOS urgently warned Zack and Chin. Meanwhile, from beneath their feet, 4 hands stealthily emerged from the ground. T's eyes narrowed. There were 2 shadow clones and 1 true body. He immediately looked down at his feet, and indeed, beneath him, hands were reaching up from the earth, poised to seize his legs. Chapter 41. Awakening, you will not succeed. TOS bellowed angrily. He swiftly crouched down, plunging his armored arm into the ground. The holes in his helmet released a torrent of chakra. The sonic attack could propagate not only through the air, but also through the earth. Tu's onslaught transformed the previously flat terrain into a surface riddled with cracks. As if shaken by an earthquake, the ground was upheaved by the sound waves, becoming uneven. This fissure formed by sound extended from beneath TOS's feet to encircle Zack and Chin. The shadow clone attacking Zack and Chin was swiftly obliterated, and Naruto's true body was forced out from its hiding place beneath the earth. He anticipated that his decapitation technique would be so easily countered by TOS. Your little tricks are futile against me, TOS sneered at the reappearing Naruto. No matter how swift your movements, you cannot surpass the speed of sound. Not necessarily. Naruto calmly countered. If you're so stubborn, then I shall completely defeat you with my next move. His gaze fixated on Naruto. Just as he prepared to extract his hand from the ground, he found himself unable to pull free. The ground beneath him had transformed into a quagmire that threatened to engulf everything. His feet and the arm buried in the earth sank deeper into the mire. As you just stated, I shall now return your words to you. I will completely defeat you with my next move. Naruto formed hand seals, indicating he was about to use another Earth Release technique. Earth Release, Earth Dragon. However, Naruto's jutsu ultimately failed to manifest. He suddenly felt dizzy and stumbled backward, unable to maintain his concentration. Naruto. Sakura, who had been closely monitoring the battle, cried out in alarm. She noticed blood trickling from Naruto's ear. The semicircular canals, responsible for balance and spatial orientation, were damaged by two sonic assault, which had forced Naruto from underground. This was why he had suddenly collapsed, unable to stabilize himself. Hehe. It seems my words must be spoken by me to hold weight, TOS called out to Zack, still ensnared in the mire. I understand. Zack spread his arms wide, preparing to attack on Tu's behalf. Each of Zack's palms housed a wind vortex, gathering a significant amount of chakra. He aimed both palms at the immobile Naruto. At that moment, Sakura, who had been guarding Sasuke in the tree hollow, dashed forward. As she sprinted towards Naruto, she hurled several shuriken at Zack, hoping to interrupt his chakra accumulation. Unfortunately, the shuriken were intercepted by Chunin, who matched Sakura in gender and skill. It seems someone is eager to meet their demise. Zack smirked cruelly, shifting his attack from Naruto to Sakura. Sonic Slash. Zack swung his arms, unleashing a devastating compressed sound wave. A powerful sonic boom swept through, generating a rapidly moving tempest. This is bad. Sakura hastily formed hand seals, but her speed was far too slow to match the sonic boom. She had no choice but to abandon her jutsu and crossed her arms defensively over her head. However, the sonic slash could cleave through even the sturdiest trees and shatter solid ground. There was no way for Sakura, a ninja not known for physical prowess, to withstand the sonic explosion with mere arms. She understood this all too well. Yet, deep within, she felt no fear of the impending pain. She simply hoped her insignificant strength could buy Naruto a sliver of hope. I refuse to be a burden to Team 7 any longer, Sakura resolved within herself. With no time to evade the sonic slash, she braced herself for the impact. But the sonic boom ultimately did not harm her. Naruto suddenly appeared before her, shielding her with his unsteady yellow frame, a testament to the damage inflicted on his balance by the injury. Even so, Naruto was giving his all to protect her. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Naruto, this time, concentrated chakra within his mouth, transforming its nature in the confines of his oral cavity. He expelled the earth, creating a makeshift wall. However, the wall, still in its formative stage, was ruthlessly obliterated by a sonic boom, leaving Naruto's earthen barrier only partially effective. Although the incomplete wall somewhat mitigated the impact of the sonic explosion, the residual force remained deadly. Naruto braced himself against Zack's air slash, his body lifted off the ground by the shockwave. Sakura. She quickly rushed behind him, wrapping her arms around him, using her own body to cushion the impact as he crashed against the trunk of a large tree. The sensation of his back colliding with the unforgiving bark was far from pleasant, yet Sakura had no time to dwell on the pain. Her focus was solely on Naruto's condition. His clothes were drenched in blood, a grim testament to his severe injuries. Witnessing his state, the tension Sakura had been holding began to unravel, yet she fought back tears. The threat posed by the Sound Ninja was still at hand, leaving no room for sorrow. Honestly, has it really taken us this long to deal with you two? TOS had finally extricated himself from the mire, channeling chakra into his helmet to purge the muck from its openings. Your expression is quite amusing. Once I eliminate that blonde-haired nuisance before you, your face will be even more delightful to behold. He raised his hand, and a piercing sound erupted from the helmet's opening. His arm swung, but his target was not Naruto. It was behind him. What is happening? Kin-sak. Tu's sound wave attack intercepted a barrage of shurikens, and Sunbon launched from behind him. He frowned as he turned to see the archers Kin and Sak. I don't know. My body suddenly lost control, Sak explained to TOS, while Kin remained silent, glaring at him with hostility. Sakura, bewildered, watched the sudden infighting among the Sound Ninja, utterly perplexed. Just then, two boys, one stout and one slender, appeared before her. It was Choji and Shikamaru. They had intruded upon the battle between Team 7 and the Sound Ninjas. That was Ino's body switch technique and my shadow imitation technique. Shikamaru clarified, his shadow forming a slender line on the ground, connecting with Sak's shadow. He then turned his gaze towards Naruto. Sorry, Naruto. We've been here for a while, but with only Choji capable of direct combat in our team, we were waiting for the right moment. Naruto glanced at Shikamaru and Choji, mustering the strength to rise unsteadily from Sakura's embrace. And Naruto, your injuries are severe. Don't move. Sakura urged, anxious about his condition. Those guys are tough. I will fight alongside you, he coughed, expelling congealed blood from his lungs, feeling a bit more at ease. The sonic explosion from Sak had not only inflicted external wounds, but had also caused significant internal damage. Nonetheless, he chose to press on. Naruto, are you trying to be a hero? You'll get yourself killed. Just rest. Leave those sound ninja to us. Ino, using Kin's body, scolded Naruto for his recklessness. Yes, Naruto, let us handle it, Shikamaru added. We've been hiding for a while, not because we would abandon you and Sakura. I've analyzed the combat characteristics of that bandage guy and the one with the hole in his palm. The only female sound ninja hasn't attacked much. And by controlling her, we can avoid any unexpected abilities and gain a hostage. The advantage is ours. However, TOS laughed derisively at Shikamaru's analysis. An advantage for you? Don't make me laugh. He suddenly unleashed a massive surge of chakra, disregarding the leaf ninjas before him. Underestimating the strongest among you is your greatest folly. This chakra. This is bad. Shikamaru sensed the danger and urgently called to Choji, don't let him continue unleashing that troublesome sound wave technique. Got it. Choji, already hefty, inflated into a massive sphere. I'll use my human bullet tank to stop him. Too naive. TOS scoffed. But the prepared fighters froze as an overwhelming chakra, palpable and chilling to the bone, enveloped them all. They instinctively sought the source of this ominous chakra, leading them to the unconscious Sasuke emerging from a hollow. Sasuke? Sakura sensed the unfamiliar chakra radiating from him. It was a toxic aura, instilling fear and causing her to unconsciously inch closer to Naruto. Not only was the chakra unsettling, but Sasuke's appearance had also undergone a bizarre transformation. Irregular black markings resembling flames danced across his body, giving him a fearsome visage. He surveyed everyone present, his gaze finally settling on Naruto. Noticing Naruto's bloodied and weakened state, his expression darkened. Naruto, who did this to you? It was me. In the face of my air slash, everyone else is already dead. That waste was simply lucky to survive, Sak interjected before Naruto could respond. Sasuke's attention shifted to the three sound ninja. You are from the Sound Village? He narrowed his eyes at Sak and the others upon spotting their headbands. So you are the test subjects that Orochimaru referred to, the ones meant to fully experience power? Test subjects? Upon hearing Orochimaru's name and the dismissive term he used for them, his resolve began to waver, realizing they were mere pawns in a game. The more he contemplated, the more he felt like a discarded plaything of the very man he admired. What is Orochimaru planning? He brushed the thoughts aside. They were irrelevant now. Sasuke's gaze fixed on Sak, his tone menacing. Dare to harm my comrade? The pain you inflicted will be returned to you 1,000-fold. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. His speed was astonishing. Sak had no time to blink before Sasuke appeared behind him. Not good, Shikamaru exclaimed, hastily dispelling the shadow imitation technique. His judgment was swift and accurate. Just as his shadow returned, Sasuke had already snapped Sak's arm with a brutal twist. Sak's arm dangled grotesquely from his shoulder, the bones shattered, muscles torn asunder. Sasuke had rendered him incapable of further combat with mere taijutsu. Sasuke's actions have transcended the realm of conventional combat, evolving into a one-sided display of cruelty, even among those who live alongside death. It is difficult to accept Sasuke's sadistic torment of his foes. Only two remain, indifferent to the agonized cries of Sak, who kneels in torment. Sasuke's gaze shifts to the figure of Kin beside him. Kin, or rather Ino, who occupies Kin's body through the heart-turn technique, is frozen in fear. Ensnared by Sasuke's cold, merciless eyes, Sasuke swiftly forms hand signs. Fire style. Great fireball technique. However, at the last moment, his ninjutsu is interrupted. Stop, Sasuke. The girl in that body is Ino. Naruto appears by Sasuke's side, grasping his hand that is poised to complete the jutsu. Casting a glance at the bewildered Kin, whose eyes shimmer with tears, he urges, Ino, release the heart-turn technique, or you might be harmed. Naruto's calm reminder snaps Ino back to reality, prompting her to form the hand signs to dispel the technique. As Ino's spiritual energy vacates Kin's body, Kin collapses unconscious to the ground. Ino herself emerges from the nearby bushes. The heart-turn technique of the Yamanaka clan, once employed against an enemy. renders the user's true body into a state of unconsciousness and vulnerability. Therefore, when engaging multiple adversaries, the Yamanaka must ensure the safety of their true form while using the heart-turn technique. Let go Naruto. Sasuke's Sharingan fixates on Naruto, revealing two Tomo within the red eye. The power of the cursed seal has transformed his single Tomo Sharingan into the current double Tomo. Observing the sudden conflict between Naruto and Sasuke, Tosu seizes the opportunity to retreat to Sak and Kin's side. This time, we have lost. Please spare us. This is our humble gesture of sincerity. Tosu places the Earth Scroll, belonging to the Sound Ninja group, on the ground. His actions convey both a genuine plea for peace and an attempt to mitigate the conflict over interests. Their primary objective remains to pass the second Chunin exam. Having previously been unaware of the scar resembling a Tomo on Sasuke's body, Tosu can temporarily suppress his doubts about the orders from Lord Orochimaru. Now, having confirmed that Sasuke has indeed been endowed with the power of the cursed seal by Orochimaru, Tosu promptly abandons any thoughts of fighting. The command given to them by Orochimaru was to eliminate Sasuke, yet the current Sasuke possesses the power of the cursed seal. Tosu understands that those who bear the cursed seal are valued by Orochimaru. The 5 strongest individuals within the Sound Village have received this power from him. It is a force that Tosu cannot contend with, even with Sak and Kin by his side. If Sasuke Uchiha is esteemed by Orochimaru, then why issue the command to eliminate him? Could it be true, as Sasuke suggested earlier, that the 3 of them are mere test subjects? Once doubt arises, Tosu finds himself unable to continue fighting without concern. I will not let you escape so easily. Noticing Tosu's movements, Sasuke temporarily forsakes his standoff with Naruto. The immediate priority is to eliminate the Sound Ninja. Sasuke had anticipated that, with the power of the cursed seal, he would easily break free from Naruto's grasp. Yet, he is taken aback to discover Naruto's surprising strength. He fails to shake off Naruto's hand in time, watching helplessly as Tosu leads his companions to safety. Naruto. Sasuke turns to Naruto, angered by his interference. It is only in this moment of turning that he notices the blood covering Naruto's hand. The source of that blood is Naruto's abdomen. He had been applying pressure to the wound to staunch the bleeding, yet he neglects his own pain to prevent Sasuke's brutality. Sasuke, those who are consumed by power may appear formidable, but in truth, they are merely fragile pretenders. I do not oppose your use of this strange power, but if the wielder becomes enslaved by it, then to me, you are but a weakling unable to conquer your own self. Naruto gazes directly into Sasuke's eyes, unabashedly expressing his disdain for Sasuke's current intoxication with power. A person who cannot conquer themselves will certainly be unable to prevail over others. Or is your capacity truly so limited? Naruto's intervention to prevent Sasuke from delivering a lethal blow to the Sound Ninjas is not born out of a misguided sense of compassion. The Sound Ninjas pose little threat. However, if Sasuke were to kill them in his current state of savagery, it would play directly into Orochimaru's sinister scheme to plunge Sasuke into darkness. Should Sasuke succumb to his rage, it would greatly impede Naruto's plans concerning Karin. Konoha must already be aware of Orochimaru's contact with Sasuke. If Sasuke encounters trouble, Naruto, as a member of Team 7, would also be in peril. If such a situation arises, Naruto's plans regarding Karin would falter at the critical moment of success. Orochimaru's spiritual influence intertwined within the cursed seal allows Sasuke, who harbors darkness within, to be easily manipulated. Given Sasuke's character, he would indeed sacrifice himself to darkness in pursuit of vengeance against Itachi Uchiha. However, Naruto understands that Sasuke is more concerned about lacking the strength to confront Itachi. By leveraging Sasuke's psyche, Naruto aims to prevent him from being overtaken by the cursed seal's influence. Sasuke's rationality leads him to acknowledge the truth in Naruto's words. Should he acquire power now yet cease to grow, he would never surpass Itachi Uchiha. Observing Sasuke's reaction, Naruto surmises that his persuasion has borne fruit. The cursed seal dissipates from Sasuke, returning to the 3 Tomo markings on his shoulder and neck. Chapter 43. Unperceived emotions. With the cursed seal lifted, Sasuke suddenly stumbles. He collapses to the ground, his face etched with fatigue as he gasps for breath. I'm fine, just overexerted my chakra, he responds to Naruto, sensing his gaze. Previously, Sasuke had been in the most perilous state among the trio of Team 7. Yet now, he merely suffers from chakra depletion. The injuries he sustained have fully healed under the influence of the cursed seal. In contrast, Naruto's condition is dire. Sasuke's eyes widen as he observes the crimson stain spreading across Naruto's abdomen. A deep gash has opened, saturating his jacket with blood. You need to stop the bleeding, Naruto. If you lose any more blood, you could truly die. Anyone could see that Naruto's injury was severe. Despite being gravely wounded himself, he still finds the resolve to concern himself with others. I'll bandage it. Sakura rushes over. The crisis has passed, and the adrenaline sustaining her begins to wane, allowing the pain from her back colliding with the tree to finally register. Gritting her teeth, she silently endures the discomfort. She retrieves medical bandages from her ninja tool pouch and approaches Naruto. No, I can handle it myself with shadow clone technique. Naruto declines Sakura's assistance. Yet, Sakura still wishes to say something, but ultimately remains silent. I can't take this anymore. The gravity of life and death leaves one perplexed at the hesitance displayed by the two of you. Initially intending to depart quietly and provide the 7th squad with some private space, Ino could not bear to watch Naruto and Sakura's current behavior, and thus hurriedly approached them. Choji and Shikamaru, understanding Ino's sentiments, stood by in silent anticipation. Given your injuries, it would be unwise to waste your already scarce chakra. Be cautious when allocating chakra for shadow clones, Ino admonished, swatting Naruto's hand away as he prepared to form the hand signs. Her actions stemmed from a place of goodwill, devoid of any malice. In circumstances of insufficient chakra, unless one is a jonin with exceptional control, it is advisable to refrain from utilizing techniques like shadow clones that evenly distribute one's chakra. Who can guarantee that splitting what little chakra remains won't lead to a critical shortage, exacerbating the primary injury? Naruto, taken aback by Ino's sudden forceful action, regarded her impassively. In the past, such a display would have rendered Ino timid, allowing Naruto to dictate her actions. However, this time, Ino glared back defiantly. Quickly remove your clothing so we can assess your wounds. Before Ino could finish her sentence, she had already taken action against Naruto. Wait, Ino, stop. Don't act like a rogue, Naruto exclaimed, startled by Ino's unexpected aggression. He nearly forgot his pretense and was ready to push her away with force. Luckily, he remembered that he was a severely injured patient losing blood and thus lacked the strength to resist. As Ino's hands met his, he hastily tempered his strength, resulting in a weak shove. After a moment of protest, he realized that maintaining his disguise was futile against Ino's determination to remove his clothing. Resigned, he acquiesced. Ino peeled away Naruto's blood-soaked clothing, momentarily pausing as she gazed at the wound, her expression shifting back to clarity. A larger injury than anticipated was revealed on Naruto's abdomen. The wound may appear severe, but it had already begun to heal within, with most of the blood loss having occurred previously. Naruto had deliberately left a visible injury to disguise his nearly healed state. This was a contingency plan for an instance when he could not use shadow clones to bandage himself and conceal his true condition. Ino gasped softly at the sight of Naruto's wound. Sakura remained silent, preparing to tend to Naruto, but struggled to tear the bandages open. Observing Sakura's calm facade, Ino recognized her inner turmoil and reached out, taking the bandages from her hands. Let me handle this, she offered, easily tearing open the bandage package. Ino returned the open bandages to Sakura and rummaged through her medical pouch. I'll clean the area around Naruto's wound. Sakura, you should cut the bandage to the appropriate length. Naruto seized the cleaning solution from Ino's grasp. This time, Ino did not object. As long as Naruto refrained from using shadow clones in his weakened state, the task of cleaning the wound was inconsequential. Ino preferred not to overextend her kindness as an outsider to the group. Her focus shifted back to Sakura, who, despite being present, seemed overly subdued. Sakura stared blankly at the bandage clutched tightly in her hands. Sakura? Ino approached, concerned about her friend's unusual demeanor, softly calling her name. Perhaps it was the tenderness in Ino's voice or Sakura's emotions finally reaching a breaking point, but tears, long suppressed, began to flow down her cheeks. Crystal droplets fell onto the bandage, soaking it. Sakura's quiet sobs struck a chord in Ino's heart and captured the attention of Sasuke and Naruto, fellow members of Team 7. Acknowledging her friend's concern, Sakura lifted her head and spoke through her tears. Naruto, Sasuke, I promise I will become stronger. No longer merely a burden to you, nor just a liability for Team 7. Please grant me a little more time, just a little. Though I feel utterly weak right now, I will strive with all my might to keep pace with you. Team 7 had journeyed together thus far, with Sakura trailing behind Naruto and Sasuke. who marched resolutely toward their chosen futures. Their steps were steady, filled with unwavering determination, while she felt perpetually indecisive. Sakura glanced at Sasuke, but found her gaze inexplicably drawn to Naruto. Upon learning from Kakashi-sensei about the survival exercise, an authentic graduation test, fear of failure clouded her mind, leading her to contemplate withdrawal. At that moment, she had neglected to consider the feelings of Sasuke and Naruto. Yet, Naruto had perceptively sensed her distress and comforted her, alleviating her anxiety. During the survival exercise, Kakashi-sensei forbade Sasuke from eating. Despite professing her affection for Sasuke, she chose to obey Kakashi's orders. It was Naruto's act of sharing food that taught her the importance of camaraderie over mere commands. In the ambush by the demon brothers of the Land of Waves, it was Naruto who saved her. Now, in the Death Forest, both Naruto and Sasuke fought valiantly for Team 7, sustaining injuries in the process. Yet, she felt utterly useless, even having inadvertently caused Naruto greater harm due to her reckless actions. Despite previously boasting to Kakashi-sensei about her growth, she found herself stagnant while the rest of Team 7 advanced. The trials of the Chunin exams had matured Sakura's character, though her prowess as a ninja was temporarily lacking. Her newfound maturity promised that one day she would emerge as a formidable kunoichi. If I continue to hold you back, I will voluntarily request to leave Team 7, Sakura declared, her gaze fixed on Naruto, a vow and a resolution intertwined in her words. She compelled herself to change, refusing to experience the same helplessness as in the Land of Waves or the Death Forest. She did not wish to watch her comrades fight tirelessly while she remained powerless to assist. Naruto remained silent, his eyes locked onto Sakura's. She did not shy away from his gaze, patiently awaiting his response. Aside from Naruto himself, no one could fathom the thoughts swirling in his mind during his silence. At last, Naruto broke the stillness. Sakura, do you recall what Kakashi-sensei said during our mission in the Land of Waves? Neither Sasuke nor I have ever felt that you were a burden, so please refrain from uttering such things about leaving Team 7. The essence of Team 7 lies in the bond between Kakashi-sensei and the three of us. Do not weep. I have never considered you a hindrance. And I am certain Sasuke feels the same. Turning to Sasuke, he pressed, I speak the truth, do I not? Indeed, Sasuke replied. He cast a glance at Sakura, whose eyes were still red but no longer shedding tears, understanding that Naruto had helped stabilize her emotions. Boys can be so oblivious, Ino remarked, glancing between Sakura and Naruto before suddenly admonishing him. Naruto, especially you. If 10 is perfection, you would lose 5 points. Confused by Ino's unexpected reprimand, Naruto pondered, what points? Why 5? Sasuke, however, grasped the underlying message in Ino's words. He chose to remain silent, keeping himself at a distance but wholeheartedly agreeing with Ino's assessment of Naruto. What a fair and just evaluation, Ino. Ino clicked her tongue softly at Naruto's bemusement, contemplating whether deducting only 5 points was perhaps too lenient. She took the medical bandages from Sakura's hands and tossed them to Naruto, instructing, Choji, come help Naruto bandage his wounds. To Choji, who was munching on hidden chips, Ino added, Shikamaru, keep a vigilant watch around. Naruto and Sasuke are currently quite weakened, and we'll need your assistance. Yes, Shikamaru replied, his expression one of mild annoyance, yet he remained alert to his surroundings. Without further ado, Ino seized Sakura by the arm and dragged her toward the tree hollow where Team 7 usually rested. Boys, turn around, she commanded, retrieving a large piece of fabric from her ninja tool pouch to cover the entrance of the hollow. Though unsure of Ino's intentions, the 4 boys complied with her request, captivated by her assertive demeanor. Naruto couldn't help but wonder how Ino managed to fit such a large piece of cloth into her pouch after storing kunai and shuriken. Don't try to apply logic to a girl's bag. The contents and quantity are beyond comprehension, Shikamaru advised, speaking with the wisdom of experience. Having taken the medical bandage that Choji had cut for him, Naruto chose to wrap it around his waist and abdomen on his own. Once his wounds were dressed, he donned his clothes again and inquired, by the way, Shikamaru, what scroll did your team receive from the examiners? What? Naruto, we just helped you. Are you trying to take advantage of us now? Choji huffed, glaring at Naruto. Shikamaru, with his lethargic gaze, urged Choji to calm down. Take it easy, Choji. Naruto isn't the type to kick someone when they're down. Besides, given the current circumstances, it is we who should be wary of taking advantage. Shikamaru analyzed the situation, recalling the struggles Team 7 had faced against the Sound Ninja. Their chakra had been drained even before the battle, and now it was further diminished after the encounter. He looked thoughtfully at Naruto before retrieving a white scroll from his pouch. This scroll contained the Heaven Scroll that Team 10 had exchanged with the examiners. Coincidentally, we have an Earth Scroll left over from the Sound Ninja's recent departure. Since Team 7 has already gathered the required scrolls, we would be glad to offer this as a token of gratitude for your assistance against the Sound Ninja. Naruto glanced at Sasuke and Sakura, confident that they would not object to his decision. Sasuke merely grunted, relinquishing the choice to Naruto. Do as you wish. In that case, I won't hold back, Naruto exclaimed, seizing the opportunity to simplify their arduous examination. Shikamaru accepted the Earth Scroll with a smile, while Naruto nodded in agreement, his gaze drifting subtly toward a distant tree. The figure hidden in the branches had yet to return after leaving with the Sound Ninja, indicating that he was indeed monitoring them. Naruto was acutely aware of the presence of the Sound Ninja and the hidden figure who had deliberately drawn near. If only the trio from Team 10 was lurking in the shadows to observe the clash between Naruto and the Sound Ninja, he would not have resorted to such desperate measures. His use of the Earth Release technique was a calculated ploy to draw Tosu's attention, prompting his jutsu to fail intentionally. All of this was a ruse to feign weakness, not aimed at Team 10, who did not possess the significance to warrant such deception. What concerned Naruto was a third chakra presence, distinct from that of the candidates and examiners. This chakra had trailed the Sound Ninja, and its intensity suggested a Jonin level. Naruto quickly deduced that the hidden ninja belonged to Konoha's Umbu. He had sensed the chakra of Orochimaru and Anko during a brief encounter the previous night. Anko had discovered Orochimaru's disguise as a participant in the Chunin exams, infiltrating the Forest of Death. Orochimaru, much like in the original narrative, had revealed his identity as the founder of the Sound Village and, through Anko's words, threatened the third Hokage to prevent the Chunin exams from being halted. The presence of Konoha's Umbu in the Forest of Death indicated that the third Hokage was indeed concerned about Orochimaru's threat. The Umbu were conducting searches for Orochimaru without disrupting the remaining candidates, while keeping a watchful eye on the Sound Ninja, who were clearly associated with him. Naruto knew that he must feign defeat against the Sound Ninja, ensuring that Orochimaru remained oblivious to his true strength, all while remaining cautious of the Umbu. The longer Naruto lingered in the Forest of Death, the more susceptible he became to detection by the roaming Umbu ninjas. It was imperative that he locate Karen swiftly and bring an end to the examination in the forest. Maintaining a composed exterior, Naruto engaged in casual conversation with Choji, Shikamaru, and Sasuke, while internally assessing the situation. The boys seemed oblivious to the fact that they were adversaries in this examination. Within the tree hollow, Ino removed Sakura's outer garment and applied a blood circulation ointment to her back, now marred by bruises. Ino, too, appeared to lack any awareness of their predicament. Sakura smiled softly, feeling the contrasting sensations of the cold plaster on her back and the warmth of Ino's hand, evoking an unusual emotion within her. However, the sharp pain from her back wound swiftly overshadowed any lingering thoughts of tenderness. She bore the discomfort, knowing well that this special plaster, crafted from the antlers of deer by the Nara clan, was highly effective. It had been thoughtfully prepared for her and her teammates, Shikamaru and Choji, by Mr. Nara Shikaku upon learning that their team would participate in the upcoming Chunin exams. Ino reminded her. The Nara clan is responsible for Konoha's medicinal herb industry and plays a significant role in its medical system. The antlers of the deer they raise are considered top-tier medicinal materials, highly valued both in the land of fire and abroad. After briefly explaining that the pain experienced while applying the plaster was a normal reaction, Ino responded to Sakura's earlier comment. I am certainly aware of that. But you are different from the others, Ino remarked. Sakura paused, slightly taken aback. Thank you, she finally replied after a moment. Feeling Ino's hand leave her back, she dressed herself anew. I need to check on Naruto, she expressed, still somewhat worried about him. Ino, however, stopped her. Naruto will be fine. That guy hardly cares about his own injuries. Nonetheless, Sakura remained anxious. Observing the expression on Sakura's face, Ino suddenly blurted out, Sakura, I will definitely win Sasuke's love before you do. Sakura's reaction was peculiar. Rather than engaging in their usual banter, she seemed indifferent. You really haven't realized, have you? Ino sighed softly. What? Sakura could hardly endure Ino's gaze upon her. You've developed feelings for Naruto. Chapter 44. Karen after the battle with the Sound Ninja. Teams 7 and 10 parted ways due to their differing plans. Having gathered the Heaven and Earth scrolls from Naruto, Team 10 chose to head early to the central tower of the training grounds to conclude the second exam and secure their advancement. Meanwhile, Team 7 spent the entire day resting in a hollow tree to recover from their injuries and replenish their chakra. During this time, Sasuke seized the opportunity to recount his experiences from the previous night after they had separated. Grass Ninja? Sakura reiterated the key point of Sasuke's words. Are you saying that the one disguised as a grass ninja who attacked you is Orochimaru? Sasuke nodded firmly, affirming, that person is none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin who has long since defected from Konoha. Why would such a notorious figure disguise himself as a grass ninja? Could it be that the grass village has allied with Orochimaru to plot against Konoha? Sakura's doubts remained unresolved. Sasuke was equally uncertain. If Sakura's speculation were correct, the implications of Orochimaru infiltrating Konoha would escalate dramatically. No, the grass village must also be in the dark, Sasuke reasoned. Didn't I just mention that Orochimaru referred to himself as the founder of the Sound Village when he cast the curse seal on me? We were attacked by the Sound Ninjas because those three received orders from Orochimaru. Since he has established his own village, he wouldn't risk allying with the grass village. After all, the more individuals who are informed, the greater the risk of exposure. Naruto interjected. Orochimaru probably chose to disguise himself as a grass ninja due to their unique structure. Didn't our teachers in ninja school teach us about the geography of the ninja world? The grass village is known for its expertise in learning and researching the techniques of other nations. I recall the content from class. But how does that relate to Orochimaru choosing to masquerade as a grass ninja to infiltrate Konoha? Sakura turned to Naruto, awaiting his insight. Do you both remember Kakashi-sensei's explanation about the assassination units during our time in the Land of Waves? In a ninja world that values intelligence, the techniques, tools, and even the ninjas themselves from each village are crucial sources of information. Even Konoha, one of the 5 great ninja villages, has painstakingly gathered intelligence on foreign techniques through numerous wars. Why then has the grass village earned the reputation for excelling in the study and acquisition of techniques from other nations? Naruto posed the question to Sasuke and Sakura. Before they could respond, Naruto continued. The quality of ninjas from smaller nations typically lags behind those from larger ones. If the territory of a small nation is somewhat isolated, that's one thing, but the grass village is situated adjacent to the land of fire and the land of earth, surrounded by the smaller nations of the land of waterfall and the land of rain. The land of waterfall was once a formidable force during the Warring States period, capable of rivaling the 5 great nations, and although it has diminished in power, its rich legacy from that time still allows it to stand tall among smaller nations. The Land of Rain, despite being a small nation, managed to contend against the 3 great ninja villages of Konoha, Suna, and Iwa during the Second Great Ninja War, demonstrating remarkable resilience. The external pressures faced by the grass village have fostered an open policy towards accepting rogue ninjas and displaced wanderers from other nations, allowing it to rapidly bolster its strength and guard against the ambitions of its powerful neighbors, thereby becoming adept at studying techniques from foreign lands. This unique composition of ninjas in the grass village makes it difficult to trace their origins. The consequence of this is that, compared to disguising oneself as a ninja from another country, Orochimaru's masquerade as a grass ninja significantly reduces the likelihood of discovery. In the original work, prior to the commencement of the second Chunin exam, a grass ninja disguised as Orochimaru even approached the chief examiner, Mitarashi Anko. As a former disciple of Orochimaru, Anko failed to notice the anomaly due to Orochimaru's disguise as a grass ninja until he activated the cursed seal on her, which resembled the one placed on Sasuke, and its power broke free from suppression, confirming for Anko that Orochimaru had indeed infiltrated Konoha. Furthermore, Naruto gazed at Sasuke. Orochimaru's elaborate disguise raises an intriguing question. Sasuke, did Orochimaru tell you he came specifically to find you? Sasuke, initially believing Orochimaru sought the scrolls and feeling relieved that the scroll's guardian was him, realized that even after learning the scroll was not in his possession, the overwhelmingly powerful Orochimaru continued to pursue him, treating him like a mere plaything. Sasuke nodded grimly, his strange emotions not stemming from the envy of being coveted by one of the legendary Sannin, but rather from the information he deliberately withheld while explaining his encounter with Orochimaru. It was evident that Orochimaru had engaged with Itachi Uchiha and understood the Uchiha clan's hardships far better than Sasuke himself, perhaps even better than Itachi. Orochimaru dangled the irresistible power of revenge before Sasuke, tempting him. Sasuke was indeed tempted. He prided himself as a seeker of vengeance, willing to sacrifice his life if it meant successfully avenging himself against his brother, Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke. Naruto's earnest voice abruptly pulled Sasuke from his deepening thoughts. What is it? Sasuke looked at Naruto. That cursed seal harbors too many unresolved mysteries. Unless you can control its power, I hope you won't succumb to it. Naruto's genuine concern and advice momentarily left Sasuke in a daze. I will try my best, Sasuke replied, though he could not assure Naruto of his resolve. As Sasuke awoke from his prolonged slumber, Team 7 finally gathered the intelligence they each possessed. However, with their individual concerns weighing heavily upon them, they could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. The only course of action was to continue participating in the Chunin exams and allow events to unfold naturally. It was not until the third day of the second round of the exams, after a full day of recuperation, that Team 7 set forth once more to engage in the competition, at least in terms of their exam strategy. The trio had unified their objective, to swiftly reach the tower with the scrolls in hand. They reaffirmed their plan, using Earth Release to renew the terrain. Naruto gathered Sasuke and Sakura for a final confirmation of their strategy before moving. Due to the curse mark, Sasuke's chakra would uncontrollably activate once depleted to a certain extent, causing his body to be covered in black markings, reminiscent of his prior battle with the Sound Ninja. Although he had rested and nearly restored his chakra, the wound on his abdomen required substantial time to heal. This meant that 2 members of Team 7 were incapacitated or unable to engage in prolonged combat. They had already fulfilled 2 of the 3 conditions necessary to successfully pass the second exam. Naruto observed Sasuke and Sakura, who were both attentively listening. Sakura interjected. We need to secure the complete Heaven and Earth scrolls and ensure that our ninja squad remains intact. Sasuke added. Our objective now is to reach the central tower of the Forest of Death within the allotted exam time while maintaining the aforementioned conditions. Naruto pondered aloud. Today marks the 3rd day of the exam. Teams with good fortune and sufficient strength should have nearly reached the tower. The remaining 2 days will likely see weaker teams engaged in a tug-of-war. Isn't that merely an optimistic scenario? Sasuke interjected. While theoretically, a maximum of 10 teams can pass out of the 20 participating, we cannot dismiss the possibility that some teams, having already acquired their scrolls, will attempt to eliminate others in this legally sanctioned killing exam. Indeed, the worst-case scenario described by Naruto seemed more plausible. This was a ninja exam that explicitly permitted lethal force. Unlike the first exam, participants would not be content with merely passing. Thus, I shall devise our route to the tower. I will repeatedly deploy shadow clones to scout ahead. Should any clone encounter an enemy, it will dispel itself, allowing me to synchronize the intelligence gathered, marking paths with foes as dead ends, while the routes remaining intact will be our safe passage. With this explanation of their approach to the tower concluded, Naruto's gaze flitted between Sasuke and Sakura. Both shook their heads in agreement. Then let us commence our journey. With that proclamation, the 3 members of Team 7 vanished from the ground, weaving stealthily among the towering trees. Their formation had evolved slightly since the first night. Naruto, as the lead, guided the way, while Sasuke, constrained by the curse mark, occupied the rear after surveying for dangers. Sakura, the weakest among them, maintained a central position, ensuring she could be swiftly protected by her teammates if danger arose. Naruto's route was not the most time-efficient, but rather a direct line intertwined with curves. His dispersed shadow clones would occasionally dispel, relaying information back to him. If a clone dispelled along their current path, Naruto would swiftly alter their course. Although this route would take slightly longer to reach the tower, it ensured that Team 7 encountered no threats along the way. After advancing for a while, Naruto suddenly halted. Noticing his movement, Sakura and Sasuke joined him. What's wrong? Sasuke inquired. All of my deployed shadow clones just dispelled, Naruto replied, furrowing his brow. All of them? Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment, while Sakura remained silent, her concern palpable. It appeared they had indeed encountered foes lying in ambush along the crucial path to the tower, aiming to eliminate competitors. Naruto's expression turned grave. It seemed they were facing the worst-case scenario. Does this mean we cannot avoid combat? Sakura asked. Naruto nodded, then immediately shook his head. There is one direction where, Despite being an enemy, there is only one individual. The two other companions are likely disqualified from the exam. As per the rules, participants cannot forfeit during the exam's duration, which is why that individual is positioned near the tower. Aside from examiners and competitors, wild beasts do not roam close to the tower. This person must be waiting for the 5-day exam to conclude. Naruto explained his contradictory stance. In that case, shouldn't we proceed directly to that disqualified competitor? Sakura questioned, sensing that perhaps they could still evade combat to reach the tower. However, Sasuke recognized Naruto's hesitation, understanding that the situation was more complex than it appeared. The solitary competitor is from the grass village, and this is what has caused Naruto's uncertainty. Orochimaru had previously disguised himself as a grass ninja. Yet, Sakura and I encountered her before the exam. She is indeed a participant sent by the grass village. Sakura was taken aback by Naruto's sudden inclusion of her in the conversation. Yet, upon reflecting on Naruto's words, she recalled the girl they had met at the barbecue shop. Yes, I think her name was Karen. Sakura envisioned the red-haired figure being bullied by her comrades. Indeed, that seems to be her name. I didn't pay much attention to her at the time. It's impressive that you remember, Sakura, Naruto remarked. A flicker of something unnoticeable crossing his eyes, though his tone suggested he had recalled Karen's name only with Sakura's prompting. Chapter 45, Team 5. After a brief discussion, Team 7 ultimately decided to approach Karen. Although Naruto's shadow clones had only detected her presence, they could not afford to lower their guard. As they resumed their journey, Naruto cautioned Sasuke and Sakura, given her proximity to the tower. I initially speculated she was evading the wild beasts that typically do not venture too close to the tower. However, upon further reflection, if Karen had indeed been eliminated, the rules prohibit participants from leaving the Forest of Death before the exam concludes. Yet, there is no rule against disqualified candidates entering the tower to await the end of the exam safely. Considering the attitude of her two companions towards her, it was plausible that Karen had been used as bait to lure enemies deeper into danger. Sakura recalled the altercation between Karen and her companions at the barbecue restaurant. Agreeing with Naruto's assessment, Sasuke nodded slightly. It is most reasonable to view the lone grass ninja as a tactical maneuver for ambush. He had gleaned a simple understanding of the barbecue incident from Naruto and Sakura. However, we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that the grass ninja genuinely lost her two companions. Can we? Every choice bears the duality of risk and safety. The 7th squad has deemed it a safe choice to engage with Karine. Even if things were to go awry and Karine turned out to be a bait, the 7th squad would not face significant danger from a miscalculated bet. The actions of Karine's two companions at the barbecue restaurant have already led the 7th squad to classify them as weak candidates. They stand no chance of dragging Naruto and Sasuke into a protracted battle that would be difficult to manage. Indeed, Naruto replied, which is precisely why the 3 of them in the 7th squad ultimately agreed to approach Karine. At that moment, Naruto's gaze sharpened as he spotted a familiar silhouette he had encountered several times before. He gestured for Sasuke and Sakura to halt, failing to perceive anyone else. It appeared this individual was indeed alone for some reason. However, her choice of resting place was conspicuously obvious. Was she truly a ninja? The trio from the 7th squad observed Karine from a distance, with Sasuke making a notable comment. Karine's level of caution was alarmingly low, based on Konoha's ninja selection standards. She likely would not graduate from the ninja academy smoothly. Nevertheless, Naruto empathized with Karine. Her standing in Uzumaki mirrored Sasuke's skepticism. She could hardly be considered a true ninja. For Uzumaki, Karine was merely a chakra supply tool that could restore her own chakra without oversight. The village only had her study medical knowledge to more efficiently siphon her chakra through medical ninjutsu. Genuine ninja experience would only come once Karine fell under Orochimaru's command. Fortunately, her current lack of ninja experience allowed Naruto to delay approaching her after entering the Forest of Death, as he was wary of her formidable sensory ability, the Kagura Shingon. In the original narrative, during her time with Team Hawk, Karine could detect chakra within a radius of several dozen kilometers when employing the Kagura Shingon, even pinpointing specific chakra signatures. Unless she willingly allowed herself to be found or an unexpected event occurred, the likelihood of approaching her through conventional means was nearly non-existent. Fortunately, Karine had yet to master the Kagura Shingon. While her sensory capabilities surpassed those of her peers, her range remained within the normal parameters for sensory ninjas. Naruto's earlier shadow clone, as perceived by Sasuke and Sakura, seemed intended to evade enemies on the path to the tower. In reality, Naruto was using the Shadow Clone to gauge the extent of Karin's current sensory range. The position where Naruto instructed Sasuke and Sakura to stop was the calculated limit of Karin's sensory reach. Any further, and she would be aware of the 7th Squad's presence. After observing Karin, Naruto suggested, "It seems she hasn't noticed us. Let's avoid her and proceed toward the tower." Sasuke and Sakura had no objections. "Then let us depart from this place," Naruto said, shifting his body to move toward the tower. What appeared to be a perfectly ordinary action was, in fact, a meticulously crafted design by Naruto. Suddenly, Karin sensed Naruto's chakra. Her gaze shifted toward the location of the 7th Squad. Startled by Karin's abrupt awareness, both Sasuke and Sakura froze. Damn, how did she discover us? Naruto, too, was taken aback, astonished by Karin's perceptive abilities. Immediately, his expression hardened, before Karin could fully react. He struck first. After witnessing Naruto swiftly overpower Karin, Sasuke and Sakura appeared before her. With the sudden addition of 2 figures before her, Karin, held by the throat by Naruto, felt a rush of fear at the sight of the 7th Squad. Sasuke and Sakura harbored no doubts about Naruto's initiative. Having already been detected by Karin, the 7th Squad's first instinct would be to escape her sensory range if they were outnumbered. They confirmed, however, that Karin was alone. With a 3-to-1 advantage, subduing Karin swiftly would be the most effective way to prevent any unforeseen complications. The choice between battle or retreat had been instilled in them by their instructors long before becoming ninjas. Naruto's approach was flawless. Indeed, her companions have certainly. Sakura glanced at the heaven scroll in Karin's possession, hesitating to speak further. Given the treatment she received from her companions, the scroll would not have appeared in her hands without an unforeseen event. Naruto, disinterested in Karin's companions, nonetheless inquired about her comrades. "What about the teammates in your group?" Faced with Naruto's pressing questions, Karin felt tears welling in her eyes, uncertain of how the 7th Squad would perceive her. She lacked the resilience typical of most ninjas. Trembling, she replied, "They were killed by the Suna ninjas." Upon hearing Karin's words, the 7th Squad quickly identified the Suna she referred to. Among the 20 teams participating in the second round of the Chunin exam, there was only one from Suna, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari. "Then why are you still alive?" Sasuke interjected into Naruto's interrogation. "I was supposed to be killed as well." Sasuke's inquiry forced Karin to recall memories she desperately wished to forget. There was a red-haired ninja in Suna, devoid of eyebrows, with the character love etched onto his forehead. "He killed my companions in an instant using sand. It was only because his companion, a blonde girl, intervened that I managed to escape. Terrified, I fled to the tower. But I sensed that terrifying individual from Suna was also in the tower, so I hid here." Karin recounted her ordeal rapidly, sensing the silence from the 7th Squad. Believing her time was short, Karin pleaded with Naruto, who still held her throat. "Please, do not kill me. I have already lost my chance to pass the exam. And I can give you the scroll." Karin's glasses had fallen to the ground when Naruto attacked her. Currently, she could barely discern Naruto's appearance. Yet, in the next moment, she suddenly realized her vision had cleared again. Naruto released his grip on her neck, picked up her glasses from the ground, and carefully placed them back on her ears. "Apologies for startling you," he said, his words reaching Karin's ears. Only then did she momentarily see Naruto's face clearly. Initially, she had imagined the attacker bore a fearsome countenance. To her surprise, Naruto's apologetic smile radiated warmth and positivity. Thereafter, the 7th Squad utilized the body flicker technique and vanished from Karin's side. What had begun so abruptly concluded just as unexpectedly, leaving Karin standing alone, adjusting her glasses that Naruto had misaligned. At the Konoha training ground number 44, the center of the Forest of Death, and the central tower, the 7th Squad encountered no other candidates after their encounter with Karin, proceeding unobstructed toward the tower. Upon confirming the Heaven and Earth scrolls held by the 7th Squad, the examiner declared their successful completion of the second round of the Chunin exam. Thus, the second exam officially concludes, the examiner announced as he retrieved the scrolls. "Wait, isn't today only the 3rd day?" Sakura inquired, seeking clarification from the examiner. "The candidates remaining in the Forest of Death have all lost their qualifications for the exam and will no longer produce any competent teams, resulting in the early conclusion of the originally 5-day examination. You are the final group to pass the second round of the exam." The examiner explained briefly and then reminded you to gather in the hall, where the Hokage will later elaborate on the subsequent examination content. After stating this, the examiner appeared ready to depart. This time, it was Naruto who called out to him. "Excuse me, how many groups of candidates passed the second round of the exam?" The examiner glanced back at Naruto and replied, 5 groups, 4 from Konoha and 1 from Sunagakure. Once again answering the queries of Team 7. The examiner seemed wary of being caught by Sasuke, who had yet to ask a question, and he vanished using the body flicker technique. As Naruto watched the disappearing examiner, his heart remained tumultuous. The fact that none of the Sound Ninja trio passed the second round of the Chunin exam was unsettling. Chapter 46. By before the colossal statue with hands clasped in a seal. The chief examiners of the 2 rounds, Marino Ibiki and Mitarashi Anko, along with several other examiners. The leading jonin from each team that passed the second round, Might Guy from Team 3, Kakashi Hitaki from Team 7, Kurenai Yuhi from Team 8, and Asuma Sarutobi from Team 10, as well as the bandaged Sunagakure ninja, Maki, who obscured half of his face with a white cloth. They all stood upright with their hands clasped behind their backs. Among them stood the elderly figure of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, adorned with the Hokage hat and cloak. Indeed, the Sound Ninja trio that failed to pass the second round, including Orochimaru, who was supposed to disguise himself as a leading jonin, was absent from this assembly. Realizing this, Naruto furrowed his brow in contemplation. With the strength of the Sound Ninja trio, there was no reason for them to have failed the second round. Could something have gone awry? Or had Orochimaru commanded them to abandon the Chunin exam? Or perhaps he had begun to suspect the death of Kabuto and adjusted certain steps in his plan to destroy Konoha? Naruto momentarily struggled to discern the cause of their failure. Once again, the damned discrepancies of details plagued him. For instance, Iruka Yumeno's death during the Nine Tails incident, or the years-long preparations by Danzo Shimura to control the Nine Tails, which had already been set in motion. Now, he could no longer rely on the original plot to judge the actions of Orochimaru, who was currently hiding in Konoha. Silence. At that moment, Anko, the chief examiner of the Forest of Death, suddenly spoke, capturing everyone's attention. The Hokage is about to begin the explanation for the third round of the exam. The candidates present all focused their attention on the elderly man before them. The 3rd Hokage gazed upon the youthful figures before him, his tone imbued with the warmth of a mentor proud of his promising students. To stand here at this moment speaks volumes of your merit. However, only the finest among you shall ascend to the rank of Chunin. The 3rd Hokage's demeanor shifted dramatically as he displayed the authority of a leader. The 15 candidates present would immediately engage in a preliminary round to vie for the opportunity to advance to the third round of the exam, with 7 to be eliminated, allowing only the remaining 8 to proceed. Wait a moment. Shikamaru raised his hand, questioning the arrangement of the preliminary round. With an odd number of 15 candidates progressing to an even 8, would this not result in one individual being left without an opponent, thus automatically qualifying for advancement? The 3rd Hokage addressed Shikamaru, who, at his age, viewed fairness as a principle. Yet the shinobi world was never fair. Throughout his life, the 3rd had witnessed countless powerful shinobi perish due to this inherent unfairness. Luck, he mused, was also an integral component of a shinobi's strength. Swift wind. The 3rd Hokage did not grant Shikamaru the opportunity to continue his debate, calling instead for the name of the referee for the upcoming preliminary round. A young man, appearing rather unwell, stepped forward from the group of examiners, donning a Konoha forehead protector. Cough, cough. Nice to meet you all. I am Mizuki Shikaku. With a heavy cough, he extended one hand, saying, before we begin the preliminary round, we will select the individuals who will receive a bye in the form of a lottery. In his outstretched palm lay 15 neatly stacked slips of white paper. Once opened, the slips bore either the word battle, indicating a match, or the word bye, granting an automatic qualification for the third round. After briefly explaining the rules of the draw, Mizuki approached the third team, beginning with Hinata Hyuga. You may go first. I'll draw last, Hinata replied, her Byakugan unwaveringly focused on the slips in Mizuki's hand. Unlike the first exam, where cheating was part of the test, Hinata had learned to be cautious and avoid unnecessary troubles. She stepped aside, allowing her teammates Tenten and Lee to choose first. Observing Hinata's actions, her teammate Kiba, alerted by Akamaru, noticed her downcast demeanor. Hinata, if you're worried about being questioned due to your Byakugan, Akamaru can choose for you. Thank you, Akamaru. No need for thanks among friends, she replied softly. Gino, do you feel isolated? Kiba's keen intuition sometimes rivaled his acute sense of smell. I do not. The conversation among Team 8 was not concealed, and Naruto listened intently as Mizuki approached Team 7. Naruto casually took a slip from the pile. Now, open your slips. Those with a buy may step forward. After distributing the slips, Mizuki instructed the candidates to reveal their draws. Naruto opened his slip, which unsurprisingly bore the word battle. However, he suddenly sensed a shift behind him. Sakura was in a daze, staring at her slip, which read by. To her astonishment, Sakura had gained direct qualification for the third round. Yet, she did not rejoice at her good fortune. Instead, she gazed at Sasuke and Naruto, visibly unable to believe that the one with a bye was her. Sakura, you got a bye, Naruto said, clearing a path for her to exit the line of candidates. Only then did Sakura realize and step forward to Mizuki. Konoha, Haruno Sakura bye? Upon confirming Sakura's slip, Mizuki declared. The remaining 14 will now enter the preliminary round for the opportunity to qualify for the third round. He then proceeded to explain the rules for the preliminary round. Clearing his throat, the moonlight flickered as he coughed, revealing a frail figure that hardly resembled a ninja. The preliminary round consisted of one-on-one combat, unrestricted in terms of fighting methods. Similar to the examination in the Forest of Death, participants were permitted to eliminate their opponents, but if one conceded, the victor was forbidden from delivering a fatal blow. As the referee, I held the authority to declare the outcome of the battle in advance. If a teammate intervened in the match, the intervening party would automatically be declared the loser. The preliminary round adopted a randomized pairing system, which did not consider the participant's strength, leading to potential mismatches in ability. Thus, conceding for the sake of one's life was not a sign of shame. Moonlight Gale observed the candidates before him, his words momentarily halting. After allowing ample time for reflection, he resumed, Everyone, please proceed to the elevated stands and await the commencement of your matches. We shall now begin the first preliminary match. Red Bean, initiate the screen. Upon receiving Moonlight Gale's signal, Red Bean issued a command through her earpiece. The colossal display embedded in the hall's wall illuminated, showcasing the names of 14 candidates. After a brief flicker, the names of 2 contestants solidified on the screen. First preliminary match, Uchiha Sasuke versus Rock Lee. Chapter 47. Sasuke versus Lee. Aside from the imminent competitors, Sasuke and Lee, all others had retreated to the stands, clearing the hall. Naruto and Sakura selected their viewing spots before noticing Kakashi lingering in the hall, quietly conversing with Sasuke. Sasuke's expression shifted, reflecting his fluctuating emotions in response to Kakashi's words. What could Kakashi sense in his dialogue with Sasuke? Sakura curiously leaned over from the high stands. Before Naruto could respond, Kakashi concluded his discussion with Sasuke and utilized the body flicker technique to appear beside them. Sakura, you are indeed fortunate to have received a bye. Kakashi congratulated her, before redirecting his gaze towards Sasuke, who had just left his side and was now positioned as indicated by Moonlight Gale. How is Sasuke faring? Kakashi inquired suddenly, his voice lowered so only he and the members of Team 7 could hear. Sakura was momentarily perplexed by the nature of Kakashi's question. However, Naruto understood precisely what Kakashi was asking. Indeed, Red Bean had informed the higher-ups of Konoha about Sasuke being cursed by Orochimaru. On the first night of the exam in the Forest of Death, we were scattered by a tempest. Naruto recounted the experiences of Team 7 over the past few days, even briefly mentioning Karen, which was not something he felt the need to conceal. Without delving into Naruto's mind, who could have guessed that Team 7's encounter with Karen was an absolute certainty rather than mere coincidence? Using shadow clones to scout and avoid enemies, Kakashi seemed unconcerned about Karen's presence. It was not surprising to encounter any candidate during the exam in the Forest of Death. Kakashi felt reassured by Naruto's prudent decision amidst the precarious situation. Naruto, your judgment is astute. Both you, injured, and Sasuke, who cannot freely utilize chakra, must indeed avoid combat with other ninjas whenever possible. Kakashi had gleaned sufficient insight into Sasuke's condition, having displayed the curse mark only once, for now. Sasuke's state was not overly critical. Nonetheless, Kakashi remained cautious. In the preliminary round, where the third match's qualifying candidates were contested, Sasuke's opponent happened to be none other than Rock Lee, the disciple Kakashi often boasted about. Naruto, however, was determined not to let Kakashi unilaterally terminate the conversation. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke mentioned that Orochimaru claims to be the founder of the Sound Village, and those Sound Ninjas did indeed attack us. They have been intent on targeting Sasuke. Yet they failed to pass the second exam. Is there some other conspiracy at play? Kakashi regarded Naruto, simply shaking his head. I am uncertain. After confirming Orochimaru's infiltration of Konoha and his contact with Sasuke, Lord Hokage promptly dispatched Umbu ninjas to search the Forest of Death. The Sound Ninjas also had Umbu monitoring them. Yet not long ago, both the Sound Ninjas and the Umbu responsible for their surveillance completely vanished. Naruto's face reflected doubt and concern, and he refrained from probing further. His initial inquiry could still be justified by his worry for his companion, Sasuke. However, Kakashi had already provided a detailed response, and any further questioning from Naruto might reveal too much. Naruto had hoped to extract useful intelligence from Kakashi, yet the information provided was as good as nothing. The disappearance of the Sound Ninjas was undoubtedly connected to Orochimaru. What Naruto truly wished to understand was the reason behind the trio's disappearance. Since the demise of Kabuto, Orochimaru's actions could no longer be predicted by the original storyline. Nevertheless, Naruto was unconcerned that Orochimaru would abandon his plans to obliterate Konoha, which would consequently jeopardize Naruto's own defection plan predicated on Konoha's destruction. This was why Naruto, weighing the long-term benefits, chose to eliminate Kabuto despite the significant variables it might introduce. Orochimaru had already revealed himself in the Forest of Death and had also drawn the Sand Village into the fray. He might prepare contingencies, but he would never retract his plan to annihilate Konoha. Once successful, the current uncertainties would be rendered irrelevant. However, should Orochimaru retreat, he would face not only Konoha's pursuit, but also the Sand Village's cessation of their plans against Konoha. Orochimaru would gain nothing and invite considerable trouble upon himself. As Naruto pondered these matters, the match between Uchiha Sasuke and Rock Lee officially commenced. Due to the curse mark restricting his chakra usage, Sasuke opted to engage Lee with ninja tools first. Yet, this tactical approach yielded unsatisfactory results. With his specialization in taijutsu and having already unlocked the 5th gate of the 8 gates, Lee was hardly susceptible to being struck by ninja tools. Naruto observed Sasuke, already panting after the initial exchange. The effort to suppress the curse mark was exceedingly taxing on Sasuke's stamina, and battling Lee would only exacerbate his fatigue. In this vicious cycle, it would not be long before Sasuke fell back under the curse's control. To onlookers, the outcome of this match seemed all but predetermined. Sasuke's struggle was akin to a futile endeavor against an unstoppable force. Presently, Lee was undoubtedly the strongest contender among the 15 participants in terms of taijutsu. Naruto had no intention of engaging in a taijutsu contest with Lee. However, Lee's weakness lay in his inability to utilize ninjutsu or jinjutsu. As long as one was aware of this information, there were strategies to counter him. Yet, resisting Lee's formidable taijutsu attacks was inherently challenging, let alone seeking an opportunity to secure victory against him. Sasuke made his choice, fire style, fireball jutsu. In response to Lee's rapid movements, Sasuke unleashed the first ninjutsu of the match. The massive flames he expelled from his mouth did not target the elusive Lee, but instead aimed at the ground before him. Upon contact with the earth, the flames formed a circular inferno, encircling Sasuke, with the fire's intensity only escalating. The fierce flames transformed into a cylindrical wall of fire encircling Sasuke. After the conclusion of the first Chunin exam, the battle between Lee and Sasuke revealed tactical intelligence that Sasuke adeptly exploited. Aware that his eyes could not keep pace with Lee's speed, Sasuke deduced that if Lee found an opportunity to close in, he would likely be sent soaring into the air again. Thus, the solution was straightforward: prevent Lee from approaching him altogether. Indeed, faced with the wall of fire conjured by Sasuke, Lee, unable to continue his physical assault, halted his rapid movements and executed a backflip, landing atop the index finger of the ninja statue, forming hand seals. From this elevated vantage point, Lee could peer over the wall of flames and spot Sasuke within. With merely a great fireball jutsu, Sasuke managed to turn the tide of a battle that had initially favored Lee into a stalemate. Chapter 48. Do not stare into the eyes of Uchiha. The protective barrier of flames granted Sasuke precious moments to contemplate strategies for engaging Lee. He seized this opportunity to regain as much of the stamina he had expended against Lee's rapid physical techniques as possible. With his dark eyes fixed on Lee standing atop the statue, he hesitated over whether to utilize the Sharingan. During their previous encounter, Sasuke's single Tomo Sharingan had failed to perceive Lee's movements clearly. Now, due to the curse mark, he had awakened his double Tomo Sharingan, which would enhance his visual perception with each additional Tomo. Perhaps the double Tomo Sharingan would allow him to discern Lee's actions. However, after careful consideration, Sasuke ultimately decided against activating the Sharingan at this moment. He could feel the burning pain of the curse mark at his shoulder and neck, a lingering discomfort that had only intensified after casting the Great Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke realized he was struggling to contain the curse mark's influence. Activating the Sharingan would require more chakra, and if he maintained it for too long, the curse mark could once again overwhelm his will. Sasuke's gaze shifted to Kakashi in the stands, who happened to meet his eyes. Kakashi had previously warned Sasuke that should he lose control of the curse mark, he would intervene to halt the match, resulting in Sasuke's defeat at Lee's hands. Sasuke then glanced at Naruto and Sakura beside Kakashi. The 7th squad had persevered through so much. He could not afford to falter now. Think, Uchiha Sasuke. This was their second confrontation, and with the intelligence gathered from both battles, he must discern the weaknesses of this formidable opponent. Sasuke soon uncovered a critical insight. The wall of fire enveloped him, effectively restraining Lee's physical techniques. However, the flames could not guard against an attack from above. He needed to leave a gap for the flames to consume oxygen, ensuring he could breathe. Lee, perched above, had a clear view of Sasuke's every move. If Lee altered his offensive approach and switched to ninjutsu, the protective wall could swiftly transform into a prison confining Sasuke. Yet, Lee chose to remain observant rather than launch a ninjutsu assault. Why? Was he concerned about some hidden countermeasure Sasuke had prepared? Sasuke narrowed his eyes, acutely aware of Lee's every motion, feeling as though he was on the verge of understanding why Lee insisted solely on physical attacks. In the stands, Naruto, observing Sasuke's expression, realized that Sasuke was beginning to suspect Lee's exclusive reliance on physical techniques. What would Sasuke do next? Even if he deduced that Lee's avoidance of ninjutsu and jinjutsu stemmed from his inability to use them, how would he exploit Lee's singular focus on taijutsu? The principles of life and death are as instinctively understood as the simplest truths, yet knowing a weakness and executing a successful attack are two entirely different matters. In the original narrative, Sasuke, already compromised by the curse mark, struggled even against the techniques of the bronze armor. When the armor successfully made contact, it drained his chakra, reactivating the curse mark. Lee, however, had grown powerful enough to contend with Gaara in his normal state, despite the odds being against him. Given the context of the original story, one might conclude that Sasuke's actions amounted to futile struggles, a comical persistence merely delaying his inevitable defeat. However, the world was rife with unpredictable nuances. Naruto's plan to defect had altered the original plot's trajectory, though similar situations might arise. No one could guarantee that the outcome would mirror the original tale. Naruto was intrigued by Sasuke's forthcoming choices. Would Sasuke inevitably lose the match? Or, in the name of Uchiha genius, would he triumph over Lee? Naruto's gaze momentarily drifted from the intense standoff between Sasuke and Lee to the nearby figures of Neji and Tenten standing alongside Might Guy. Kakashi, your student is truly remarkable. In such a short span, he has recognized that Lee has had multiple opportunities to employ ninjutsu, yet has consistently opted for physical attacks. In the next moment, as if summoned, Might Guy, Lee's mentor, appeared before the 7th squad in the stands. Guy praised Kakashi for producing such an exceptional student, but seemed even more eager to boast about his own pupil's superiority. Lee, remove them, Guy suddenly declared, giving a thumbs up toward Lee mid-battle. Remove what? Sakura questioned, bewildered by Guy's cryptic words. Naruto shifted his focus to Lee's feet. Lee discarded the iron weights strapped to his legs. As they hit the ground, they generated a tremendous force. Then, after a period of inactivity following Sasuke's firewall defense, Lee launched his attack anew. Freed from the burden of weight, Lee's speed surged, rendering him almost invisible, his movements leaving no trace. The hall was now filled with the howling winds generated by Lee's astonishing velocity, winds powerful enough to extinguish the flames safeguarding Sasuke. The wind, while aiding the fire, could also extinguish it if it overwhelmed the flames. Lee, with his rapid movements, distorted the flame's form, transforming the wall into a semicircular fire shield, enveloping Sasuke entirely within its embrace, obscuring him from view. In the blink of an eye, the flames dissipated, revealing Sasuke once more to the spectators. Shadow Dance Leaf. It was a technique employed during Lee and Sasuke's first confrontation. Lee appeared instantly behind Sasuke, delivering a kick that propelled him into the air. As Sasuke soared upward, Lee followed suit, maintaining a parallel position beneath him. This time, he would not allow Sasuke the opportunity to utilize ninjutsu. Lee's bandages ensnared Sasuke completely. He embraced Sasuke and unexpectedly whirled him at high speed in midair, violently crashing him headfirst into the ground. The technique employed by Lee was known as the front lotus. The tremendous impact transformed the hall's floor, sending debris and dust flying, a testament to the sheer power of the front lotus. Yet, Sasuke bore this formidable attack with his own flesh. How could this be? Sakura never imagined that Sasuke would succumb in such a manner. Guy, how could you teach your student such a reckless technique? Kakashi expressed his astonishment at Guy imparting such a self-destructive martial art to Lee. Only Naruto quietly observed Sasuke, who was crumpled on the ground, unconscious. I have one, Guy-sensei. Did you see that? Lee shouted excitedly towards Guy in the stands. He had triumphed over the genius Uchiha. His efforts had not been in vain, and now his sights were set on his true rival, Neji Hyuga, the prodigy of the Hyuga clan. After his excitement, Lee stumbled, nearly losing his balance. The front lotus required the use of the 8 gates to enhance its power, and each gate inflicted damage on the user's body. It was entirely understandable that Lee would nearly trip over himself. However, for the still battling ninjas, this was a significant vulnerability. The unconscious Sasuke suddenly vanished in a puff of smoke. What Lee had captured with the front lotus was merely a shadow clone of Sasuke, with Naruto as a companion, who relied on shadow clones as his primary combat method. It was hardly surprising that Sasuke had mastered this technique. Utilizing shadow clones while needing to suppress a cursed seal with chakra was an audacious move indeed. Yet this very act would lead Sasuke to victory. On the disheveled ground, the earth was excavated by Lee's front lotus. Sasuke's hands emerged from the soil, seizing the moment when Lee's body was momentarily off balance. In the tempest that Lee had created, Sasuke seized the opportunity to hide underground while using a shadow clone to lure the enemy. Lee immediately sought to escape Sasuke's grasp. However, it was too late. Sasuke erupted from the ground, restraining Lee. Lee, hindered by the aftermath of the front lotus, could not immediately break free from Sasuke's hold. You must have heard of it. Sasuke's crimson eyes glimmered, the black tomo swirling within his gaze. Lee found himself locking eyes with Sasuke's Sharingan. In a one-on-one situation, one should never stare directly into the eyes of an Uchiha. That was the gateway to Jinjutsu. Even the most basic illusion would be difficult for Lee to counter, let alone one amplified by the power of the Sharingan. Chapter 49. I surrender shadow clone, huh? Kakashi observed the turn of events in Lee and Sasuke's battle with quiet composure. Sasuke had lured the enemy with his shadow clone while the real body lay in wait underground. This was a tactic entirely in Naruto's wheelhouse. Sasuke and Naruto were both rapidly growing, pursuing one another at an astonishing pace. Guy, I'm sorry, but it seems Sasuke has emerged victorious, Kakashi stated calmly to Guy, devoid of any boastfulness. Truly, you are my lifelong rival, Kakashi. I never expected you to be so adept at teaching your students. But Lee and I will not be disheartened by a fleeting setback. Youth is a flame that shall never be extinguished, Guy declared, his fists clenched against his chest, his eyes ablaze with undying fervor. Kakashi, well accustomed to Guy's flamboyant demeanor, refocused on Sasuke in the arena, indifferent to Guy's repeated declarations of youthful exuberance. Damn Kakashi! How does he manage to seize the perfect moment to ignore me? Yet, it was precisely this quality that made him Kakashi's rival. Kakashi could hear Guy's soliloquy, but he merely frowned, concentrating on Sasuke's current physical condition. Despite having bested Lee, Sasuke was now slightly hunched over, gasping for breath, his condition far from ideal. As the referee, Moonlight Gale intervened in the bout, assessing whether the dazed Lee was fit to continue fighting. Sasuke silently pressed a hand to the cursed seal on his neck, awaiting Moonlight Gale's verdict on the match. The shadow clones required a balanced allocation of chakra, and once employed, they would incessantly drain the user's chakra. Sasuke's chakra was now insufficient to suppress the cursed seal. I declare, the winner of the first match is Uchiha Sasuke. Moonlight Gale pronounced the result with impartiality. Lee exhibited no signs of breaking free from the Jinjutsu. Had this been a real battle, he would have perished countless times over. With victory seemingly secured, Sasuke, who had been holding on with sheer will, suddenly collapsed to his knees. All present who were aware of the cursed seal's existence gasped in shock. The black markings, shifting like flames, began to spread across Sasuke's face. Third Hokage, we must prevent Uchiha Sasuke from continuing in this exam. Standing beside the third Hokage, the fellow bearer of the cursed seal, Mitarashi Anko, understood all too well the terrifying aggression of the cursed seal when one's chakra was depleted. Upon hearing Anko's words, the third Hokage fell into deep thought. An unexpected turn of events transpired for Sasuke. Remarkably, he managed to suppress the spread of the cursed seal's markings through sheer will. The power of the cursed seal felt akin to poison honey to Sasuke, who was severely lacking in chakra. Even knowing it was toxic, the sweet allure was intoxicating. Yet, at the brink of losing consciousness, Sasuke recalled Naruto's words from the Forest of Death, both a warning and a comfort. If you can't even defeat me, you certainly can't defeat anyone else. Struggling to rise, Sasuke's dark eyes met Naruto in the stands. It seems, this time, I have barely triumphed over myself. This was Sasuke's final thought as he suppressed the cursed seal. In the next moment, utterly drained of energy, he fainted, just as Sasuke was about to hit the ground. Kakashi caught him with a body flicker technique. No need, you cannot handle his issues. I will take him for treatment. Confirming that the cursed seal on Sasuke had returned to a stable state, Kakashi stopped the medical team prepared for the preliminaries from intervening. The matter of the cursed seal was not something easily resolved with mere medical ninjutsu. Kakashi looked up at the third Hokage, and after receiving a subtle nod of consent, he departed the arena with the unconscious Sasuke using the body flicker technique. Sasuke won't come to any harm, will he? Sakura, a member of Team 7, was evidently more concerned about Kakashi and Sasuke than anyone else. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei will take good care of Sasuke. Naruto smiled at Sakura, though his attention was primarily on the screen, which flickered back to life with the names of the next competitors. The names for the second preliminary match had finally been confirmed. Gaara versus Naruto, Uzumaki. Under the moonlight, Kaze gazed at the two names displayed on the screen, Gaara and Naruto Uzumaki. As he called them to the arena, a sudden whirlwind of sand swirled around the field. Standing amidst the grains was Gaara, a red-haired figure with the kanji for love etched upon his forehead. He lifted his gaze towards Naruto, his eyes cold as ice. The spectators from classes 8 and 10, along with Sakura, were momentarily taken aback by Gaara's gaze, feeling an uncanny resemblance to Naruto from 2 years prior. Naruto Uzumaki. Step into the arena, Kaze urged, noticing the sudden tension in the air. However, Naruto merely shook his head. The preliminary rounds for the third exam held no interest for him. He did not care who fought or who triumphed. Even the earlier bout between Sasuke and Lee had only piqued his curiosity regarding Sasuke's tactics. For Naruto, the Chunin exam had concluded. His sole purpose for participating had been to encounter Karen, and even the defeat of Kabuto had been incidental. With his objective fulfilled, the exam now held no significance for him. Regardless of his opponent, he would not engage in combat before the third Hokage. The fact that his opponent was Gaara did evoke a slight sense of drama, but that was all. Well, Naruto sheepishly scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. I concede. Kaze, observing Naruto's expression of embarrassment, inquired, why the sudden concession? Reluctantly, Naruto lifted his jacket to reveal his abdomen, where a bandage stained a deep crimson with blood was visible. The injury I sustained in the Forest of Death has reopened. I thought I could endure until the end of the match, but it seems that's not possible now, he lamented, though the severity of his wound was evident to all present. I understand, but you will be declared defeated if you cannot participate for personal reasons. If you do not compete, Gaara will be declared the winner, Kaze informed Naruto, seeking his acceptance of such a result. After a long pause, Naruto resignedly nodded. I won't participate. Then I declare Gaara as the winner of the second match, Kaze announced, gesturing for Gaara to return to the stands as the third match was about to commence. Gaara paid no heed to Kaze's words. He merely cast one last penetrating glance at Naruto before using his sand to swiftly return to the stands. Welcome back, Gaara. Temari, his elder sister, greeted him with a smile. Internally, she felt a sense of relief. She held a favorable impression of Naruto, the leaf ninja who had sat beside her brother during the first exam, and hoped he would not suffer at Gaara's hands. In Temari's eyes, even the formidable Lee and Sasuke had not been Gaara's match, let alone Naruto. Gaara, however, held a different perspective. Temari, you had some interaction with that Uzumaki Naruto fellow, didn't you? He queried, referring to the first exam. Temari looked at him with confusion. It was unusual for Gaara, who typically displayed interest only in the strong, to suddenly inquire about Naruto. Yes, we had some contact, Temari replied, truthfully but omitting details. Do not approach him again, Gaara ordered in a commanding tone. Why? Temari pressed. Gaara offered no response, his gaze fixed on Naruto being escorted away by the medical team, with Sakura following suit. Why does he hide the same gaze as mine? Chapter 50. The renewed vigilance at the center of the Forest of Death, within the emergency room set up in the central tower. A medical ninja in white attire withdrew their hand from Naruto's abdomen after performing a healing technique known as the healing palm. This technique, an A-rank medical ninjutsu, was remarkably effective for healing both internal and external injuries. Yet, faint scars remained on Naruto's wound, a testament to its severity. I've seen countless lower ninjas like you stubbornly pushing through during the Chunin exams, the medical ninja remarked, noticing the scars. Do you realize your injury was so deep that it was perilously close to your internal organs? If it were that severe, mere healing palm wouldn't suffice. Despite the medical ninja's brusque demeanor, he was diligently tending to Naruto's injuries. Naruto found it difficult to argue back, merely offering a smile that implied he would not repeat such recklessness. Your name is Naruto Uzumaki, correct? According to protocol, I will report your injury status to your supervising jonin. If there's nothing else, you should leave. Those still participating in the exam will soon require treatment. The medical ninja gestured for Naruto to exit, indicating that he had stabilized the injury and should not occupy medical resources any longer. From the moment he entered the emergency room to the time he exited, the medical ninja's unfriendly attitude left Naruto speechless. However, Naruto was grateful for the ninja's decision to report his injury. The gravity of his wound served as undeniable evidence for his forced withdrawal from the Chunin exams. Naruto, are you all right? Sakura, seated on a bench in the corridor outside the emergency room, rushed over to inquire about his treatment. I just have a small scar left. The healing palm is truly impressive, Naruto said, patting his abdomen to demonstrate his recovery. Sakura sighed in relief, observing the transition of her expression from worry to reassurance. What's wrong? Sakura wondered, noticing Naruto's unwavering gaze upon her. Aren't you going back to watch the matches? The insights gained from observing the preliminaries might give you an edge in the third exam, Naruto reasoned. His logic was sound. Sakura had accompanied him to the emergency room out of concern for his injury, and she had secured a spot in the third exam without needing to participate in the preliminaries. Yet, she felt powerless to assist. The medical ninja had insisted she wait outside, deeming her presence unnecessary. If it weren't for your condition, Sasuke would surely want to observe the matches too. Sakura's relief morphed into hesitation. Sensing her uncertainty, Naruto continued, I believe you should return to watch the matches. The information you gather could not only aid you, but also assist Sasuke, who will also be participating in the third exam. Understood, I'll head back immediately, Sakura nodded decisively. As she turned to return to the arena, she abruptly noticed Naruto had not followed her. Naruto, aren't you coming back with me? She asked. Naruto shook his head, reaching to touch his ears, which were flushed with embarrassment. Feeling somewhat awkward, he explained that without a match, he had directly conceded defeat. Unsure of how to face the peculiar gazes of others, he had often proclaimed his ambition to become Hokage. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sakura momentarily lost her focus, hastily defending him. I would never look at Naruto in a strange way. Besides, the reason you got hurt was to protect me, as we are comrades. Protecting Sakura is only natural. It was Sakura who wanted to protect me first. Naruto smiled and continued to persuade Sakura. Moreover, I am a bit concerned about Sasuke's situation and wish to find out where Kakashi-sensei has taken him. Alright, Sakura, you should go watch the matches. After the preliminaries, please inform me of the results. Okay, Sakura replied softly. Successfully ushering Sakura away, Naruto departed the Forest of Death under the guidance of one of the Chunin exam proctors. He provided the same reason for leaving as he did to Sakura. As for whether Naruto would genuinely seek out Sasuke, who had been taken by Kakashi, the answer was undoubtedly no. Nevertheless, Naruto made his way to the Konoha hospital, with his injured comrades absent from the exam site's emergency room. It was only natural for him to head to the hospital in search of them. Whether or not Sasuke was at the Konoha hospital was of no consequence to Naruto. What he needed was a route that aligned with his previous intentions, one that would lead him to the Konoha hospital while passing by the Hokage's office. As he walked, Naruto's thoughts drifted. The original Naruto had perished under the control of Danzo, utilizing Uchiha Shirsue's Kotoamatsukami. This allowed the traveler within him to inhabit Naruto's body over 2 years ago, arriving in a world that diverged slightly, yet remained largely similar to the original Naruto universe. Danzo had already begun to take action against Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Despite being restrained by the third Hokage, Danzo would never truly cease his machinations. Naruto was acutely aware that Danzo was merely biding his time, waiting for the opportunity to strike again. As long as Danzo remained part of Konoha's upper echelons, Naruto could not live peacefully in the village. Furthermore, over the years, the villagers' fear and disdain for Naruto's Nine-Tails identity had left him with no true place in Konoha. Defecting from the village was his sole option. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had saved the traveler who had taken over Naruto, but his indecisiveness had become apparent before Naruto, rendering him untrustworthy. However, it was also thanks to the third's hesitance that he did not acquiesce to Danzo's proposal to continue controlling the Nine Tails, granting Naruto precious time to breathe. In the 2 years at the Ninja Academy, Naruto not only strengthened his abilities, but also assessed whether the overarching narrative of this world aligned with his memories from his previous life. Even though Iruka was no longer present, Mizuki, unwilling to settle for merely being a Chunin, still attempted to exploit Naruto to steal the sealing scroll. Mizuki's actions ultimately led Naruto to formally initiate his defection plan, which involved maximizing the benefits of his betrayal. Shortly after the Chunin exams, when Sasuke was taken by the Sound Four, his defection would commence. During the Chunin exams, due to Orochimaru's invasion alongside Tsunagakure, the third Hokage's death, and the casualties among Konoha's ninjas, a significant number of Jonin were dispatched on missions outside the village to counteract the perception that Konoha was no longer strong. Under these circumstances, the weakened defensive forces of Konoha presented the perfect opportunity for Naruto's defection. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, who had infiltrated the village, would ultimately lure Jiraiya, who had been wandering outside the village seeking to bring back his dear friend. Naruto would approach Jiraiya to preempt Danzo's schemes following the third's death and connect with Tsunade, the likely successor as the fifth Hokage, by leaving a lasting impression of being the heir to the will of fire in Tsunade's mind. Naruto anticipated that when Sasuke defected, Tsunade would shield him from the pressure exerted by Konoha's advisors. This would enable Naruto, as a fellow member of Team 7, to venture out of the village and retrieve Sasuke amidst Konoha's insufficient strength. This was the most secure and straightforward primary plan among Naruto's various contingency plans for defection. Although his goal was to reclaim Sasuke, Naruto would simultaneously create a significant information gap, allowing him to gain several hours or even days of time before Konoha could react and pursue him. However, after weighing the pros and cons and choosing to eliminate Kabuto, Orochimaru's actions during the Chunin exams began to diverge from the original narrative. Naruto could no longer guarantee that his subsequent plans involving Tsunade would proceed smoothly. Since the plan to utilize Sasuke's defection to facilitate his own now seemed fraught with unpredictability, perhaps departing from Konoha at this moment was indeed a wise choice. The third Hokage, who typically resided in the Hokage office, was currently observing the Chunin exams in the Forest of Death. At that moment, there were no shadow-level ninjas obstructing the Hokage office. Naruto merely needed to activate the flying Raijin mark he had previously left on the sealing scroll to retrieve it, and use the mark he had placed outside the village during his journey to the Land of Waves to depart. Whatever schemes Orochimaru intended to execute against Konoha were no longer of concern to Naruto. He also need not worry about the actions of the currently elusive Orochimaru after killing Kabuto. With these thoughts in mind, Naruto had already approached the vicinity of the Hokage office. He raised his head as if gazing at Hokage Rock, covertly observing the office below. Initially, due to concerns about the increased security forces during the Chunin exams, and fearing that his sensory ninjutsu might be counter-detected by Konoha's ninjas, he activated the Wind Shuriken technique, which he had not used since the Forest of Death, to spy on the current situation in the Hokage office. However, before he could sense the office, Naruto suddenly felt a multitude of chakra signatures encircling him. These chakras were not unfamiliar to him. They belonged to the members of Root, who had been assigned by Danzo to monitor him. The number of individuals surveilling Naruto had surged to unprecedented levels. In an instant, recognizing the presence of Root, Naruto immediately abandoned his intention to infiltrate the Hokage office. He withdrew his gaze from Hokage Rock and turned on his heel. resolutely departing in the direction of the Konoha hospital. Although his mind was tumultuous during his brief pause, only a few seconds had passed in reality. For Naruto, who had consistently expressed his desire to become Hokage, this was a typical moment of reflection. The rude observers clearly failed to notice anything amiss. Yet, what could this possibly mean? While Naruto's expression remained unchanged, an uncontrollable storm surged within him. Why had Danzo suddenly intensified his surveillance on him? Could it be related to Orochimaru? Before Orochimaru's defection from Konoha, he had maintained a close relationship with Danzo. In fact, the origins of Danzo's entire right-hand man could be traced back to Orochimaru. Was it possible that Orochimaru had once again colluded with Danzo at this moment? Examining the identities of Orochimaru and Danzo, one a rogue ninja from Konoha and the other a high-ranking official, they are inherently adversarial. However, both are pragmatists driven by self-interest, which significantly increases the likelihood of their collaboration through mutual exploitation. This is not merely conjecture on Naruto's part. During the chaotic Chunin exams, when the Sound and Sand villages launched an assault on Konoha, Danzo conspicuously refrained from intervening, prompting Naruto to speculate on Danzo's motives. Particularly concerning is Danzo's unstable right hand. While he can maintain control over it with sufficient chakra, excessive depletion would trigger a catastrophic failure of the first Hokage cells embedded within. Thus, Danzo is in dire need of the extensive data from human experimentation that Orochimaru possesses to rectify this issue. Orochimaru is undoubtedly aware of Danzo's vulnerability. If Root's close surveillance of Naruto is indeed linked to Orochimaru, what specific information has Orochimaru disclosed to Danzo regarding Naruto? How much has been revealed? The stringent monitoring raises further questions. Has Danzo already resolved to take action against Naruto, or is he still deliberating? Naruto finds himself unable to ascertain the nature of Danzo's current directives regarding his surveillance. Should the situation prove dire, it is possible that the Book of Seals has already been tampered with, compelling Naruto to abandon it and use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape the village. Yet, if Naruto can continue to maneuver under the guise of deception, impulsively acting could lead to misjudgment and the loss of the opportunity to acquire the Book of Seals. Taking a gamble seems prudent. Having prepared extensively, Naruto is determined to attempt to access the Book of Seals unless absolutely necessary otherwise. The forbidden techniques related to the second Hokage are of paramount importance to him. Many of these techniques are designed to counter the Uchiha, distributing chakra evenly and rendering the Sharingan incapable of discerning the true body amidst the shadow clone technique. Techniques such as the Flying Thunder God allow for attacks from the blind spots of the Sharingan. The second Hokage famously inflicted severe injury on Uchiha Izuna, resulting in his death. Just as the second Hokage, Hashirama Senju, dedicated his life to studying the Uchiha clan, Naruto's adversaries, coincidentally, are also endowed with the Sharingan. In the current Konoha, Naruto's greatest foe is Danzo, who wields the Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui. And after Naruto's eventual defection, he will face Uchiha Obito, who covets the tailed beasts and operates in the shadows through the Akatsuki, as well as the resurrected Uchiha Madara himself. Rather than developing new ninjutsu that may take an indeterminate amount of time, utilizing the existing forbidden techniques from the Book of Seals, whether for learning or modification, proves far simpler and more reliable than starting from scratch. Naruto is acutely aware of the challenges inherent in developing new ninjutsu. Thus far, he has only succeeded in creating sensory techniques akin to the wind's embrace. This cannot truly be considered a development from the ground up. He understands that techniques like the Rain Tiger Freedom technique leverage natural weather for sensory perception. Without grasping the foundational logic of utilizing natural phenomena, he would never have conceived of transforming rain into a medium for chakra perception through wind's embrace. The more he comprehends the intricate and formidable complexities involved in developing new ninjutsu, the more he appreciates the genius of the second Hokage in mastering multiple forbidden techniques, as well as the immense value of the Book of Seals, which encapsulates his achievements. As Naruto stepped into the Konoha hospital, he resolved to put on an act, prioritizing the concern for his injured comrades over the uncertainty of their whereabouts. In the original narrative, Kakashi took Sasuke from the arena to apply a sealing curse mark, subsequently placing him in a special ward within the hospital under the protection of Konoha Zanbu. Meanwhile, Kabuto would infiltrate the ward to contact Sasuke, though Kakashi would detect him. However, Kabuto is currently sealed within Naruto's scroll of corpses. I'm sorry, but we do not have a record of Uchiha Sasuke's admission, the hospital receptionist replied, lifting her gaze from the patient records to respond to Naruto's inquiry. Another minor discrepancy. How frustrating. All right, thank you, Naruto replied, departing the front desk. Uncertain whether Kakashi had yet completed Sasuke's admission or if he simply would not admit him at all. Nevertheless, Naruto's concern for Sasuke paled in comparison to his intent to mislead the root members watching him. After a brief sojourn in the hospital, he returned to the streets, contemplating his next course of action. The root members continued to surveil him, showing no signs of retreat or reduction in their numbers. This level of scrutiny would likely become the norm for Naruto's daily life in the foreseeable future. Under such relentless observation, devising discreet strategies posed a significant challenge for him. How troublesome. Naruto felt drained and empathetic toward Shikamaru's perpetual grievances about complications. Typically, there are two approaches to resolving difficulties. One can either confront the issue directly or rely on others, either voluntarily or involuntarily, to eliminate the problem. At present, Naruto opted for the latter strategy. A tall, white figure surged against the flow of pedestrians towards him, closely pursued by a group of vibrant young women. "Stop that pervert!" they shouted, condemning the white figure's alleged misconduct. "I am not a pervert. I am a highly acclaimed novelist conducting field research," the figure protested, brandishing a telescope as he turned to refute their claims. Naruto observed the unfolding farce with quiet amusement. The protagonist of this commotion was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, renowned alongside Orochimaru and Tsunade. Chapter 52. I detest frogs. As Naruto watched Jiraiya approach, he realized that the third Hokage had indeed informed Jiraiya of Orochimaru's infiltration of Konoha. On the third day of the second Chunin exams, Jiraiya had returned to the village, and in his attempt to evade the furious women, he noticed Naruto watching with interest. Oh, with the thundering sound of wooden sandals striking the ground, Jiraiya rapidly appeared before Naruto. "Hey there, kid. Judging by your forehead protector, you're a Konoha ninja. It's your duty to assist ordinary folks like me. Here, please hold this for a moment." Without allowing Naruto a chance to respond, Jiraiya hurriedly spoke in rapid succession, ultimately thrusting the telescope into Naruto's hands. Naruto glanced down at the telescope now in his possession. Jiraiya's tactic of diverting trouble onto him was executed with such finesse that he hardly had time to react. When he looked up again, Jiraiya had vanished, leaving behind a group of irate women, their fierce gazes fixed on Naruto. "You must be the accomplice of that pervert." Someone noticed the telescope in Naruto's hand and hastily labeled his identity. "Wait a moment, isn't that the little brat?" a voice from the crowd echoed, causing a sudden shift in the women's attitudes. Their initial anger towards Jiraiya's peeping transformed into disdain for Naruto. "Look at the forehead protector he bears." The third Hokage actually allowed such a person to become a ninja. Even if he had become a ninja, his wicked nature would not change. A 12 or 13-year-old peeping at a women's bathhouse. It seemed these individuals were oblivious to the fact that mocking and slandering should be whispered behind the subject's back. After all, their long-standing habit of publicly criticizing Naruto was not something that could be changed overnight. Naruto quietly listened to the slanderous remarks directed at him, merely correcting the inaccuracies spewed from their lips. "I too am a victim of false accusations. To be honest, I have no interest in the sight of a naked woman." The women before him were not even of the age to be called aunties. Yet Naruto, at 12 or 13, referring to women older than him as aunties was not entirely inappropriate. Age is eternally a sensitive topic for women. Immediately, one among them pressed him for evidence. "What proof do you have that you are not a lecherous little brat? Not an accomplice of that peeping pervert?" Naruto remained silent. Arguing with unreasonable women would only waste his breath. He raised the telescope in his hand, fingers splayed wide. Without the grip of his fingers, the telescope fell to the ground, shattering with a crisp sound. The noise echoed, perhaps a bit louder, more emotionally charged. "Oh no." Jiraiya, who had been lurking around the street corner, reappeared before the crowd. Jiraiya clasped his head with both hands, incredulous as he looked at the telescope shattered by Naruto. That instrument had been his companion through countless escapades at women's bathhouses. However, Jiraiya had no time to mourn the demise of his telescope, for he was immediately confronted by the very women he had been spying on. If caught by these terrifying women, something dreadful was bound to occur. But how infuriating! Panic-stricken, Jiraiya turned to flee, and those women, as before, pursued him. The farce continued, but now it no longer revolved around Naruto. He looked down at the broken telescope, his focus drifting elsewhere. Jiraiya had merely passed by Naruto, and the Root organization had voluntarily reduced their surveillance on him. They must have gone to inform Danzo. The remaining Root members had distanced themselves, as if to curry favor with Jiraiya. Indeed, Danzo seemed to harbor some apprehension regarding Jiraiya. Then, within Naruto's line of sight, a pair of familiar wooden clogs reappeared. Wow, you little brat. Do you know how many lonely nights my telescope has accompanied me through? Jiraiya had shaken off those women. Naruto looked up at Jiraiya, who mournfully cradled the remnants of the telescope. Among the legendary three of Konoha, Jiraiya was undoubtedly the most absurd. You were the one who accused me first, weren't you? Naruto ignored Jiraiya's moral high ground. You didn't have to break my telescope. As a ninja, you could have just gathered your chakra and escaped. I detest being misunderstood. Naruto's response drew Jiraiya's gaze away from the shattered telescope. Jiraiya observed Naruto, realizing that the reports about him were indeed accurate. As the host of the Nine Tails, Naruto had faced exclusion and scorn within the village, which had fostered his profound aversion to being misjudged. During his time at the Ninja Academy, he had even caused an uproar when he was wrongfully accused by the daughter of a certain clan leader, and he had dared to slap her in front of her father. And you could suddenly appear before me, so you must be a ninja too, right? I merely returned your earlier suggestion. Does that mean you enjoy the thrill of being pursued by women? Jiraiya's curious scrutiny of Naruto went unheeded. In Jiraiya's eyes, Naruto was an orphaned disciple, the host of the Nine Tails, and it was only natural for him to be intrigued. You truly are an ignorant little brat. Listen well. This is called practical investigation. A charismatic man will be entangled with countless women throughout his life. I am merely experiencing emotions that only someone as captivating as myself can understand. In 3 or 4 years, your charm might just surpass that of my pinky nail. As he spoke, Jiraiya deliberately extended his pinky finger, wiggling it toward Naruto. Naruto stared at Jiraiya in disbelief. It was indeed a rare sight to see such lechery being explained in such an extraordinary manner. Jiraiya jested with Naruto, effortlessly sidestepping Naruto's previous inquiries. The reason he had returned to Konoha was twofold. He had received intelligence about Orochimaru infiltrating the village, and he was also concerned about Naruto. Jiraiya had learned of an organization named Akatsuki, which coveted the tailed beasts of the 5 great hidden villages. Orochimaru, who had defected from Konoha, had once been affiliated with Akatsuki. Since his return coincided with the second Chunin exam, Jiraiya had refrained from immediately approaching the 3rd Hokage and Naruto, instead opting to gather material for his novels in Konoha's public bathhouse. Peeping was wrong, and he hadn't expected to encounter Naruto along the way. Although the situation had deviated from his expectations, Jiraiya seized the opportunity presented by the women chasing him to approach Naruto. Capitalizing on random events to get closer to a target was a fundamental aspect of a ninja's espionage skills. You must be a genin. Did you not participate in the Chunin exam? Jiraiya not only refrained from answering Naruto's question, but also seized the initiative to converse with him. I was eliminated. What? So you're not that impressive after all. A person being chased down the street for peeping at a women's bathhouse certainly had no right to judge Naruto's abilities. Naruto's tone was filled with indignation. Jiraiya suddenly chuckled lowly, feigning mystery. Listen well, I am a remarkable person. People call me the great sage of Mount Myaboku. You can just call me Toad Sage. With that, Jiraiya formed the summoning seal with his hands. A puff of smoke enveloped him, and when it cleared, a giant toad of half a man's height appeared beneath him, striking an odd pose. However, Naruto did not provide Jiraiya with the reaction he sought. Surprise, curiosity, excitement. None of these emotions graced his features. Naruto merely cast a disinterested glance at the toad, and then at the peculiarly posed Jiraiya. I don't like toads. With that, Naruto walked past Jiraiya and departed, leaving Jiraiya alone, bewildered in the wind. Chapter 53. The certified ninja genius of the legendary 3 Naruto's aversion to toads stemmed from deeper reasons. The 3 great sage realms of the ninja world, the white snake sage of the Ryuchi cave, the slug sage of the Shikatsu forest, and the toad sage of Mount Myaboku, were all deeply intertwined with the politics of the ninja realm. Although Mount Myaboku maintained an equal relationship with Konoha and typically ignored humans outside of their summoners, the great toad sage, capable of foreseeing the future, subtly guided the toads to harbor favorable sentiments toward Konoha. Naruto did not wish for a day, should he ever defect, to summon toads for battle. only to have them return to Mount Mayaboku and relay his information to Jiraiya or Konoha. Perhaps he was simply summoned by the toads using the reverse summoning technique. Wasn't Naruto in the original work transported to Mount Mayaboku to partake in a dish of live insects without having time to react? Although the talent for space-time ninjutsu is a prerequisite for summoning techniques, for ninjas endowed with such gifts, the challenge of summoning lies not in the technique itself, but in the origins of the summoned beasts. The scope of summoning beasts is indeed vast. Even common wild animals fall under this category, such as the enormous beasts in the Forest of Death. Naturally, these summoning creatures cannot match the battle prowess of the legendary toads summoned by the Sannin, serving instead a supportive role. The 3 Sannin of Konoha each have signed summoning contracts with the 3 Great Sage Lands. This represents the pinnacle of summoning creatures that seasoned ninjas can select. Naruto does not yearn for powerful summoning beasts. As for those ninjas who can wield summoning techniques, there are far too many to count, and there is no need for him to learn from Jiraiya. On the contrary, if Naruto were to study summoning techniques from Jiraiya without contracting a toad, Jiraiya might very well sense something amiss. It would be better to clarify his position from the outset, preventing Jiraiya from overthinking the matter. After all, both humans and animals possess their own preferences. Didn't T. Sakura and Pakin use the same shampoo? Naruto paused. Wait a moment, why did I suddenly use that as an example? It was during this moment of contemplation that Jiraiya, whom Naruto had overlooked, caught up once again. Wait. Jiraiya ran up from behind Naruto, extending his hand to block his path. Haven't you heard of my name, the Great Sage Toad? Jiraiya gazed at Naruto in astonishment, still clinging to the hope that Naruto would provide the reaction he desired. Last time, there was a restaurant called the Bullfrog Sage's Bullfrog Eatery across from the barbecue place where my fellow ninjas and I dined. How rude. How can you conflate the toads of Mount Mayaboku with those bullfrogs? Jiraiya bellowed at Naruto in anger. Yet, Naruto's demeanor seemed genuine. It appeared he truly had never heard of the Great Sage Toad. Jiraiya was taken aback to realize that, despite his fame in the ninja world for many years, the younger generation of the village was now oblivious to his title. Ahem. Listen well, kid. I actually have another name. Jiraiya cleared his throat, adjusting his emotions, preparing to reveal his title as one of the legendary Sannin. However, Naruto suddenly interjected. You're not trying to lure me into that bullfrog restaurant, are you? The momentum Jiraiya had built up dissipated instantly. You're quite strange, old man. We've never met before. Why are you so inexplicably persistent with me? Naruto squinted at Jiraiya, who could see the scrutiny in Naruto's eyes. Jiraiya then heard Naruto continue. If this is about compensating you for your telescope, don't even think about it. You were the one who falsely accused me. Do you really think I'm that petty? Jiraiya hastily interrupted Naruto, urging him to listen. After the jokes, I'll entertain you. Listen carefully, kid. Besides being known as the Great Sage Toad, I am also one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, renowned across the land. Surely you've heard of this name? Jiraiya tossed his head back, his long hair flowing, already envisioning the awe and reverence Naruto would display upon witnessing the legendary figure before him. I know, Naruto replied, his tone neither submissive nor confrontational. Jiraiya clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, thinking what an unlikable brat. You don't believe me? I do. The chakra you summoned to call forth that toad is enough to prove your prowess. You're quite formidable. Naruto didn't question Jiraiya's identity. He understood that the performance needed to be authentic. However, his wariness gradually resurfaced as he added. But as I mentioned regarding the legendary Sannin, why are you so inexplicably fixated on me? That's because I suddenly noticed that the Great Sage Toad of Mount Mayaboku prophesied I would encounter someone who would become my disciple during my travels. You perfectly fit the description of that prophecy. Jiraiya found himself momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that over-explaining could reignite Naruto's caution. Thus, he cleverly utilized the prophecy of the Great Sage Toad as an excuse. In Jiraiya's view, if Naruto believed in his status as one of the Sannin, he would naturally accept his claim of being the Great Sage Toad. Naruto remained silent, yet he had come to a clear understanding of Jiraiya's motives for pursuing him. Indeed, upon returning to Konoha, Jiraiya seemed more concerned about Naruto than Orochimaru. His life had been devoted to searching for the prophecy of the child of destiny foretold by the Great Sage Toad, having once regarded Nagato as that child. After hearing of Nagato's demise, he embarked on a journey through the ninja world, unknowingly witnessing the original form of pain. Now, Having learned of the misguided intentions of his close friend towards Konoha, he discovered the unseen forces in the ninja world reaching out towards his disciple S-Orphan, whom he recognized as the child of destiny, Naruto Uzumaki. Finally, Jiraiya concluded the great sage Toad's prophecy regarding his travels in the ninja world and returned to Konoha to protect Naruto closely. You're mistaken. Naruto, after a brief silence, refuted Jiraiya's claims. No. I have already learned about you ahead of time through the prophecy. Uzumaki Naruto, a member of Team 7 led by Hitachi Kakashi. For the legendary Sannin to look into the records of a mere genin is a simple task. Jiraiya continued to bolster his words with the prophecy of the great sage Toad. No, I told you, I don't like toads. Naruto firmly rejected. Aside from summoning techniques, I possess other jutsu that I can teach you. I've reviewed your records, and it states that you idolize the 4th Hokage, who protected the village as a hero. I have a unique jutsu developed by the 4th Hokage. As he spoke, Jiraiya opened one hand, and in the next instant, a rapidly spinning sphere of chakra coalesced in his palm. This technique is called the Rasengan. However, it is a powerful A-rank jutsu. Jiraiya then closed his hand, causing the Rasengan to vanish. Given that they were on the streets of Konoha, he couldn't demonstrate its full power. However, Naruto could discern the chakra volume in the summoning technique, and he could likely perceive the chakra contained within the Rasengan. It's alright, isn't it? It's just about gathering and compressing chakra and making it spin. Naruto replied, casually downplaying the principle of the Rasengan. He extended his own hand, and a small sphere of chakra also appeared in his palm. Jiraiya's face was filled with astonishment. I didn't expect you. Jiraiya focused intently on the small Rasengan in Naruto's hand, although its size was insufficient for practical combat. The difficulty of learning the Rasengan was not trivial. The fact that Naruto could replicate it after just one glance was remarkable. Jiraiya recalled the intelligence he had received about Naruto after he officially became a member of Team 7 under Kakashi's guidance. The once underperforming student in the Ninja Academy had rapidly advanced in Earth-style ninjutsu. He was indeed a ninja prodigy. Hearing Jiraiya's evaluation, Naruto glanced at him and dissipated the chakra he had gathered into the Rasengan. With Jiraiya having demonstrated the technique, he was finally able to place the Rasengan alongside his shadow clones and Earth-style jutsu in a visible manner. In the event of his defection, even if he were to employ the Rasengan, it would enable Konoha to trace a plausible source. The Flying Thunder God technique might also be exposed. However, having perused the sealing techniques, Naruto could still be traced back by Konoha, rendering the issue manageable. Both the Flying Thunder God and Rasengan are ninjutsu techniques that Naruto is willing to reveal at an opportune moment. As for Sage Mode, Naruto intends to keep it concealed for a while longer, primarily as a precaution against Konoha, but more so against the Akatsuki organization. With that, I shall take my leave. Naruto called out to Jiraiya, lacking the inclination to act as Jiraiya's apprentice. He was unconcerned that severing ties with Jiraiya would cast him back under root scrutiny. Even if Naruto disregarded Jiraiya, given Jiraiya's current stance toward him, along with Naruto's various identities as Jiraiya's disciple, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and the prophesied child, Jiraiya would persistently pursue him. As long as Jiraiya could remain by Naruto's side for the time being, the threat of Root intensifying its surveillance would be non-existent. Naruto was also not worried about Jiraiya's incessant presence. When Orochimaru initiated the plan to destroy Konoha, Jiraiya would naturally rush to defend the village. With the remainder of his day, Naruto sought to return home to contemplate the deeper implications of Root's surveillance over him, attempting to deduce the potential actions that Danzo might take concerning him. As for Jiraiya, he would deal with him tomorrow. Yet, contrary to his expectations, isn't that Naruto? Ino's voice echoed from a distance. Naruto turned to look in her direction, where the members of Team 10, including Sakura, were gathered. What are you all planning to do? Naruto inquired, as he often did. The preliminaries have concluded. We're off to grab a bite. Care to join us? Shikamaru responded, answering Naruto's query. Of course. I would love to. However, it was not Naruto who replied to Shikamaru, but rather Jiraiya, who had been listening nearby. Jiraiya, with an air of familiarity, placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Allow me, the master of Uzumaki Naruto, to treat you, his friends, to a meal. It was evident that Jiraiya had no intention of letting Naruto off the hook easily. He planned to continue his coaxing during the meal. Where are you planning to eat? Jiraiya inquired with curiosity. At the nearby restaurant called the Bullfrog Sage, Sakura answered. glancing between Naruto and Jiraiya with interest. Humph. Upon hearing the name of the restaurant, Naruto emitted a laugh that sounded rather grating to Jiraiya. Jiraiya was rendered speechless. Inside the Bullfrog Sage restaurant, Jiraiya remarked, "Didn't you say you dislike frogs?" He first glanced at the steaming pot of bullfrog on the table, and then at the bowl before Naruto filled with bullfrog meat. "Weren't you the one who mentioned that frogs and bullfrogs shouldn't be confused?" Naruto shot Jiraiya a sidelong glance, picking up some bullfrog meat to eat. After savoring the deliciousness of the dish, he waved his chopsticks at Jiraiya. "It's quite tasty. Since you're footing the bill, why aren't you eating?" "Choji is from the Akimichi clan. If you don't partake, you'll be missing out. I have plenty of money. I can afford to lose out." Jiraiya glared at Naruto, fully aware of the sarcasm in his tone. To persuade Naruto, who showed little interest in the legacy of the three legendary ninjas, to become his disciple, Jiraiya ultimately followed Naruto to the Bullfrog restaurant, though he opted not to eat, lest he face the scorn of the frogs from Mayaboko Mountain. Here, Naruto had no intention of letting Jiraiya off the hook, presenting him with a new set of chopsticks filled with bullfrog meat. "This is a token of apprenticeship." "I appreciate the gesture," Jiraiya replied, "but it's futile to try to take advantage of me. If you eat it, I'll consider you my disciple. My heart has already been filled with your respect for your master." Jiraiya and Naruto engaged in a playful banter, each trying to outdo the other. "Naruto, who is this uncle?" Ino, sitting across from Naruto, inquired, observing the two's antics during the meal. Jiraiya had claimed to be Naruto's master, yet it was evident that Naruto did not regard him as a disciple. Moreover, Naruto had only recently emerged from the forest of death. It seemed rather sudden for him to have acquired a master. "His name is Jiraiya," Naruto replied while continuing to serve meat into Jiraiya's bowl, answering Ino's question. "Jiraiya? What a peculiar name." Ino nodded, seemingly unfazed. She inquired about Jiraiya's name merely out of courtesy, as it would be rather impolite not to know the name of the person treating them. As Ino attempted to pick up a piece of bullfrog meat, she suddenly halted, her eyes widening in realization. The members of Team 10, including their supervising Jonin Asuma Sarutobi, hailed from Konoha's prominent ninja clans. Naturally, they had been informed about the names of the legendary three ninjas, who were all disciples of the third Hokage, excluding Orochimaru, who had already defected, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, despite being absent from Konoha for years, remained influential figures within the village's political landscape. "Jiraiya," the group exclaimed in surprise. Could it be the legendary Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas? Jiraiya remained unperturbed, calmly addressing their astonishment. "That's more like it." Naruto's earlier reaction had left him feeling somewhat insecure, questioning whether he was out of touch with the times and had become a relic of a bygone era. "Naruto, I can't believe you've become Lord Jiraiya's disciple in the blink of an eye." Upon realizing Jiraiya's identity, the group recalled his earlier claim of being Naruto's master and congratulated him. "Uh-huh," Naruto replied dismissively to their congratulations. "By the way, who else made it through to the third stage of the exam?" Naruto changed the subject, glancing at the visibly dusty Team 10 members. He was aware that among the 8 qualifying spots, only Sakura, Sasuke, and Gaara were known to him. The remaining 5 slots included Neji Hyuga, Tenten, and Shino Aburame from Konoha, while Gaara's team comprised Kankuro and Temari. Sitting beside Naruto, Sakura answered, who was Shikamaru's opponent in the preliminaries. Hearing the names of the third stage contestants, Naruto expressed mild surprise at Shikamaru's lack of advancement. "It was Shino Aburame from Team 8, Shikamaru replied. "It seems none of us from Team 10 made it through." Shikamaru had initially used the shadow imitation technique to control Shino, but a swarm of insects had suddenly emerged from Shino, parasitically draining Shikamaru's chakra. Sakura recounted the events of Shikamaru's battle with Shino to Naruto. While Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique had indeed managed to restrain his opponent, unfortunately, Shino's method of attack was not his own, but rather the parasitic insects within him. She had genuinely absorbed Naruto's previous advice and was meticulously analyzing the information displayed by other competitors during the preliminaries. With the absence of Kabuto's group and the Sound Ninja Trio, the matchups for the 5 groups of contestants had largely changed. Sakura had received a bye in the preliminaries, thereby securing her advancement to the third stage of the exam. Uchiha Sasuke versus Rock Lee, Uzumaki Naruto versus Gaara, Nara Shikamaru versus Yamanaka Ino, Kankuro versus Inazuka Kiba, Temari versus Yamanaka Ino, Tenten versus Akimichi Choji. These matchups deviate from the original narrative's adversaries. With the match schedule in hand, Naruto, by analyzing their ninjutsu characteristics, could infer the reasons behind each battle's outcome. Sakura's descriptions of the matches further validated Naruto's deductions. Kankuro ensnared Akamaru with his puppetry, thereby restricting its movements. The Inuzuka clan's techniques predominantly revolve around their ninja dogs, and fearing that Kankuro might strangle Akamaru with his puppets, Kiba voluntarily forfeited the match. Temari, the strongest among the 5 female ninjas in the preliminaries, could easily counter Ino's mind transfer technique, which required precise targeting. Choji's defeat mirrored Shikamaru's, as his physical attack style was completely countered by Tintin's prowess with ninja tools, rendering him a large target. Among the 7 matches, the only one that matched the original storyline was the contest between the Hyuga clan's Neji and Hinata. Neji, without a doubt, emerged victorious, but Hinata fared slightly better, managing to engage Neji several times before conceding. True to the original narrative, Neji still considered the status distinctions between the main and branch families at that moment. He merely sealed Hinata's chakra pathways with taijutsu and coerced her into forfeiting, refraining from inflicting any fatal harm. Everyone listened intently as Sakura recounted the various matches in the preliminaries. Jiraiya began to take notice of Sakura's keen observational skills. Sakura meticulously analyzed the techniques of the victorious ninjas in the preliminaries, yet perhaps due to her limited ninjutsu repertoire, she could not devise counter-strategies against these attacks. She recognized her shortcomings, realizing her advancement to the 3rd round of the Chunin exam was merely a stroke of luck, putting her on a different tier than the other 7 competitors who had triumphed through sheer skill. Naruto, do we still uphold our agreement to train together? Sakura tentatively inquired. The myriad events surrounding the Chunin exam had overwhelmed her, leaving her uncertain if Naruto still remembered their prior pact. Naruto turned to meet her gaze, having nearly forgotten, but now compelled to recall. Hesitating on whether to decline, he found Jiraiya already making the decision for him. My dear girl, why would a ninja like you, who has smoothly progressed to the finals of the Chunin exam, seek help from Naruto, who was eliminated midway? After all, I am here. I can assist you in your training before the finals, and of course, I will have Naruto accompany you. Jiraiya winked, emphasizing the last point regarding Naruto. However, since Jiraiya committed to aiding Sakura, he would not treat it lightly. Naruto felt resigned to Jiraiya's unilateral decision but understood the rationale behind it. Years of masquerading had now borne fruit. Jiraiya perceived Naruto as a ninja marginalized by the village, who should have succumbed to darkness but ultimately embraced the light, embodying the will of fire. Since becoming a genin, he had shed the stigma of being the underdog under Kakashi's mentorship and had shown considerable care for his comrades during numerous missions. Moreover, Naruto's aspiration to become Hokage painted him as an exemplary Konoha ninja. In Jiraiya's analysis, although Naruto had no strong desire to become his disciple, assisting Sakura, a fellow member of Team 7, in her training for the Chunin exam would surely bridge the gap between them and earn Naruto's favor. At this juncture, Jiraiya once again proposed mentoring Naruto, and Naruto's response would undoubtedly be less adamant than before. Aside from the summoning technique and Rasengan, I have other skills to impart, Jiraiya said, his tone shrouded in mystery. Naruto did not respond, but Jiraiya continued, confident that Naruto would not refuse. I can also teach you sealing techniques. Besides this girl named Sakura, your other teammate is Uchiha Sasuke, right? The Uchiha clan excels in fire release, and I possess sealing techniques capable of containing it. I am quite adept at various sealing techniques. Just think, although you fell short in the Chunin exam, with my sealing techniques, you could astonishingly defeat Sasuke later. Sakura would undoubtedly harbor feelings for you then. What does that look? Surely, you must have noticed her unusual concern for you, far exceeding that of an ordinary comrade. I tell you, when I was your age, Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, was madly in love with me. What does that look? Enough of the rumors. Tsunade was merely unfulfilled in love. I must insist, please do not share your romantic tales with me. I have no interest in them. Naruto was disinterested in Jiraiya's fabricated anecdotes about the legendary Sannin, yet the prospect of learning sealing techniques piqued his interest. The sealing technique Jiraiya referred to was undoubtedly the seal of fire, capable of containing even the black flames of Amaterasu. Regardless of his persistent refusals of Jiraiya's offer to become his disciple, Jiraiya would remain by his side. Furthermore, Jiraiya had solidified his role as a mentor, and it would feel rather disadvantageous for Naruto not to gain some benefits from this association. Thus, he resolved to accept the role of Jiraiya's pupil for a while. Engaging with Jiraiya would also mitigate Danzo's growing suspicions toward Naruto, as it would deter him from acting against Naruto in Jiraiya's presence. This allowed Naruto to await the imminent third round of the Chunin exam in peace, knowing that his escape would occur at that time. Ultimately, under Jiraiya's decisive direction, both Naruto and Sakura were pulled into training. However, unlike Jiraiya's insistence on Naruto becoming his disciple, his mentorship of Sakura was more transient. In the ninja world, learning techniques from one another was commonplace, and not every student-teacher relationship was as stringent. Given Jiraiya's status and experience, he recognized he was not the ideal teacher for Sakura. Nevertheless, he still facilitated her substantial growth. Under Jiraiya's guidance, Sakura mastered the transformation of chakra associated with water. Thus, all three members of Team 7 had acquired an understanding of chakra nature transformation. Possessing 6 chakra affinities, earth, fire, wind, water, yin, and yang, Jiraiya, while primarily utilizing fire and earth release, was also capable of teaching Sakura water release techniques. During this period, Naruto experienced significant growth as well. Throughout his time in the academy, due to the village's wariness of him, Naruto had always been left to learn on his own. After officially becoming a genin and forming Team 7 with Sakura and Sasuke, Naruto, despite receiving Kakashi's guidance, chose to learn only the most rudimentary concepts to conceal his true strength. Kakashi's teachings, while valuable, did not carry the same depth as those imparted by Jiraiya. Naruto couldn't help but reflect on the significance of having a powerful mentor in the ninja world. Indeed, Jiraiya had steered Naruto away from numerous pitfalls. But the most crucial lessons were not the sealing techniques he shared. Rather, it was the methodology of learning ninjutsu and various practical combat strategies. As nearly a month of training concluded, Jiraiya made a reappearance one afternoon in late July, his face adorned with lipstick marks and the remnants of a hangover. His notorious penchant for women had been somewhat restrained due to Sakura's presence, but he finally indulged himself again after the training period ended. Naruto admired Jiraiya's ability to maintain such discipline for so long. However, upon further reflection, he recognized that Jiraiya was inherently serious when it came to important matters, while often carefree in his everyday life. "Thank you for your guidance, Master Jiraiya," Sakura exclaimed, her excitement evident upon receiving Jiraiya's acknowledgement. "I haven't taught you much. Unfortunately, our ninjutsu affinities do not align, and Tsunade is not in the village," Jiraiya replied, shaking his head and dismissing her gratitude. Throughout this period of instruction, he was well aware of Sakura's impressive reservoir of knowledge. Intelligent and persistent, Sakura would undoubtedly achieve remarkable feats if paired with a suitable mentor. "Are you referring to my precise control over chakra?" Sakura recalled Jiraiya's assessment of her abilities. "Indeed, your chakra control is superior to Naruto's, indicating a potential for becoming a medical ninja. If you are inclined toward that path, I can assist you with a recommendation letter for the Konoha hospital." At the level of the legendary Sannin, they were more than willing to support their valued juniors, including Orochimaru. However, whether those cherished juniors would avoid becoming targets for his forbidden techniques was another matter entirely. With only a few days remaining before the final round of the Chunin exams, Jiraiya advised, "Sakura, take the time to rest. If you wish to practice in real combat, you may consider sparring with Naruto. You two have developed a good rapport during this time, and engaging in practical training will foster mutual growth." This was yet another piece of advice drawn from Jiraiya's extensive experience. Sakura glanced at Naruto and nodded in agreement. Though Naruto himself showed little interest in the notion of mutual growth, his focus lay solely on the impending third match of the Chunin exams. On the day of the finals, amidst the gathering of various factions, he planned to seize the opportunity to escape from Konoha. A long-anticipated scheme was finally nearing fruition. Chapter 55, Uchiha Sasuke vs. Gaara. August arrived, and Konoha buzzed with activity. Its streets thronging with people moving towards the grand arena where the Chunin exam finals were to be held. The arena, an open circular structure, hosted the 8 genin who had qualified for the finals. Naruto, having been eliminated in the preliminaries, sat high upon the walls of the arena, observing the spacious ground below. Before the contestants stood the examiners, including the esteemed Umbu Black Ops member, Narashikaku, who donned a black scarf and held a kunai between his lips. Naruto's gaze fixated on Sasuke, who stood alongside Sakura. It was the first time he had seen Sasuke since Kakashi had taken him away during the preliminaries. During the prior month of training with Jiraiya, Naruto learned that Sasuke was also honing his skills with Kakashi, which alleviated some of his worries. Though Jiraiya hadn't explicitly mentioned the specifics of Sasuke's training, Naruto surmised it involved Chidori. While Chidori and Kakashi's Raikiri shared similar foundations, Chidori was an incomplete technique. Much like Naruto's Rasengan and Wind Release. The Rasengan was merely a high-velocity sphere of chakra, also an undeveloped ninjutsu. The successful infusion of Wind Nature transformation into the Rasengan demonstrated significant progress in its development. Kakashi's choice to teach Sasuke Chidori rather than Raikiri indicated his desire for Sasuke to refine Chidori according to his own unique combat style. "Long time no see, Naruto," came a sudden voice, interrupting his thoughts. It was Kakashi, who had similarly been absent for nearly a month. "How is Sasuke faring?" Naruto gestured for Kakashi to sit beside him, as the villagers' prejudices left the seats around him vacant. "He's doing well, and I've taught him a new technique," Kakashi replied enigmatically. "You'll see it during the match." Naruto nodded. Though his curiosity was minimal, his gaze drifted to the elevated main stand, where the third Hokage, adorned in his Hokage cloak, had taken his place amidst a retinue of ninja guards. As the third Hokage settled in, the fourth Kazekage, obscured by a cloak, also made his appearance. With both leaders of the Hidden Leaf and Hidden Sand present, it was evident that the competition was about to commence. Kakashi followed Naruto's gaze, noting the rare sight of two Kage in one place. He soon returned his attention to Naruto, remarking, "I didn't expect you to be eliminated in the preliminaries." There was a hint of regret in his tone, as he had already received reports from the medical ninja who treated Naruto's injuries. Had it not been for Orochimaru's infiltration, which led to unforeseen complications during the exam, Kakashi believed both Naruto and Sasuke would have advanced to the finals. "Isn't it said that fortune and misfortune are intertwined? Perhaps this setback signifies a turn in my fate," Naruto responded, displaying a nonchalant demeanor towards his recent defeat. "You are correct. The Chunin exams are held annually. With the lessons learned from this experience, you will surely progress further next year, perhaps even directly advancing to Chunin," Kakashi replied with a smile. Due to the troublesome curse mark on Sasuke, Kakashi had inadvertently neglected to attend to Naruto and Sakura during the past month. He had intended to console Naruto, the only member of Team 7 not to qualify, but upon witnessing Naruto's current disposition, he realized the boy seemed unfazed by the setback. "Master Jiraiya has been providing him with valuable guidance," Kakashi mused, attributing Naruto's resilience in the face of adversity to his mentorship under Jiraiya. "By the way, did you and Sakura learn anything significant from Jiraiya during this past month?" Kakashi inquired. Sakura has acquired some mastery over water release ninjutsu, compensating for her previous lack of practical experience. Naruto glanced at Kakashi. After briefly informing Kakashi about Sakura's training progress, he began to speak of himself. "As for me, I have studied sealing techniques, the Rasengan, and summoning jutsu, but I have only learned the formula for summoning and have yet to put it into practice. I heard from Lord Jiraiya that you seem quite averse to signing a summoning contract with toads. I detest slimy, hairless creatures." Naruto expresses this sentiment to anyone. "So, once the Chunin exams conclude, would you consider signing a contract with my ninja dog?" Kakashi proposed to Naruto. Naruto turned to meet Kakashi's gaze. Before Naruto could respond, a booming voice interrupted their conversation. "Welcome, everyone, who has come to witness this Chunin selection exam." The third Hokage, having calculated the start time of the matches, stood up from his seat and shouted loudly to the entire arena. The aged Hokage's remarkably loud voice managed to overshadow the clamorous crowd, capturing the attention of everyone present. "The matches are now underway." The third officially announced the commencement of the competition. The rules for the finals of the Chunin exam are similar to those of the preliminaries. However, rather than a single elimination format, it will follow a system where the victors advance through multiple battles. 8 candidates will face off in one-on-one duels. The first stage consists of 4 matches, from which 4 candidates will proceed. In the second stage, these 4 candidates will engage in 2 matches, further narrowing it down to 2. In the third stage, the final 2 will face off, determining the ultimate victor of this year's Chunin selection exam. Following the third signal, the proctor, Narashikamaru, directed the remaining candidates to exit the arena and wait at the designated observation platform. The 2 candidates remaining in the arena are those competing in the first match of the Chunin exam finals. One is a leaf ninja with black hair, clad in a black jumpsuit and wearing a leaf headband. The other is a sand ninja with red hair, bearing the kanji for love on his forehead, and carrying a massive gourd. The two took their positions at the designated starting points. Nara Shikamaru extended his hands to separate the two contestants. He then called out in a voice loud enough for everyone in the arena to hear. The first match is between Konoha's Uchiha Sasuke and Sans Gaara. Chapter 56. Reverse Summoning Technique. The first match features Sasuke against Gaara. Watching the two combatants enter the fray, Naruto suddenly stood up from his seat. Gaara is a Jinchuriki, and the likelihood of him transforming into his tailed beast during the match is quite high. Naruto had thought he would have a bit more time to prepare before the confrontation, but now he needed to act swiftly. Only Gaara knows when he will transform. Naruto. Is something wrong? Noticing Naruto's unusual demeanor, Kakashi inquired curiously. I want to find a better vantage point to watch the match, Naruto replied. Kakashi found Naruto's reasoning entirely understandable. Within Team 7, Naruto and Sasuke had always engaged in a subtle rivalry, though it was typically one-sided. With Sasuke viewing Naruto as a rival while Naruto remained blissfully unaware of this perception. However, the unexpected defeat in this Chunin exam seemed to have ignited Naruto's competitive spirit. Oh right. Just as Naruto was anxiously seeking a better perspective to watch the match, he seemed to recall something and rummaged through his ninja tool pouch. This is a gift I prepared for Kakashi-sensei. A gift? Kakashi looked at the item in Naruto's hand, his eyes widening in surprise. This is the seasoned Jonin. Recognized as an elite ninja of Konoha, was caught off guard. What could possibly elicit such a reaction from Kakashi Hatake? A brand new collector's edition of the latest work of Iruka Paradise. This limited print will never be reissued, proving its immense value in the eyes of loyal readers. Moreover, the copy of Iruka Paradise that Naruto presented to Kakashi bore the autograph of the novel's author, Jiraiya. Kakashi, as if encountering a sacred artifact, carefully took the book from Naruto's hands, almost hesitating to let his fingers touch its cover too much. Captivated by Iruka Paradise, Kakashi failed to notice Naruto's departure. As he calmed Kakashi, Naruto did not, as he claimed, seek a better position to watch the match. Instead, he slipped into the public restroom within the arena, entered an empty stall, and locked the door behind him. After approximately 2 minutes, Naruto flushed the toilet, reopened the stall door, and returned to the stands. This time, Naruto truly appeared to be searching for an ideal vantage point to observe the battle between Sasuke and Gaara. Naruto? Ino's voice called out beside him. Team 10 was also seated together in the stands, their position far superior to where Naruto and Kakashi had been. Observing from a distance, Naruto, disguised with the transformation jutsu, scrutinized the Hokage's office. As expected, root agents were on guard, but fortunately, the sealing book remained in the Hokage's office. This must be the result of the power struggle between Danzo and the Third. Though it was troublesome, it was not overly problematic. If Danzo were to take the sealing book into the root organization, that would pose a significant challenge for Naruto. The sealing book must be protected by the Hokage as it contains forbidden knowledge. While Danzo might obtain permission to borrow it from the Third, he could never secure the authority to remove it from the Hokage's office without being the Hokage himself. The Third's agreement to allow Root to guard the sealing book marks the limit of Danzo's influence. It appears that the only option is to wait for Orochimaru to commence his plan to destroy Konoha and seize the sealing book amid the ensuing chaos. Having made this decision, Naruto withdrew his perception and turned to enter Ichiraku Ramen. Welcome. Inside the ramen shop, the chef and owner greeted Naruto warmly. Naruto chose a random seat. Ayame, the owner's daughter, who handled various tasks at the shop, approached him. I haven't seen you here before. Ayame observed Naruto, confirming that she had never encountered him in the ramen shop. Having worked alongside her father in the Ichiraku Ramen for as long as she could remember, Ayame had a sharper memory for customers than her father. I'm not a local from Konoha, Naruto replied, unperturbed by Ayame's inquiry. You're here to watch the Chunin selection exam, right? Ayame asked. Naruto nodded. But the match should have already started. The arena was too crowded, and I couldn't find a good spot to watch. So I decided to step out. I didn't even have time to eat breakfast today in my eagerness to secure a good position. After all, it's been several years since the third exam has taken place. The previous Chunin selection exams had all stopped at the second stage. The chef joined in the conversation, having run the ramen shop in Konoha for decades, making him quite the well-informed individual among ordinary folk. Thus, today's final can indeed be regarded as a grand spectacle not witnessed in many years, making it quite natural for one to struggle to secure a seat. Indeed, It is rather disappointing. Naruto displayed a dejected demeanor. Do not be disheartened. How about I treat you to a bowl of ramen? Hinata generously declared, waiving the cost of Naruto's meal. As he spoke, Hinata's hands were already in motion. Truly, a master of the ramen craft, within moments. He had prepared a meal for Naruto. Give this a try, our signature ramen. Hinata placed the bowl before Naruto. As the bottom of the bowl made contact with the table, a crisp sound echoed. In the next instant, that sound transformed into a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the entire Hidden Leaf village. Boom. Accompanying the explosive noise was a seismic wave of vibrations. What has transpired? Hinata, in a state of panic, instinctively shielded his precious irises from harm. He no longer had the luxury to consider Naruto, the customer. At the moment the explosion erupted, Naruto had already bolted from the Ichiraku ramen shop, or more accurately, vanished from sight. Unlike the bewildered Hinata, Naruto was acutely aware of what the explosion signified, the commencement of Orochimaru's plan to annihilate the Leaf Village. In the Hokage's office, within the secret chamber housing the Book of Seals, the ninja tasked with guarding this tome was momentarily distracted by the sudden explosion. Seizing the opportunity presented by the guard's lapse in concentration, Naruto utilized the Flying Thunder God technique marked on the Book of Seals, successfully neutralizing the Root Organization members and the ENBU ninjas assigned to protect it. The plan was unfolding more smoothly than anticipated. Naruto sensed an overwhelming surge of chakra throughout the Leaf Village, the Sound Village, the Sand Village, and the re-emergence of Orochimaru. This was the opportunity Naruto had been yearning for. Although the situation was not as advantageous as initially envisioned, where Tsunade would have succeeded the fifth Hokage, dispatching the elite Leaf ninjas to reclaim the village's dignity during the Chunin exams, Naruto found contentment. After all, the Book of Seals lay right before him. Now, he merely needed to take the book and depart the leaf using the Flying Thunder God technique. As Naruto reached for the Book of Seals, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. A multitude of black inscriptions suddenly emerged from the tome. These inscriptions formed in the blink of an eye, leaving Naruto no time to react. The dense script crawled up his arm, ultimately enveloping his entire body. Sealing technique. The thought flashed through Naruto's mind. In the next moment, he felt his vision spinning uncontrollably. By the time his sight regained clarity, he found himself no longer in the secret chamber, but rather in a dense forest. Before he could comprehend why he had been abruptly transported from the chamber to this unfamiliar woodland, he overheard others discussing him. The reverse summoning technique succeeded. Just as Lord Danzo mentioned, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki indeed chose to strike amid the chaos of the Chunin exams to seize the Book of Seals. Chapter 57. Revelation time rewinds to the second round of the Chunin exams. Leaf Village, Root Organization Underground Base. The headquarters led by Danzo boasted defensive barriers more formidable than those protecting the village itself, rendering invaders utterly trapped. Yet at this moment, the Root's barriers failed to serve their intended purpose. An invader nonchalantly disregarded the barriers and boldly approached Danzo. Two masked guards from the Root Organization immediately positioned themselves in front of Danzo, assuming a defensive stance while protecting him. No need for alarm. Wind, stand down. Danzo said in an indifferent tone, urging his guards to lower their guard. However, his gaze remained fixed on the invader without wavering. The entire Leaf Village was scouring the land for you, and yet here you are before me. What are your intentions, Orochimaru? Danzo called out the name of the intruder. Before him stood a man with long black hair, pale features, and an unnaturally youthful appearance. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin who had infiltrated the Leaf Village and defected. The barriers had failed because the person invading the Root headquarters was none other than Orochimaru, who had once collaborated closely with Danzo. Orochimaru possessed an intimate knowledge of the underground base's defenses, nearly equal to Danzo's own. You were the one who initially sent Root's spies to monitor the ninjas in my village. I merely came as summoned, Orochimaru remarked. Casting a fleeting glance at the guard Danzo referred to as Wind, easily discerning his identity from before he joined the Root. And this one hails from the Yamanaka clan, I presume. Does Sarutobi-sensei know that your Root members come from the prestigious ninja clans of the Leaf? Orochimaru's tongue flicked out like a serpent, his tone laced with mockery. Danzo remained silent. Orochimaru wasn't genuinely interested in the answer. He merely sought to put Danzo in a compromising position, making it clear where their allegiances lay. Enough with the jesting. I have come to share information with you. You may not be aware, but Kabuto is dead. You killed him? I had no reason to do so. On the contrary, I valued him highly. He possessed talent and understood my intentions well, making him easy to command. Orochimaru retracted his tongue, adding, "If anyone mourns his passing, it would only be me." "So, you suspect that I killed him?" Danzo fixed his gaze on Orochimaru's eyes, recalling how he had previously orchestrated the deaths of Kabuto, who had known too many of their secrets, and his own surrogate mother to prevent any leaks of information to enemies. Orochimaru was aware of this situation. However, he was not the type to confront Danzo regarding Kabuto's death. In response to Danzo's inquiry, Orochimaru continued, "Kabuto shared an intriguing piece of information with me before his demise. The Book of Seals, guarded by the Hokage, was briefly stolen one night, and he met his end at the hands of an extraordinary body flicker technique." Before Orochimaru could finish, he was taken aback by a significant depletion of his chakra. Raising his hands, his previously pale skin turned a shade of purple. This was the color of the toxic insects belonging to the Yamanaka clan. "You remain as untrustworthy as ever." Orochimaru locked eyes with Danzo, and as he spoke, he transformed into a cloud of smoke. As expected, merely a shadow clone. Danzo raised an eyebrow, unperturbed by the revelation. He pondered the implications of the information Orochimaru had indirectly provided. Orochimaru, having been away from the leaf for so long, might not grasp the value of this information, but Danzo had already unraveled the threads of his earlier uncertainties. Coupled with the intelligence gathered from his operative wind, Danzo maintained an impassive facade, resuming the conversation that had been interrupted by Orochimaru's arrival. "Please, continue, Wind." "Yes." In the depths of the forest, the mountain man Wind reported a voice. He was an observer of the sound ninja, keeping a watchful eye on the 3 members of the Umbu within the Death Forest. He relayed every detail of the intelligence he gathered in the Death Forest to Danzo, as Ino of Team 10 dispelled the mind-body switch technique upon the sound ninja. "I too employed the same technique to control his body, allowing me to approach the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto, Uzumaki. I removed the Jinchuriki's clothing and carefully examined the wound on his abdomen. Though he had disguised it well, the wound had effectively healed itself. It appeared frightening, but was not fatal. For reasons unknown, the Jinchuriki continued to feign severe injury." The mountain man Wind recounted how he had come into contact with Naruto. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was never to be trusted. Regrettably, Hayashi failed to perceive this, or else I would have subdued the Nine-Tails 2 years ago, and we would not be facing such turmoil now. Just as Naruto had never forgotten the time he was controlled by the Kodoame Tsukumi 2 years ago, Danzo too remained haunted by the subtle glances Naruto had cast at him when he was rescued by the 3rd Hokage. Although Danzo was restrained by the 3rd, his wariness of Naruto had never waned. The intelligence provided by Mountain Man Wind, combined with that from Orochimaru, was of immense value. "Did you notice anything unusual after dispelling the mind-body switch technique?" Danzo repeatedly questioned Mountain Man Wind. Her abilities were insufficient to detect that she had been possessed, and before I departed her body, I implanted a suggestion in her mind that all actions I undertook during my possession would be perceived as her own. Mountain Man Wind explained. He had occupied Ino's body from the moment she dispelled the technique, allowing his spiritual power to return. It was not until Mountain Man Wind forcibly tore off Naruto's bloodied clothing and examined his wound that he released his hold on Ino. "From this moment forth, your identity as an Umbu is concluded. You were discovered by Orochimaru during your surveillance of the Sound Ninja and met your end at his hands." Danzo assessed the situation and resolved that Mountain Man Wind should relinquish his Umbu identity. "Yes." Mountain Man Wind agreed without objection. Even though he had invested considerable time and effort to infiltrate the Umbu, "I will assign you to other tasks with Taka, who has never monitored the Nine-Tails before." With that, Danzo turned to the silent oil woman Taka, informed the others to resume their surveillance. "Strengthen the watch on the Nine-Tails. Are we capturing the Nine-Tails again? Jiraiya has returned to the village. Now is not the time to act. I have other plans for the right moment." Danzo's singular eye was shrouded in darkness. "Hayashi, I will make you aware of how erroneous your favoritism towards the Nine-Tails is." This murmur was merely Danzo's soliloquy. Mountain Man Wind and Taka consciously disregarded his words, as if they had never heard them. Chapter 58. Intelligence of Root, Intelligence of Naruto in the blink of an eye. Naruto deduced the reason for his presence in the dense forest. He stood still, calmly observing the 4 individuals surrounding him at a distance, a standard number for a ninja squad. 2 of them he had sensed during Root's surveillance. while the other two appeared familiar to him. They were members of Danzo's guard during the 5 Kage summit in the original story. 1. A black-haired individual clad in dark attire and wearing an eye patch. Exuded an aura of chakra that seemed intact yet was densely covered in a swarm of microscopic insects. The oil woman Taka. The other, standing beside Taka, sported an orange short ponytail. It was Mountain Man Wind, whom Naruto had encountered in the Death Forest. Thus, just as Naruto had chosen to flee from Konoha during the Chunin exams finals, Danzo opted to strike against Naruto amidst this chaos. He recognizes me, Naruto mused, carefully scrutinizing the 4 members of Root, while Mountain Man Wind also observed him. Noticing Naruto's expression directed toward him, Mountain Man Wind made a startling inquiry. Naruto, Uzumaki, why do you conceal your strength? I don't understand what you're saying, Naruto replied, avoiding eye contact with Mountain Man Wind and instead gazing down at his hands. The intricate seal wrapped around his hands had transformed into an eerie chain, binding his chakra. It seems you have realized that the sealing technique inscribed on your body from the Book of Seals prevents you from utilizing your chakra. Mountain Man Wind's words rang true. Naruto was indeed unable to employ ninjutsu or jinjutsu, relying solely on the purest form of taijutsu. However, engaging in close combat against these foes would be perilous, especially against Taka and Mountain Man Wind, who wielded unique abilities. It was evident that Danzo had strategically arranged for these two to confront Naruto. In the world of shinobi, information is life, and the exposure of hidden intelligence had led to Naruto's current predicament. You have set up a barrier, haven't you? Naruto suddenly asked, his gaze sweeping over the 4 members of Root, leaving them unsure of who he was addressing. The seal on his chakra did not genuinely restrict Naruto's movements. By deducing the type of sealing technique imposed upon him, he could ascertain that Danzo was unaware of his sage mode. The sealing technique imposed on him resembled the fire release, heavenly prison used by the warden of the Ghost Lamp Castle. However, apart from the chakra seal, Naruto was unable to sense his flying Raijin marks placed elsewhere due to the reverse summoning. According to the original narrative of Naruto, there should be no actual technique capable of countering space-time ninjutsu. Naruto's current condition, having been summoned, bore little difference from his memories. He could still sense that he had not lost his space-time properties. Though summoned to the barrier, he could still utilize the flying Raijin. Presently, Naruto simply could not perceive the flying Raijin mark outside the barrier. Without sensing the flying Raijin mark, he could not perform space-time transfers. Initially, Naruto believed he had been summoned to a location outside Konoha, but he quickly dismissed that notion. He discovered that his perception range had been significantly restricted within the barrier, taking on a distinctly square shape, characteristic of the elements of a barrier formation. He recalled that he had been summoned to this barrier through a preconditioned summoning technique orchestrated by Root. The organization controlled by Danzo utilized a barrier that did not inhibit space-time ninjutsu. If they had sealed space-time, the reverse summoning technique would not have been effective. The use of summoning techniques, which also belonged to space-time ninjutsu, was not inherently restricted, as signing a contract was never a requisite condition. Even if a ninja lacks a summoning beast, they can still utilize the summoning technique. However, without a contract as a prerequisite, the consequences of direct summoning on the practitioner themselves are unpredictable, much like Jiraiya from the original work, who, in the absence of a contracted summoning beast, found himself inadvertently transported to Mount Myaboku after using the summoning technique. This outcome, while gentle in comparison, could have been dire for others, potentially resulting in their demise during the transmutation of space and time. Yet, it also shaped Jiraiya's life as the Sage of the Toads. The essence of a contract lies in the precise summoning or being summoned, ensuring that the practitioner can effectively control the summoning technique. The critical aspect is not the contract itself, but the precision in locating the target. It is likely that the conditions for the reverse summoning technique were already set in the secret chamber of the Book of Seals, triggering upon contact with the book. The chakra seals previously inscribed on the Book of Seals also ensure that the summoned entity cannot effectively resist. Since even the Root organization can wield summoning techniques within a barrier, it implies that the barrier prepared for Naruto is one that restricts and weakens perception. Naruto furrowed his brow. Danzo had indeed seized a prime opportunity to strike at him. This perception-restricting barrier is not entirely insurmountable with the Flying Thunder God technique. Other ninjas in the ninja world, adept in the Flying Thunder God technique, might have solutions for such a scenario. Not to mention the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who mastered the technique to its fullest, and Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage and its developer. Even those like Kinji Akatsuki, who may not excel in space-time ninjutsu and rely on the significantly inferior Flying Thunder Array technique, can bypass this barrier if adequately prepared, just as they had done as Minato's bodyguards. Their application of the Flying Thunder God technique revolves around precise positioning followed by movement, akin to the summoning technique itself. In the original series, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the trio merely needed to inscribe the Flying Thunder God mark on Tsunade to teleport Koharu into a distant battlefield without needing to perceive the mark, relying solely on its existence for positioning. However, Naruto finds himself unable to replicate this feat, having acquired the Flying Thunder God technique only a few months prior. He is still a novice, even though Naruto has been gradually enhancing his proficiency with the technique through shadow clones. This progress has been slow and conducted under the watchful eye of Danzo's influence and the third Hokage's faction. His mastery remains fundamentally rooted in basic positioning, sensory perception, and movement. Naruto cannot afford to bypass the sensory positioning step. All three prerequisites for utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique are indispensable. His 2-year endeavor to master Sage Mode has inadvertently instilled a habitual way of thinking in him, as the repercussions of missteps during its mastery are dire. Consequently, Naruto spent 2 years gradually mastering Sage Mode, approaching his study of the Flying Thunder God technique with the same mindset. Rather than hastily seeking results, he prioritizes solidifying the foundations of the technique. There is no inherent flaw in this approach. Yet, Danzo's current method of confrontation has inadvertently exposed Naruto's vulnerabilities. Why won't you answer my question? With the 4 individuals before him remaining silent, Naruto spoke again, stalling for time. The absorption of natural energy was nearing completion. Once he enters Sage Mode, Naruto could disregard the chakra seals and employ ninjutsu using Sage Chakra. Although his inexperience with the Flying Thunder God technique has rendered the perception-restricting barrier set by Root effective in limiting his use of it, it does not fundamentally obstruct the utilization of space-time ninjutsu, as Naruto previously deduced. Should he enter Sage Mode to reverse the summoning technique? No, that would be too precarious. Naruto cannot ascertain whether enemies await him upon reverting to the secret chamber. Furthermore, he cannot guarantee that he won't encounter Danzo upon returning to Konoha. Politically, amidst the current chaos in Konoha, even if Danzo finds a rationale to limit Root's support for the third Hokage, he must ensure he remains uninvolved in the turmoil. This likely explains why he refrained from directly confronting Naruto, as he had 2 years prior, transporting Naruto to a secluded forest away from the heart of Konoha's chaos. Makes it easier for him to strike. However, if Naruto were to undo the reverse summoning and return to Konoha, the likelihood of Danzo personally targeting him again would be significantly high. The entanglement between Orochimaru and the third Hokage, along with the battles involving Konoha, Sound, and Sand, leaves no room for concern regarding Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The secret chamber may also be encased in a barrier, restricting Naruto's means of escape via the Flying Thunder God technique. If evading battle proves impossible, the likelihood of prevailing against the 4 before him becomes paramount. Naruto has assessed the situation in his mind. Phone, stop talking and use your technique. Oil Girl Toryun, who had remained silent, urged. Understood. Let us proceed as previously agreed. Terui and Yaga will assist me. Shinobi Phone assumed the posture for the mind transfer technique. Leave it to us. Terui and Yaga charged toward Naruto. Naruto observed the advancing Terui and Yagu, uncertain of their abilities. Yet, given Danzo's personality, Root members are undoubtedly skilled in some capacity. Fortunately for them, a sealed Naruto is merely a child capable of only taijutsu. Otherwise, Terui and Yaga would not charge recklessly. However, there remains the possibility of a feigned attack. Oil Girl Toryun refrained from participating in this assault. Nonetheless, Terui and Yagu's advance aligned perfectly with Naruto's intentions. Naruto produced several shurikens, launching them toward Terui, Yagu, Shinobi Phone, and Oil Girl Toryun. Let us start with these 2 eager to meet their demise. Sage Mode is complete. Shurikens are now his only means of long-range attack. Right? Oil Girl Toryun, witnessing the shurikens approaching her, found evading such an attack to be trivial. No. Terui Yagu. Retreat. Only Shinobi Phone, focused intently on Naruto to successfully execute the mind transfer technique, noticed the anomaly. Naruto had vanished from his sight. However, it was too late for Shinobi Feng to warn them. In the next instant, four Narutos emerged along the trajectory of the shurikens, each hand holding a rapidly rotating sphere of compressed chakra. Spiraling sphere. Caught off guard, Terui and Yaga were forced to endure Naruto's spiraling sphere, without knowing their capabilities. Naruto's target was not their more easily struck bodies, but their heads. Red blood and white brain matter erupted forth. The two individuals, once whole, lay scattered in fragments upon the ground. In but a fleeting moment, Terui and Leopard met their demise at the hands of Naruto. However, the two shadow clones tasked with attacking Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Torian faltered at a critical juncture. The sensations experienced by the dispelled clones returned to Naruto's consciousness in a manner that did not affect the original. At that crucial moment, Yamanaka Fu employed the mind-manipulating technique. Heart disruption, disrupting the chakra flow of Naruto's clones, resulting in their dissolution. The recent swift attack was undoubtedly the Flying Thunder God technique. What could possibly account for this? Why had the sealing technique suddenly ceased to function? Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Torian observed as Naruto regained the ability to utilize ninjutsu. That was when they noticed the faint shadow beneath Naruto's eyes. Sage mode. What on earth was happening? Although he had trained under Jiraiya, there had been no intelligence suggesting that Jiraiya had taken him to Mount Mayaboku to learn the Toad Sage arts. Naruto, however, paid no heed to the astonishment of Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Torian. He harnessed the sensory perception of Sage Mode. Indeed, even though Sage Mode enhances the user's offensive and defensive capabilities and broadens the range of physical attacks and sensory perception, Naruto remained unable to extend his sensory range beyond the boundaries of the barrier. He still could not utilize the Flying Thunder God for long-distance teleportation. Which of you two cast this barrier? Naruto inquired, as the deaths of Terui and Leopard did not lift the barrier. To dismantle the barrier, he would have to deal with either Yamanaka Fu or Aburame Torian. Danzo was not mistaken. Such a cruel and merciless individual harbored too much malice towards Konoha to qualify as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Yamanaka Fu cast a glance at the gruesome corpses of Terui and Leopard, fully aware of the chilling ruthlessness exhibited by Naruto, who was merely 12 or 13 years old. Merciless. Such words from your lips seem to commend me. When it comes to cruelty, who could rival Danzo and his root? Torian. Yamanaka Fu disregarded Naruto's mockery, quietly signaling to Aburame Torian beside him. I understand. Having partnered with Yamanaka Fu in Root since childhood, Aburame Torian required no further words to discern Yamanaka Fu's intentions. Even within the brutal confines of Root, the bonds between ninja should not be underestimated. Aburame Torian removed the black gloves from her hands, revealing her violet-hued skin. Anyone seeing her hands at first glance would assume it to be the color of her skin. However, Naruto was acutely aware that this hue indicated the presence of nanoscopic venomous insects that coated her body's cells. Among the Aburame clan, known for their ability to control insects, the poisonous insects within Torian's body constituted a secret technique within a secret technique, the poison dust technique. Aburame Torian clasped her hands together, gathering the insects between her palms and unleashing them upon Naruto like a torrential storm. Earth-style, earth flow rampart. A wall of earth rose before Naruto, shielding him from the onslaught of insects. Be careful, Torian. Yamanaka Fu shouted, warning of Naruto's adeptness at using earth-style to create opportunities for attack. Yamanaka Fu had witnessed Naruto's battle against the Sound Ninja Trio in the Forest of Death. The next assault from Naruto was, Yamanaka Fu suddenly glanced down at his feet. Indeed, once again, he employed the earth flow rampart to block the enemy's assault, retreating underground from his blind spot. Earth-style, heart-cut technique. Naruto and his shadow clone extended their hands from the earth, poised to drag Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Torian into the ground. Yamanaka Fu quickly shot a glance at Aburame Torian. Torian nodded slightly, almost imperceptibly. Without hesitation, Yamanaka Fu leaped away from the ground before Naruto could seize him. However, Aburame Torian was not as fortunate and found her ankles captured by Naruto's grasp. Yet, the hunter, having caught its prey, became the very sustenance for the insects. Venomous insects surged from Torian's ankles, coursing up Naruto's arms and invading his skin. Success! Aburame Torian lifted her foot, forcibly pulling the weakened Naruto, now affected by the venomous insects, from the ground. Naruto's hands also turned violet. The insects had indeed struck true. Unaware of Torian's abilities, As long as an enemy made physical contact with him, victory in battle would invariably belong to Aburame Torian, provided the enemy was unaware of the poisonous insects. Unlike Naruto, who had intentionally exposed himself, Naruto, now enveloped in a cloud of smoke, transformed. The intelligence gathered by the shadow clone dispelled all of Naruto's concerns. I have succeeded. Naruto's original form materialized behind Aburame Torian, the earlier shadow clone having marked her with the Flying Thunder God seal. Once more, Naruto unleashed a Rasengan. Heart disruption. Yamanaka Fu unleashed the Yamanaka clan's secret technique upon Naruto, compared to the precise targeting required by the mind transfer technique. The broader range of heart disruption momentarily disrupted Naruto's body, causing his Rasengan to veer off course from its intended target on Torian. Aburame Torian also swayed her body, evading the Rasengan aimed at her vital areas. However, rather than retreating entirely from the Rasengan's attack range, she reinforced her defense with her poisonous insects, bracing her shoulder against the Rasengan while reaching out with her other hand to touch Naruto. Torian, withdraw immediately. Aburame Torian still wished to let more poisonous insects attach to Naruto, but Yamanaka Fu's urgent call made her realize something was amiss. Trusting in Yamanaka Fu's instincts, which were now alert to the danger, she promptly retreated from the Rasengan's vicinity. At that very moment, Naruto shockingly disregarded the insects clinging to his hands, shifting his Rasengan-encased hand to launch another assault on Torian's vital points. Had Torian not placed absolute trust in Yamanaka Fu's judgment, even a moment's hesitation would have led her to share the same fate as Terai and Leopard. What is happening? Why are the insects ineffective against him? Aburame Torian approached Yamanaka Fu, inspecting Naruto's hands. Her eyes widened in astonishment. The Naruto, now tainted by the insects, was shedding his own skin. No, that was not skin at all. Naruto had crafted a suit of earthen armor from the soil generated by his earth-style techniques, preventing the poisonous insects from making contact with his actual skin. He discerned from the earlier shadow clone that he could utilize earth-style to block your insects. Yamanaka Fu elucidated to Torian. The sturdy walls formed by earth-style, earth flow rampart could indeed withstand the insects. But could a thinner layer of earth also defend against them? This was the very reason Naruto had his shadow clone employ the heart cut technique to make contact with Torian. The body of the shadow clone was also protected by earthen armor. But how does he possess such intimate knowledge of my abilities? Aburame Torian was not astonished by Naruto's technique, but rather by his profound understanding of her powers. Chapter 59, The Heavenly Deity. Naruto activated Earth Style to envelop the bare skin exposed after shedding the poisonous insects. He gazed at the mountain wind, a figure who had thwarted the Flying Thunder God technique twice using his own unique skill. The sensory abilities of the mountain clan were inherently troublesome, and the combat experience of the mountain wind had endowed him with remarkable instincts in battle, allowing him to anticipate Naruto's actions the moment he sensed his chakra. While Naruto remained vigilant of both the mountain wind and Oil Girl Torian, he pondered how to deal with the two. Initially, he intended to neutralize the insect-infested Torian first, but through their previous skirmish, it became evident that the mountain wind posed a greater threat. Neither Naruto nor the two adversaries initiated an attack. They conversed quietly, strategizing against Naruto. Not only your techniques, but he is also well aware of mine, the mountain wind noted, having gleaned this intelligence from their earlier engagement. Torian was incredulous. Impossible. How could he know about Root's intelligence? Root had been monitoring Naruto, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, and it was only after Danzo's failed attempt to control the Ninetales 2 years prior that Root's existence had been revealed to Naruto. However, only the existence of Root was exposed, not the specifics of its intelligence. From the recent battle, it was clear that only the capabilities of the two of them had been revealed to the Jinchuriki. The mountain wind urged Torian to remain calm, adopting a composed tone. You know that the Rasengan is a deadly close combat ninjutsu created by the 4th Hokage. Unlike other close-range techniques that focus on striking vital points, the Rasengan can inflict devastating injuries even when targeting the torso or abdomen, areas lacking vital organs. Initially, I believe Naruto's habit was to strike at his enemies' heads with the Rasengan, but when he aimed at you, he shifted his target to the torso. It was only when I disrupted his movements with my technique that he redirected the Rasengan towards your vital points. Reflect on the number of kunai Naruto threw at us. Torian. In Sage mode, he launched 6 kunai at our group of 4, 1 for each of us, while Teruo and Bao received 2 each. His attacks on us were mere feints to impede our immediate assistance. His true targets were Terui and Bao. Had he failed to eliminate them with the first strike, he would have adjusted his attack direction with the subsequent kunai aimed at them, exploiting the blind spots created by the initial assault to secure their demise. Torian was in a state of shock. If Naruto's intentions toward Terui and Bao aligned with the Mountain Wind's deductions, then perhaps the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was unaware of their abilities. Torian began to understand why Naruto had targeted Terui and Bao with such ferocity. To Naruto, the unknown capabilities of Terui and Bao represented variables that could drastically alter the battle's outcome, unlike the already acknowledged abilities of the Mountain Wind and Torian. It seems you have calmed down. While I cannot deduce why the Jinchuriki is aware of our individual abilities, his recent tactics have revealed the outdated nature of the intelligence he possesses. The Mountain Wind had observed Naruto's use of Earth-style techniques against Torian's insects. Although Naruto understood that Torian deployed insect attacks, he was unaware of their full potency. Thus, he resorted to using shadow clones as decoys to gather more detailed information during combat. The battle that reveals intelligence also reveals the methods to do so. Let us exploit the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's own tactics. The Mountain Wind glanced at his right hand, ensconced in a black glove, and made a decisive choice. Do you intend to employ the technique that Lord Danzo specifically implanted in your palm to control the Nine-Tails? Torian hesitated. That technique, even Danzo cannot use frequently. If you were to attempt it, you would exhaust all your chakra and be doomed. It was originally intended for us to use only as a last resort against the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and we are not at that point yet. Enough, Torian. The Mountain Wind interrupted. We have prepared adequately, yet the Jinchuriki still conceals his sage mode. Our conventional abilities have already been compromised. Can you guarantee that? With our conventional powers insufficient to contend with the Jinchuriki, he will not possess other hidden techniques? This situation has long since become desperate. If we hesitate any longer, he will certainly detect our anomaly. Do not equate the Jinchuriki with those genin participating in the Chunin selection exams. Torian fell silent. Moments later, he resolved himself. I will feign an attack. The Mountain Wind regarded him briefly before handing him a straw-crafted doll. However, before Torian could touch the doll, Naruto appeared between the Mountain Wind and Torian with the Flying Thunder God technique. I must admit, I am quite impressed that your mountain clan has devised such an irritating technique to infiltrate others' bodies. Naruto seized the doll, tearing away the cursed seal from its face, while simultaneously channeling the Rasengan toward the Mountain Wind. Indeed, if I do not neutralize this individual from the mountain clan first, he will surely cause greater trouble later. As I suspected, the intelligence regarding the heart transfer puppet technique has already been exposed to you. The Mountain Wind had already transferred his consciousness into Torian. Torian had fixated on Naruto, who was preoccupied with the Mountain Wind. Heart transfer. The doll the Mountain Wind had previously offered was merely a decoy. The Mountain Wind deduced that Naruto was aware of both his and Torian's abilities, and thus, he would certainly know of the doll's existence. Predictably, to prevent the activation of the heart transfer puppet technique, Naruto utilized the Flying Thunder God mark he had previously placed on Torian to appear before them. At such close proximity, the Mountain Wind did not need to aim. He directly unleashed the heart transfer technique upon Naruto. However, Naruto was not without contingency plans. If the spiritual energy of the target exceeds that of the caster, the Mountain Wind would be unable to implant his consciousness within Naruto. Yet, although he failed to seize control of his body, the mental clash between Naruto and the Mountain Wind still ensnared Naruto's body for 2 crucial seconds. And 2 seconds is ample time to alter the outcome of a battle. The heart transfer technique concluded. The Mountain Wind and Oil Girl Torian returned to their respective bodies. Secret technique. Poison mist technique. The insect fog that Torian emitted indiscriminately targeted even the Mountain Wind. A portion of the insects from the poison mist was intentionally directed to the corpses of Terui and Bao. In an instant, these insects devoured their remains, corroding the biological cells and transforming them into hazardous substances. Forbidden technique. Poison jar technique. Explode, Torian shouted, as the insects breeding on the corpses unleashed a toxic mist upon explosion. Naruto's earth style could withstand solid insect fog, but how would he contend with the gaseous poison mist? Breath. The moment Naruto comes into contact with the toxic mist, he is condemned to a fate worse than death. In an instant, the poison, deliberately spread by the venomous insects, engulfs the entire barrier that isolates perception. Restricted from sensing anything beyond the barrier, Naruto, unable to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique outside its confines, finds himself trapped within this suffocating fog. All of this transpires within the fleeting 2 seconds that Naruto is ensnared by the heart-turning technique. Yet, the onslaught from Yamashiro Kaze and Yin Utorian persists. With such a suicidal assault, Yamashiro Kaze has long since forfeited any hope of survival. As death looms closer, he concentrates all his chakra into his right hand. Extending his bare hand, Kaze aims his palm directly at Naruto. Unprepared under the constraints of the heart-turning technique, Naruto's gaze fixates upon Kaze's open palm. His expression contorts into a mask of fury, a raw, unfiltered anger that he has not felt in the 2 years of his disguise in Konoha. Upon Kaze's palm rests a vivid red, 3-tomo Sharingan. It seems as though the Sharingan can sense Naruto's gaze. The previously vacant eye suddenly awakens, its pupil undulating as the tomo whirl rapidly in a mesmerizing dance, locking eyes with Naruto. In an instant, the 3-tomo transform into a kaleidoscopic visage. The shuriken-like corners of the kaleidoscope Sharingan materialize, and with a single glance, Naruto recognizes its owner. This is the second time he encounters this kaleidoscope. The first being 2 years prior when he glimpsed Uchiha Shursue's kaleidoscope Sharingan through Danzo's right eye. The kaleidoscope Sharingan in Kaze's hand is poised to unleash the technique known as Kodoamatsukami. This is not the authentic eye of Shursue. It is merely a seal that Danzo has embedded within a standard 3-tomo Sharingan. When Kaze's ordinary Sharingan captures Naruto's line of sight, Danzo's technique activates through this sealing method. For Kaze, this technique consumes all his chakra, a one-time, fatal jutsu regardless of its outcome. Torian, as poison and mist invade his body, and with his chakra depleted from executing Kodoamatsukami, Kaze is on the brink of death. I understand. Yin Utorian swiftly forms hand seals. If Naruto can still perceive Torian's gestures, having received a month of sealing technique instruction from Jiraiya, he would immediately recognize Torian's sealing technique. 4-symbol seal release. The seal that binds the 9 tails is the 8-trigram seal, a combination of double 4-symbol seals. Kaze and Torian intend to directly unravel half of the 9-tail seal. Damn it. Yet, even with this knowledge, Naruto is unable to divert his attention. Far more unbearable than the potential release of the 9-tail seal is the control that Kodoamatsukami exerts over him. Naruto unleashes a Rasengan directly towards Kaze's right hand. The Rasengan obliterates Kaze's entire arm, destroying the Sharingan along with it. The Kodoamatsukami technique fails to fully activate, yet it nonetheless implants a portion of its influence into Naruto. Its potency significantly diminished, but still effective. Simultaneously, Torian completes his hand seals. His fingers curl into claws, lifting Naruto's garment to viciously stab at the exposed 8-trigram seal on Naruto's abdomen. Release. A scorching yet frigid red chakra envelopes Naruto in an instant. Behind him, 9 ethereal arms of 9 tails chakra manifest, launching toward Torian. The venomous insects, used as a shield by Torian, are incinerated, and the 9 chakra arms pierce through Torian, leaving gaping holes in his body. Kaze and Torian's desperate assault ultimately fulfills the mission assigned to them by Danzo. They liberate the 9 tails, instilling fear of the beast once more in the hearts of the villagers of Konoha, thereby diminishing the influence of the 3rd Hokage's faction that had made the tailed beasts host a ninja. They shift the blame for all this chaos onto the Sand Village and Orochimaru, who are currently assaulting Konoha. Danzo will once again seal the 9 tails amidst the public's anticipation. With Kaze and Torian's demise, the barrier that isolates perception automatically dissolves. However, Naruto is now oblivious to these events. Wrapped in the 9 tails chakra, he painfully collapses to the ground. The 9 tails within Naruto has sensed that the 8-trigram seal has loosened halfway. Just like Naruto, the 9 tails, also ensnared by Kodoamatsukami, instinctively lashes out at the remaining seals, vying for control over Naruto's body. The outcome, of course, is Naruto's defeat. The release of the 4-symbol seal allows an overwhelming surge of 9 tails chakra to overflow. Naruto can no longer maintain the balance between natural energy and the chakra of the 9 tails. Sage mode is forcibly dispelled, and the immediate repercussions of his inability to reconstitute his chakra and temporarily absorb natural energy manifest. At this moment, Naruto becomes nothing more than a vessel for the unleashed chakra of the Nine Tails. He is left solely with the chakra of the beast, having lost control over his body. The effects of Kodo Amatsukami gradually intensify, plunging Naruto into an endless illusion. Meanwhile, the chakra of the Nine Tails continues to surge forth, swelling. The presence of sufficient Nine Tails chakra topples trees across the vast expanse of the forest. Then, with a thunderous roar that reverberates through the sky, a colossal beast emerges into existence. The orange fox, with its 9 tails capable of destruction with a mere flick, returns after 12 long years. Chapter 60. Transformation in the finals of the Chunin selection exam. At the Konoha duel arena, the center of the competition. What in the world is happening? Sasuke queries, gazing at the sudden obstruction before him. The main examiner, Kazekage Narashikaku. The figure opposing him is not Gaara, who had been battling Sasuke, but Maki, the Jonin leader of Gaara's team. Look around you. War has already begun. Narashikaku reminds Sasuke, then focuses all his attention on Maki, who stands defiant before him. Previously, absorbed in his fight with Gaara, Sasuke had failed to notice the chaos enveloping the arena. With Shikaku's warning, Sasuke finally perceives the pandemonium consuming the battlefield. Combat now extends far beyond the confines of the competition. On the high stands of the arena, ninjas from Konoha, Sound, and Sand engage in true life-and-death struggles. A moment's lapse in focus could result in instant death. Where are your students headed? Narashikaku suddenly interjects, redirecting Sasuke's attention. As Sasuke surveys the surroundings, Maki has already issued commands to Karura and Kankuro to relocate the currently weakened Gaara. You should be more concerned about whether you can survive my grasp. Maki, however, shows no intention of addressing Shikaku's inquiry. Uchiha Sasuke, I hereby issue you an urgent command. Your recent match against Gaara has demonstrated your capability to engage in combat with him. Pursue Gaara, subdue or eliminate him. Allowing that individual to escape could lead to insurmountable troubles in Konoha. Even Narashikamu never envisioned obtaining answers from Maki's lips. The most convincing truths are those we discover for ourselves. The spectator platform, drawn by the sudden explosion. Sakura observed a massive purple square barrier rising above the main viewing platform, where the Hokage and Kazekage were seated. A barrier? What has transpired? Sakura pondered. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hyuga Niji, also a finalist, suddenly appeared before Sakura, his rapid strikes and Byakugan revealing the chakra pathways, swiftly incapacitating the Sound ninja preparing to ambush her. Do you still have time to dawdle in such a situation? Niji shot a glare at Sakura, the veins around his eyes protruding as chakra flowed into his Byakugan, enabling him to track the enemy's movements instantaneously. My apologies, I shall assist you immediately. Sakura rallied her spirit, shaking off her distractions and entering a battle-ready state. No need. Leave this to Niji, Shino, and me. You should hasten to aid Sasuke, Tintin declared, her hands deftly releasing numerous ninja tools from scrolls as she dealt with enemies before her. Meanwhile, Aburame Shino sent countless parasitic insects to infest the foes behind Tintin. Though they were not from the same ninja class, their initial battle cooperation was seamless. The Sound and Sand ninjas launched a sudden attack. And with the Jonin occupied in their own fights, we must adapt based on our circumstances. Shino remained observant, his calm demeanor unshaken even amidst the sudden skirmishes. The trio from the Sand has left the arena. Sasuke has gone after them alone. Given that you are both part of Team 7, your familiarity with Sasuke makes you the most suitable for support. When those 2 Sand ninjas departed the viewing platform, I placed a bug on the one called Kankuro for tracking. Take this insect with you to follow him. A tiny flying insect detached from Shino and landed in Sakura's palm. Upon hearing Shino's words, Sakura realized Sasuke had vanished from the arena. Understood. Sakura gathered her chakra beneath her feet and leapt over the spectator platform, beginning her pursuit of Sasuke, guided by the insect's signal. The audience stands. Konoha. Whirlwind. With just a single strike of taijutsu, the Sound ninja lost all combat capability. Lee. Under Kakashi's orders to Team 10, do not let the enemy approach them. Leave it to me, Gai-sensei. Beside Gai stood Rock Lee, dressed similarly to his mentor. The master and disciple used only taijutsu to thwart the enemy's assault, granting Kakashi precious moments to strategize. Where is Naruto? Kakashi inquired of the 3 members of Team 10. He was just here. But Naruto suddenly vanished in a puff of smoke. Ino responded, that must have been Naruto's shadow clone, considering its abrupt disappearance. It suggests that his original body is in danger, Shikamaru supplemented, providing crucial intel to Kakashi. Receiving this information, Kakashi's gaze sharpened. Troublesome matters always seemed to cluster together. He couldn't help but mutter a complaint, but quickly reined in his emotions. I am issuing you an order. The situation is dire. The Jonin are too occupied with the main enemy forces to assist, so I must entrust this task to Team 10, known for their exceptional teamwork among our generation. Sasuke and Sakura have gone to pursue Gaara. Your mission is to locate them and prevent their actions. That sand ninja, Gaara, displayed abnormal chakra in the recent match, making it perilous for Sasuke and Sakura to confront him recklessly. This is the judgment of the elite Jonin, Hatake Kakashi. Though his words were casual, the implications were grave. But how do we track them? The only one with scouting capabilities in Team 10 is Ino using the mind-body switch technique, which would leave her unable to act, requiring me and Choji to protect her. Team 10 cannot manage both scouting and moving simultaneously, Shikamaru pointed out. You three need not handle the scouting task. Kakashi interjected. Forming a summoning seal with his hands, and a brown-skinned pug dog materialized before Team 10. Pakin is a tracking ninja dog. I previously had him memorize Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura's sense. He will handle the tracking. It is a pleasure to meet you three. Pakin greeted Team 10 with a surprisingly articulate voice. Then we have no issues. We shall proceed to intercept Sakura and Sasuke. Shikamaru replied. I appreciate your assistance. Though I worry about my troublesome subordinates, you may encounter formidable battles ahead. Should such a situation arise, prioritize your safety. I permit you to abandon the mission if necessary. Kakashi regarded the three members of Team 10 with a serious expression. Teams 3, 7, 8, and 10. The Jonin of these four teams maintained amicable relations and often gathered during their leisure. Kakashi was well aware of the strengths of the other teams. Team 10's abilities were not weak, but they still paled in comparison to the direct confrontational prowess of their respective fathers, the current Ino Shikicho trio. Yet, there were few options at this moment. Since you have decided to entrust this task to us, have faith in our capabilities. Shikamaru set aside his usual disinterested demeanor, adopting a rare seriousness. Chapter 61, Kushina. Uzumaki Naruto was not dreaming. He felt himself enveloped in a vast darkness, plummeting through its depths. This unending descent signified that Naruto would never attain the sense of security he yearned for. Just as he believed he would lose the last remnants of his identity in this eternal fall, he splashed into water. Was it a lake or the sea? Naruto could not discern, as he was enveloped in the damp darkness. Yet, the initial unease vanished in this peculiar darkness, replaced by a profound sense of calm. Naruto felt an odd sensation, akin to the tranquility of being in the womb. In this serene atmosphere, he perceived a glimmer of light, faint yet piercing through the shadows. The light drew nearer, expanding until it enveloped him entirely. The surrounding darkness receded, transforming into a warm, golden hue. Someone grasped Naruto's hand, halting his descent. You've grown, Naruto. It was a gentle voice, unfamiliar yet profoundly stirring, that resonated within Naruto's heart. Naruto's gaze shifted from the hand that grasped him to the gentle face of the woman with crimson hair, who was regarding him with the same tenderness as her voice. Kushina, Uzumaki. The effects of the Konoha Tsukimi had waned. Naruto's mind regained its clarity. He felt the firm grip of Kushina's hand on his wrist and understood the reason for the dispelling of the Konoha Tsukimi. 12 years prior, Obito Uchiha had extracted the Nine Tails from Kushina's body and exerted control over it using his Sharingan. The fourth Hokage, who had resealed the Nine Tails, could not have overlooked the power of the Sharingan. Naruto was well aware of the 2 layers of protection that the fourth Hokage had established within the 8 trigram seal. One was the fourth Hokage's own chakra, while the other was Kushina's chakra, which aided Naruto in mastering the Nine Tails chakra after he had received the key from the toads. Naruto scrutinized Kushina before him. It appeared that the first layer of the 8 trigram seal had been breached, awakening Kushina's chakra. Furthermore, he sensed that the chakra seal that had been placed upon him was also lifted. This must all be the doing of Kushina. You need not be so wary of me. I am not your enemy. Observing Kushina's expression, Naruto could tell she was unsure of how to respond to his guarded gaze. Of course, he understood that Kushina was not an adversary. Yet, to the current Naruto, he could hardly be considered a good person in her eyes. I have questions that require answers, and I hope you can provide them, Naruto said, shaking off Kushina's hand. Taken aback by Naruto's clear delineation of boundaries, Kushina's gaze momentarily dimmed. However, she quickly regained her composure, smiling gently as she replied, "Ask away. I shall tell you everything I know." Naruto observed her expression, the nine tails. "You have successfully subdued it, haven't you? What means did you employ?" "The sealing technique known as the adamantine sealing chains, a technique of the Uzumaki clan," Kushina responded. Although Naruto's demeanor was distant, the reality that she could converse with her grown child, now lost to this world, brought her a bittersweet solace. She did not dare to wish for more. "I have another question." Recognizing the contemplation in Kushina's eyes, Naruto, however, chose to remain indifferent. Kushina maintained her attentive demeanor, eager to hear whatever Naruto would say. Yet, his second inquiry left her momentarily speechless. "If you were to battle me with the remaining chakra you possess, could I prevail against you?" Naruto's words were laced with an icy detachment. He did not regard Kushina as a mother, but as an impending opponent. He was acutely aware of her feelings, rooted in a mother's endless sense of indebtedness to her child. Kushina would surely answer truthfully. Thus, he disregarded her emotions and posed the question he yearned to know. He sought freedom from the constraints of Konoha Tsukumi, yet found himself ensnared once more by the troublesome sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Kushina gazed at Naruto, hesitating to respond. Naruto, however, remained patient, for he had long been accustomed to waiting. Otherwise, he would not have bided his time for the right moment to defect from Konoha. Yet, as reality would show, excessive patience might yield neither the desired outcome nor avoid the troubling Konoha Tsukumi. A mother could never truly fight against her own child. Finally, Kushina answered Naruto's question, her reply seemingly disconnected from his inquiry, yet resonating with the words he longed to hear. "If you wish to end my life, I shall not resist." Kushina suddenly reached out, scratching her face with her fingertip, correcting her earlier statement with a soft laugh. "However, I have long since perished. Now, I am but a manifestation of chakra." Yet as her laughter faded, a wave of sorrow enveloped her. "Naruto, how you have endured all these years. I am sorry I failed in my duties as a mother. I regret not being able to give you the love that was rightfully yours and instead imposing my own pain upon you. I apologize for the suffering you have endured, for living in such a state of anguish and humility. It is only natural that you harbor resentment towards me. However, regardless of the choices you make moving forward, I will support you. Whether you become Hokage or choose to leave Konoha, I will stand by you, for you are my son. And also, do not harbor hatred for your father. He has his own responsibilities, but Naruto, he, like me, loves you dearly." Kushina took Naruto's hand once more, channeling her chakra to reconstitute the 8 trigram seal that would contain the 9 tails. "I was meant to appear when you received the key that Minato prepared for you, to assist you in mastering the 9 tails. However, since you are facing this situation, I have manifested directly. The current you is not yet capable of controlling the 9 tails, so the seal remains necessary. However, I cannot assist you again. Without the key, you certainly will not venture to Mount Myaboku, will you? Therefore, I have reinforced the seal to grant you more time to devise alternative methods to control the 9 tails. This time, I have extracted a considerable amount of the 9 tails chakra for your use with the adamantine sealing chains, but this will be the only occasion. My chakra will soon dissipate, and I worry, Naruto. I am deeply concerned that once my chakra is gone, you will not be able to control the 9 tails successfully." Having spoken at length, Kushina finally steadied her emotions. Hesitating, she approached Naruto slowly, confirming that he did not recoil from her proximity. As her chakra began to fade, she embraced him, whispering the words that had long been choked in her throat since her death 12 years prior, words she had yearned to convey for over a decade. "Naruto, I love you." Chapter 62. The Battlefield Intrusion in the Forests of Konoha, Team 10, executing Kakashi's orders, navigated the treetops under the guidance of the ninja dog, Pakin. "What is the current situation? How far are we from Sakura and Sasuke?" Shikamaru inquired of Pakin. Pakin's keen sense of smell had previously detected 2 enemy squads from a distance, allowing Team 10 to successfully evade confrontation. However, this choice had also widened the gap between them and Sakura and Sasuke. "We are not close, but not too far either. The speed of the 3 from Sunagakure has slowed, and Sakura's scent has merged with Sasuke's. They must have successfully met." Pakin sniffed, able to discern various details solely through scent. Yet upon hearing Pakin's response, Shikamaru furrowed his brow. Their earlier detour had only served to increase the distance between Sasuke and Sakura. The situation was developing into a troublesome predicament. The Sunagakure forces had likely become aware of Sasuke and Sakura's pursuit. Shikamaru concluded, glancing at Ino and Choji, "We need to hasten our pace." Ino and Choji exchanged glances. Shikamaru seldom erred in judgment, and his current anxiety indicated that matters were becoming increasingly precarious. Yet, just as Shikamaru urged Ino and Choji to quicken their steps, Pakken, who was responsible for leading the way, suddenly halted. "Pakken, what's wrong? Why have you stopped now?" Without Parker's guidance, Team 10 could only halt in this critical moment. Ahead, an overwhelming surge of chakra suddenly manifested. At least 3 ninja squads encircled this immense chakra. Parker offered an explanation for its abrupt stop. Yet the reasoning was truly alarming. 12 individuals. Why were so many ninjas congregated in this forest? Are they foes? What is this tremendous chakra you speak of? Shikamaru was astonished by Parker's response. He had just experienced Parker's scouting ability. Given Parker's keen sense of smell, it was rather peculiar that it did not initially detect the enemies ahead of Team 10. This indicated that the adversaries possessed a sensory, cloaking ability. Yet, if they could obscure their presence, how could Parker suddenly discern their existence? Parker merely widened its black, canine nostrils, inhaling deeply the surrounding air. The subsequent revelation left Shikamaru even more perplexed. The chakra from those 3 ninja squads and the immense chakra had vanished entirely moments ago. Even Parker seemed incredulous about the information its sense of smell provided. It turned to the 3 members of Team 10 and stated, "I detected the scent of that little brat named Naruto Uzumaki under Kakashi's command." Upon hearing Parker's words, the 3 members of Team 10 were momentarily stunned. The forest was a chaotic scene of toppled trees. Beside Naruto lay a disarray of ninja corpses. These bodies resembled those of Konoha Zanbu. But the subtle differences made Naruto realize that these ninjas were actually from the root organization, controlled by Danzo. Naruto also noted the formation on the ground. It was still the reverse summoning technique. It appeared that these root members were preparing to jointly imprison the Nine Tails within the formation, aiming to unleash the rampaging beast into the residential area of Konoha. This aligned well with Danzo's character, who disregarded the lives of others. In the original narrative, to preserve what he deemed the most crucial asset of Konoha's combat strength, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Danzo would eliminate the communication toad linking to Miyaboka Mountain. To eliminate Tsunade, his political adversary, he allowed Pain's invasion of Konoha. For Danzo, the residents of Konoha and the ninja from the 3rd Hokage's faction were merely weak beings that needed reform and sacrifice in this era of peace. However, Naruto, in his tailed beast transformation, unexpectedly broke free from the control of the Kotoeme Tsukumi, catching the root members off guard, who had already infused chakra into the summoning formation. With the assistance of Kushina's chakra, Naruto seized back control of his body, but he remained somewhat disoriented by the external events. Still in his tailed beast state, he instinctively followed his body's crisis instincts, swiftly annihilating the members of Root. After a final farewell with Kushina's chakra, the reconstructed 8-trigram seal restored Naruto to his original form. Nonetheless, he appeared quite disheveled, drenched in blood. Naruto's skin and muscles had endured a vicious cycle of injury and healing throughout the tailed beast transformation. The Nine Tails chakra was overwhelmingly aggressive, even as its Jinchuriki. Naruto struggled to withstand the toll it exacted on his body. Had it not been for Kushina's chakra intervening to restrain the Nine Tails, Naruto would have undoubtedly perished from the excessive drain on his physical capabilities. Yet, even having survived the crises of Kotoeme Tsukumi's control and the Nine Tails rampage, Naruto was far from secure. Although Kushina had lifted the chakra seal on him, the side effects from the failed Sage mode due to the Nine Tails chakra still lingered. He remained unable to utilize his chakra and could not temporarily absorb natural energy to enter Sage mode again. The only chakra available to him was the massive Nine Tails chakra forcibly extracted by Kushina from the beast within his consciousness space. While this chakra allowed Naruto to use it freely without the Nine Tails influence, he still could not control the beast. Without Kushina, he had no means to replenish the Nine Tails chakra. This implied that should he encounter a battle next, he would only deplete his chakra without the ability to restore it. No matter how substantial his reserves, they could not endure such a one-way loss. Contemplating his next actions, Naruto resolved to judiciously use this Nine Tails chakra until the side effects of his failed Sage mode subsided. In his reflections, Naruto finally realized that his sensory range was no longer restricted. In the next moment, 3 individuals and a dog appeared before him. Naruto? Ino gazed at Naruto, who resembled a blood-soaked figure, while the fallen ninjas around them bore witness to his recent ordeals. Shikamaru, however, was more astute. He noted that the number of deceased ninjas precisely matched the 3 ninja squads Parker had mentioned. Furthermore, these fallen ninjas were not invading from the sand or sound, but were indeed Konoha's own. Shikamaru detected an anomaly. Parker had clearly stated that the ninja squads were surrounding the immense chakra. Could it be that these deceased ninjas had been confronting Naruto beforehand? Naruto, what just transpired here? Shikamaru inquired. Yet, Naruto disregarded Shikamaru, fixing his gaze instead upon Ino. His expression bore no trace of emotion, only a chilling coldness. Naruto was deep in thought, contemplating the threat posed by Yamanaka Ino. As the future heir of the Yamanaka clan, one of Konoha's Ino Shikicho trio, her potential growth far surpassed that of Yamanaka Fu. In the original story, Yamanaka Ino had contributed significantly to the Ninja Alliance. The troubles brought by Yamanaka Fu had already made Naruto acutely aware of the strategic significance of the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques. Allowing Yamanaka Ino to grow unimpeded was as unlikely as refraining from eliminating Kabuto during the Chunin exams. Had he not acted against Kabuto during that time, Naruto was certain he would not have found himself in such an unusual predicament now. Nevertheless, Naruto did not regret his choices to this day. He had successfully evaded Danzo's schemes, which indicated that he had borne the consequences of killing Kabuto. Next, Naruto aimed to reap the endless benefits that would come from that act. The death of Yamanaka Ino would equate to the death of Kabuto for Naruto. Having narrowly escaped Danzo's machinations, Naruto was now racing against time to utilize the advantage of his intelligence to flee Konoha. He certainly would not waste time dealing with Yamanaka Ino. Yet, Yamanaka Ino appeared to have arrived precisely at the moment for her demise at Naruto's hands. Given this situation, what reason remained for him not to kill her? However, Naruto did not strike at Yamanaka Ino. His gaze fell upon the ground by his feet, where his shadow intertwined with Shikamaru's. Shikamaru, why are you using the shadow bind technique on me? Naruto's body stiffened as he looked at Shikamaru, who was casting the secret technique. I wanted to ask you the same thing, Shikamaru said, concentrating all his mental energy to suppress Naruto's resistance. Naruto, why do you look prepared to kill Ino? You ask why I wear such an expression? I thought someone as clever as you would be perceptive enough to deduce that it is precisely because I intend to kill her. Naruto locked eyes with Shikamaru, his gaze dark and foreboding, and Shikamaru understood that Naruto's words bore no hint of deceit. In all honesty, Shikamaru could sense that Naruto's words bore no trace of hatred for Ino. It was not due to any prior conflict between them that led Naruto to contemplate killing her. Rather, Naruto's decision stemmed from a rational assessment, concluding that eliminating Ino would be the optimal choice for him. But what could possibly justify this? Why would Naruto wish to take Ino's life? Shikamaru found himself perplexed, reluctant to delve into such troubling matters. Yet he was invariably the one who made decisions when faced with dilemmas. It seems you've fallen under an illusion and lost your clarity. Shikamaru chastised Naruto's actions, inadvertently alluding to Naruto's earlier experiences. However, Naruto had long since escaped the illusion and was now entirely lucid. Then, Shikamaru shouted to Ino and Choji, Ino, I have gained control over Naruto's body. Use your mind transfer jutsu to seize his consciousness. Choji charged at Naruto with his body expansion technique, rendering him powerless. After delegating the tasks, Shikamaru turned to Naruto and said, Forgive me, Naruto. You'll need to stay in the Konoha hospital for a while. But once your illusion is lifted, I promise to visit you daily. I won't mind the trouble. Naruto did not respond, his gaze fixed on Ino. The posture she assumed was hauntingly familiar, bringing back painful memories from his encounters with the Yamanaka clan. Ino, if you use that technique on me, I can assure you that soon you will beg me to end your life. Naruto's threat left Ino breathless with fear, unable to comprehend why his demeanor had shifted so drastically. A standoff ensued between Naruto and Team 10, though it lasted mere moments, fleeting as Ino's impending demise loomed. Yet, in an instant, a surge of chakra, swifter than the blink of an eye, caused Naruto to relinquish the thought of killing Ino. He had been racing against time, and a moment more pressing than Ino's death emerged from that same fleeting burst of chakra in the forest. The shadow bind technique faltered, and Naruto vanished before Team 10's eyes. Shikamaru gasped in alarm. Choji, protect Ino. With that, he abandoned the confrontation and rushed toward Ino, fearing that engaging Naruto might give him the opportunity to kill her. But the anticipated attack never materialized. Naruto had truly disappeared. A peculiar chakra enveloped Gaara, emanating an astonishing aura. Even with Sasuke's cursed mark enhancing his chakra, he struggled to maintain his grip on the tree trunk against Gaara's overwhelming presence. Sasuke's Sharingan discerned clearly that Gaara's chakra had intensified, transforming him entirely. Gaara had morphed from a human into a grotesque beast seemingly composed of sand. "Hey, that woman over there, what is happening to your companion?" Sasuke questioned Temari, who stood beside Gaara. Yet, Temari remained silent. Fear etched on her face as she clutched the unconscious Kankuro tightly against her. Without an answer from Temari, Sasuke was left to draw his own conclusions. Should they continue to battle Gaara? It was evident to anyone that something was amiss with him. Sasuke had little confidence in his ability to confront Gaara now. In their earlier fight, Sakura had exhausted her chakra to create opportunities for Sasuke, and now she too was running low. Sasuke, though he still possessed the Cursed Mark's chakra, was acutely aware of its limitations. Kakashi had once cautioned Sasuke about over-relying on the Cursed Mark, warning of its irreversible effects. Sasuke understood that the chakra provided by the mark would not sustain him for long. Depleting it would lead to dire consequences. Damn it, what should I do now? Don't even think about fleeing, Uchiha Sasuke. Witness what a true monster is. Gaara's beastly form spoke, forming hand seals. Sleep technique. Gaara prepared to summon the true monster within him. Sakura, we need to get out of here. Sasuke, alerted by his Sharingan to the overwhelming chakra emanating from Gaara, made a split-second decision to escape with Sakura. But then, he abruptly halted. Naruto appeared beside Temari. Naruto? Sasuke, Sakura. And Temari regarded the sudden arrival of Naruto on the battlefield with varying tones of surprise. However, Naruto paid them no mind. Temari was the first to notice something was amiss. Naruto reacted swiftly, kicking Temari aside along with the unconscious Kankuro in her arms. Temari collided with a tree, the force of the impact rendering her unconscious. Chapter 63. A parting gift. Naruto, what are you doing? Naruto's arrival should have been a perfect opportunity to aid Sasuke and Sakura in their battle against Gaara. Yet, Sasuke felt an instinctive unease. Although Naruto's appearance might seem like a rapid body flicker technique to the untrained eye, Sasuke, with his Sharingan, understood that Naruto's chakra materialized directly from nothingness to reality. With a kick, he sent the invading sand village enemy flying. Isn't it normal to attack the enemy? Naruto reiterated his actions, addressing Sasuke's doubts. But his focus remained on the slumbering Gaara, or more precisely, the tailed beast-sized Gaara. Sleep technique. Finally, Naruto diverted his gaze, glancing at Sasuke, whose body was marred by black, cursed marks. I never imagined you could force Gaara into such a dire situation. But this suited Naruto's intentions perfectly. He extended a hand to touch Gaara's sandy form, the Nine-Tails Crimson Chakra disrupting the cohesion of the One-Tails Chakra within him, delaying Shikaku's awakening. Gaara shed his sandy exterior, reverting to his true self, though still trapped in the effects of the sleep technique, his eyes closed in slumber. With his other hand, Naruto formed seals, creating 4 shadow clones. The first 3 clones appeared and vanished almost instantaneously. Sasuke observed the emergence and disappearance of the shadow clones, recognizing it as a spatial transformation. He glanced at the hand controlling Gaara and then at the 4th shadow clone remaining beside Naruto's true form. Naruto, did you summon those clones to guard against Sakura and me? Though Sasuke was reluctant to believe it, his instincts warned him that Naruto's actions indicated he viewed them as adversaries. Sasuke, why would you say that? Sakura may not possess the keen intuition of Sasuke, yet she discerned the subtle atmosphere enveloping the 3 members of Team 7 at that moment. This prompted her to instinctively inquire about Sasuke's judgment rather than defend Naruto. Naruto remained silent, and Sasuke had no means of grasping Naruto's thoughts at that instant. Suddenly, several figures appeared around Team 7, their positioning subtly indicating an intent to encircle them. Umbu, why are they here? Sasuke noted their attire, the Umbu vests and the animal masks obscuring their identities. Why would Umbu suddenly manifest in this location? However, Sasuke quickly realized he had misjudged the identities of these ninjas. The Nine-Tails has been detected. The one-tailed Jinchuriki from Sunagakure is also present, along with a member of the Uchiha clan. One masked ninja regarded Naruto and Gaara, acknowledging them as well as Sasuke. First, set up the barrier. Another masked ninja commanded. They are not Umbu. Sasuke sensed the hostility emanating from these masked figures. Who could they possibly be? You root members are quite persistent, Naruto remarked, reluctantly releasing his grip on Gaara. In the next moment, both Naruto's real body and his shadow clone vanished from beside Gaara. Has he fled the battlefield? No, on the ground. All eyes turned toward the forest floor, where the vanished Naruto stood beside the unconscious Temari. Do not let him escape, commanded what appeared to be the team leader among the masked ninjas. I won't be going anywhere. But I doubt you have the time to deal with me right now, Naruto declared, standing his ground, seemingly embodying a principle of consistency between his words and actions. Hey, the one-tailed Jinchuriki seems off. With Naruto's alert, the root ninjas noticed Gaara beginning to transform into his tailed beast form once more. Sasuke, with his Sharingan, reacted swiftly, pulling the low chakra Sakura away from Gaara. Sasuke's assessment was astute and decisive. The sand enveloping Gaara's body expanded instantaneously into a colossal form. A massive raccoon dog, adorned with an exceedingly long tail, emerged within the forest. Towering trees appeared diminutive before this giant creature. The fully transformed one-tail has arrived. Ha! I'm finally out. Gaara, suppressing his consciousness with a feigned slumber technique, allowed the one-tail to awaken briefly. It emitted a sharp, piercing laugh, taking notice of the ninjas in the forest. What a delightful welcome. Someone's here to fight me right away. As it roared, the one-tail's belly swelled into a spherical shape, gathering vast amounts of chakra within. Wind release, vacuum sphere. The one-tail expelled the amassed chakra from its mouth, forming a formidable wind sphere. Just as Naruto had mentioned earlier, the one-tail's emergence meant the root members were now preoccupied, unable to attend to Naruto. Meanwhile, two shadow clones of Naruto, having utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the Konoha residential area, reappeared at the Ichiraku ramen shop. We are closing for the day, Tuchi remarked, bewildered by the sudden appearance of two identical Narutos amidst the chaos in Konoha. After all these years running Ichiraku ramen, has it truly become synonymous with Konoha? The shadow clones paid no heed to Tuchi's musings as they exited the shop, gazing toward the Hokage's office in the distance. Indeed, a barrier was present here as well. As Naruto was summoned back to the Konoha forest, the Hokage's office had also generated a barrier to prevent sensory perception. No significant issues. According to plan, prepare your summoning technique and await the opportune moment to seize the sealing book. I will handle the escape route, one shadow clone stated. The two clones exchanged glances before disappearing in front of the Ichiraku ramen shop. However, this time, their destinations were no longer the same. At the venue of the Chunin exam finals in Konoha, the duel arena, Kakashi helped the severely injured Noara Minato to his feet. Minato was riddled with wounds, his life hanging by a thread. Lee, Niji, and Tenten, get him to the hospital. This is not a battle you should be part of, Guy instructed, standing protectively in front of Kakashi and Minato. The trio accepted Minato from Kakashi, escorting him towards the hospital for urgent medical attention. That must be a bloodline limit. Using bones for attacks, is he from the Kagaya clan of the Land of Water? Guy observed, fixating on the white-haired boy standing beside Tsunezumaki. The Jonin Maki bore the remnants of a fierce battle, dust and blood marring his attire. Yet, the Kagaya boy, appearing around 14 or 15 years of age, was inexplicably pristine. This boy exhibited the strength of a Jonin, surpassing even Maki. Kakashi approached Guy's side. Noting that Maki was the captain of the Tsunagekyu's surprise assault team on Konoha, his prowess was beyond question. Yet, the strength of the Kagaya boy eclipsed that of Maki. Compared to this boy, the students from our respective ninja teams seem inadequate, Guy mused. We can commend our adversaries later. That boy's bloodline limit counters your taijutsu. You handle Maki. I'll take on that boy, Kakashi decided, adjusting his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan. Please, wait, the Kagaya boy suddenly interjected, addressing Kakashi and Guy with an amiable tone. If possible, how about we call for a ceasefire? Kamaru. Both Kakashi and Guy, along with Maki, were taken aback by the boy's unexpected proposal. The boy, Kagaya Kamaru, disregarded Maki's fury, even going so far as to explain the rationale behind his request for a truce. If you fear I may one day pose a greater threat to Konoha, there is no need for concern. I want to live to see that day. A month, 2 months, a day, or even 2 days. My life is nearing its end. You need not intervene. I am not far from death. The copy ninja of Konoha, Kakashi with his Sharingan, and the blue beast, Might Guy, battling me will only hasten my demise, which would be quite troublesome. In the absence of my teacher, Orochimaru, I am his last remaining support. Dying prematurely at such a critical juncture would only exacerbate Lord Orochimaru's troubles. Kamaru spoke of his impending death with an unnerving calmness. He showed no fear of his fate, merely concern for Orochimaru's inconvenience. And what if we refuse? Kakashi narrowed his eyes at Kamaru, recognizing that a powerful enemy unafraid of death, especially one possessing a bloodline limit, was always the most formidable. Should you refuse, I will die, Kamaru replied. Yet, this was not an act of submission. It was a testament to his strength. Dark, thorn-like cursed markings began to spread from Kamaru's chest. A curse mark? Kakashi was acutely aware of the origins of the patterns adorning Kamaru. He had been pondering ways to suppress the curse mark on Sasuke during this time. As the conversation unfolded, Kakashi and Guy overheard Kumaru's unfinished words. But I assure you, before my physical demise, I can indeed kill one of you. Kumaru's declarations were not mere bravado. He was not alone against Kakashi and Guy. As Maki stood by his side, should Kakashi and Guy reveal any weakness in battle, the fearless Kumaru would undoubtedly sacrifice his own life to eliminate either Kakashi or Guy. Such individuals should understand that death does not intimidate a ninja. Kakashi dismissed Kumaru's assertion, recognizing the threat he posed, especially as a subordinate of Orochimaru, who had previously attacked Konoha. I apologize. Please disregard my earlier remarks that may have seemed disparaging, Kumaru said, extending his hands as sharp bones protruded from his wrists. Despite being enemies, he displayed a remarkable respect for Kakashi and Guy, apologizing for his earlier indiscretion. He may be an enemy, but he is a decent fellow, Guy remarked unexpectedly. Kakashi, though silent, inwardly agreed with Guy's assessment of Kumaru. However, the battlefield was fraught with unpredictable circumstances. Kakashi, who had been intently observing Kumaru's white figure, suddenly found his presence obscured by a familiar yellow figure. Naruto. Why is Naruto here? Stunned by Naruto's sudden appearance, Kakashi failed to notice as Naruto raised his hand. Fingers poised towards Kakashi's Sharingan. Konoha whirlwind. Guy, gathering potent chakra in his leg, kicked Naruto away just as he attempted to seize Kakashi's Sharingan. The entire series of events unfolded in an instant. Kakashi, what were you just staring at? Guy rushed to check on Kakashi, relieved to find him unharmed. In the wake of this unexpected scene, Naruto's attack had also provided Kumaru with an opportunity to escape with Maki. It appeared that Kumaru's earlier claim of impending death was not a fabrication. He truly wished to avoid combat with Kakashi and Guy. The focus had shifted. Kakashi gazed incredulously at the Naruto whom Guy had just kicked away. He confirmed that Naruto's attempt to take his Sharingan was no illusion, no dream, but a stark reality. Sensing Kakashi's loss of combat awareness, Guy glared at the fallen Naruto, demanding, as Kakashi's student, why would you suddenly attack your own teacher? And what was that body flicker technique? Naruto, however, offered no reply, vanishing into a cloud of smoke, his shadow clone. Kakashi's gaze remained fixed on the fallen Ica Paradise, signed by the author Jiraiya, that had slipped from his ninja tool pouch, lost in contemplation. In the Konoha forest, Naruto sighed heavily while contending with a member of the Root organization. His face was etched with regret. It was no surprise that Might Guy, with his remarkable physical reflexes, managed to subdue the shadow clone that had teleported to Kakashi's side. Naruto had not anticipated that Guy would be so close to Kakashi. Typically, two powerful Jonin would disperse to maintain balance on the battlefield during an invasion of Konoha. It seems I am still devoid of the luck needed to seize the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet Naruto quickly reined in his emotions. His 4 shadow clones had one remaining by his side, while the other 3 returned to Konoha through the Flying Thunder God technique. Although the clone attempting to take Kakashi's Sharingan failed, the other 2 tasked with facilitating the retreat succeeded. The clone responsible for establishing the escape route reunited with the one handling the summoning technique, and once everything was arranged, it dispelled its jutsu. All information was relayed to Naruto, who remained in the Konoha forest. Naruto. Sakura, unable to continue fighting, was secured outside the battlefield as Sasuke approached Naruto, frowning at his peculiar behavior. What are you trying to achieve? Naruto glanced at the shadow clone that had been trailing him, which then vanished upon receiving a signal. Naruto, answer me. Sasuke, agitated, felt his Sharingan tremble. Ignoring Sasuke's inquiries, Naruto focused on the towering one-tail. His shadow clone had appeared atop the beast. Reverse summoning technique. The clone formed hand seals, pressing its hands onto One-Tail's head. In the blink of an eye, Both the clone and one tail vanished, confirming the success of the reverse summoning. Naruto's original body also disappeared under Sasuke's watchful gaze. At the Hokage rock, the head sculpture of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stood magnificent. Observing the havoc wreaked by One Tail within the residential district of Konoha, Naruto's shadow clone, responsible for the summoning technique, marveled at the sight. No time to waste here. After I disrupt the sensory barrier of the Hokage's office, you will seal the Book of Seals and use the Flying Thunder God to escape, while my original waits along the retreat path. The shadow clone that had accompanied One Tail to Konoha's residential area chastised the one that established the summoning technique. Understood. But before that, I am curious, how much chakra from the Nine Tails did the original infuse into you to incapacitate Konoha's ninja system, ensuring they have no strength left to pursue the escaping original? After dispatching the 3 clones, the original had reserved only enough chakra to activate the Flying Thunder God. All remaining Nine Tails chakra was contained within me. This gift will surely delight Danzo. As the words left his mouth, the Hokage rock was left with the shadow clone that had gathered nearly all the Nine Tails chakra from Kushina. A parting gift must not be meager. The shadow clone muttered to itself before forming hand seals, unleashing the chakra of the Nine Tails. Roar! The colossal Nine Tails fox materialized in the center of Konoha. Its 9 tails swept through the Hokage's office, and the barrier safeguarding the hidden chamber of the Book of Seals was disrupted by the infusion of Nine Tails chakra, throwing the barrier's operation into disarray. Damn fox! Recognizing a familiar presence, One Tail gathered a dark purple chakra sphere before its mouth, while the Nine Tails retaliated, forming a red-black chakra sphere of its own. These chakra spheres, or tailed beast balls, contained an immense destructive power. The impact of their collision soon demonstrated the sheer force of 2 tailed beast balls, obliterating nearly all of Konoha. Chapter 64. The Young Eagle Takes Flight. Interlude. Sasuke's perspective. The incessant ticking sound pierced Sasuke's ears in an excruciating manner. Sasuke opened his eyes to behold a ceiling of purest white. He lay upon a similarly immaculate bed within the confines of the Konoha hospital. The rhythmic ticking emanated from a life-monitoring device, its myriad wires intertwining as they extended towards the electrodes affixed to Sasuke's skin, continuously monitoring his vital signs. Why was he in a hospital? A wave of confusion washed over him as he attempted to rise from the bed, only to be met with excruciating pain coursing through his body with every movement. Every cell in his being cried out in agony. Do not move. You are severely injured. It is a miracle you survived, a familiar voice admonished. Sasuke turned towards the source of the sound, finding Kakashi, the leader of Team 7, standing at the doorway. Beside Kakashi stood Sakura, his teammate, who had come to visit him. What did it mean to be injured? Sasuke noticed no missing limbs nor visible wounds on his body. You and Gaara battled until you nearly depleted your chakra. A ninja who exhausts their chakra faces death. Yet here you are, Kakashi continued, glancing at the cursed mark on Sasuke's neck. That mark, albeit barely, saved your life, but your body has suffered grave damage. You have been unconscious for a month. Upon Kakashi's revelation, Sasuke's mind finally cleared from the fog of his prolonged slumber. He recalled the events leading to his unconsciousness. At that moment, Gaara had transformed into a colossal tanuki, wreaking havoc in the forest, with the cursed mark barely allowing him to move. Sasuke had managed to evacuate the incapacitated Sakura from the chaos before returning alone to search for Naruto. Yet, Naruto had ignored him, not even sparing him a glance. Sasuke vaguely remembered Naruto abruptly vanishing before his eyes, while the rampaging tanuki had eliminated the surrounding ninja before disappearing as well. Ultimately, Sasuke could no longer withstand the toll on his body and had collapsed. Now, awakening in the hospital, he was confronted with the reality of a month having passed. A month? Sasuke thought incredulously. Kakashi confirmed the exact duration of his unconsciousness, and Sasuke's gaze shifted to Sakura. She kept her head bowed, fixated on the fruit basket she held, unwilling to meet his eyes. But what of Naruto? In this room, Naruto was conspicuously absent. His previous behavior had been so erratic. Sasuke worried that Naruto might have sustained injuries far worse than his own, preventing him from visiting. With such thoughts racing through his mind, Sasuke bore the pain in his body and mustered the strength to sit up, his heart rate spiking as the medical device began to beep urgently. Sakura hurriedly set down the fruit basket to assist him, while Kakashi remained stoic. Naruto should be fine, but I cannot say for certain, he said. His words laced with ambiguity, prompting a frown from Sasuke. Very well, this is an order from the 5th Hokage, officially designating Naruto Uzumaki, a former Leaf Ninja, as an S-rank rogue ninja. He has fled the village, and no one knows his whereabouts. The 5th Hokage? A rogue ninja? Sasuke pondered, perplexed by the sudden emergence of such terms after merely a month of unconsciousness. Kakashi, could you explain this more plainly? I am struggling to comprehend, he urged. Kakashi, taken aback by Sasuke's unwillingness to accept the harsh reality, found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Sakura remained silent throughout the exchange. Kakashi sighed internally, lamenting his own inadequacy as an adult, having allowed two young individuals to bear such heavy burdens. Allow me to explain this to the Uchiha boy, he resolved. Just then, a third visitor arrived at the hospital room, entering through the window. A tall figure with spiky white hair, adorned with a forehead protector and clad in a red coat. It was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Who are you? Sasuke inquired, having never met Jiraiya before. I am Naruto Uzumaki's master, Jiraiya replied, recognizing that Sasuke was more inclined to listen to Naruto's mentor than to the titles of the Sannin. Lord Jiraiya, what brings you here? Kakashi asked, surprised by Jiraiya's presence. Konoha was currently in a state of disarray, with all ninjas working tirelessly. Even Kakashi had seized this rare opportunity to visit Sasuke alongside Sakura. I was requested by Tsunade, the 5th Hokage. She mentioned that her student has been feeling troubled, and his academic progress has stagnated. However, she has been so overwhelmed with her new responsibilities as Hokage that she could not attend herself, so she sent me, one of her former students, to lend a hand. Jiraiya explained, turning his attention to Sakura. I will do my best to manage my emotions, and I will apologize to you and Shizune during class, Lord Jiraiya. I am truly sorry for troubling you. Sakura responded quickly, expressing her remorse. Jiraiya reassured her that Tsunade was not reprimanding her, but understood her feelings. As Hokage and your master, she wishes for you to express your worries freely. That is the message she wanted me to convey, he said, prompting Sakura to nod in silent agreement. After encouraging Sakura, Jiraiya redirected his focus to Sasuke. Let us begin with the current state of Konoha. The doctor had examined Sasuke's condition and, confirming there were no serious issues, transferred him to a ward where he would be monitored briefly before being discharged. Kakashi and Jiraiya did not linger long. As elite shinobi, their presence was urgently needed elsewhere in the village. Once they departed, only Sasuke remained, propped against his bed, while Sakura sat quietly in a chair before him. Silence enveloped the room as Sakura peeled an apple, while Sasuke gazed out the window, where he could see the state of Konoha more clearly. The once thriving streets filled with bustling life had vanished, leaving behind an expanse of desolation. It was Naruto who had brought Konoha to this state. Jiraiya's words echoed in Sasuke's mind, persistent and haunting. Suna and Odo, the 4th Kazekage, and Orochimaru. Officially, the attack on Konoha was attributed solely to Orochimaru, who had deceived the entire Suna village by masquerading as the 4th Kazekage. They had launched their assault during the finals of the Chunin exam. Orochimaru, in disguise as the 4th Kazekage, orchestrated the demise of the 3rd Hokage. Among the shinobi dispatched from the Sand Village for the exam was Gaara, the Jinchuriki of Shikaku. In a political and spiritual sense, Orochimaru obliterated the symbol of Konoha, the Hokage. Physically, the destruction of Konoha was wrought by Gaara, embodying the tailed beast, and Naruto. It was then that I realized Naruto was also a Jinchuriki. Sasuke lamented his late realization. During their time at the Ninja Academy, he never pondered why Naruto, despite committing no wrongdoing, was universally despised. He merely accepted Naruto's plight as a given, and, although he bore no animosity towards him, he never extended a hand of support, treating Naruto as a stranger. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly. It was only after graduating from the academy, when he and Naruto were assigned to Team 7, that he began to delve deeper into Naruto's character. Yet, it was too late. Were those words of camaraderie merely Naruto's facade? Sasuke recalled the masked ninjas who had suddenly surrounded Team 7 in the Forest of Death, their malice towards Naruto laid bare. Had Naruto truly lived in such a humble and pitiful manner within Konoha? Despicable. Sasuke raised his hand and struck the bed with force. He was unable to find answers. Had he discovered Naruto's anomalies sooner, Naruto could have revealed the truth to him. If he had only grown stronger, might Naruto have entrusted him more? Rather than harboring all his troubles in silence and resorting to the extreme choice of betrayal? Once again, Sasuke felt the weight of his own inadequacy. From the very beginning, during the mission in the Land of Waves, he was powerless against the rogue ninja Zabuza. In the Chunin exams, his Sharingan could not even perceive Rock Lee's taijutsu. In his battle against Gaara in the forest of Konoha, he had to borrow the power of cursed seals, yet he could not defeat Gaara. Sasuke found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt. Was it possible that he had not grown at all? How could someone like him, who was so pathetic, still arrogantly consider himself a revenger? He could not even perceive the suffering of his comrades, let alone share their pain. Sasuke spiraled deeper into a labyrinth of thoughts. Unable to find a way out, he hung his head, trembling. He could not prevent the departure of his friends. He was powerless to exact revenge on his brother. Sasuke sank deeper into the mire of self-doubt. Was there truly nothing he could do? At that moment, a beautifully sliced apple, its juicy flesh glistening, caught Sasuke's eye. The pale flesh seemed to be a guiding light within the maze, awakening him in an instant. "Sasuke, have some apple." Sakura's voice prompted him to turn instinctively. She noticed the rare expression on his face. Sasuke's brows were furrowed, his gaze vacant, his demeanor forlorn and sorrowful. "That expression does not suit you, Sasuke." Sakura smiled gently, lifting the porcelain dish. "Overthinking will only delay your recovery. Eat an apple to lift your spirits." Sasuke stared at Sakura in a daze. Her smile was not forced. When had she become so strong? He took the dish from her hands, though he had not eaten in a long time. One would expect his body to react with hunger upon seeing food, yet he felt no appetite. He simply stared at the fruit for a long while before finally asking, "Sakura, what do you think about Naruto's departure?" After a moment's hesitation, he refrained from uttering the word betrayal. Yet, Naruto's actions were indeed a betrayal, and of the most heinous kind. He had attacked not only the ninjas of Konoha but also ordinary villagers. Sakura was well aware of this. Naruto had inflicted pain upon the hearts of the people of Konoha, and both Sasuke and Sakura felt that pain. "I don't know," Sakura replied. However, despite her admission of ignorance, she spoke at length. "I am different from Sasuke. When I was younger, I despised Naruto. But why? Why did I hate him? What had Naruto done to deserve my disdain? I was bullied for my wide forehead, so I was a disliked person myself. Why then did I choose to despise someone else who was also unloved?" Sasuke listened quietly to Sakura's revelations. For the children at the academy, disliking Naruto was the norm. They absorbed the disdain for Naruto from their parents, teachers, and peers without question. Thus, despite having no reason to hate Naruto and not understanding the adults' reasons for their disdain, they regarded him as a source of disease, a fearsome beast. Ino once told me I was cute when she gave me a bandage for my hair. I was so happy. It was the first time someone other than my parents liked me. Later, during flower arrangement class, Ino said I was a bud waiting to bloom. That was when I first understood the meaning of friendship. Sakura continued to share her past, recounting her journey to friendship with Ino. Being disliked had allowed her to attain the ordinary life she yearned for. Yet Naruto had never received anyone's affection, nor had he ever found a friend. He was ensnared in his own abnormalities day after day. This past month, I have been pondering, if someone had expressed their love for Naruto loudly before he committed these irreversible acts, would he have begun to see Konoha as something worth cherishing? Slowly, could we have changed him instead of him leaving Konoha with such ruthless resolve? Such an unrealistic fantasy seemed laughable, yet it persisted in her heart, impossible to suppress. That is why I want to become strong, very strong, at least as strong as my master, so I can share this fantasy with Naruto. I want to tell him that Konoha is not filled only with those who dislike him, but also with people like me who care for him. Although I once hated him without reason, my affection may disgust him, but I still want to convey it to him. If I can bring Naruto back, I will spend the rest of my life atoning with him. If I cannot bring him back, I will employ every means to eliminate him. Konoha's treatment of Naruto is undoubtedly wrong, but I cannot view Naruto's actions of destroying Konoha as justified. Though I am immature, I am still a ninja. A ninja need only walk resolutely along the path they believe in, atoning with Naruto or perishing with him. This is my ninja way. Finally, Sakura concluded her thoughts, and silence enveloped the hospital room. In the end, Sasuke voiced his agreement with Sakura's ninja way. "Sakura, your thoughts are not absurd. Those who have not experienced your feelings have no right to mock your path. I will bring Naruto back, by any means necessary." The reason why Team 7 is known as Team 7 is due to the presence of Kakashi-sensei and the bond shared among the three of us. Naruto, in the depths of the Forest of Death, has already demonstrated that the ties of Team 7 are indeed genuine. Even if these bonds may seem trivial to Naruto at present, the seedlings of these connections surely continue to flourish within his heart. I shall lend my support as well. Team 7 has always been united. Sakura vowed resolutely. Sasuke nodded, the burdens that had weighed upon his heart finally beginning to dissipate. Suddenly, he felt a pang of hunger. Grabbing a piece of fruit from the porcelain dish before him, he indulged heartily, at least in this moment. Both Sasuke and Sakura yearned for the shared future of Team 7. Yet, the life of a ninja is not as idyllic as one might imagine. Ninjas are individuals who must endure. They bear the pains, both physical and emotional, that ordinary people cannot fathom. September. A month has passed since the conclusion of the Chunin selection exams. It has been a month since Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, killed his master, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. A month has elapsed since the Sound and Sand villages united to execute their plan for the destruction of Konoha. It has been a month since the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, once a Konoha ninja but now an S-rank rogue ninja, Uzumaki Naruto, betrayed Konoha. Intelligence indicates that 2 members of the rogue ninja organization Akatsuki, the mist ninja Kisame Hashigaki and the rogue Uchiha Itachi, have appeared within the village. A week has passed since Akatsuki's emergence in Konoha. In the night, traces of a minor skirmish could be seen in a certain part of the village. Black curse marks, like flames, spread across Sasuke's body as he stood with great difficulty. While 4 individuals lay defeated at his feet, a boy, a girl, a hefty man, and a twin-headed creature. They were formidable members of Orochimaru's Sound Village, Kidamaru, Tia, Jirobo, and Sakan and Yukon. The 4 Sound ninjas, marked by curses, fell to Sasuke's prowess alone, while the defeated foes were not worthy of further attention. Sasuke's gaze was fixed intently on a white-haired boy observing the battle from a distance. You mentioned your name is Kimimaro? Your comrades have been vanquished by me. Now it is your turn to face me. Kimimaro, who had yet to engage, simply regarded Sasuke with calm indifference, expressing no desire to fight. No. You have already proven your strength. I shall not survive this night. Thus, my abilities will only be employed to resist the Konoha ninjas who attempt to take you away. Bowing slightly, Kimimaro acknowledged the hierarchy. He, the powerful one, was humbled before Sasuke, who stood as his superior. Kimimaro gazed at the red, 3-tomo Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes, which had evolved once more due to the impact of the curse's power during the battle. It was rare for the usually humble Kimimaro to exhibit envy. But he quickly concealed his emotions, addressing Sasuke. Very well, Sasuke-sama. Allow us, the 5 Sound ninjas, to escort you to Orochimaru-sama. In September, the Sound village once again stealthily infiltrated Konoha under the cloak of night. Everything that transpired throughout the night would be transformed into scrolls on the Hokage's desk by day. A top-secret report from the Hokage, Konoha Jonin, Hatake Kakashi, leads Team 7. Following Uzumaki Naruto's defection from Konoha, the last scion of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke, has confirmed his defection to Orochimaru. Chapter 65. The Blooming of Cherry Blossoms, Interlude. Sakura's perspective. The rain falling from the sky was not the torrential downpour that could drench one in an instant. However, to describe the rain as delicate threads or mist that gently caressed the face would be an inappropriate characterization. What could be affirmed was that this rain, neither too heavy nor too light, stirred a sense of discomfort in the hearts of those standing in its embrace. Naturally, Sakura's mood mirrored this unease. Beyond her irritation, a sense of confusion lingered deep within her. The experiences of the past 2 days felt dreamlike, and the sensations in her mind had lost their grip on reality. Yet, the cold rainwater that fell upon her served as a continuous reminder of the chilling truth. No matter how surreal her experiences may seem, they were inescapably real. Today marked the funeral of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Did the heavens weep for the passing of this great ninja who dedicated his life to Konoha? Gazing up at the stone visage of the 3rd Hokage on Hokage Rock, Sakura faced the rain. In the wake of Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha, a prominent crack marred the stone face of the 3rd Hokage. Or perhaps this rain was a punishment for the sins of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had devoted his life to the will of fire, now receiving final tributes amidst the drenching rain that extinguished flames. The outdoor memorial service was attended by Konoha ninjas who had survived the previous battle, though 2 were notably absent. Uchiha Sasuke, still in a state of unconsciousness after his battle with the Jinchuriki Gaara, hovered on the brink of life, and Uzumaki Naruto might never return to Konoha. Both were comrades of Sakura from Team 7. In this moment of longing, an unspoken sorrow enveloped Sakura. In the past, she would have likely succumbed to tears at such a moment. However, the sounds of others wailing broke through the rain, reaching Sakura's ears. At the third Hokage's funeral, everyone concealed their grief and pain within, allowing the rain to wash away these emotions in obscurity. Only a young boy, a few years old and still in ninja school, could weep freely without concern. He was Konohamaru, the grandson of the third Hokage. Standing beside Sakura, Ino remarked. Unlike Sakura, who came from a typical family and was witnessing Konohamaru for the first time at the funeral, Ino had some recollection of him. The Yamanaka clan, from which she hailed, had answered the first Hokage's call to join Konoha at its inception. The Yamanaka clan remains one of the prominent noble ninja clans in Konoha today. She was, after all, transitioning from a naive girl to a mature heir of the Yamanaka clan, gradually beginning to understand the political dynamics of Konoha alongside the clan elders. Shikamaru and Choji, who were in the same class as Ino, were similarly aware. Sakura held no interest in such matters. She had only briefly noticed Konohamaru because of his unabashed sobbing. As the grandson of the third Hokage, he could express a myriad of emotions without restraint, and everyone naturally cared for and cherished him. But, Ino, are you crying? Sakura noticed the expression on Ino's face. Ino was not shedding tears at that moment. Yet, the redness around her eyes indicated she had been crying for quite some time. She had hidden away in the shadows, grieving alone, fearful of drawing attention to her own distress amidst the already troubled hearts of those around her. No, I am not. Ino fervently denied, forcing a smile for Sakura. Sakura opened her mouth, her thoughts caught in her throat. She gazed intently at Ino for a while before silently averting her eyes. Sakura was well aware of the reason behind Ino's tears. Shikamaru had already shared the harrowing tale of their experience in the forest of Konoha. I'm sorry. Sakura remarked that all words of comfort ultimately distill into these three characters. What Ino faced was the unmasked desire of her comrades. Though she shared her days within the same village, to end her life. It was not merely Ino. Anyone would find such an emotional upheaval unbearable. Sakura felt a profound sense of helplessness, and the only recourse she had was to apologize to Ino on behalf of Naruto. Upon reflection, it was not entirely unfathomable that Naruto would harbor such animosity towards her. Yet, Ino, in a surprising turn, sought to console Sakura. Why utter such words? Sakura gasped in disbelief at Ino's statement. Regardless of Naruto's motives for wanting to eliminate Ino, and regardless of why he ultimately refrained from transforming that intent into reality, it was undeniable that Naruto was the aggressor, while Ino stood as the powerless victim. Why consider my feelings? Sakura gazed sorrowfully at Ino. However, the sorrow Sakura felt was not solely for Ino's consideration of her emotions. It was also a relinquishment of her rightful indignation towards Naruto's actions. Sakura mourned not just for Ino but also for her own lost joy. Ino's words liberated Sakura from the burden of choosing between Ino and Naruto, a choice that had once seemed insurmountable, and she found herself unexpectedly elated by this revelation. You must have heard about Naruto in the past couple of days, right? Ino quietly observed Sakura until her emotions stabilized slightly before posing the question. Sakura nodded. 2 days prior, the third Hokage had fallen in battle. The One Tail and the Nine Tails had simultaneously appeared, wreaking havoc and devastating much of Konoha. The One Tail was the tailed beast possessed by the Sand Village, used as a means to execute their plan of destruction against Konoha, with its Jinchuriki being Gaara, who infiltrated Konoha under the pretense of participating in the Chunin exams. The Nine Tails, on the other hand, was hosted by Naruto. Following the turmoil caused by the One Tail and Nine Tails, the truth of Naruto's origins, long shrouded in secrecy by the third Hokage's decree 12 years prior, had swiftly reached the ears of the Konoha populace. My father shared some insights regarding Naruto. Although I can sense that he has withheld many details, from what I have gathered, if I were truly Naruto, I would have left Konoha long before this. Ino's implication was clear. Sakura, having pieced together bits of gossip about Naruto over the past 2 days, would inevitably have a skewed understanding of the nuanced details. Ino had learned from her father, Yamenka Inoichi, that the animosity directed at Naruto was not merely a superficial resentment from the populace. It was compounded by the attitudes of Konoha's higher-ups. Through the investigations conducted by Team 10, they had uncovered the harsh reality of Naruto being hunted down. Sakura had also encountered those malevolent masked ninjas during her confrontation with Gaara, who held ill intentions towards Naruto. Ino's words left Sakura in a contemplative silence. To Naruto, Konoha offered no refuge, despite him being the son of a hero. Ino too turned her gaze towards Hokage Rock, her eyes fixating on the youthful visage of the fourth Hokage, the hero who protected Konoha, yet was loathed by it. At this juncture, Ino couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. I must be the most annoying person among those who despise Naruto, the one who can always manage to provoke his anger. She had even mocked him as a traitor. Suddenly, Ino paused, and after a long moment, she asked Sakura, "Have you made your decision?" Decision? Sakura did not immediately grasp the essence of Ino's inquiry. Your stance on Naruto, Ino clarified. I spent an entire night wallowing in self-pity and have come to understand Naruto's intent to kill me, yet I can no longer afford to make further concessions towards him. I am Ino Yamanaka, a proud member of the Yamanaka clan, which has held honor since the inception of Konoha. The pain inflicted upon Naruto by Konoha has been avenged by him in kind just 2 days ago. Hatred begets hatred. Yet to truly hate Naruto from the depths of my heart, I've attempted it, and I cannot. If I were to put myself in Naruto's shoes, I would likely have made the same choice, but I am not Naruto. Such hypotheticals lead only to futile discussions. I must categorically denounce his actions. I will steadfastly uphold my identity as a Konoha ninja in the face of Naruto's defection. Should I encounter him again, I will not hesitate to eliminate him for the future of Konoha, or, if I am outmatched, allow him to take my life. This was the resolute choice Ino made after a night of solitary tears, a testament to her enduring strength that Sakura admired deeply. Ino had always been like this, and Sakura understood her fortitude better than anyone. Once weak and unliked, she had been drawn to Ino's unwavering strength, finding solace in her presence. Yet this time, concerning her future stance towards Naruto, Sakura needed to carve out her own path. She had yet to make her choice. Regardless of what decision you arrive at, I will support you, but delaying your choice will only lead to boundless suffering, Ino concluded, falling into silence. It was now her turn to bid farewell to the departed third Hokage. Ino stepped away from the morning procession, leaving Sakura alone, much like the predicament she now faced. The life of a ninja is fraught with countless decisions that one must face alone, without the aid of others. The memorial service for the third Hokage finally came to an end. The subsequent burial ceremony required no involvement from Sakura and her team, being reserved for a select few relatives of the third Hokage. Upon departing the memorial site, Sakura found herself at a loss for what to do next. The familiar members of Team 10 needed to assist their families through this crisis in Konoha. Meanwhile, even as ninjas, the young ones like her would only succumb to illness if they remained out in the rain. Jiraiya approached Sakura, interrupting her thoughts as she stood drenched in the rain. Lord Jiraiya? Sakura was uncertain of Jiraiya's intentions in addressing her. Logically, one would expect powerful ninjas like him to be busy aiding the village at a time like this. Kakashi-sensei was so occupied that he only gleaned a brief update on Sasuke's situation from Sakura, hardly finding time to visit her personally. I've spoken with Kakashi, and you will accompany me on a mission, Jiraiya stated his purpose. The elite ninjas of Konoha certainly had their responsibilities. But what task could possibly necessitate the assistance of a low-ranking ninja like Sakura? Rest assured, it's not a combat mission. If you had to categorize it, it would be more of a search mission. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Sakura's eyes brightened. Alas, it was not as she had imagined. This mission did not entail tracking down Naruto. Although the One Tail was a tool used by Orochimaru in the plan to destroy Konoha, various intelligence reports indicated that the Sand Village had already abandoned the idea of using the One Tail to assault Konoha. It was Naruto who summoned the One Tail back to Konoha, utilizing the chakra of the Nine Tails to create shadow clones as a means to evade Konoha's pursuit of him. From the outcome, it is evident that he has indeed succeeded in rendering Konoha incapable of searching for him. Jiraiya glanced at Sakura and articulated the purpose of this mission. In the wake of the third Hokage's passing, it is imperative to promptly seek a new leader to restore tranquility to a leaderless Konoha, as well as to deter other nations from coveting the currently fragile state of the village. Our task is to locate the fifth Hokage. The fifth Hokage? Sakura felt a flicker of curiosity about the identity of the fifth Hokage Jiraiya mentioned. During this time, aside from the whispers surrounding Naruto's lineage, rumors have circulated that Jiraiya would succeed his mentor, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, as the fifth Hokage. However, from Jiraiya's expression, it seemed he was not the one in mind. Indeed, it is a woman of considerable beauty, though advanced in age, whose name you may have heard, Tsunade. One of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. But why must I partake in this mission? If Tsunade, renowned alongside Jiraiya, were to become the 5th Hokage, she would undoubtedly command respect. Or rather, given the current turmoil Konoha faces, Tsunade is the most suitable candidate among those qualified to assume the mantle of the 5th Hokage. Tsunade is not only the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju, but she has also achieved remarkable feats in the several ninja world wars. Furthermore, she is one of the rare medical ninjas renowned for saving the lives of fellow shinobi rather than taking them, acknowledged as the pinnacle of female ninjas. I have previously mentioned your innate talent for healing, and since I intend to bring Tsunade back, I thought to recommend you to her. Jiraiya spoke the truth, albeit stopping short of revealing everything to Sakura. He understood that approaching Tsunade alone would likely result in rejection, hence his decision to bring Sakura along. Currently, Sakura, much like Tsunade, is engulfed in her own uncertainty. Tsunade chose to abandon her responsibilities in Konoha amidst her confusion. However, Sakura has yet to make her choice. This is fortuitous, as Tsunade, with her penchant for gambling, would likely be eager to place her bets on Sakura's decision. Jiraiya felt confident in this regard. I refuse. In a bustling izakaya on Short Book Street, Tsunade slammed her cup onto the table, her face flushed from the alcohol. Hokage, and this little girl. I refuse it all. What a miscalculation. Jiraiya gently reassured the inebriated Tsunade, internally lamenting her obstinacy. Sakura merely observed Tsunade in silence. The 3 legendary Sannin are of similar age. Yet Tsunade appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly in her early 30s. Her youthfulness is not solely superficial. Her physique and skin embody the ripe maturity of womanhood. Her long, light yellow hair was tied back in twin ponytails, framing a healthy, fair face adorned with a distinctive mark on her forehead and lightly tinted lips. However, the most striking feature might be her ample bosom, which swayed enticingly beneath her green outer garment. Tsunade-sama, a woman with black hair in a black kimono, stood beside her, attempting to calm the agitated Tsunade. This woman, named Shizune, had already introduced herself. She cradled a small, pink pig named Tun-Tun. Listen, Tsunade. I previously mentioned the crisis Konoha faces. No one is more suited to succeed as the 5th Hokage than you. That's enough. The Hokage is a position you lot treat as a treasure. Tsunade narrowed her eyes at Jiraiya. I have come to admire the 4th Hokage's child, who pretends to aspire to be Hokage while effortlessly manipulating you all. At least he won't meet a premature demise like his father did for the sake of hollow glory. Tsunade, being inebriated is no excuse for your reckless words. The pain Naruto has brought to Konoha cannot be healed in a short span. Did you not just say that if Hiruzen-sensei had genuinely committed to protecting him, Konoha's suffering could have been averted? Tsunade, however, dismissed Jiraiya's warnings entirely. Ultimately, those who aspire to become Hokage become arrogant and self-righteous, viewing others from a lofty perspective and believing everyone should conform to their whims. Her grandfather was like that, the 2nd Hokage Tobirama Senju, the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. All shared this trait. Even your most cherished disciple, the 4th Hokage, willingly sealed the 9 tails within his own child. A hero who ultimately destroyed the village he sought to protect in another manner. What is Hokage, Jiraiya? A Hokage is meant to protect the village. Take that platitude to convince the young girl beside you. Hasn't Uchiha Madara, the gold and silver brothers of the Cloud Village, the 9 tails, and Orochimaru all brought calamities, either directly or indirectly, upon the village? Who knows, perhaps if I were to become Hokage, another crisis would befall Konoha. Tsunade interrupted Jiraiya. Her life experience is as rich as his, filled with joy, pain, and sorrow, everything imaginable. The notion of protecting the village seems like a curse, bringing unrest to the very place it is meant to safeguard. Those who aspire to be Hokage or have become Hokage invariably meet grim fates. In her final words, Tsunade abruptly ceased her debate with Jiraiya. She shook the now empty sake bottle and shouted, "Boss, more sake." Jiraiya exhaled deeply, feeling inexplicably weary. You have changed so much, Tsunade. And you not at all. You are more inclined to heed the prophecies of the great toad sage of Myaboku than to trust in people. Believing your disciple will be the child of prophecy, she retorted. Both Tsunade and the already defected Orochimaru were aware of Jiraiya's quest for the child of prophecy, who could reshape the ninja world. Once, there was Nagato, the 4th Hokage, and now Naruto. his 3 disciples, the first 2 reduced to mere memories, while the last, Naruto Uzumaki, a Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, possesses sufficient strength to instigate change in the ninja world. However, considering his actions towards Konoha, such change would undoubtedly not align with Jiraiya's hopes. The waitress delivered a full sake bottle to Tsunade, who poured herself another cup. She drank it in one go and refilled her glass, then poured another for Jiraiya, stating, "Return, Jiraiya. You cannot persuade me." "I am well aware that I cannot convince you," Jiraiya replied, raising his own cup. Unlike Tsunade's hearty drink, he merely took a delicate sip. His gaze turned toward Sakura, who, along with Tsunade, now fixed her bleary eyes upon the young girl. Since entering the izakaya, Sakura had remained silent, listening intently to the heated exchange about Hokage between Tsunade and Jiraiya, a stark contrast to the reverence typically displayed by Konoha's shinobi towards the Hokage. "Thus, you have chosen this young girl, Haruno Sakura, as a persuasive ally to sway me. You previously mentioned her as someone who might be oblivious, perhaps intoxicated or simply disregarded by Tsunade." The introduction that Jiraiya provided left Tsunade with only a name. "She is a companion of Naruto from the same ninja class, akin to the part of you that is lost, or perhaps not. I wager she can convince you." Jiraiya's words plunged Tsunade into contemplation as she replenished her drink. It appears that this young girl, experiencing her first stirrings of love, has chosen a rogue ninja. Your taste in men is rather questionable. In the blink of an eye, the flask Tsunade had just filled was once again empty. Her remarks grew increasingly nonsensical. "Let go of that guy. I could leverage my former connections to introduce you to some remarkable young talents in Konoha." "Tsunade," Jiraiya interjected, frowning at her reckless musings. He could not tolerate Tsunade's self-destructive demeanor. Before he could articulate further, Sakura spoke up. "So, in your eyes, Lady Tsunade, the Hokage is unjust. Is that right? Is the Hokage just in your view?" Tsunade would never relinquish the floor to a mere girl. She repeated Sakura's question back at her. The girl brought by Jiraiya undoubtedly shares his sentiments. It is likely that she believes the Hokage must endure painful sacrifices that cannot persuade anyone. I find it unjust. Yet Sakura's response leaned more towards Tsunade's perspective. "Jiraiya, the ally you have high hopes for has now tipped the scales in my favor 2-1. With her elbow propped on the table, Tsunade swayed the flask, her fingers gripping its neck. Observing Jiraiya, who was at a loss for words, Tsunade teased. "Hence, I say, no one truly wishes to become Hokage. Yet I aspire to be Hokage." Sakura's declaration was startling. Both Tsunade and Jiraiya had not anticipated such words from her. It is precisely because of the injustice that change is necessary. Sakura locked her gaze with Tsunade's and suddenly asked, "Lady Tsunade, do you cry often?" "Why do you ask?" "Because I, Haruno Sakura, am a person who weeps quite a lot. Through countless tears, I have recognized my own weaknesses. Crying allows me to accept my frailty without shame, indulging in the protection of others. As long as I cry and proclaim my awakening, asserting my readiness for change, I can deceive not just myself but everyone around me into believing in this awakening. Change. These conclusions, which cannot be manifested within a specific time frame, I can recite time and again without a hint of embarrassment. However, tears will not compel others to pause on their chosen paths out of pity. Once my cries become tiresome, I will understand the tragic nature of weakness. Drowning in the fantasy of obtaining everything without effort, I ultimately find myself capable of nothing. The essence of this world is harsh. Ninjas abide by the law of the jungle. The weak never receive protection. They are not even afforded the privilege to weep. The more one wallows in self-pity, the less deserving one becomes of others' sympathy. Naruto chose to become strong through extreme measures. He rejected the Hokage, whom I hold dear, not wishing to sever ties with Naruto. Yet I cannot blindly follow his path, for there are many I cherish in Konoha. Thus, I think if Naruto denies the unjust Hokage, then I shall become Hokage myself and transform the role, ensuring Naruto acknowledges the Hokage. This is Sakura's resolve. She truly cannot forsake her bond with Naruto, even if it means little to him. I was unaware that Jiraiya intended for me to persuade you to succeed as the 5th Hokage. Sakura began to share her first impression of Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, your relentless criticism of the past Hokages reveals your insight into their flaws, yet you have never offered even a single suggestion for improvement or avoidance. Given your views on the Hokage, it seems to me you would exacerbate Naruto's denial of the position. This would only solidify his conviction in the righteousness of the misguided path he currently treads. Therefore, from the depths of my heart, I implore you, Lady Tsunade, I do not wish for you to become the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya remained silent, while Tsunade scoffed. With a sudden movement, she stood up. In that moment, she summoned her chakra to expel the alcohol from her system. Her flushed face regained its radiance, her eyes sparkling with vigor. She tossed down the payment for her drinks and departed without uttering a word. Tsunade, wait for me. Ino hurriedly followed with her piglet in tow. Hey, Tsunade, where are you going? Jiraiya called out urgently. To Konoha, Tsunade replied, her gaze falling on Sakura. Haruno Sakura, prepare yourself. My training will be rigorous. However, you may prove to be a worthy disciple. In Konoha, at the confectionery shop, 2 mysterious patrons, wearing conical hats and cloaked in black embroidered with red clouds, sat in an unassuming corner. Before them lay the shop's signature desserts. One of them, with crimson eyes, observed 2 young girls at a nearby table. So during this time, you and Jiraiya left the village to find Lady Tsunade to succeed as the 5th Hokage and became her disciple. Ino reflected on the peculiar experience of Sakura becoming Tsunade's apprentice. She swallowed a mochi ball and exclaimed, Occasionally indulging in sweets without concern for weight is always a delightful experience. Relishing the treat, Ino then turned to Sakura and inquired, So, regarding your stance on Naruto, you and Sasuke have made a decision, correct? Yes, my thoughts align with Ino's. Sasuke also wishes to bring Naruto back. Sakura nodded. I will help you, after all. We are good friends. Ino smiled warmly at Sakura. By the way, has Sasuke been discharged yet? Not yet. But the doctor mentioned he could be released by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Recently, there have been too many patients in Konoha. The doctors are considering moving patients like Sasuke, who are only mildly ill, to observation rooms to free up space for those in critical condition. I haven't had the chance to visit him yet. However, I don't have much time today. Perhaps I will invite Choji and Shikamaru to throw a celebration for Sasuke's discharge. I will check with Sasuke for his thoughts on that. During the days Konoha lay in ruins, these 2 young girls experienced a rare moment of carefree joy as they listened to Ino and Sakura's simple yet heartwarming conversations. Observing them, the owner of the crimson eyes, Uchiha Itachi, withdrew his gaze from the 3-tomo Sharingan. It seems that savoring the food from one's homeland brings you great joy, Itachi-san, remarked his companion, the shark-like Kisame, who noted the subtle changes in Itachi's otherwise expressionless face. Perhaps, Uchiha Itachi neither denies nor affirms the situation. However, he did not expect that 2 of the legendary Sannin currently reside in Konoha. Mr. Itachi, it would be prudent to confirm the powers you require before they discover your presence. Kisame also took note of Ino and Sakura's conversation and made a suggestion to Itachi. Let us proceed. Itachi gestured with his hand, adjusting the straw hat atop his head. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki vanished from their seats in the sweet shop. Chapter 1. Hozuki Castle. In the world of ninjas, aside from the prisons overseen by each nation's ninja villages, there exists a particularly unique joint prison. This facility houses not only criminals from the 5 great nations, but also a myriad of rogue ninjas. This joint prison is known as Hozuki Castle. Established on an isolated island surrounded by treacherous seas, it is designed to be an escape-proof fortress. Despite its fearsome reputation, the inmates of Hozuki Castle are predominantly mediocre ninjas. Far from the elite. In the realm of ninjas, the value of intelligence can determine the fate of individuals, clans, or even entire nations. The very concept of a joint prison that houses ninjas from various nations contradicts the fundamental principles upheld in the ninja world. Thus, the notorious reputation of Hozuki Castle pertains to the prison itself rather than the ninjas it contains. The inmates are primarily those who have defied village orders or whose personal actions have tarnished their village's reputation. Within Hozuki Castle, the majority of the prisoners are genin, with only a handful of chunin and not a single jonin in sight. Although chunin have attained a level within the management hierarchy of ninjas, they still lack the access to village secrets and political involvement that jonin possess. The truly valuable ninja prisoners are typically held in their respective nations' prisons rather than in this joint facility. The inmates of Hozuki Castle are deemed to lack sufficient value, compounded by the unique sealing techniques employed by the castle's warden. The guards responsible for overseeing these ninja prisoners are ordinary individuals. In essence, the existence of Hozuki Castle serves as a facade, a means of concealing the shame of the villages. It houses the most replaceable genin and a few capable Chunin who are not deemed essential to their villages. These offenders, who cannot simply be executed, are thus entrusted to Hozuki Castle. The villages maintain this strategy to protect their reputations while simultaneously extracting the last vestiges of value from these lesser ninjas. This was the intention behind the actions of each ninja village, which explains why the management of Hozuki Castle, under the jurisdiction of the Grass Village, dares to treat the prisoners so callously. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in vibrant hues, the view over the vast ocean became even more spectacular. After discerning the reasons behind the establishment of Hozuki Castle, Naruto pressed the button to the loudspeaker at the designated time. The recreational period had concluded, and all inmates were instructed to return to their cells within 10 minutes. From the towering watchtower, Naruto spoke into the microphone with a more mature tone. The prisoners, who had previously loitered in the square, began to disperse in small groups. "Thank you for your hard work, Sakakibara. I will take over the duties from here." A middle-aged guard, preparing to switch shifts with Naruto, patted him on the shoulder, addressing him by Sakakibara's name. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further conversation. He adjusted the collar of his guard uniform and departed the tower. At this moment, Naruto was disguised as a young guard in his 20s through the use of transformation techniques. To understand why Naruto found himself in Hozuki Castle after defecting from Konoha and masquerading as a guard, one must trace back to a week following the plan to annihilate Konoha. Although there were deviations from the original plan, Naruto successfully escaped the village. Once outside, he sought to conceal his identity while preparing to contact Karen in the Grass Village, moving erratically to evade potential pursuers from Konoha. After the side effects of his failed Sage mode dissipated, Naruto ceased his relentless flight. He opened the sealed book of sealing techniques, beginning to unravel the jutsu imposed by Danzo. Indeed, in addition to chakra seals, the book contained tracking techniques capable of pinpointing its location within a certain range. Sealing the book and removing it was undoubtedly the correct choice. Otherwise, even if Naruto summoned the One Tail and a substantial amount of Nine Tails chakra to the center of Konoha, the roots, having sustained minimal losses during the destruction of the village, could still muster the necessary power to pursue him. By eliminating the chakra seals and tracking techniques, the book was free from Danzo's hidden traps. The sparse placement of these techniques did not indicate Danzo's underestimation of Naruto. Rather, he likely anticipated the third Hokage's discovery of anomalies. After all, it is stated that only the Hokage is authorized to utilize the sealing book. It appears Danzo employed his abilities without informing the third Hokage this time, which ultimately benefited Naruto, who successfully seized the sealing book. With the sealing book secured, Naruto commenced executing his initial plan after leaving the village, namely, to contact Karen. Had it not been for Kushina's chakra preserved within the 8 trigram seal, Naruto's plan might have faltered. In a critical moment, Kushina had employed the adamantine sealing chains to suppress and exhaust the Nine Tails, reinforcing one of the 4 symbol seals that had been undone. The victor between Naruto and Danzo remains uncertain. Even if Karen does not currently wield the adamantine sealing chains, she possesses the potential to do so. After Naruto's defection from Konoha, he required time to study the techniques within the sealing book, along with various other matters. Thus, he needed to be patient while waiting for Karen to learn the adamantine sealing chains, provided she had been successfully brought to his side. At the very least, Orochimaru was aware of Karen's uniqueness, whether it be her Kagaya lineage or her exceptional healing abilities. Participating in the Chunin selection exam under the identity of the Grass Village, Orochimaru could not have remained indifferent to Karen. However, the destruction of Konoha and the situation with Sasuke took precedence at that time. Naruto's decision to eliminate Kabuto was motivated not only by his apprehension of Kabuto's growth, but also by a desire to delay Orochimaru's interest in Karen. As long as Orochimaru was willing, Naruto, still constrained within Konoha, could never hope to rival Orochimaru in terms of approaching Karen. The consequence of killing Kabuto was that Naruto, having been ensnared by the Kotoeme Tsukimi through Shursue's Sharingan, found his meticulous preparations on the verge of collapse. However, evading that crisis, forging connections with the Sand Village during the Konoha destruction plan, and collecting intelligence about Konoha through Kabuto, who held such a crucial position in Sasuke's affairs, indeed rendered Orochimaru less inclined to pay attention to Karen. Delaying Orochimaru's engagement with Karen was one of the immediate benefits that manifested after Naruto chose to eliminate Kabuto and subsequently escaped Konoha. Yet, Karen was eliminated in the second round of the Chunin selection exam, compelling Naruto to wait another month for an opportunity to execute his plan to leave Konoha during the third round of the final examination. Even if he had circumvented the situation in which Karen was drawn to Orochimaru, it was a circumstance beyond Naruto's control. In the span of a month, unforeseen events may unfold that even Naruto cannot entirely manage. The plan to contact Karen has encountered deviations. After infiltrating the hidden grass village, the intelligence Naruto intercepted indicated that Karen was no longer there. She had relocated to the city of Kirigakure. Suddenly, a middle-aged guard interrupted Naruto. Before I came to change shifts, I stopped by the mailroom. Your girlfriend sent you a letter, so I took the liberty of bringing it. It's in your room. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, as he had never heard of having a girlfriend before. Thank you, sir, he replied, quickly regaining his composure and expressing gratitude to the guard. Chapter 2. The Dragon Tongue. Although Naruto had infiltrated Kirigakure for Karen, he did not rush to extract her. The destruction of Konoha had stirred considerable unrest throughout the ninja world, with the 5 great nations on edge. Some sought to test whether Konoha would falter in the wake of such calamity. However, the response from Konoha and Sunagakure was swift. The warring parties immediately declared an intention to further strengthen their alliance. Sunagakure, already weaker than Konoha, had not fully recovered from the last Shinobi World War. While Sunagakure itself had not suffered destruction, it had lost its 4th Kazekage, further diminishing its strength. Ironically, Sunagakure was more concerned about Konoha's safety than Konoha itself was. Konoha's deep roots allowed it to rally 2 of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya and Tsunade, even after the devastation and the death of the 3rd Hokage. Should Konoha face aggression from the other 3 major nations, Sunagakure would find no solace. Konoha possessed the capability to withstand attacks from the 3 great nations. While Sunagakure was left with only Gaara, the Jinchuriki, who was difficult to control, and Chiyo, an aging master of puppetry. As for the earth, water, and lightning nations, they too found it challenging to seize upon Konoha's moment of weakness. The land of earth and the land of lightning were wary of each other, while the land of water had long been enforcing a policy of isolation, shrouding its domestic situation in mystery. The Iwagakure and Kumogakure were uncertain about the consequences of attacking Konoha at this juncture. Would Kirigakure join them in their assault? Or would it seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on them instead? Consequently, despite their covetousness towards Konoha's vulnerability, the leaders of each nation suppressed their impulses for various reasons. However, the decisions made by the upper echelons did not necessarily resonate with those beneath them. The Hokage faction and the ruling elite held opposing views, believing that now was the opportune moment to strike Konoha. To prevent these individuals from inciting chaos without prior discussion, the nations had recently been monitoring these uncontrollable elements. The simplest method of control was to surveil the Hokage spokespersons and imprison the ninjas they commanded, rendering their intentions impotent. In light of this, Kirigakure recently became inundated with prisoners. Naruto seized this opportunity to successfully infiltrate the city. The influx of prisoners within such a short period drew heightened scrutiny towards Kirigakure. There was concern that if Karen's chakra were to inadvertently activate the joyful box, exposing it under such intense scrutiny would be unwise. Thus, the decision was made to secretly detain Karen, a member of the Uzumaki clan with vast chakra reserves, under the control of the Grass Village's faction led by Kuzukabe. The plan to feed Karen to the joyful box was temporarily halted. Given that Karen was merely being secretly detained and not in any immediate danger, Naruto resolved to remain in Kirigakure to solidify his own strength. Who would have imagined that after all his efforts to escape from Konoha, Naruto would voluntarily return to Kirigakure to serve time? Or more precisely, he disguised himself as a guard to observe others in confinement. The work of a guard in Kirigakure was not particularly arduous. Each guard had specific duties, and they did not work long shifts. Once their shift ended, they typically enjoyed at least half a day of rest. Aside from their working hours, Naruto spent most of his time in his room, engrossed in studying the sealing techniques from his book. His seclusion did not raise suspicion among the other guards. The rules governing the guards in Kirigakure were numerous. Even though the prisoners were restrained from using their chakra, their abilities were still superior to those of ordinary individuals. Therefore, it was mandated that guards refrain from wandering about freely during their rest periods and remain quietly in their well-equipped quarters. In terms of freedom, guards and prisoners were essentially confined to the same isolated fortress. Upon returning to the guards' quarters and locating Sakahara's room, Naruto promptly locked the door behind him. He removed the heavy helmet from his head and tossed it onto the bed, surveying the room for any signs of disturbance or ninjutsu. Typically, upon returning, Naruto would practice sealing techniques using shadow clones. However, this time, his attention was drawn to a white envelope lying flat on the desk against the wall. Guards leaving the apartment for work were required to leave their doors ajar to prevent prisoners from hiding within, which allowed the guard who had just changed shifts to easily enter Naruto's room. His girlfriend, he mused. Naruto picked up the envelope and examined it for any signs of tampering. Once satisfied that it was intact, he tore it open to retrieve the letter inside. The contents were largely mundane chit-chat of little significance to Naruto. Yet, upon closer inspection, he found the casual remarks to be rather disconcerting. The sender repeatedly mentioned the abundance of ghost lantern grass surrounding Kirigakure. While this seemed innocuous, the sender referred to the ghost lantern grass using two rather jarring names. One was indeed the ghost lantern grass, which dominated the letter's content. However, a smaller portion referred to it in an awkward manner as the undeveloped red ghost lantern grass that possesses medicinal properties. You mentioned the undeveloped red ghost lantern grass you sent me last time. Its effects after processing were unexpectedly good, so I no longer require further shipments. I have missed you dearly since we parted. At first glance, this segment appeared unremarkable. Yet, within the context of the entire letter, Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of dissonance. He reread the letter, realizing that this passage served as a coded message. However, he was not the true Sakahara, and recognizing this passage as a code was the extent of his comprehension. He could not decipher its true meaning. Just then, a knock echoed at Naruto's door. He tucked the letter away and opened the door. Sakahara, a new prisoner has been brought in. You're the one responsible for the intake inspection this week, right? The individual at the door was a fellow guard, delivering news about their duties. At this time, Naruto questioned, adopting Sakahara's typical demeanor. Recently, it has become a common occurrence for batches of prisoners to be delivered swiftly. The esteemed Lord Mu Wei has already proceeded to cast the fire release, heavenly prison technique, on those inmates. The guard urged his colleague. I understand, Naruto replied. Returning to his quarters to don the helmet that lay upon his bed, he departed the apartment and made his way to the prisoner's examination room. Where are the inmates I am responsible for? Naruto inquired of the overseer outside the examination room. 8 prisoners in the temporary holding cell number 7. I see, Naruto nodded, casting a glance at the inmates within the 7th holding cell. In that moment, he quickly grasped the identity of the guard, Sakahara, whom he had been impersonating. He realized who his girlfriend truly was, Raizetsu. Chapter 3. The corpse Raizetsu, a member of the Umbu from the village hidden in grass, belonged to the Hanabi faction, which sought to develop the village through peaceful means, in stark contrast to the Shitsu faction led by the War Hawks controlling the city of Kirigakure. After completing the formal pre-incarceration examinations of the remaining prisoners in temporary holding cell number 7, Naruto summoned Raizetsu into the examination room. Raizetsu's appearance bore no significant differences from Naruto's recollections. A green headband wrapped around what should have been long white hair, half of his face concealed by white bangs. Seated in the examination room, Naruto focused on the prisoner dossier provided by the examination room supervisor. Aside from the photograph, every detail in Raizetsu's records, starting from his name, was fabricated. Naruto rhythmically tapped his fingers upon the table. I just took over my shift. I was merely reading letters in the apartment, he remarked. Seemingly a casual complaint about the unexpected overtime. It felt as if he was probing for something. No wonder I didn't see any surprise in your eyes. Raizetsu responded to Naruto's musings, his tone not reflecting the typical demeanor expected between a prisoner and a guard. Naruto remained silent, continuing to tap his fingers on the table. You don't intend to have me strip, do you? Raizetsu asked, finally confirming Naruto's suspicions regarding Sakahara's identity. Naruto had not anticipated that in his quest to infiltrate Kirigakure by assuming a guard's identity, he would inadvertently entangle himself with a spy. The original text had mentioned that there were spies from the Hanabi faction among the guards in Kirigakure, but that was supposed to unfold 3 years later. However, one might ponder that spies are indeed roles that thrive on that very cycle of 3 years. Must the flower of the faction send a woman into a prison filled with men? Naruto's demeanor towards Raizetsu was tepid, a mixture of concern and professional detachment. He was oblivious to how much Raizetsu knew about Sakahara, or how Sakahara should portray himself to Raizetsu. However, Naruto was certain that the letter from the girlfriend was merely a guise, likely a means for Sakahara to relay information and receive orders from within Kirigakure. I understand you harbor grievances, yet you are aware that the situation of the Hanabi faction is dire, Ryozetsu countered, but Naruto chose not to respond. The more one spoke, the greater the chance of error. Moreover, given Ryozetsu's attitude, it was evident she had yet to realize that the Sakahara before her was no longer the same. The Hanabi faction had fallen under the control of the Shitsu faction, and amidst the numerous sieges by the Shitsu, the Hanabi had lost the last vestiges of a stable foundation for development. Few survivors remained. In the face of despair, Ryozetsu still clung to hope. Moreover, I have witnessed the box of bliss in Kirigakure. No one among the Hanabi is better suited to infiltrate than I am. I must prevent Mu Wei from sacrificing Corinne to the box of bliss. For this reason, I hastily wrote a secret letter and infiltrated Kirigakure on the very day you were responsible for examining the incoming prisoners. Upon hearing Ryozetsu suddenly mention Corinne, Naruto finally comprehended the hidden meaning within the previous letter regarding the lantern plant. Not yet blossomed referred to age, curing indicated constitution, and the color of the lantern denoted Corinne's physical characteristics. With this understanding, Naruto perceived that the coded language was no different from straightforward speech. I understand. Let us cease our dialogue here. If guards and prisoners linger too long in the examination room, it may raise suspicions. I will seek an opportunity to cooperate with you. Suddenly embroiled in the political strife of the village hidden in grass, Naruto maintained his composure. He feigned earnestness in addressing Ryozetsu, while merely aiming to dismiss her for the time being. Naruto held no interest in the factional struggles between the Shitsu and Hanabi, nor did he have any thoughts regarding the uncontrollable power of the box of bliss. He was fully capable of rescuing Corinne on his own. However, Kirigakure provided an ideal environment for Naruto to study the sealing techniques contained within the Book of Seals. Without the need to consider his status as a rogue Jinchuriki in Konoha, he began to address this matter. Corinne would not encounter issues for a while, allowing Naruto to remain inactive in Kirigakure. Nevertheless, Ryozetsu's arrival signaled the end of this period of relative ease for Naruto. Who could say whether other grass shinobi belonging to the Hanabi faction had prepared additional contingencies? The original text indicated that the 5 great nations were aware of intelligence concerning the Box of Bliss, which could very well be related to the Hanabi. If the focus of the 5 great nations shifted to Kirigakure, it would directly contradict Naruto's plans to remain hidden and develop in the shadows. However, it was fortuitous that he left at this moment. During his time in Kirigakure, Naruto had already acquired a grasp of the ninjutsu contained within the Book of Seals. The next step would be to apply the ninjutsu practically. After completing his examination duties, Naruto did not return to the apartment. Instead, he made his way to the prison holding the inmates. Naruto was certainly not fulfilling the promise made to Ryozetsu in the examination room. The hypnotic powder mingled with the smoke was inhaled by the resting prisoners and guards. As ordinary individuals, the guards fell under the effects of the hypnotic mist almost immediately. The ninja prisoners, rendered incapable of gathering chakra due to the fire release, heavenly prison technique, also possessed little resistance. Naruto opened the nearest cell and stepped inside. He cast a glance at the unconscious inmate, but did not approach immediately. Instead, he retrieved the sealing scroll from his robe. As the scroll unfurled, the conspicuous characters representing corpse were surrounded by cryptic symbols. This was a sealing scroll for storing corpses. Naruto placed both hands upon the scroll, infusing it with his chakra. In the next moment, the characters denoting corpse vanished. In their place, a headless corpse appeared before Naruto, Yakuza-do. After extracting some DNA from the corpse of Yakuza-do, Naruto sealed the body back into the scroll. Once the scroll was secured, he approached the slumbering inmate. What he was about to perform was the second iteration of the impure world reincarnation technique. Naruto recalled the steps for the impure world reincarnation. First, he needed a sufficient amount of DNA from the deceased he wished to reincarnate. Second, a living person must serve as a sacrifice, acting as a vessel for the reincarnated individual. Furthermore, it was essential to ensure that the soul of the reincarnated person resided in the Pure Land. If the soul were sealed, the impure world reincarnation technique could not be successfully executed. Upon his initial use of the impure world reincarnation on Sakahara to resurrect Yakuza-do, Naruto had made different discoveries due to his level of proficiency. He sought to validate whether this discovery could be consciously controlled. After Naruto perused the various techniques contained within the Book of Seals, he was struck by a myriad of new ideas. It was precisely for this purpose that he ventured into the prison of Kirigakure. Here, the inmates provided ample subjects for his experiments. Should these experiments come to fruition, Kabuto would once again be able to assist Naruto. Chapter 4. The deliberate deterioration of Edo Tensei. Naruto harbored his own thoughts regarding the Edo Tensei technique. He did not alter the initial step of acquiring the DNA of the deceased, the very essence of those who would be resurrected. Instead, he precisely thrust a kunai into the heart of the unconscious prisoner before him, confirming the demise of the inmate's physical form. The term physical demise is employed here as Naruto had previously invoked the soul binding technique on the prisoner prior to his death. Soul binding, a forbidden technique conceived by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, forcibly confines the soul of the victim within their corporeal vessel. In the original narrative during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Tobirama, resurrected via Edo Tensei, utilized this technique to suppress the dying soul of Sasuke, enabling him to endure until Kabuto extricated him from the grasp of Izanami. It can be inferred that in the original work, Karen sensed the waning vitality of Sasuke, prompting her to awaken the Kenjutsu. If Karen were unable to master the Kenjutsu through conventional means, Naruto might need to employ a similar approach to ensure her acquisition of it. Thus, after winning over Karen, it would not suffice to merely exploit her. He must also bind her through emotional ties. However, that is a matter for another time. For now, Naruto's focus must remain on his thoughts regarding the refinement of Edo Tensei. Let us first release Kabuto from the Edo Tensei, he murmured to himself, glancing at the prisoner who still exhibited a faint breath due to the soul binding technique. With a series of hand seals, a yellowish coffin rose from the ground of the cell, appearing beside Naruto in an upright position. The coffin lid crashed to the ground, and the deceased, resurrected through Edo Tensei, emerged. It was none other than Kabuto. Naruto, you wretched scoundrel. Unlike the improved version of Edo Tensei that Kabuto had developed during the Fourth Great Ninja War, which allowed the resurrected to fully utilize their abilities, the Edo Tensei recorded in the Book of Seals by the second Hokage is far from perfect. Both Orochimaru and Naruto employed the most rudimentary form of Edo Tensei. Thus, even though Naruto did not intentionally control Kabuto at that moment, the body resurrected via Edo Tensei could not move freely. The soul returned to the physical realm was merely a vessel filled with rage, entirely at odds with Kabuto's true nature. Typically, someone of Kabuto's disposition would conceal their emotions, even in death. This was the issue that arose during Naruto's initial use of Edo Tensei, a revelation regarding the personalities of the resurrected. In the original narrative, there exist two methods to manipulate the Edo Tensei subjects. One involves erasing the deceased's consciousness, allowing the caster to directly control them in battle. This was exemplified in the conflict between Orochimaru and the third Hokage, where Orochimaru commanded the first and second Hokage. The advantage of this method is that it eliminates the risk of the deceased divulging secrets. However, the drawback is that the deceased's fighting style is entirely dictated by the caster, rendering them incapable of showcasing their true prowess. Conversely, in the Fourth Great Ninja War, Kabuto managed to control the resurrected while preserving their self-awareness. Such an approach enabled the full display of the deceased's abilities while retaining their unique battle styles. Coupled with the unique immortality of Edo Tensei, these resurrected individuals became formidable adversaries. However, the downside is that while the deceased's body is restrained, their consciousness remains free. One must choose between retaining or erasing the personality. Edo Tensei is a technique for summoning the deceased to battle, not for acquiring information. Sasuke's attempt to extract the truth from the past Hokages was merely through threats. Had the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, not willingly divulged information, Sasuke would have gained no insight whatsoever. Yet, the Kabuto resurrected by Naruto was peculiar, resembling an entirely different individual. He had lost all rationality, leaving only fury. This distinction was easily discernible. Kabuto, did Orochimaru learn any information about me from you? Naruto inquired. I have no idea how that damned Orochimaru obtained information about you. The Edo Tensei Kabuto displayed a similar demeanor towards Naruto as he did towards Orochimaru. Despite the drastic change in temperament, Kabuto's will still exhibited a clear distinction between friend and foe. Lacking normal emotional responses, Kabuto, while not necessarily truthful, answered Naruto's queries without hesitation. Is that so? Naruto mused, recognizing the implications in Kabuto's tone. Given Kabuto's original cunning, he would never respond so candidly under such circumstances. Indeed, Naruto was beginning to piece things together. Kabuto's soul was incomplete, tainted with impurities, specifically the essence of Sakurai. Unintentionally, Naruto had not allowed Sakurai's soul to be entirely enveloped by Kabuto's during the Edo Tensei. If he could gain control over this impurity, Naruto might be able to maintain the personality of the resurrected while exerting absolute control over them. His Edo Tensei would no longer be confined to the dilemma faced even by Kabuto's improved version, wherein one must choose between retaining or erasing the personality. Rather, it could encompass both. Naruto's envisioned method of controlling this impurity was through the soul binding technique. He deliberately degraded the steps of Edo Tensei. He killed the sacrificial offering, forcibly sealing the soul of the offering with the soul binding technique. While the offering remained alive, it had fundamentally deteriorated. Following this, he would perform Edo Tensei on the offering. Its soul, still bound, would be trapped within the body post-resurrection, becoming the impurity that would influence the soul of the resurrected. This would allow the impurities to suppress the self-will of the Edo Tensei subject, leaving behind all of their ninjutsu, Kekkei Genkai, combat style, and knowledge, save for their personality. This concept finally bore fruit after Naruto had subjected the prisoner to Edo Tensei over 100 times. Kabuto, have you been resurrected by Orochimaru before? Yes. The day after you killed me. Kabuto's voice was devoid of any emotional fluctuations. That was the day when the Sound 4 confronted Team 7 in the Forest of Death. Orochimaru must have harbored suspicions from that moment onward. Naruto surmised that the reason he could now resurrect Kabuto stemmed from the battle between Orochimaru and the third Hokage, during which Orochimaru's hands had been sealed by the Shiki Fujin, resulting in the termination of his Edo Tensei. Kabuto's current state confirmed to Naruto the obliteration of his personality. Despite losing his personality, everything else within Kabuto's soul remained unchanged from previous Edo Tensei experiences. However, this enhanced Edo Tensei for information acquisition came at a price. The Edo Tensei body, rife with impurities, was severely deteriorated. Kabuto's form exhibited numerous conspicuous cracks, and this time the Kabuto resurrected by Naruto was entirely without hands. Naruto utilized the reanimation jutsu to gather intelligence, yet he found himself bereft of the formidable combat power it typically bestows. This exemplifies the notion that one must sacrifice something to gain something else. However, this is merely the initial phase of experimentation, with subsequent refinements. Such issues may potentially be circumvented. Nonetheless, the progress made thus far has already consumed a considerable amount of Naruto's time. Having achieved his initial objective, Naruto temporarily ceased further experimentation. Rather than focus on the battle involving Kabuto, he now sought Kabuto's unreserved and accurate knowledge. Have you researched the Uzumaki clan with Orochimaru? Yes. Chapter 5. Inside the piercing wail of a siren shattered the stillness of the night. The searchlights illuminated the sky and ground, all in pursuit of the source of impending danger. The city of Kirigakure was under lockdown, with guards meticulously scouring every corner of the isolated prison island. Meanwhile, Naruto, subjected to scrutiny by the guards, maintained an unperturbed demeanor as he entered a different section of the prison, distinct from where he had conducted his reanimation jutsu experiment. What's happening, Sakahara? Ryazaku expressed concern about the situation in Kirigakure. Having just infiltrated the city, the sudden escalation of security left her apprehensive. There had been a series of murders in another prison area, with the death toll among inmates skyrocketing to over 100. Naruto delineated the current state of affairs in Kirigakure to Ryazaku. He then handed her the key to her cell, stating, "It remains unclear what motivates the murderer, but this presents a favorable opportunity for you. The chaos wrought by this killer inadvertently facilitates your movements, as the guard's vigilance will be diverted." Karen was secretly detained by Mu, and thus she must be monitored closely by him. Understanding that the turmoil in Kirigakure had no bearing on her, Ryazaku organized the information provided by Naruto. After a brief contemplation, she resolved to act. She stepped out of the cell that had confined her. "Thank you for your assistance, Sakahara. It was a trivial matter, but I cannot accompany you. Should your endeavor fail, I will still be able to remain hidden in Kirigakure, preparing for the next opportunity. No need for further words." "I comprehend." Ryazaku interrupted Naruto's explanation. Hesitating, he cast a glance at her, lightly patting her shoulder with a serious tone. "Good luck." Without waiting for her response, Naruto adjusted his helmet and departed. After walking a short distance, Naruto suddenly halted, having sensed Ryazaku's departure. He reflected on his earlier actions towards her. pondering whether they might have raised her suspicions due to their abruptness. It seemed that their earlier intimacy had not aroused her doubt. At this moment, while the inhabitants of Kirigakure hurried about in a state of alarm, Naruto remained leisurely, leaning against the barred door of the cell. He sensed Ryazuku's location while also attuning himself to Mu and the few individuals cloaked in disguise. Ryazuku, having been released by Naruto, soon found herself exposed. Despite possessing the abilities of an Umbu, her chakra was suppressed by the fire release, heavenly prison technique. Moreover, her depicted temperament in the original narrative did not align with that of a seasoned Umbu ninja. She was evidently lacking both in strength and resolve. It appeared that the Umbu of small ninja villages differed significantly from those of larger nations. In Naruto's estimation, Ryazuku might barely be able to match a special Jonin due to her bloodline limit, yet she was hardly remarkable. Moreover, with Naruto having stirred Kirigakure into a state of disarray, causing all to be acutely vigilant of their surroundings, it was only natural that Ryazuku's departure from her cell would be discovered. Naruto required her to serve as a distraction, drawing the attention of Mu. Indeed, Ryazuku succeeded in capturing Mu's focus, prompting him to leave Karen's side. Seizing this opportunity, Naruto formed hand seals and promptly vanished from before the cell. Karen, startled by the sudden appearance of a figure, retreated into the narrow confines of her cell, only to misstep and fall to the ground. Her glasses slipped from her face, and the blurred vision robbed her of her final sense of security. Desperately crawling on the floor, she fumbled for her glasses. Just then, a hand appeared before her. Holding her glasses. Thank you, Karen stammered instinctively. After donning her glasses once more, she realized she was a prisoner and questioned who would so kindly assist her in retrieving them within a cell. Who are you? As her vision cleared, Karen beheld the man before her, clad in the garb of a Kirigakure guard, having appeared through mysterious means. I am Sakahara, from Konoha. Naruto remained silent. Didn't Kusa teach you that even upon discerning another's disguise, one should feign ignorance until confirming whether they are friend or foe? A charade to buy time? Naruto inquired with curiosity, feigning interest in Karen while discreetly glancing towards the unseen darkness beyond her cell. I wasn't taught that. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by being lectured by an enemy, Karen's cheeks flushed. Then remember this lesson from now on. I understand. Her voice diminished, startled by Naruto's assertion. Subsequently, Karen realized she had been subtly guided into conversation by Naruto and hastily sought to alter the course of their exchange. Are you an enemy or a friend? From Naruto's tone, Karen surmised he was at least not an adversary. Naruto disregarded her question, maintaining dominance in their dialogue. Do you know Ryazuku? Ryazuka-san. You're rather easy to mislead, Naruto candidly remarked. Karen cast a glance at Naruto, but remained silent. Are you close with Ryazuku? Karen pursed her lips, evidently determined to maintain her silence. However, Naruto possessed ample means to engage the 12 or 13-year-old girl. She came to Kirigakure to rescue you. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Karen's head snapped up, her expression shifting. Although she had limited understanding of the tumult in Kirigakure, the sudden departure of Mu, who had been monitoring her, was enough to alert her to something amiss. Is that true? Karen questioned, skepticism lacing her voice, yet she spoke again under Naruto's influence. Your perception range is quite extensive. Surely you can ascertain the truth. Karen merely shook her head in response to Naruto's suggestion. Naruto was well aware of the circumstance. Karen was also bound by Mu's fire release, heavenly prison, suppressing her chakra. It is indeed true. Thus, Naruto replied with unwavering certainty to Karen's inquiry. Upon receiving confirmation from Naruto, Karen's expression first radiated joy, akin to a drenched dog discovering it had not been abandoned amidst the rain-soaked remnants of a desolate home. However, she soon masked her elation, revealing concern for the peril Ryazuku currently faced. The expression on Xianglin's face answered Naruto's earlier question without the need for words. Chapter 6. Enticement. It seems that Longshi and Xianglin share a good relationship. Indeed, in the original story, Longshi could have easily eliminated Naruto, who was trapped by the fire release, heavenly prison and devoid of chakra, thereby fundamentally resolving the potential for the box of ultimate bliss to be opened. Yet, with a naive rationale akin to that of the indifferent, she refused this course of action. Xianglin, too, is a naive individual. Her mother was killed by the grass village, and she herself has been treated as a mere tool. Nevertheless, she remains willing to comply with the grass village. Even when Orochimaru took her away in the original narrative, she harbored little hatred towards the grass village. Even when Sasuke sought to kill her, she could easily forgive him. All of this is intertwined with her experiences. She has always been someone who possessed nothing. It was only after wandering to the grass village with her mother that she began to have a home. Subsequently, she learned of the grotesque bonds within the village. For Xianglin, her concepts of home and connection have always been flawed from the outset. How could one expect her to make the right choices? Yet, precisely because of this, Naruto need not expend much thought on how to draw Xianglin to his side. So, were you sent by Longshi to rescue me? Xianglin suddenly inquired. She was indeed more curious about why a leaf ninja like Naruto would appear here. However, Xianglin was also aware of the gravity of her questions. It was not surprising that she would suspect that Naruto and Longshi were working together to infiltrate the city of Ghost Lanterns. The city was entrusted to the Grass Village by the 5 great nations. As a grass ninja herself, Xianglin could only assume that Naruto, a leaf ninja, sought information about her in the city through Longshi, who was also a grass ninja. Longshi's faction had suffered significant setbacks from the realists. Thus, it was only natural for her to seek external aid. Furthermore, hearing Longshi's name from Naruto, she sensed no animosity from him. Unfortunately, such reasonable conjectures were merely her own wishful thinking. Indeed, both she and I arrived in the city of Ghost Lanterns to save you. But Longshi and I are not on the same side when it comes to how to handle your situation here. I am, in fact, her genuine foe, Naruto declared, momentarily startling Xianglin. I require your strength. If anyone attempts to stop me, I shall eliminate them. Looking at Xianglin, Naruto continued, I am indifferent to your thoughts. If you refuse to grant me your strength, I will resort to coercion or inflict torture upon you, should it be necessary to compel you to accompany me. However, relationships forged through violence and deception are inherently unstable. I would far prefer to establish a long-term cooperative relationship. If you can cooperate willingly, I can assure you that I will not treat you as merely a tool, as those from the Grass Village do. Unlike your 2 useless companions during the Chunin selection exam, I will be your ally. In return, all I ask of you is the strength you can provide to assist me. Xianglin could discern Naruto's yearning for the power she possessed through his lengthy discourse. Are you perhaps interested in my unique physique? Yet, she could not fathom what Naruto saw in her, a ninja of such limited strength. The only plausible explanation was that he was drawn to her distinct ability. I have no interest in your unique ability to restore chakra and injuries. Naruto emphasized the word physique. What I need is from the Uzumaki clan. However, Xianglin knew her lineage. The traits of the Uzumaki clan were too conspicuous in the ninja world, an extraordinary volume of chakra and powerful sealing techniques. Yet, Xianglin had never studied any sealing techniques. You need not worry about that, Naruto assured. He had his own methods, though there was no need to disclose them to Xianglin just yet. As he previously stated, he was indifferent to her thoughts. Naruto was willing to engage in a patient conversation with Xianglin solely because he wished for her to voluntarily accompany him. Regardless, he would never surrender Xianglin to Longshi. Xianglin gazed at Naruto. I understand. To his surprise, she was so compliant. You are quite the diligent student. Applying what you have learned, Naruto remarked, observing her obedient demeanor. The pretense he had just taught Xianglin to buy time was now being employed against him. I will not accompany you. What about a deal? Xianglin began, but Naruto interrupted her. Longshi, like you, has fallen victim to the fire release, heavenly prison. Everything is to rescue you from the city of Ghost Lanterns. He watched Xianglin's emotional shifts while remaining vigilant of the dark corners outside the cage. Just now, when Wu Wei left your side, where do you think he went? Xianglin's eyes widened as she looked at Naruto. Under the influence of the fire release, heavenly prison, Longshi had no chance of resisting Wu Wei. You should belong to the realist faction in the Grass Village, correct? Naruto recalled the information Longshi had shared with him. The Grass Village was currently under the control of the Flower Realist faction. Given that Xianglin could participate in the Chunin selection exam and considering her past as a tool, she could only belong to the realists. Naruto also remembered his earlier attempts to probe her relationship with Longshi. Both Xianglin and Longshi were naive individuals who had already forged a bond. As a member of the Flower faction, Longshi was not only fighting for the flower, but also for you, right? Longshi is likely the only bond you have in the Grass Village, correct? And now, Longshi faces death for your sake. Naruto gazed deeply into Xianglin's eyes, uttering these piercing words. Xianglin averted her gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes. I can save Longxi. This was Naruto's bargaining chip in their transaction, and Xianglin needed to offer a corresponding price. She turned back to meet Naruto's gaze. I will go with you. Then, may our future collaboration be fruitful. Naruto smiled at Xianglin, although he still wore a facade at that moment. His smile revealed a glimpse of the Naruto she had once seen during the Chunin selection exam. Xianglin felt inexplicably that as long as Naruto smiled, the looming crisis would dissipate, even though that crisis lay hidden in the shadows, waiting to pounce. You no longer have a future. Suddenly, four figures wearing masks of cattle, sheep, rats, and monkeys emerged from the darkness. They reached out from four directions outside the prison cage, ensnaring Naruto. Yet, in the next moment, the captured Naruto transformed into a thick smoke. It had been Naruto's shadow clone conversing with Xianglin all along. The real Naruto was the one concealed in the darkness. I see. So the spy from the flower faction is you? Wu Wei remarked, gazing at Longxi, who had been driven to desperation. But the next moment, four masked heads rolled before Wu Wei, who, upon seeing the true faces behind the masks, Wu Wei's pupils constricted sharply. He stared in astonishment at the man clad in the attire of a ghost lantern city guard, who had suddenly appeared before Longxi. Even more astonishing was the presence of Xianglin beside him. However, that man offered no response. He merely placed his hand on Longxi's shoulder, taking in her bewildered expression. Then, the dragon tongue, Xianglin, and that man vanished together in the eyes of Wu Wei. Chapter 7. Irreplaceable. When Dragon Tongue once again perceived the scenery before her, her gaze was met with a vivid expanse of crimson grass. The island on which the city of Ghost Lantern is situated is adorned with the red ghost lantern grass that proliferates everywhere. At this moment, Dragon Tongue found herself enveloped in this peculiar grass. In the blink of an eye, her predicament shifted from being cornered by Wu Wei to lying comfortably outside the city of Ghost Lantern. What on earth is happening? Dragon Tongue recalled her confrontation with Wu Wei and the sudden appearance of Sakahara at her side. Before she could react, Sakahara merely touched her with a hand. In an instant, she was alone amidst the ghost lantern grass. Moreover, Dragon Tongue raised her hand, pressing lightly against her chest through her clothing. The flow of chakra resumed its normal state. The chakra confinement technique imposed by Wu Wei, the fire release heaven prison, had been lifted. Dragon Tongue's confusion deepened. Naruto was not merely using those prisoners for the purpose of impure reincarnation experiments. He had also taken the time to study the structure of the fire release heaven prison. Although his time as Jiraiya's disciple was brief, the benefits of learning from such a renowned master were now evident. Naruto had successfully analyzed the fire release heaven prison, and freeing Dragon Tongue from it was merely him fulfilling his end of the bargain with Xianglin. Unlike Dragon Tongue, who had been directed by Naruto's Flying Thunder God technique to the outskirts of the city but had not yet left the island, Naruto had now shed his transformation disguise and stood upon a small boat floating in the tranquil waters. Beside him was Xianglin, who gazed in wonder at the night sea. Have we left Ghost Lantern City? Xianglin inquired, glancing towards the island on the horizon illuminated by the moonlight. Surrounding that island was a turbulent current from which escape was deemed impossible. Ghost Lantern City lay ensnared within it. Despite being labeled an inescapable prison, Naruto had effortlessly brought Xianglin away. Our transaction is complete. I have fulfilled my part, and now it is your turn, Naruto reminded her. Please, wait a moment. Xianglin hastily closed her eyes. Her seemingly inexplicable action was an expression of her using the Kagura hard eye. By closing her eyes, she could open her mind's eye to perceive all chakra within her range. This was Xianglin's unique and formidable sensing ability. Naruto remained unconcerned by Xianglin's distrust. What surprised him was the extent of Xianglin's perception at this moment. Her range now exceeded that of the Chunin selection exam. It seemed that Xianglin had grown since her return to the Hidden Grass Village. Xianglin did not waste much time in her sensing. After a couple of breaths, she reopened her eyes. Thank you. She softly expressed her gratitude to Naruto. Xianglin did not inquire why Naruto had chosen to leave Dragon Tongue on the island after rescuing her. Naruto had previously stated that he and Dragon Tongue were not of the same ilk. Their alliance was solely due to his transaction with Xianglin, which prevented them from becoming adversaries. What shall we do next? Xianglin asked again. First, we shall visit the Land of Fire, Naruto replied. He cast a slightly surprised glance at Xianglin. This time, Xianglin did not feign disinterest as she had before, but genuinely shared her thoughts with him, displaying a sense of camaraderie with Naruto. Upon reflection, Xiangling's behavior was not surprising. Having confirmed Naruto's promise to keep Dragon Tongue safe, she no longer harbored excessive desires. She quickly adjusted her mindset, showing no signs of her status as a traitor to the hidden grass. Perhaps it was that Xiangling had never felt a strong sense of belonging to the hidden grass. She endured being treated as a mere tool by her village because it was her only home. However, Naruto had provided Xiangling with an alternative that seemed far more appealing. She was aware that, having been secretly transported to Ghost Lantern City, she had lost any value to the hidden grass beyond being drained of chakra. No matter how much she deceived herself or suppressed her true feelings about the hidden grass, she had already been cast aside by them and could not return. Her earlier hesitance to accept Naruto's offer in Ghost Lantern City was primarily due to her concern for Dragon Tongue, who had ventured into the city to rescue her. Dragon Tongue was Xiangling's sole connection in the hidden grass, the only individual who regarded her as a person. Moreover, Xiangling's distrust of Naruto played a significant role. Their two encounters had left her with less than favorable impressions. The first was in the Death Forest of the Hidden Leaf, where they were simply rivals in competition. The second encounter in Ghost Lantern City was under far more complicated circumstances. It was clear to Xiangling that this was not a simple journey from the Hidden Leaf to the Land of Grass. Naruto's intentions towards her were undeniably strong. In Xiangling's perspective, Naruto's interest in her was utterly illogical. "Why did you choose me as your partner?" She recalled Naruto's earlier words in the cage, where he had stated that if she willingly used her power to assist him, he would become her ally. It struck her as somewhat absurd. She considered herself to be worthless. Her only redeeming feature was her unique ability to recover chakra and injuries, which might pique some interest. Yet Naruto had claimed he had no interest in such a trait, instead believing in Xiangling's own strength. Why would Naruto, having only met her twice, be more certain about her infinite potential than she was herself? Naruto's gaze settled on Xiangling. He could hardly say that the only surviving members of the Uzumaki clan were 2.5, with Xiangling and Nagato each counting as one full member, while he himself, being a half-blood, counted as only half. The only Uzumaki known to possess the ability to suppress tailed beasts with the adamantine sealing chains was Xiangling. Naruto did not wish to elaborate. However, Xiangling continued to fix her gaze on him, clearly demanding an answer. If he had to say, "It might very well be because you are irreplaceable," Naruto chose to evade the question. Without Kushina's chakra, he could not use the adamantine sealing chains. His remaining options were limited to Nagato and Xiangling. One was the leader of Akatsuki, possessing the Rinnegan, who disregarded the lives of the Jinchuriki. Intent on collecting and utilizing the power of tailed beasts to create a terrifying deterrent for world peace, calling himself a god. The other was a small girl who could be easily swayed with just a few words. In such a comparison, it was clear that Xiangling was the only choice. Naruto arrived at this conclusion based on his understanding of the situation. Yet he had overlooked Xiangling's personality. Like Sakura, she was prone to imagining various emotional scenarios in her mind. In the original story, Xiangling had become infatuated with Sasuke simply because he had assisted her during the Chunin selection exam. Naruto offered a vague response, leaving much to interpretation. It is hardly surprising that those who heard him expanded upon his ambiguous answer. Karen, contemplating the outcome of Naruto's words, engaged in a mental exercise of reverse reasoning, delving into the depths of his response in a way only she could fathom. Chapter 8. The Black Market. Is this truly acceptable? As she traversed the coastal town of the Land of Fire, amidst the bustling throng of passers-by, Karen felt as though the glances cast her way were laden with unspoken meaning. Even a blind person would rely on a cane to navigate the crowded streets, and it was entirely natural to be vigilant, surveying one's surroundings to avoid inadvertently harming oneself or others. Yet Naruto, unlike Karen, seemed untroubled by such concerns as he surveyed the area, with Karen trailing closely behind him. "However, you are mistaken. We are both renegade ninjas." The thought lingered unvoiced in Karen's mind. Having been confined in the Land of Water for far too long, she was unaware of the events that had transpired in Konoha. The village had suffered destruction, a revelation Naruto casually disclosed while they sailed towards the shores of the Land of Fire. "You lack combat experience, which is why you feel anxious." Naruto pointed out the root of Karen's unease. "Stay calm. Both you and I possess commendable sensory abilities. In fact, your Kekai Genkai grants you superior range and precision. Should any ninjas from Konoha be lurking here, we would have detected them before they noticed us." Suddenly halting in his tracks, Naruto turned to Karen. "If you are truly frightened, You can flee. They would only pursue me. They might not even recognize you as a former grass ninja. Karen simply shook her head, rejecting Naruto's suggestion, though concern still gnawed at her. Naruto understood her apprehension. After all, it was only upon reaching land that Karen officially became a renegade ninja. At the tender age of 12 or 13, she bore the duality of maturity and immaturity characteristic of ninjas in this world. While she recognized her new identity, the uncertainty of her future and the potential for adversaries weighed heavily on her, leaving her bewildered, a state that simple reassurances could not alleviate. Her prior life as a grass ninja had been dictated by the whims of others, and the abrupt need for self-determination left her feeling lost. Naruto had no intention of imposing harsh demands upon her. Progress must be gradual. The very fact that Karen chose to accompany him on this tumultuous journey of defection, without regret, was a testament to her courage. What she now lacked was confidence and a sense of familiarity with her new identity as a renegade ninja. Are you hungry? Naruto suddenly inquired. Since departing from the land of water and drifting at sea, neither of them had eaten or even sipped a drop of water. Karen nodded, then shook her head. My belongings were taken by Mu, including my wallet. Money is not something you need to worry about, Naruto reassured her. Let us find something to eat. A full stomach will help clear your mind. He beckoned her to follow closely. However, the destination he led her to was not a restaurant or food stall, but rather a cinema. Huh. Karen expressed her confusion as she watched Naruto stride confidently into the theater. Upon entering, he handed her 2 paper tickets. Instinctively, she accepted them. Glancing down to find one ticket was a food voucher for the cinema's in-house restaurant, listing an array of items permissible in the screening room. The other was a movie ticket for the adventure of Princess Fongyan. Karen's gaze shifted to the prominently displayed promotional poster for the film. Why not take this opportunity to become accustomed to being alone? Naruto suggested. Aren't you going to watch? I'm not interested, she replied. Naruto's eyes also fell upon the poster, captivated by the actress portraying Princess Fongyan, Fujikaze Yuki. Don't mind me. I have other matters to attend to, he interjected, preventing her from voicing her refusal. I will find you before the film concludes. Just enjoy the movie. With that, he vanished using the body flicker technique, leaving Karen staring at the spot he had occupied. Is the number 30 order still here? A booming voice from the cinema's restaurant jolted Karen from her thoughts. Yes, I'm here. She hurriedly waved her food voucher, racing into the restaurant. While Karen was gently nudged into the screening room by Naruto, he found himself in a nondescript alleyway of the coastal town. Disguising himself once more with transformation jutsu, he assumed the guise of a man in his 30s. He approached the alley's end, confronting a formidable iron door that radiated a palpable sense of weight. Knock, knock, knock. Naruto rapped on the door. Soon, a rectangular peephole slid open, revealing a pair of wary eyes scrutinizing him. Who are you? The eyes assessed Naruto's unfamiliar visage. Instead of answering the inquiry, Naruto stated, I wish to trade information. Instantly, the man's expression shifted from mere wariness to intrigue. What kind of information do you possess? Intel regarding a base, Naruto replied. Hearing this, the man squinted and abruptly closed the peephole. Naruto stood patiently at the door, awaiting his response. After a prolonged silence, he finally heard the sound of the lock disengaging. The creaking of the door echoed ominously in the alley as it opened to reveal a man, balding, short, appearing to be in his 40s, with a menacing demeanor and stubble that suggested he was no stranger to illicit dealings. Indeed, this was no respectable establishment. The black market. What information are you looking to exchange? The black market merchant inquired, closing the iron door behind him. Naruto discreetly surveyed the market, his curiosity piqued. Though he maintained an air of subtlety, given his assumed age, he should have been well versed in the workings of the black market. However, he was abruptly distracted by a foul odor. My apologies, the door wasn't closed properly. The black market trader had also taken note of this situation. Typically, it was not the sort to engage in clandestine assassinations who would come to visit. The morgue's door should have been securely locked. This was a lapse on the part of the black market merchant. Naruto, unfazed, stated, I require information on the star, Fuji Fubuki.